This must surely be the work of demons and monsters. Shopkeeper Wong was such a decent man, how could he have been targeted by a vicious ghost? I heard that Shopkeeper Wong once prescribed an abortifacient for a courtesan, but misjudged the dosage, and the woman died from taking it. Most likely that Wong's soul has returned to claim his life. Early in the morning, outside a pharmacy on the street, a crowd stood behind a cordon formed by constables discussing animatedly. At that moment, a palm as broad as a palm leaf fan pushed aside the crowd, forcing its way through with brutish arrogance. Those shoved aside felt displeased and were about to curse, but when they saw that towering iron tower-like back, they immediately fell silent. The man was close to 2 meters tall. His gray-blue official uniform was stretched taut by corded muscles, and his long hair hung loosely over his shoulders like a lion's mane. A flamboyantly large saber was strapped to his back, and with each step it seemed as though the very ground trembled. The constables who had been standing in a sloppy line straightened at once when they saw this figure and cried out loudly, "Greetings, Head Constable Kong." Kong Wu nodded casually and walked inside. A young constable hurried up to him to report the situation. The deceased is the proprietor of this Wong family pharmacy. Late last night, a petty thief climbed over the back wall, intending to pilfer some money from the counter. Instead, he found Shopkeeper Wong's corpse. Terrified, he cried out, and our patrol brothers on night duty heard him. According to your usual rules, no one has gone near the body. Only a few Lightfoot brothers entered the pharmacy to take a quick look around, and they found that all the doors and windows had been locked from the inside. Kong Wu nodded and glanced at a shattered door panel nearby. Seeing this, the young constable explained, "Our brothers on patrol broke it last night in their panic. They slammed into it several times without success and had no choice but to hack the door panel apart with a blade. Other than that, the back door of the pharmacy was pried open by that petty thief." At this point, the young constable swallowed nervously and lowered his voice. "Head Constable Kong, could this really have been done by something unclean? A living person couldn't possibly kill someone and then lock the door from the outside." Kong Wu cast him a sidelong glance, speaking only in his heart. Having crossed into this world for more than a year, now he had learned from others that ghosts, spirits, demons, and other mysterious forces did indeed exist here. He had once believed that so-called demons and ghosts were nothing more than the ancients' conjectures about phenomena beyond their understanding. Kong Wu shook his head, drawing his thoughts back. Although there truly were mysterious beings that surpassed ordinary human capabilities in this world, he did not believe that this case had been committed by demons or spirits. Previously, when a series of dismemberment cases occurred in the county, they had also been deemed the work of some man-eating demon simply because each victim had portions of flesh missing. In the end, however, it was thanks to his own subtle powers of deduction that they discovered all those crimes had been committed by a deranged butcher. Kong Wu reckoned that this case too had been done by human hands, only that the method employed was rather sophisticated. He looked down at the corpse on the ground, both eyes bulged, the mouth gaped wide, and a purplish-blue handprint was clearly visible on the neck. Seeing the thoughtful look on Kong Wu's face, the young constable could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. All the constables present knew that this head Constable Kong possessed not only formidable martial prowess, but also a keen talent for solving cases. Countless cold cases in the county that others had failed to crack would be resolved without fail once head Constable Kong took charge. Because his abilities were so outstanding, he had become head constable of Qingshan County within a year, and rumors had recently spread that the county magistrate intended to recommend him for the position of registrar. Thus, with Kong Wu taking charge, the young constable was certain that the case would soon be concluded. Indeed, after pondering for a moment, Kong Wu suddenly lifted his head and looked toward the surrounding onlookers. From left to right, he slowly turned his head, scrutinizing each face carefully, then stopped abruptly. Striding forward in great steps, he stretched out a thick arm and dragged a man out from the crowd, who had not retreated at all. The man was hauled by his collar to stand before Kong Wu. Looking up at the big man with thick brows and large eyes, he said in a trembling voice, "Head Constable Kong, what are you?" Kong Wu did not answer. He simply tightened his grip on the man's collar and lifted him clean off the ground. Feeling his legs leave the earth, the man struggled frantically and shouted loudly, but Kong Wu remained unmoved and carried him straight into the back courtyard of the pharmacy. The nearby townsfolk watched this scene in terror, but none dared to speak up and intervene. The constables, however, seemed entirely accustomed to this. Seeing Kong Wu's actions, they actually breathed a collective sigh of relief, and a few of them even began quietly discussing where to drink and gamble after their shift ended. Not long after Kong Wu led the man into the courtyard, the dull thud of fists meeting flesh and the spine-chilling cries of pain drifted out from inside. Before half an incense stick's time had passed, Kong Wu emerged, blood still staining his fists. The young constable deftly handed him a towel. Kong Wu took it, wiped the blood from his fists, and said offhandedly, "It's done." He confessed. "It was him. The rest is for you to take him back and interrogate properly." Head Constable Kong judges cases like a deity. The surrounding constables shouted in unison. The commoners to the side stared dumbfounded by the scene and shivered as one. Fortunately, they thought it was not themselves he had seized. They take human life so lightly. Will the county magistrate not rein them in? Someone muttered under his breath. Rein them in? How? Officials shield one another, another man sneered. I've heard that this head constable Kong has seized on the magistrate's eagerness to close cases. Each time he simply grabs someone at random and pins the crime on them. Previously, old Lou from the east of the city died at home, and this man directly arrested Lou's 20-year-old young wife, insisting over and over that she had murdered him. And that's not all. I heard the fat butcher at the meat stall was accused of being a serial killer and has already been executed, all because the meat he sold to Kong was short on weight. And Lu Yuanwei from Hushy Village had both his legs broken by Kong, who then forced last year's granary fire onto his head. I even heard that when he once went up the mountain for leisure, he encountered a tiger and beat it until it spat out human words, admitting it was nothing more than a big tabby cat. A group of people murmured softly about the ruthless and vicious Kong Wu, lamenting the decline of morals and the hardships of the common folk. Meanwhile, Kong Wu walked down the main street with steady, heavy steps like a great bear lumbering along. In his eyes, a square frame floated above the head of every passerby before him. Li Ergolife, 59 strength 1. 2 skill, none first impression of you fear this fist, probably can't kill me in just one blow. Sun Matzi Life, 43 strength 0. 8 skill, none first impression of you disgust. So this is that life disregarding king of Hell Kong. His face alone looks vicious. Jiang Zihong Life, 78 strength, 1 skill. None first impression of you contempt, all brawn and no refinement. Vulgar. This was the reason Kong Wu had so swiftly identified the culprit earlier. At that time, above that man's head it had displayed Zhang Chao Life, 45 strength 1. 2 skill. None first impression of you smug. This thick-limbed brute thinks he can see through my exquisite methods. Kong Wu did not need to know what method had been used in this locked-room murder, nor whether any clues had been left behind. All he had to do was look at each person's attribute panel and, based on their first impression of him, pick out the murderer. As for evidence and clues, once the culprit was confirmed, he could simply perform a great memory restoration art, and everything required would naturally surface. A year ago, just after crossing into this world, Kong Wu had discovered his golden finger. In his eyes, everyone's attributes would appear in the form of a panel. Life represented that person's remaining lifespan. Strength gathered together factors such as power, speed, and physical resilience, roughly corresponding to combat capability. As for the skill attribute, Kong Wu judged that it should be a kind of ability possessed only by cultivators or demons, yet up to now, he had never encountered a person or demon who possessed skill. And it was this final item that had helped Kong Wu gain a foothold in this world. By using others' first impressions of him, Kong Wu had cracked several major cases and was thus exceptionally promoted by the county magistrate to head constable, securing a lifelong official position. Sigh, another wasted trip. Kong Wu had thought he would finally encounter a demon this time, yet upon discovering that the case was man-made, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. He sighed and lowered his head to look at his own hands. Kong Wu Life 102 Strength 7 Skill None. Beyond displaying panels, the system possessed another crucial function. By slaying powerful foes, he could obtain attribute points. Previously, while suppressing bandits in the mountains, Kong Wu had encountered a great tiger. Relying on his innate divine strength, he had straddled the tiger's head and was pummeling it wildly when the beast suddenly opened its mouth and spoke human words, giving Kong Wu quite a fright. It was because of this that he confirmed demons truly existed in this world. After Kong Wu slew that tiger, a cold, indifferent voice echoed within his mind. He gritted his teeth tightly and weakly said, "The time for the life-saving talisman is limited. I must quickly sacrifice this kid to survive. Afterward, I'll ask the village chief for a death replacement talisman. Since there were demons and monsters in the world, then naturally there must also be cultivation methods among humans. Those previously heard tales of immortal masters subduing demons and flying away on swords were no longer idle gossip. Having been granted a second life, once he knew that cultivation truly existed, Kong Wu could no longer resign himself to mediocrity. He did not know where to find the immortal sects and daoist clans, but now he had discovered one path to strength. A path to strength that belonged to him alone. From then on, he began actively seeking demons and monsters, yet up to now, he had harvested only a meager gain. Kong Wu swaggered down the street, made a brief patrol, and then returned to the county yamen. Just as he was about to step inside, a figure suddenly rushed out and crashed into him. Kong Wu did not budge an inch. Instead, the scrawny figure bounced off as though striking a wall and tumbled. "Ow!" Head Constable Kong. Lowering his head in puzzlement, Kong Wu asked Shouho, "What are you flustered about? What has happened?" The junior constable nicknamed Shouho stood up and said, "Head Constable Kong, there's been a homicide. Old Master by in the north of the city was found dead at home. Second Tiger can't handle it and sent me to invite you, sir." Kong Wu let out an acknowledging sound. Having failed to find any trace of demons in the previous case, his interest had inevitably waned. He replied casually, "The northern quarter is Head Constable Lee's responsibility, isn't it? Be careful out there. I'll be heading in first." Shoho shook his head and said cautiously, "Head Constable Lee has taken men out of the city, said there's major trouble at Bayun Temple outside the walls. Head Constable Kong, perhaps you could make the trip." Qingshan County was a small county without even a county assistant and only 3 head constables in total. One of the head constables had gone to the prefectural city with the magistrate. Another head constable, Lee, had gone outside the city, leaving only Kong Wu to guard the yamen. If it were an ordinary case, the regular constables could handle it themselves. But Old Master Bai was a notable figure in Qingshan County, controlling nearly 70% of the cloth trade in the county. Thus, ordinary constables would seem too lowly for the occasion. Kong Wu Yan took the long blade from his back and casually tossed it to Shoho, saying helplessly, "Very well, I'll make the trip." Shoho caught the blade and nearly stumbled, barely keeping his footing before hurrying after Kong Wu. By the time Kong Wu, unhurried and at ease, arrived at the crime scene, it was already near midday. Just as they stepped into the alley entrance, a shrill wail washed over them. Old Master, you died." A young woman of marriageable age knelt on the ground, crying unceasingly toward the large courtyard encircled by constables. "That is the new concubine Old Master Bai recently took," Shoho whispered beside him. Kong Wu furrowed his brow and asked as they walked, "Where are the others?" "They all fled. The scene is rather strange," Shoho replied, still shaken. As he finished speaking, he noticed Kong Wu's eyes light up as the latter strode forward with large steps. "Raise your head." Hearing the commanding voice, the concubine instinctively looked up to see a towering figure standing before her. Kong Wu merely glanced at her, then shook his head and turned into the small courtyard. Qianqian Life, 60, Strength 0. 5 Skill None. First impression of you, confusion. Gazing at Kong Wu's terrifyingly broad back, the concubine instead felt a measure of reassurance. "My lord, please, you must find the murderer." "My master," she called after his back before breaking into sobs again. All she received in response was a steady mm. Kong Wu had asked her to lift her head only to determine whether this concubine was a suspect. Her utterly ordinary attribute panel allowed him to dismiss his suspicions of her. Only upon entering the small courtyard did Kong Wu truly understand what Shoho had meant by the scene being strange. Old Master Bai sat in the main hall. Only his posture was grotesquely indecent. His entire body had been inverted, his hands and feet had been hacked off and reattached in reverse to the torso. A thin iron rod pierced through his forehead, skewering his head onto his buttocks. His hollow eye sockets stared straight toward the doorway. Even though Kong Wu had seen all manner of brutal cases over the past year, he could not help drawing in a sharp breath. Such a display spoke of a hatred vast enough to produce this grotesque performance of violence. All around, a cluster of constables stood pale-faced. From their expressions, it was clear they had already vomited earlier. "Head Constable Kong, just as you instructed, none of our men has gone near the corpse." The stench of blood in the main hall was overpowering, crimson splattering everywhere. Kong Wu glanced around and found the tables and chairs neatly arranged with no trace of a struggle. He examined the corpse and immediately frowned. At first, he had thought the limbs were severed by a sharp blade, but upon closer inspection, he discovered that the ends of the limbs were irregular, the wounds curling outward like petals. It was as though they had been torn off by sheer brute force. However, the human body is not like a little chick. How could it possibly be forcefully dismantled? Kong Wu pondered for a moment and felt that if it were him, it might actually be achievable. But that was due to his impressive strength attribute of 7 points. The average adult male's strength attribute hovers around 1 point. The catchers in the yamen who practice martial arts daily have a strength attribute of about 3 points. The strongest human with a strength attribute that Kong Wu had seen was a military officer passing through Qingshan County, whose physique was similar to his and whose strength attribute reached 5 points. Like Kong Wu, who had just crossed over, a strength attribute of 5 points should be able to achieve that. However, Kong Wu patrolled the city almost every day and had never seen anyone with such a high strength attribute. Outsiders. While pondering, Kong Wu turned to the skinny monkey and asked, "Have there been any outsiders recently? You know, the kind with a robust physique that stands out at a glance." The skinny monkey was quite cunning and had many friends in shady trades with a wide range of information sources. He often boasted in front of everyone in the yamen. Upon hearing Kong Wu's question, he lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, "I haven't heard anything." If such a conspicuous figure were around, not just the people in our yamen, but even the local ruffians would keep a lookout. Kong Wu nodded, examined the area again, and found no clues. "Where have the other people from his residence gone? Have you all gone to look for them?" The skinny monkey nodded and said, "We dispatched people immediately. Most have returned to the countryside, and they should be back by tomorrow." "Good, then let's wait until we see them tomorrow before interrogating them. We can clean up here." After saying this, Kong Wu left a few people to clean up the scene while the others followed him out. Staying here anymore was meaningless. The Bai family lived in a relatively remote area with few residents nearby. Moreover, the catchers had sealed off the area in time, so there were no onlookers at the scene. Kong Wu had already scanned the area and found nothing unusual. Those who commit murder often return to the crime scene whether out of a desire to admire their own handiwork or to grasp information firsthand. As long as they came, Kong Wu could directly find them. But this case seemed more difficult to resolve. Kong Wu walked down the street, and the surrounding townsfolk quickly made way for them. Although it was said that the catchers under Kong Wu had restrained themselves a lot since his appointment and no longer behaved as ruthlessly as before, ordinary citizens still dared not approach casually due to the official air they carried. Steamed buns, hot meat buns. Fortune-telling no charge if it doesn't work. Candied hawthorns. It was afternoon. The street was bustling with pedestrians and various vendors were loudly advertising their wares. Although the citizens said Kong Wu arbitrarily pinned crimes on people since taking office, it nonetheless formed a deterrent against those with ulterior motives. The security environment in Qingshan County had improved significantly compared to a year ago. The skinny monkey looked at the scene before him and couldn't help but feel emotional. All of this was thanks to Captain Kong. The townsfolk had limited sources of information and made various speculations about Kong Wu's actions. But those of them who worked under Kong Wu knew that the cases he had solved before were not achieved through framing, and those criminals identified by Kong Wu once interrogated provided clues and evidence that pointed directly to the truth of the cases. Moreover, although Captain Kong appeared indifferent, he treated these common folks while often helping out struggling. Look, he is currently observing the old fortune-teller's dismal business and going to support him, isn't he? Kong Wu stood in front of the fortune-telling stall and looked at the old man in tattered robes, saying, "Does your fortune-telling work?" Upon seeing a customer, the old man immediately perked up and exclaimed, "When I was young, I received guidance from a master on Floating Weed Mountain. That master saw my extraordinary bone structure and left me a scroll of heavenly scripture before flying away. I then closed myself off for over 30 years mastering the heavenly scripture, and only last month did I emerge. Whether it works or not, this gentleman can find out with a try." Such were the claims of fortune tellers. The skinny monkey, hearing the old man halfway through, already knew what he would say next. This old man didn't seem to mind that his pitch was outdated. If fortune-telling in Qingshan County hadn't been done like this for hundreds of years. However, judging by the old man's unfamiliarity, he must have just arrived in Qingshan County not long ago. After listening to the old man's words, Kong Wu did not immediately ask for his fortune, but instead said, "Where is that heavenly scripture of yours? Let me see it." When I comprehended its mysteries, the heavenly scripture transformed into a beam of light and flew. "Oh," Kong Wu said, curling his lips, "then how do you read this fortune?" "By palmistry and the birth date." Kong Wu casually stated his birth date and extended his hand. The old man studied Kong Wu's palm, seriously, gradually furrowing his brow. Seeing his expression, the skinny monkey understood. The ominous prediction was coming. "Young friend, I see you recently have a calamity of bloodshed." The skinny monkey scoffed, thinking that these fortune-tellers seemed to know nothing but to scare others with bloodshed predictions. However, how could someone like Captain Kong possibly believe him? He would probably just toss him a few coins, and that would— Just as this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Kong Wu standing up. Kong Wu lowered his head expressionless and looked at the old man, saying slowly, "You say, I have a calamity of bloodshed." The old man raised his head to look at the towering figure blocking the sunlight, and swallowed hard, whispering, "How about I take another look?" Kong Wu let out a cold laugh, directly grabbing the small wooden table in front of the old man and throwing it toward a nearby tree. With a crash, the small wooden table shattered into pieces. At the sound of such a commotion, the surrounding pedestrians were first stunned, then quickly left the area. Even the vendors nearby hastily packed their things and retreated far away. Memories not too distant revived in their minds. At that time, these catchers would smash stalls if they were in a bad mood or if a vendor's bribe was insufficient. If they didn't leave quickly, they might be the ones to suffer. Seeing the people around moving away and pointing at the scene, Kong Wu snorted coldly and said to the skinny monkey, "Bring me my knife." The skinny monkey was taken aback for a moment and hesitated, saying, "Captain Kong, it shouldn't be necessary. These fortune-tellers just love to say such foolish things." "Knife." Hearing Kong Wu's unfriendly tone, the skinny monkey quickly stopped talking and tossed over the long knife he had been holding. Unlike the goosewing knives typically used by catchers, this knife was nearly as tall as the skinny monkey when stood upright. It was a cavalry saber. Even a battlefield general required both hands to wield this long knife while on horseback, but Kong Wu picked it up with one hand and casually swung it a few times, producing a whooshing sound. Kong Wu walked forward with the knife. Across from him, the fortune-telling old man had kept his head down since earlier, seemingly frightened by Kong Wu. Kong Wu smiled slightly and said in a deep voice, "Do you want to continue pretending?" The old man sighed, saying, "It is said that Captain Kong of Qingshan County sees through everything. It seems this is no empty talk. Before he finished speaking, the old man had already disappeared from the sight of Kong Wu and the others. To Kong Wu, it appeared as though the old man turned into a shadow rushing toward him. His attribute panel faintly shimmered blood red. Cultist of the evil god life, 200 strength 6 skill, gold splitting, hand disguise technique, your first impression greedy, an excellent sacrificial material. In the eyes of the old fortune teller, the robust body of the constable before him, filled with yang energy, was exceptionally suitable as a sacrificial material. He had originally planned to probe for this guy's address and act at night, but unexpectedly, he had his identity. Only the living can instill fear, and the denser the fear, the more blessings he would receive. With this thought, his right hand instantly turned black, glistening like black iron as it reached for Kong Wu's shoulder. First, he would dislocate a few of his joints. Then, before the old man could finish his plan, he noticed that Kong Wu was already moving. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out as the broadsword struck the old man's black palm, sending sparks flying. The old man widened his eyes, unable to comprehend this scene. After 5 rituals, his body had been blessed and transformed multiple times, surpassing the realm of ordinary people. He had once wrestled with a black bear in the wilderness, brutally killing it. He had fought his way through a siege of dozens of people. Yet now he felt pressure from this broadsword. This guy, could an ordinary person possess such strength? Could he be a cultivator? Looking up, he saw Kong Wu's long hair blowing in the wind, a mysterious smile on his face revealing a set of white teeth. Old man, you're not too shabby. After saying this, Kong Wu exhaled, his hands suddenly swelling, increasing the force applied to the broadsword. In an instant, the old man, who was already in a daze, felt his legs tremble as if a torrent of power surged down from above. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted, and the area where the two stood was instantly filled with dust. This finally woke the thin monkey and others. The events had occurred too quickly for them to react. Suddenly, the shouts of drawing blades filled the air. Protect Constable Kong! What audacity! How dare you lay hands on an official? Although everyone shouted in condemnation, no one dared to step forward. These people were not strangers to Kong Wu's strikes. They understood that stepping in would be futile. Moreover, Kong Wu had drawn his blade. Ordinary enemies did not warrant the use of that broadsword. In their memory, Kong Wu had used that broadsword so few times that he could count them on one hand. When he wielded the broadsword, a 5-meter radius around him became a forbidden zone. Once a group of 5 mountain bandits charged at Kong Wu on horseback. In the end, they were all reduced to mere chunks of flesh. As the dust settled, Kong Wu held the sword with both hands while the old man knelt on one knee, raising both hands to prevent the broadsword from falling. The ground where he stood cracked and sank. Bloodshot eyes filled the old man's gaze as he glared fiercely at Kong Wu. Ever since he became a follower of that being, he had never knelt before anyone. Yet today, this despicable flesh offering forced his knee to the ground. As if recalling an unbearable past, the old man roared, gathering all his strength to push the broadsword above him away. Kong Wu took 2 steps back to steady himself and looked at the old man, licking his lips. Not bad. Very impressive. Such strength is something I have never seen since my arrival here. So this guy should be able to provide a significant number of attribute points, right? Kong Wu felt excited. In a year, he had scoured all of Qingshan County without finding any monsters. He had never had the chance to unleash this terrifying power even once. Now he could finally unleash it with ha ha ha. Kong Wu's laughter gradually turned wild. The thin monkey beside him, seeing this scene, suddenly remembered something and turned to run, shouting as he ran, "Get out of here quickly, Constable Kong is about to unleash his power." Kong Wu laughed maniacally as he charged at the old man. Clang! The broadsword was met with the old man's palm. After witnessing Kong Wu's strength, he no longer dared to meet it. He'd been only able to use his skill to deflect the broadsword. Yet even so, his palm, as hard as black iron, felt a slight ache. Once the broadsword was deflected, it drew a large arc and struck again. Clang! 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 The sound of metal clashing became more and more frequent. Gradually, the old man felt as if he were caught in a storm surrounded by blades. He had once been able to deftly deflect the strikes of the broadsword, but now he could barely fend them off. It is important to know that the blessings granted by that deity only made his hands as hard as black iron, but the rest of his body remained flesh and blood. Thus, he could only grit his teeth and block all the strikes, daring not to slacken his efforts. If even one blow landed on him, the consequences were unimaginable. The thin monkey watched the area stirred by the small whirlwind, swallowing hard. Brother Eru, is that what you refer? Constable Kong's ultimate technique, the blood cloak. Wang Eru beside him nodded, fear evident in his voice as he said, "Last time Constable Kong used this move against 5 mounted bandits, and in an instant the sky was filled with chunks of flesh and blood. Why is it called the blood cloak?" A constable beside them asked curiously. Just as the question escaped his lips, he received an answer. At this moment, the old man was secretly lamenting as the guy before him seemed to possess endless strength. Almost 100 breaths had passed, and the force from the broadsword only grew stronger. Initially, he thought such rapid attacks could not last long and planned to seize the opportunity to counterattack when Kong Wu was exhausted. However, now the attacking Kong Wu's aura was long and unwavering while he in passive defense was the one struggling to hold on. No, I can't keep going like this. I will definitely collapse. I need to find a chance to escape. With this thought, the old man received another strike. A faint sound rang out as a spray of blood floated up. The old man's gaze froze as he looked at his left shoulder in horror. There a wound about an inch long appeared. It wasn't very deep, but one could say it was merely a minor surface injury. When did he clearly blocked the strike? The old man felt confused, yet he dared not slow his movements, strenuously fending off Kong with strikes. But in the next moment, several more wounds suddenly appeared on his body. Although the wounds were not deep, if this continued they would accumulate and eventually bleed him to death. Clang! The old man received another blow, but his footing began to falter. This time he finally understood where the wounds were coming from. As he blocked the broadsword, the fabric of his chest seemed to be slashed by air, leaving a clean cut. Sword chi! The old man's eyes trembled as he instinctively shouted. And the whirlwind surrounding him, he did not know when, had taken on a faint crimson hue. No, absolutely impossible. The old man almost shouted out his denial. At the same moment, he voiced his thoughts. The blade, aura, and sword chi are techniques that can only be wielded by cultivators who have reached the foundation establishment stage, utilizing their profound true essence. If the Kong Wu before him were a foundation establishment cultivator, a single strike would reveal everything about himself. So how did he achieve this? Not to mention the old man, even Kong Wu himself had no idea how he managed it. Despite Wang Eru and the others shouting about blood cloaks, as if they were invoking some legendary martial arts, what Kong Wu did was quite simple. He swung his knife with force, just swinging randomly. As the slashing blade accelerated, the pressure of the wind intensified, reaching a point where it could produce such effects. This was Kong Wu's own judgment. Thanks to his high attribute of 7 points in strength, he could sustain such powerful consecutive slashes for a quarter of an hour. Though the old man did not know how long Kong Wu could maintain this, he knew he certainly would not last until then. He glared at Kong Wu with a vicious look, a hint of reluctance flashing across his face. Then as the next slash approached, the old man gritted his teeth and reached out with his left hand. A screeching sound pierced the air as a pale red vortex dispersed. Kong Wu's slashing knife embedded into the old man's black palm, nearly slicing it open, leaving only a thin layer of skin connecting them. The old man, at the cost of losing one arm, managed to halt Kong Wu's strike. Next, the old man quickly reached into his chest with his right hand and pulled out a piece of black talisman paper. Seeing this, Kong Wu's heart raced, and he immediately lifted his foot and delivered a powerful kick to the old man's chest, creating distance between them. In this world where cultivation is possible, who knows what effects those talismans might have. It never hurts to be cautious. Kong Wu watched the old man warily, but after the black talisman was taken out, it did not show any offensive effects. He watched as the black talisman transformed into black light and merged into the old man's legs. Then the old man slowly ascended into the air, actually floating. Ghost. Demon. The skinny monkey, upon witnessing this scene, felt his legs go weak and fell to the ground, instinctively shouting out. The surrounding crowd, which had been watching the commotion, immediately scattered in panic. However, Kong Wu showed no signs of panic at all. A disciple of the evil god, if he didn't have some hidden tricks up his sleeve, that would be hard to believe. What kind of attack would follow next? He tightened his grip on the knife, concentrating all his attention on the old man. The old man looked down from his elevated position, surveying the crowd, his body enveloped in a terrifying dark aura. Then he gave Kong Wu a deep glance and whispered, "I remember you." With that, he turned and left. His figure swayed as he flew into the sky, but after barely 100 meters, he suddenly plummeted. Zhu Yinsheng, you sold me fake goods. After a frantic curse, a faint splash sound came from where the old man had fallen. It seemed he had fallen into the river. The skinny monkey watched this scene, feeling his fear ease considerably. Even this ghostly figure could fall. As soon as his thoughts shifted, a figure dashed past him. Kong Wu, wielding his knife, ran straight towards the place where the old man had fallen. Damn, it took me a lot of effort to encounter these attribute points. I can't let him get away. He took a straight path, leaping onto rooftops whenever he encountered houses, crashing through earthen walls and vaulting over stone walls, wasting no time at all. Before long, he reached his destination. But unfortunately, when he arrived, the river was calm, not even a rip. Kong Wu scanned the riverbed, but his keen vision, granted by his 7 points in strength, yielded no results. Aside from some small fish and shrimp, there were no signs of anyone in the river. On the opposite bank, only a woman sat on the ground, her clothes scattered all around her. She looked panicked, mumbling something under her breath. It seemed she had been quite frightened while washing clothes. Kong Wu stepped forward a few paces, then with a small run, he leapt across the 4 or 5 meter wide river, landing in front of the woman. Seeing this robust figure with disheveled hair resembling a demon, the woman initially expressed great fear. But the next moment, perhaps noticing Kong Wu's official attire, she patted her chest and calmed herself. Kong Wu helped the woman to her feet and asked, "Did you see an old Taoist priest just now?" "Ah, yes, I saw him. That man ran into that forest." The woman, seemingly still shaken, stuttered as she pointed towards the woods behind her. Kong Wu nodded at the forest, sheathing his knife on his back, then bent down to pick up the scattered clothes on the ground and handed them to her. The woman looked grateful and was about to thank him when she suddenly found her vision blocked her sight, filled with various clothes, and Kong Wu's figure vanished. Kong Wu's strong arm pierced through the clothes and directly reached into the woman's chest, seizing her heart. Her blackened arm began to lose color and her eyes filled with confusion. "How did you?" She couldn't finish her sentence before Kong Wu crushed her heart. As she spat out a mouthful of blood, the woman fell back lifeless. "Congratulations, you have killed the cultist of the evil god and gained 4 free attribute points, and 1 special points can be used on items to randomly grant them special attributes." With the mechanical voice echoing in his mind, Kong Wu confirmed that he had completely eliminated this cultist. The cultist probably would never understand why Kong Wu could recklessly attack an innocent woman. In his mind, even if Kong Wu had suspicions, he wouldn't strike with lethal intent. What if he was wrong? But he didn't know that under Kong Wu's unique abilities, everyone's attribute panels were clear. No matter how sophisticated his disguise was, in Kong Wu's eyes, that glaring attribute panel was undeniable. At this moment, Kong Wu, looking at his own attribute points in his mind, trembled with excitement. Kong Wu: health 102, strength 7, skill none, free attribute points 4, special attribute points 1. His current 7 points in strength had already made his physical qualities unlike those of a human. If he were to invest those 4 free attribute points into strength, how much stronger could he become? Just as Kong Wu was about to allocate those 4 free attribute points to his strength, he heard shouts coming from not far away. "Captain Kong, we are here to help you." The skinny monkey led a group of constables rushing over, all of them panting heavily. Seeing this, Kong Wu had no choice but to stop his actions. "Captain Kong, what is this?" The skinny monkey ran up to Kong Wu, only then noticing the woman lying on the ground. "The case of Lord Bai has been solved." Kong Wu bent down and tore off the human skin mask, revealing the face of the fortune-telling old Taoist. Upon seeing this face, the thin monkey finally reacted and hurriedly said, "Captain Kong, this person is a cultivator, right?" They had all witnessed the previous battle. This old Taoist could withstand Kong Wu's slashing knife with his bare hands, so he was definitely not an ordinary person. Kong Wu nodded non-committally. According to the system prompt, this person was a follower of an evil god. The earlier performance art at the Bai family was likely some sort of ritual. The people in this world are extremely devout. The temples are bustling with activity, unlike Kong Wu's previous world, where people only crowded into temples during holidays. Moreover, there are many tales in the folk about certain deities descending to subdue demons and monsters. After witnessing a tiger demon speak human words, Kong Wu felt that these rumors might not be baseless. Those gods and demons being worshipped might descend at any moment. Therefore, this evil god could also be a real existence. However, Kong Wu was not at all worried that killing its follower would incur the wrath of the evil god. At worst, he could hide in a legitimate temple. Could it still find him there? Now that the murderer had been found, there was no need for him as the captain to handle the subsequent matters. Kong Wu gave a brief explanation, glanced at the setting sun, and went straight home. In a mountain village, countless villagers were fervently dancing around a black statue. Inside a nearby thatched hut, an elderly man with white hair and beard awakened from his meditation. On the wall in front of him were countless blood-red candles. At this moment, one candle extinguished itself without any wind. He furrowed his brow and said, "Come here." A young man walked in, bowing, and said, "Village chief, where did old man Fong go?" "He went down the mountain with Zhu Yingsheng to Qingshan County." Zhu Yingsheng. The village chief scanned the candles on the wall and muttered, "Did he encounter a cultivator?" The young man also noticed the extinguished candle and frowned, saying, "Should we send someone to check it out?" The village chief pondered for a moment and shook his head. "Forget it, let's keep a low profile for now. After all, they are just 2 peripheral followers, and that Zhu Yingsheng." As night fell, a blood-curdling scream suddenly echoed through the quiet mountains. In the village's open space, a chubby man in official robes was bound at the limbs, looking fearfully at the scene before him. A villager tore the hand of the scholar apart. Kong Wu, carrying the slashing knife, walked lightly on his way home. On the knife handle hung a roast chicken he bought from a tavern, 3 pounds of marinated beef, and a jar of good wine. Tonight he planned to enjoy himself thoroughly. After nearly a year, he finally gained some attribute points. He had been thinking that if he didn't encounter demons or monsters again, he would have to head to the state capital. It is said that there are many cultivators there, and confrontations between cultivators and demons often happen on the streets. While he was lost in thought, a lewd laugh came from the front. "Little lady, don't be shy, let this young master have a good look at you." Not long after, a scene of a lackey harassing a virtuous woman appeared before him. A year ago, Kong Wu had seen such things often. Now this scene was hardly visible on the streets of Qingshan County. This was because those young masters had had their legs broken by Kong Wu. Kong Wu was curious about which young master dared to be so brazen. The young master was grinning as he teased the girl while his two lackeys were nervously scanning the surroundings, seemingly afraid of being discovered. In the next moment, Kong Wu's massive figure appeared at the alley's entrance, causing the two lackeys to shiver immediately. "Young master, let's get out of here quickly. King Yin of Kong is coming." "Yes, young master, we should." The young master in fine clothes turned impatiently and scolded, "What are you making a fuss about? Look at your little courage. What kind of person scares you so much? Is there anyone in Qingshan County who dares to meddle in our Qian family's affairs?" As he spoke, he frequently glanced at Kong Wu, clearly having other intentions. Kong Wu walked up to the few people without acknowledging the threat from this young master, but instead spoke sternly to the two lackeys. "You should know my rules. Do you want to do it yourselves, or should I help you?" The young master, who was ignored, turned red in the face, clearly provoked by Kong Wu's words, and turned around angrily. The Qian family is a true tyrant in Qingshan County. They not only possess vast tracts of fertile land, but also have an elderly patriarch who once held a position in the state capital. As the sole heir of the Qian family, Qian Jinghao is known for bullying both men and women in Qingshan County. A year ago, the patriarch couldn't stand his grandson causing trouble every day and sent him to the state academy to study. Having endured a year of humiliation in the state capital, Qian Jinghao just returned to Qingshan County today and, accompanied by two lackeys, went out for a stroll. He stumbled upon a pretty young wife and immediately resumed his old habits. Although Kong Wu was wearing official robes, Qian Jinghao didn't care at all. In this territory of Qingshan County, apart from the county magistrate and the chief scribe, there was no one among the officials that he couldn't afford to offend. However, after taking a few steps and getting a good look at Kong Wu's full figure, his imposing aura weakened instantly. "Goodness, this guy's arms are almost as thick as my thighs. If I had known I'd come out today, I should have brought a few more people. Do you know whose son I am?" Despite being intimidated by Kong Wu's towering stature, he still shouted defiantly. Kong Wu grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I don't care whose son you are. If you harass women on the street, you'll have to follow my rules." Qian Jinghao quietly asked the servant beside him what rules. The servant did not respond, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Kong Wu stopped talking nonsense and stepped directly to kick one of the lackey's legs. What seemed like a light kick produced a crisp crack sound when it landed. "Oh!" The lackey fell to the ground, clutching his leg and wailing. Qian Jinghao was startled and quickly hid behind another lackey, shouting, "What are you doing?" I am." Before he finished speaking, he noticed that the lackey who had been in front of him suddenly screamed and abandoned him to run back. Seeing this, Kong Wu picked up a stone from the ground, weighed it for a moment, and casually threw it. The sound of the stone whistling through the air made Qian Jinghao feel a sharp sting on his cheek. Ignoring that, he turned to look, only to see the fleeing lackey rolling on the ground, clutching his leg and crying out in agony. "It's your turn." Kong Wu's voice sounded like a demonic echo from hell resonating in his ears. Just as Qian Jinghao turned his head, he saw Kong Wu's foot coming toward him. Then he felt his legs give way and fell to the ground. Looking down at his knees, he saw that they had caved in, with the bone of his lower leg piercing through the flesh and blood ghastly and pale. A surge of intense pain hit him, and after years of living in luxury, Qian Jinghao could not bear it and rolled his eyes back, fainting. After finishing everything, Kong Wu bypassed Qian Jinghao without even glancing at him. The Qian family indeed held sway in Qingshan County, and many people dared not offend them. However, Qian Jinghao made one mistake. In this backward era, in this remote county town, the reason the Qian family could act as they pleased was not due to their old patriarch, nor their fertile lands and property. What supported the Qian family's reputation was nearly 100 thugs under their command. The foundation of power is an unstoppable force, and Kong Wu was stronger than them. Once the so-called big shots in this county believed that although Kong Wu possessed formidable personal strength, he was merely a beggar in front of these gentry who held countless resources. But ever since a wealthy gentry in the county offended Kong Wu, that very night they were invaded by thieves, and over 30 of their thugs perished, with the family head being burned alive in his own home. After that, these people understood one thing. The county magistrate's words could be ignored, but Kong Wu's rules must be followed. Thus, the public order of Qingshan County improved significantly, and the young masters who had lost a leg became more cultured and reasonable. It wasn't that no one had tried some dark methods, but the price of failure was too high. When the cost of failure was one's own life, the gentry would become very docile. Kong Captain. The woman saved by Kong Wu wore simple clothing, her face pale, yet beautiful. "Oh, Miss Lee, let me escort you home." Kong Wu nodded, a hint of a smile appearing on his serious face. This Miss Lee was a widow, and she just happened to live next door to Kong Wu. When he had just crossed over and had not yet adapted to this world, she had helped Kong Wu on numerous occasions. Otherwise, with Kong Wu's terrifying appetite, he might have resorted to banditry to survive. She walked alongside Kong Wu, looking up at his rock-like face, and softly said, "Kong Captain, the Qian family is the largest household in Qingshan County, aren't they?" "Don't worry, the old Master Qian is a wise man." Miss Lee nodded, no longer anxious. If Captain Kong said it was fine, then it must be fine. As they walked, she occasionally glanced at Kong Wu, and upon being noticed would hurriedly avert her gaze. It seemed this feeling brought her great joy, and soon she began to hum a little tune, her hands behind her back, her steps light. Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched long. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Kong Wu nodded in greeting and turned to leave. Miss Lee looked at his majestic back, bit her lip as if making a decision, and called out, "Kong Captain." Kong Wu did not wait for her to continue but interjected, "Rest assured that wastrel will not pester you. As long as I am here, you are safe." Seeing Kong Wu hurriedly enter his house, Miss Lee felt a weight lift off her shoulders and sighed. Kong Wu closed the yard door, shaking his head. It was said that this Miss Lee married a poor scholar. While the scholar was impoverished, Miss Lee's family had some property, and the couple shared a good relationship. But fate is unpredictable. The scholar lost his life when he encountered bandits on his way to the prefecture to study. When Kong Wu had just crossed over, he often heard crying from next door in the middle of the night. After being helped a few times, Kong Wu kept this kindness in his heart. Once he became the captain, he began to hunt down bandits around the county. One reason was to see if he could encounter some demons and monsters. The other was to see if he could find the bandits who killed the scholar to honor his memory and resolve Miss Lee's heartache. Kong Wu had no thoughts of romance with this widow. In a world where immortals and demons could exist, Kong Wu's first wish was to cultivate for longevity. Kong Wu had no thoughts of romance with this widow. In a world where immortals and demons could exist, Kong Wu's first wish was to cultivate for longevity. He had never considered matters of love, he only felt gratitude towards Miss Lee. It was a sincere feeling of gratitude for receiving help in a foreign land. Kong Wu shook his head and placed the items he brought back on the stone table in the yard. Then he silently thought, system add points. The 4 free attribute points he had just obtained were all used on the strength attribute. In fact, he had another choice, which was to add them to the life attribute. If he did so, his lifespan would instantly increase by 4 years. This was much better than any elixir. However, what Kong Wu desired was not just these 4 years of life. To become stronger, then hunt more demons and evil spirits. This way the free attribute points would only increase. After all, only by becoming strong enough could he live until the end of his lifespan. As Kong Wu allocated points, his strength attribute became 11. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of his powerful heart beating grew increasingly urgent. Kong Wu felt his entire body start to heat up, prompting him to tear off his clothing. His muscles began to tremble, and a cracking sound emanated from within, as if his bones were grinding together. His skin began to redden, and sweat continuously seeped from his pores, only to evaporate almost immediately. Kong Wu's body gradually became enveloped in mist. The hazy figure suddenly expanded, then contracted. That was the muscles further compressing just to contain that explosive power. Kong Wu clenched his fists, his muscles taut, and exhaled a heavy breath of turbid air. Then an invisible aura erupted, dispersing the mist and revealing Kong Wu's body. Looking down at his arms that had thickened compared to before, Kong Wu squeezed tightly, feeling the difference in strength. He raised his head and listened carefully. The sound of Miss Lee's heartbeat next door was so clear. After the increase in the strength attribute, his senses were also enhanced. It felt great. This feeling was simply too exhilarating. To be able to directly sense his own strengthening was an experience he hadn't felt in a year. Kong Wu Life 102 Strength 11 Skill, none free attribute points, none special attribute points. 1 Glancing at his attribute panel, Kong Wu casually picked up the horse-slaying blade and found it felt weightless in his hands. Subconsciously flipping the horse-slaying blade between his fingers, he made a decision. System add points. This time he would apply the special attribute points to the horse-slaying blade. The special attribute points could randomly endow an attribute to an item. After increasing the strength attribute once again, the horse-slaying blade, which had previously felt manageable, was no longer suitable for him. And in Qingshan County, Kong Wu could not find any other suitable weapons. Even that horse-slaying blade was obtained by spending a fortune from the prefecture. Thus Kong Wu decided to apply that special attribute to the horse-slaying blade. Although he didn't know what random attributes he might receive, it had to be better than ordinary ironware, right? Thinking this, Kong Wu looked at the horse-slaying blade in his hand. As the 1 special attribute point in the attribute panel disappeared, the horse-slaying blade was enveloped in a faint golden light. As the light dissipated, Kong Wu stared in astonishment at the information transmitted by the system. This is interesting. Night fell, and a few dark clouds drifted silently across the sky while sparse rain lines traced faint silver paths through the veil of darkness. Knock, knock, knock. Chief Clerk Zhong. Terrible news. With a violent barrage of knocks upon the door, an anxious cry pierced the stillness within. Zhong Wuwei, chief clerk of Qingshan County, stirred groggily awake. He withdrew his hand from beneath the sleeping concubine at his side, then rose and draped himself in his robe. What is this clamor? It's the dead of night. Muttering curses, Zhong Wuwei yanked open the door. Outside stood a young constable drenched to the bone who hastily bowed. Your Excellency, chief clerk. Away, away. What could possibly be so urgent? Zhong Wuwei's face darkened with displeasure. The previous evening he had paid an exorbitant sum to summon the most celebrated courtesan, the sole reigning beauty, of Qingshan County's only brothel. After a night of unrestrained indulgence, he had barely dozed off before being jolted awake, his mood thoroughly soured. Your Excellency, the men sent to Baiyun Monastery have returned. So they've returned. Has the case been solved? Where's Li Xiong? The young constable's face paled with terror as he stammered, Senior Constable Li. Did not return. Zhong Wuwei yawned, pulled his robe tighter, and shivered. Then the case must be exceptionally thorny. Only one man came back. The constable swallowed hard and continued. He said, Senior Constable Li and all the others are dead. What a... Zhong Wuwei recoiled in shock, nearly leaping upright. Over 20 men went. How could this be? Where is the survivor? The constable's voice cracked with despair. He is also dead. He spoke only 2 sentences before perishing. What were they, oi? First he cried dead, all of them. Senior Constable Li died horribly. And the second, the corpses moved, boom. A muffled thunderclap rolled across the heavens, and the rain intensified. At dawn, Master Qian was roused from slumber. Torrential rain lashed the windows, distant thunder rumbled across the sky. He cherished such weather, sitting in quiet contemplation as rain veiled the world. It was not the storm that disturbed him. From the first light of morning, his grandson, Qian Jinghao's wails had pierced the downpour and echoed into his chamber. His grandson's return from the prefectural capital should have brought joy. What dampened his delight was that after a full year of study there, the boy showed no sign of growth or refinement. Upon returning, he hadn't even paid respects to his grandfather, instead rushing out to bully the weak and harass the innocent. Let him go, but he had crossed paths with Kong Wu, the incorruptible constable. Qian family's physician declared Jinghao's leg injury fearsome in appearance, but superficial in nature, merely requiring bone setting and several months' convalescence. Yet even so, Master Qian seethed with resentment toward Kong Wu, or rather that hatred had festered unbroken since Kong Wu assumed the post of constable. Kong Wu enforced the law with unwavering impartiality, favoring no one, not even the wealthiest families, transforming Qingshan County into a land where lost valuables lay untouched and doors remained unbolted at night. Life for its people had markedly improved, but for elite gentry families like the Qians, such order proved deeply inconvenient. In years past, they had effortlessly seized vast tracts of farmland through coercion and deceit. Yet this year, their illicit enterprises suffered catastrophic losses and revenues plummeted far below prior levels. Sigh. Master Qian exhaled heavily and turned to ask, Master Zhou, can even you not subdue that reckless brute? Beside him, a refined, middle-aged man in azure robes opened his eyes and replied tersely, I cannot kill him. Across all Qingshan County, only the Qian family possessed the means to retain a cultivator as household protector. Master Qian had witnessed Master Zhou's prowess firsthand. A single talisman hurled forth reduced over a dozen highwaymen to ash in an instant. Yet even this formidable figure lacked absolute confidence in defeating Kong Wu. To act rashly and fail would invite consequences too dire to contemplate. The Qian family employed only one cultivator incapable of guarding every family member at all hours. Then we must bide our time and observe. Having lived many decades, Master Qian well understood the wisdom of yielding to overwhelming force. Just then a servant burst in flustered, Master, Chief Clerk Zhong has arrived. So early, and in this deluge. Why would he leave his woman's embrace to come here? Master Qian paused, then said calmly, Invite him to the main hall at once. Serve fine tea and delicate pastries. I shall change and join him shortly. When he entered the hall, he found Chief Clerk Zhong pacing restlessly, sweat beading on his brow. Chief Clerk Zhong, what matter has unsettled you so profoundly? Zhong Wuwei hurried forward the moment he saw Master Qian and blurted urgently, disaster. Master Qian, catastrophe has struck. Oh, Master Qian, having weathered countless storms in his long life, showed no alarm. Only calm reassurance. Chief Clerk, please sit. Sip some tea, then speak at your ease. Zhong Wuwei nodded, took only a shallow sip, and said without delay, A grave incident has occurred at Baiyun Monastery on Dongshan Mountain. Senior Constable Li Xiang led a party to investigate, and every single person perished. Based on initial reports, it may involve demonic corruption. Master Qian furrowed his brow, pondered a moment, then asked, "You wish to request Master Zhou's presence at the monastery?" Zhong Wuwei nodded grimly. Imperial decree mandates immediate local reporting to the Demon Subduing Bureau in such cases. Yet summoning the Demon Subduing Bureau is akin to inviting a god, easier to enthrone than to dismiss. The Demon Subduing Bureau was a specialized imperial institution of the Great Jing Dynasty established solely to suppress demonic and malevolent forces. Yet at its founding, the dynasty's founding emperor had declared the harm wrought by corrupt officials exceeds even that of demons and monsters. Thus the Bureau held a second mandate investigating the moral integrity of civil servants. Given Zhong Wuwei's and the county magistrate's notorious avarice, years of embezzlement, countless silver taels hoarded, if this crisis could not be resolved discreetly and the Bureau dispatched to Qingshan County. Zhong Wuwei shuddered involuntarily at the thought and hastened. Should Master Qian lend his aid now, the county magistrate will surely remember this debt upon his return. Master Qian reflected briefly. If the Demon Subduing Bureau truly arrived, his own decades-old misdeeds might surface. He summoned a page, "Fetch Master Zhou at once." Moments later, the same middle-aged man entered. Zhong Wuwei, disregarding official protocol, sprang to his feet and bowed deeply. "Long have I heard of Master Zhou's peerless arts. Today's meeting confirms his extraordinary bearing." The cultivator merely offered a slight nod in acknowledgement, a gesture neither Master Qian nor Zhong Wuwei found offensive. After all, cultivators naturally bore such pride. Once seated, Master Qian recounted the entire affair in precise detail. Master Zhou nodded, paused in thought, then asked Zhong Wuwei, "You said the survivor shouted that the corpses moved?" Zhong Wuwei affirmed with a solemn nod. Master Zhou deliberated further, then shook his head. "This matter lies beyond my power to resolve." Zhong Wuwei, seeing his last lifeline vanish, hurriedly asked, "Why is this?" "This matter will not let Mr. Zhou's efforts go to waste. The government will surely reward him handsomely." "It's not a matter of reward. The resurrected corpse should belong to a type of ghastly creature known as a corpse spirit. I cannot deal with it." Without paying attention to Zhong Wuwei's mention of a generous reward, Master Zhou firmly rejected. After hesitating for a moment, he added, "However, if the chief clerk is willing to offer a substantial gift, I could send a message to my senior brother to see if he might be able to help." The despair on Zhong Wuwei's face, which had appeared due to Master Zhou's refusal, reignited hope at this moment. "Certainly. Whatever is needed, our county office will fully support it." Zhong Wuwei understood that hiring a cultivator would undoubtedly be costly, but compared to his own life, material possessions could be sacrificed. "If it doesn't work out, I can just earn a bit more in the following years." With his thoughts settled, Zhong Wuwei quickly nodded in agreement. "Wait." Suddenly Mr. Qian interjected. Looking at the puzzled Zhong Wuwei, Mr. Qian smiled and said, "Chief Clerk Zhong, even if you want to invite Master Zhou's senior brother, it will still take some time. But before that, someone needs to investigate the specific situation of Baiyun Temple." Zhong Wuwei scratched his chubby face and asked, "But given the current situation at Baiyun Temple, anyone who goes is bound to meet their demise. Isn't there still Captain Kong? He is highly skilled and reportedly killed a cultivator in the street yesterday. If he goes, there shouldn't be any major problems." Hearing this, a smile slowly appeared on Zhong Wuwei's face as he exclaimed, "Mr. Qian, you have sharp insight." Although Captain Kong was nominally his subordinate, everyone in Qingshan County knew that he was under the authority of the county magistrate. Zhong Wuwei had served as the chief clerk in Qingshan County for over 20 years, establishing connections that spanned the entire county, with the lower-tier clerks all being his people. The previous county magistrates had been largely sidelined by him, accomplishing nothing. As for the current county magistrate, not content with being a mere figurehead, he supported Kong Wu in an attempt to oust Zhong Wuwei, a fact that was clear to everyone in the county office. Thus, Zhong Wuwei was not particularly fond of Captain Kong, but unfortunately, he had not found a solution until now. Yet a great opportunity lay before him. As long as he eliminated Kong Wu, what could the county magistrate, a mere figurehead, use to contend with him? "Chief Clerk, why not have lunch here with me? I just happened to invite a great chef from the provincial capital recently." "Ha ha ha, then it would be rude not to accept." Zhong Wuwei replied with a smile, and soon called a young constable from outside, giving him a few instructions. The young constable left the Qian residence, grumbling under his breath as he made his way to the county office with an umbrella. A few officials were indulging in food and drink while he was running errands in the rain without receiving any rewards. Yo Tai Zhuyu still came to the county office on such a rainy day. As soon as he entered, he saw a thin monkey squatting under the eaves, calling out to him, "Don't mention it, brother monkey, we have this hard life to live. The lords are drinking and eating meat while us runners have to do the work." Wasn't the chief clerk recruiting more strong hands again? Taiju nodded helplessly and asked Sai what bad luck. Brother, has Captain Kong arrived? The thin monkey nodded and said he is inside. Why do you ask? Taiju nodded, feeling a bit conflicted. When Zhong Wuwei asked him to relay a message to Kong Wu, he specifically instructed him not to mention anything about Captain Li and his crew, just to have him directly investigate Baiyun Temple. Understanding the situation, Taiju could clearly see that Zhong Wuwei was scheming to set up Captain Kong. Kong Wu was usually nice to these constables, often lending a hand when there was a problem, and had a good reputation. However, when celestial beings clash, the mortals suffer. If he spoke the truth and let Kong Wu know the reality of the situation, causing him not to go to Baiyun Temple, he would not fare well with the chief clerk. As he pondered, the thin monkey stood up and said, "Let's go, we'll take you over." Before Taiju could figure out what to do, he was dragged in. After he stammered through the message that Zhong Wuwei had entrusted him with, he lowered his head, feeling utterly ashamed. In the end, he still hadn't revealed the truth. Kong Wu was silent for a while and said, "Understood, you can go back. They'll go investigate tomorrow." Taiju murmured in a low voice and turned to leave. As he stepped out the door, a hand landed on his shoulder. Looking up, he saw the thin monkey looking at him with an unusually serious expression. Both Kong Wu and the thin monkey had seen Taiju's performance just now and knew there was definitely something hidden. "Captain Kong is sympathetic to you and won't dig too deep, but we come from the same village. Is there anything you can—" Taiju opened his mouth, but in the end he gritted his teeth and took the thin monkey to a secluded place, telling him the whole story. Inside the room, Kong Wu stroked his chin and murmured, "These people have finally reached their limit." Though he didn't know exactly what had happened at Baiyun Temple, judging by Taiju's silence about Captain Li's group, it was certainly not a good sign. Perhaps that group of people might have already met with disaster to take down so many constables. Could it be? Kong Wu raised his eyebrows and unconsciously smiled. Is the attribute point finally coming? With this thought, Kong Wu suddenly found it hard to sit still. The feeling from the attribute enhancement yesterday still lingered in his heart, making him restless and eager to set out immediately. Captain Kong. The thin monkey rushed in, first glancing outside, then carefully closing the door and approaching quietly, saying, "Captain Kong, you really shouldn't go to Baiyun Temple. Zhong Wuwei intends to harm you." Kong Wu shook his head, declaring earnestly, "The case cannot just be left unattended. If I don't go, who else in the county office can? I'm definitely going, otherwise what if the attribute points run away?" The thin monkey urged. "Captain Kong, you can't go there. There are ghastly creatures." Ghastly creatures. Upon hearing this, Kong Wu stood up immediately. Seeing this, the thin monkey let out a sigh of relief. It seems that even Captain Kong is wary of ghastly creatures. "Wait, what are you packing up for?" "Captain, what is this? If there truly are ghastly creatures causing trouble, I cannot ignore the danger to the common people. I must go immediately." "Big brother, you're not a daoist or a monk. Is it really necessary to be in such a rush?" The thin monkey, feeling helpless, continued. "I heard that Captain Li and over 20 people he brought are all gone. This is not something that ordinary bandits or thieves can accomplish. It must be something malevolent. Captain Kong, let's find an excuse to push this matter onto someone else." Malevolent? Kong Wu instinctively glanced at the horse-slaying knife wrapped in white cloth beside him. It was made for slaying malevolence. The thin monkey exhausted himself in vain, realizing he could not stop Kong Wu. He gritted his teeth and said, "If Captain Kong really insists on going, let's bring more people. I'll go and call the constables one by one." On such a rainy day, many constables stayed home, and there were no more than 10 left in the county office. "Us?" Kong Wu was taken aback and replied, "No need, I can go alone. You stay at the county office." With that, Kong Wu donned a raincoat and stepped into the curtain of rain. Seeing this, the thin monkey hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, quickly grabbed his long knife, put on the raincoat, and followed him out. "Captain Kong, wait for me." In the Qian residence, Zhong Wuwei with a flushed face asked while holding a wine cup, "Did he really leave?" Burp Taiju lowered his head and replied, "I saw with my own eyes that Captain Kong left with the thin monkey." "Ha, I've never seen anyone so eager to rush to their death." Zhong Wuwei turned around, happily clinking cups with Lord Qian, his face brimming with joy. "Well?" Zhong Wuwei rummaged through his pocket, took out a handful of silver coins, thought for a moment, then put most of them back, leaving only the smallest piece to toss to Taiju, saying, "Take this and get some wine to drink at home, this dreadful weather." Muttering a few words, he turned around and continued chatting with Lord Qian. Taiju took the silver coins and turned to leave the Qian residence. Looking at the less than 2 taels of silver in his hand, he recalled Kong Wu's resolute figure and couldn't help but sigh. But speaking of which, Kong Wu is quite capable. Will he be able to come back alive? Lord Qian had a good tolerance for alcohol and remained sober at this moment. Ha, Lord Qian. How could a mere mortal possibly defeat those sinister creatures? Zhong Wuwei's gaze was hazy as he refuted, but that Kong Wu recently killed a follower of the evil god, right? He must be a cultivator too. Lord Qian, as he said this, looked towards Master Zhou on the other side. He is just a novice. How could a genuine cultivator be defeated by mere mortal strength? Indeed, those corpses and similar sinister creatures have hard bodies and immense strength. Unless it's a mid-level cultivator of chi refinement, they can't break through their defenses. Seeing that a practitioner from a prestigious sect was speaking, Lord Qian clearly felt more at ease. Moreover, Master Zhou wore a meaningful smile and said most of these sinister creatures like the corpse demon are not naturally occurring, most are actively refined by someone. Are you implying that? Zhong Wuwei upon hearing this was startled, sobering up considerably. Could it be that Baiyun Temple has even more formidable evils than that moving corpse? Seeing Zhong Wuwei's anxious expression, Master Zhou chuckled. No worries, even if there are other evils they won't pose a threat once my senior brother arrives. Zhong Wuwei breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully raising his wine cup to toast Master Zhou, asking then, Master Zhou, your senior brother. I sent a message to my senior brother using a secret method not long ago. He is highly accomplished and will arrive at Qingshan County by tomorrow at the latest. That's good, that's good. Zhong Wuwei was now completely reassured. Not only would the incident be resolved, but it also took care of the thorn in his side. Kong Wu. In his joy, he drank a considerable amount of wine. At the wine table, cups were clinking while in the back courtyard, Qian Jinghao lay on the bed looking at his leg, which was tightly bound and suspended in the air, cursing Kong Wu incessantly. Young master, it's time to eat. The master specifically instructed the kitchen to make ginseng soup, which is good for your health. A maid entered with the meal. Qian Jinghao responded disinterestedly, with an casually asking, what is grandpa doing? Why is it so noisy? The maid had just finished serving a few people in the front hall and relayed everything she had heard to Qian Jinghao. Good. Ouch. Upon hearing about Kong Wu's arrangements, Qian Jinghao, excited for a moment, inadvertently pulled on his broken leg and howled a few times. Hiss. Go call that Qian Yukai over here. He couldn't even eat, his eyes filled with resentment. Before long, Qian Yotsai, the son of the housekeeper, walked in. The woman from before is that widow neighbor of Kong Wu. Bring her to me, damn it, how dare she be so shameless. Qian Yukai hesitated and said, young master, this involves Captain Kong. Should we report to the What are you afraid of? That guy Kong Wu won't be coming back. Just do as I say. Qian Yukai could only nod and turn to leave. Qian Jinghao picked up the ginseng soup, muttering, that bastard thinks just because he has some strength. Ugh, this is so hot, how can this young master drink it? Someone. Once Kong Wu and the other left the city, they headed straight for Baiyun Temple. 2 hours later, Kong Wu stood in a pavilion somewhat speechless as he looked at the thin monkey, who was gasping for breath. The road to the eastern mountain was difficult to traverse even in good weather, and with the rain it became muddy. Kong Wu was unaffected, breathing steadily and walking firmly, but the thin monkey, already weak and lacking stamina, suffered greatly. At this moment he sat to the side, panting heavily. I told you not to come, yet you insisted on following. Hearing Kong Wu's words, the thin monkey felt a bit embarrassed and said, Captain Kong, I was just thinking I could help you carry the knife. He looked at the broadsword resting nearby, puzzled. Why do I feel like this knife is much heavier than before? The reason the thin monkey couldn't move was partly due to this. On the way, the thin monkey insisted on helping Kong Wu carry the knife, but the weight of the transformed broadsword had indeed increased significantly, making him now very clumsy. Kong Wu said nothing, silently gazing at the increasingly sparse curtain of rain outside. It looks like the rain will stop soon. The thin monkey, seeking conversation, said, Captain Kong, these sinister creatures truly aren't something we can handle. Why don't we just stay here for the night and return to say we didn't find anything unusual? Kong Wu did not respond to his suggestion. If he didn't have the system, he might have considered following the thin monkey's idea. But now with the system, every sinister demon in his eyes represented moving attribute points. He was itching to fly directly to Baiyun Temple. You seem well rested. Oh, let's continue on our way. The thin monkey saw Kong Wu finish speaking and leave, letting out a wail as he dragged his heavy legs to catch up. At night, the air in the mountains after the rain was exceptionally fresh. Kong Wu stood in front of a dilapidated Taoist temple, looking up at the peeling sign. Baiyun Temple has existed in the territory of Qingshan County for quite some time and was once a flourishing Taoist temple. However, it has gradually declined over the past 20 years, ultimately becoming the site before him. Recently, villagers from the foot of the mountain who had been gathering firewood were chased by wild beasts and lost their way. They stumbled upon Baiyun Temple and were about to rest for the night when they heard horrific screams coming from within, prompting them to inform the authorities as soon as they returned. One significant reason for Baiyun Temple's decline was the revelation 20 years ago that the esteemed Master Baiyun was actually a bandit who used the temple as a cover for his thieving activities. Although all the disciples involved in the robberies were subsequently captured, the tarnished reputation still lingered, causing the county office to pay extra attention to the temple. Captain Kong, why is it so quiet in here? We haven't seen Captain Li and the others along the way. The thin monkey swallowed nervously and spoke hesitantly. Kong Wu did not respond and walked directly inside. Upon entering the courtyard, he found a vast expanse of desolate land overgrown with weeds clearly neglected for a long time. From what Kong Wu knew, there were still 3 Taoist priests at Baiyun Temple. However, from the looks of the ground, it seemed no one had lived there. The courtyard was barren and showed no abnormalities, so Kong Wu proceeded towards the main hall. Inside the main hall, there was not a single light, but fortunately the sky was clear after the rain and moonlight streamed in through several gaps in the roof. As Kong Wu stepped in, he frowned at the towering statues of the 3 pure ones. Damn! The thin monkey following Kong Wu couldn't help but curse upon seeing the statues. The statues of the 3 pure ones bore no cracks and appeared well maintained, however their shoulders were empty. In the tranquil night, the 3 headless deities stood silently in the dim hall, sending chills down the thin monkey's spine. Suddenly a clanging sound of metal falling echoed, startling him. Kong Wu's face remained expressionless as he continued to observe his surroundings. His enhanced sensitivity from his 11 points in strength alerted him to the presence of a few little cuties even before he stepped into the hall. A rat dashed out from the shadows, sniffing the air in the moonlight, seemingly curious about the 2 newcomers. Seeing this, the thin monkey sighed in relief, but noticed Kong Wu's ears twitching as he circled around the statue towards the backyard. Kong. Just as he started to speak, he instinctively lowered his voice and hurriedly followed. Exiting the main hall, they entered the temple's backyard, which appeared to be the living area for the priests. Kong Wu stepped over the central well and strode towards a small room, pushing the door open. As soon as he did, he sniffed the air. The room was pitch dark, devoid of moonlight. However, Kong Wu could clearly discern many shapes, including the figure in the center twisted as if in meditation. Looking at the familiar face and posture, Kong Wu's expression turned complex. The blood of Captain Li from Qingshan County had long since dried, yet the terror on his face remained vivid. Another follower of the evil god, thought Kong Wu. The gruesome and bizarre scene before him was identical to what Kong Wu had seen at the Bai family. This, Captain Li. The thin monkey, having found a candlestick from somewhere, illuminated the room's interior, his voice trembling. But before he could say anything further, Kong Wu suddenly turned and kicked him in the chest. The thin monkey flew straight out, rolling on the ground before quickly getting up. Kong Wu hadn't used much force, so the thin monkey sustained no serious injury. In the place where he had been standing, a red light descended, igniting a crimson fireball. Evil path. Who dares to harm lives here? A clear voice rang out, and the thin monkey turned to see a figure standing on the roof. The person wore a blue Taoist robe, carried a long sword on his back, and held a talisman in his hand. Qingshan County Constable, on a case, who are you to dare attack an officer? The thin monkey noticed the person's handsome face, which did not resemble that of a demon, and felt emboldened to stand up with his hands on his hips. Officer. The young Taoist was taken aback, then carefully observed them and realized they bore no signs of magical power. Oh, it seems there has been a misunderstanding. He jumped down from the roof and casually responded to the thin monkey. Although the two bore no magical fluctuations, the leading figure was robust with an abundance of yang energy, subtly exerting an inexplicable pressure on the inner disciple of Qingfeng Mountain. He cupped his fists towards Kong Wu and said loudly, I am Feng Yang, an inner disciple of Qingfeng Mountain. Which sect do you belong to? Kong Wu shook his head and replied, I am Kong Wu, a constable of Qingshan County. I have not practiced any cultivation. Feng Yang was momentarily stunned by this. He had thought that Kong Wu was a disciple of some martial sect. What brings you here at this late hour? Though Kong Wu had once admired those cultivators, he felt surprisingly calm now that he was face-to-face with one. Feng Yang, health 102, strength 9, skill Qingfeng, sword technique, Qingfeng heart method. Your first impression, astonishment, such strength among the followers of the evil god. This imposing cultivate. Is that it? The previous followers of the evil god could be dismissed easily as they clearly lacked any legitimate cultivation methods. However, based on Feng Yang's self-introduction, he appeared to be a disciple of a reputable sect. Although he was still young, his 9 points in strength were acceptable. While Kong Wu's own strength attribute was only 2 points higher than Feng Yang's, he had only gone through 2-point allocations. It seemed he was growing stronger at a much faster rate than these cultivators. I have come down the mountain on business and happened to pass by this place, sensing a faint aura of evil rising from this temple, hence I came to investigate. Feng Yang put away the talisman and suddenly noticed the scene inside the room behind Kong Wu, his expression changing dramatically. This is the evil god. His face darkened, clearly displeased. It was then he recalled the headless statues of the 3 pure ones in the main hall. In a place meant for purity, followers of the evil god were conducting sacrificial rites. You too, there are followers of the evil god lurking here. It would be best for you to leave the mountain early. These believers of dark forces are far too dangerous for you mortals. Hearing this, the thin monkey snorted dismissively. What evil god followers? Wasn't it Captain Kong who killed them before? What's so great about that? Hearing this, Feng Yang glanced at Kong Wu in surprise. Although the followers of the evil god lacked proper cultivation methods and could not compare to them as legitimate practitioners, they were not beings that ordinary people could handle. Since this Captain Kong Wu could deal with a follower of the evil god, it indicated that despite not having cultivated or possessing true energy, his combat ability was not inferior to that of some low-level practitioners. No wonder he felt an inexplicable pressure coming from Kong Wu. Feng Yang thought of this, but could not comprehend how an ordinary person without cultivation could achieve such a feat. Kong Wu did not pay attention to Feng Yang's curious gaze. He stepped out of the house and looked around, discovering a rugged path that seemed to lead to the back mountain of the Taoist temple. In the darkness, one could vaguely see some buildings on the mountain. Seeing Kong Wu walk straight up, the thin monkey hurriedly followed, whispering, "Captain Kong, don't you think there's something off about this cow's nose?" Feng Yang also followed behind. With the keen hearing of a practitioner, he caught the thin monkey's quiet words, but did not pay them any mind. With his status, Qingfeng Mountain was one of the top sects even in the state capital. If it weren't for Kong Wu's extraordinary physique and Yang Qi as an inner disciple of Qingfeng Mountain, he would not even glance at this ordinary county constable. The moonlight was blocked by the dense forest, and the path ahead was pitch black. Kong Wu and Feng Yang relied on their strong perception, paying no heed to the dark mountain road. The candlestick that the thin monkey had carried was extinguished by the cold wind in the mountains, leaving him to follow closely behind Kong Wu, nervously staring at the surrounding dark woods, as if any moment something monstrous might leap out. After walking the mountain path for a short while, the three arrived at a slightly more open area. The scattered tombstones around indicated that this was a graveyard. As Kong Wu walked along the path, he casually glanced at the side and suddenly stopped in his tracks. The thin monkey, shivering in the mountain wind, saw Kong Wu halt abruptly and pick something up from the roadside. "Isn't this?" The thin monkey under the moonlight saw the broken half of a blade in Kong Wu's hand, which looked increasingly like the goose feather knife issued by their county office. "Something's wrong." Feng Yang, who had been leisurely walking at the back, suddenly grew serious and vigilantly stared at the graveyard. "What's wrong?" The thin monkey instinctively turned his head at Feng Yang's words, but halfway through he frozen. He slowly opened his mouth, his teeth chattering, pointing at a shadow that had appeared in the center of the graveyard, trembling as he said that. "What is that?" The shadow swayed as it approached them, becoming clearer in the moonlight. Niu Dazhuang. The thin monkey recognized the familiar face and was momentarily stunned. It was a constable who had gone out with Captain Li before. However, Niu Dazhuang might no longer be able to hear the thin monkey's greeting. This was because half of his head was missing and the remaining half was covered in bite marks. Fortunately, the thin monkey could still recognize his original identity. Inside a pavilion on the mountain, a daoist in white sat before a chessboard, pondering over a black piece. Opposite him was an old man dressed like a wandering doctor, lazily reclining and swinging his feet. "Still haven't figured it out?" "You're too indecisive," the white-clad daoist sighed, hesitating for a moment before settling on a spot he had considered earlier. "Is this how it should be? Back in the day when your father was a bandit, he was so decisive. Why have you become so—" The old man grabbed a white piece and casually placed it on the board. "Zhuyinsher, times have changed, I must act with caution. The political situation is unstable and there are tyrants everywhere. Who knows when a strong man might emerge?" The white-clad daoist picked up a black piece and began to ponder again. Seeing him like this, Zhu Yinsher scratched his foot and said helplessly, "So you still don't want to come to our village? You saw it before. I gained so much from the sacrifice of that captain. No, my father obtained a secret method years ago, but unfortunately, he had no spiritual root to cultivate. Now that I have the spiritual root, I naturally want to follow the legitimate path of cultivation." "The legitimate path of cultivation?" Zhu Yinsher scoffed. "Are you talking about your method of refining corpses? Do you have some misunderstanding about the word legitimate?" The white-clad daoist did not respond, still deep in thought. Seeing this, Zhu Yinsher sighed. "Bai Xin, your father was right to name you that. You really are too cautious." Feeling irritated, he continued, "For more than 10 years you've been obsessed with your cultivation, and you've truly made progress. You have already reached the 5th level of Qi refinement. In Qing County there's no one who can match you, yet you're still hiding away here. We, the evil cultivators, cannot be exposed to the light. We fear that the crazies from the Demon Suppression Division will catch wind and come charging in. The events with those constables a few days ago won't stay hidden for long. By tomorrow or the day after I'll have to change locations." Zhu Yinsher smirked and said, "You're just like your father. Pretending to be a cow's nose, you've almost forgotten you're a bandit." After a brief complaint, he casually placed a piece. Bai Shun's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "That move is brilliant." "Huh." Suddenly, he looked up towards the outside, frowning. "What's wrong?" Zhu Yinsher asked upon seeing this. "One of my new creations woke up recently, Bai Shun said somewhat puzzled. Could it be that an outsider has come in this rundown place of yours who would come here in the dead of night? Most likely it's just some colleagues of those constables checking things out. Zhu Yinshi casually remarked, lying back down lazily, saying, I wonder if old Fong has found some suitable sacrificial offerings in this county. It's been 2 days, and he still hasn't returned. He wouldn't have met with an accident, would he? Well, in the county, there's only one Qi refinement level 2 cultivator from the Qin family. Even if old Fong can't defeat him, he should be able to escape without issues. True, Zhu Yinshi nodded. That guy probably has a gambling addiction. Bai Shun shook his head, continuing to However, after a short while the piece he was holding suddenly fell the crisp sound, causing the half-closed Zhu Yinshi to open his eyes and sit up. He saw Bai Shun looking pale as he stared outside, saying, My creation has lost contact. Corpse demon. Feng Yang furrowed his brows, watching the slowly moving Niu Dazhuang with a sear. How did Niu Dazhuang become like this? The thin monkey asked Kong Wu in terror. Kong Wu remained silent, but Feng Yang spoke first. To think that in such a remote place someone would practice the art of corpse manipulation. Step back. This evil being cannot be dealt with lightly. He slowly drew the long sword from his back, feeling fortunate to have acquired this magical weapon before coming out. A thing like the corpse demon, after being infused with Yin energy, becomes incredibly hard. As he drew his sword, he added, with mere personal strength, cultivators below the foundation establishment cannot break through its physical defenses. Feng Yang was still some distance away from the foundation establishment, but relying on this magical sword in his hand, he could barely manage to confront this corpse demon. I will hold it off for a while. You two hurry down the mountain. I will follow shortly. Even though he could kill the corpse demon with a magical sword, Feng Yang still urged Kong Wu and the others to leave first. The corpse demon is rarely formed naturally. Most are created by evil cultivators. And those who can refine corpse demons are at least foundation establishment cultivators. Although he did not sense the aura of other cultivators nearby, now that this corpse demon had awakened, it was only a matter of time before its master discovered it. Hearing this, the thin monkey hurriedly said to Kong Wu, Captain Kong, let the daoist Niu Bizi handle this. We are just ordinary people, and we should. As he spoke, he tried to pull Kong Wu away, but Kong Wu remained motionless, leaving him anxious. Daoist Feng Yang, leave this to me. You just protect this guy. Kong Wu pushed the thin monkey aside and said to Feng Yang. Hearing this, Feng Yang smiled. You. Forget it, Captain Kong. You may be formidable among ordinary people, but this kind of monster is beyond what an ordinary person can handle. Even I can only barely cope with it relying on this magical sword. He was not mocking, he just thought the person lacked knowledge of the world of cultivators, believing that brute force could deal with such monsters. Before he could move forward, he saw Kong Wu pass by him unknowingly, having taken a long wrapped object from half-finished corpse demon. Health, 20 strength, 7 skill. None. Kong Wu glanced at the attribute panel that only he could see and said nothing more. He did not want the attribute points he had worked hard to discover to be snatched away by this young daoist. As he unwrapped the white cloth from the blade, Kong Wu strode towards the corpse demon. Not good. Feng Yang was startled to see Kong Wu walking straight up, and he immediately reached for Kong Wu's shoulder. Captain Kong Yu. But in the next moment, the arm he had on Kong Wu's shoulder felt an unresistible force and was effortlessly thrown aside by Kong Wu. How is this possible? Feng Yang stared blankly at his thrown aside right hand, his heart stirred with turbulent waves. That last move of his, in a moment of urgency, he hadn't restrained his true energy and had nearly used all his strength. Yet Kong Wu had easily brushed him aside. Without true energy, was his physical strength really enough to surpass the true energy of a third-tier foundation establishment? In the moment of his stunned thought, Kong Wu had already walked far away. He casually tossed aside the cloth, revealing the true form of the long knife in his hand. The originally unremarkable blade underwent a tremendous transformation after Kong Wu added a special attribute point. The long blade was wrapped with a savage beast's head, and strange runes covered the entire blade, radiating an inexplicable luster even in the dark of night. Sensing Kong Wu's approach, the corpse demon's head shook, pausing for a moment. Then it charged at Kong Wu in a frenzy, letting out a shriek from its withered dark mouth. Kong Wu took a step forward and raised the long knife. This would be the first time he used this knife after its transformation. Hopefully the changes brought by the special attribute point would not disappoint me. As the thought flashed in his mind, Kong Wu tightened his forearm and struck down with great force. Whether it was because the corpse demon itself had little ability to think, or because this was a half-finished corpse demon, it charged straight at Kong Wu with its arms outstretched, showing no reaction to the descending knife. Thus the long knife landed squarely on its head. Kong Wu felt no obstruction, only that the long knife smoothly sliced through the corpse demon's body. As the long knife fell, the divided corpse demon was carried away by inertia, falling to the ground in 2 pieces. Kong Wu raised the long knife horizontally, looking at the blade that shone as before, his eyes filled with satisfaction. Evil Slaying Knife enhanced by special points. It gained the Evil Slaying attribute, allowing for enhancement through slaying evil beings. Special attribute Evil Slaying deals increased damage to evil beings. Slaying evil beings grants evil slaying points, which increase additional damage based on the total. Evil Slaying points 1 point after using the special attribute points he had obtained earlier. The weight and strength of the knife were significantly increased, and a random Evil Slaying attribute appeared. The ability to grow a special attribute made Kong Wu very happy, but the system prompt that suddenly sounded in his mind made him pause. Congratulations, you have slain a half-finished corpse demon and received 1 point of free attribute points. Only 1 point. The previous evil god follower had a lower strength attribute than this corpse demon, yet he received 4 points of free attribute points. Why had the points dropped despite the monster becoming stronger? Was it because the previous evil god follower was humanoid and had the ability to think? Or did the number of attribute points depend on the difference in strength attributes between him and the opponent? The greater the difference, the fewer points received. Kong Wu inclined towards the latter, but so far he had received too few attribute points to have supporting data. He would need to study this further later. He had a premonition that the attribute points he could obtain tonight would not be few. On the other side, Feng Yang stood still with the sword swallowing hard. With just 1 slash. Did he miss? Was that not a corpse demon? He began to doubt his own vision. An ordinary person who had never cultivated managed to kill a corpse demon that only a Foundation establishment cultivator could handle. Damn! The thin monkey beside him exclaimed. Initially startled, the thin monkey's fear was completely dispelled upon witnessing this scene. It seems this thing only looks scary. But the war knife that Captain Kong has, why does it look a bit different? The thin monkey glanced at Feng Yang beside him loudly, saying, didn't some people say that this thing can't be handled by ordinary people? How come our Captain Kong easily split it in half with just 1 blow? It's a bit impressive. He always pretends to be formidable, but in reality, isn't he just a con artist? Hearing this, Feng Yang frowned and angrily said, don't associate me with those con artists. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something and quickly turned his head. What? How are you different from those con artists? The thin monkey showed no sign of restraint, still speaking, who told him to attack me indiscriminately at the temple. If it weren't for Captain Kong kicking me away, I would probably have been burnt to ashes. He knew this daoist had some skill, but that frail body didn't give him much pressure. So when he found an opportunity to make things difficult for him, he wouldn't let it go. Why aren't you talking? You. Just then he heard a strange sound. It was like something sharp scraping against wood, particularly jarring in the darkness. And it wasn't just one such sound. Turning his head, he looked deep into the graveyard. In the darkness, a section of the ground suddenly bulged upward. The thin monkey rubbed his eyes and looked again, but found that the ground had returned to normal. Yet the strange sound persisted. In the next moment, a withered arm broke through the soil. In the territory of Qing County, someone managed to defeat your corpse puppet? Zhu Yinsheng's tone carried a hint of surprise. Bai Shun remained silent, contemplating for a moment before beginning to form a seal with his hands. As a streak of dark light surged from his hand, he exhaled a breath of turbid air. This corpse puppet hasn't been fully refined yet, so it's likely that the county office hired that offering from the Qian family to intervene. I've heard that offering hails from the Black Curse sect. He may have some hidden cards up his sleeve. Zhu Yinsheng responded with an indifferent, oh, clearly not taking it to heart. So have you awakened the other corpse puppets? Bai Shun nodded, seemingly feeling a bit insecure, and spoke into the darkness beside him. You two should go take a look as well, just in case. In the shadows, 2 slender figures silently vanished from sight. Zhu Yinsheng observed this scene and chuckled. The last time we came, those 2 acolytes had such joyful faces just because you imparted cultivation techniques to them. Before I needed their help to divert attention, and now that I am preparing to leave, they've become of little use. Inside the room, the chess game continued. Meanwhile, down the mountain, 7 or 8 figures gradually appeared in the graveyard. This is troublesome. Feng Yang felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of so many corpse puppets. He took out 3 talismans from his pocket, handed one to the thin monkey, and walked to Kong Wu's side to pass him the other talisman. Iron armor talisman, it can provide some protective ability, probably able to withstand 2 hits. Feng Yang said, somewhat uncertain. This was made by himself, but due to his limited cultivation, its effectiveness was not very pronounced. Kong Wu shook his head and did not accept it. Feng Yang wanted to say something more, but the corpse puppets could no longer wait. Upon waking from their slumber, they roared incessantly. At this moment, having sensed the presence of living beings, they became particularly agitated and charged forward in an instant. Each of them was covered with a dense layer of black fur, fangs protruding from their mouths and long black-red claws extending from their fingertips. Feng Yang's expression changed, and he swung his long sword to barely fend off one corpse puppet. The magical sword struck the hand of a corpse puppet, but it was only able to penetrate less than an inch before being halted by its resilient muscles. Although he had anticipated this when faced with the corpse puppet for real, Feng Yang was still taken aback. He exerted all his true energy to pull back the long sword and unleashed a series of exquisite sword techniques, continuously leaving wounds on the corpse puppet. Yet the corpse puppet's movements did not slow down, instead they grew more violent, making it a harrowing experience for him. How did Kong Wu manage to kill a corpse puppet with a single strike before? Meanwhile, the thin monkey trembled as he watched a small corpse puppet rushing towards him. In a panic, he drew his goose feather knife and swung it with his eyes closed. Clang! After a crisp sound, the intense pain from his palm made him open his eyes. He saw that the skin on his palm had split open and his goose feather knife had broken a section. The corpse puppet did not pause at all. Its long claws drew nearer in the thin monkey's vision. Just then a tall figure appeared in front of the thin monkey, and a flash of blade light swept upwards from below. Congratulations, you have slain corpse puppet Gong and earned 1 point of free attribute points. Grabbing the thin monkey to avoid the splattering black blood, Kong Wu turned and said you should hide in the previous temple. After saying this, he turned and charged towards Feng Yang's position. Initially, he could barely handle one corpse puppet, but at this moment he was surrounded by 3 in a perilous situation. Just as Feng Yang barely dodged a black claw, he suddenly felt a jolt from behind. A black claw dug into his back, and a vague golden light flashed by Feng Yang's body was sent flying. After a rapid swirl of the scene before his eyes, Feng Yang felt himself being supported by an arm, stabilizing his stance. After catching him, Kong Wu charged straight ahead. Corpse puppet A health 130, strength 11 skills, none. Corpse puppet B health 113, strength 9 skills, none. Corpse puppet C health 122. A total of 8 corpse puppets, with the lowest strength attribute being the one that had been chasing the thin monkey, only 8 points. The highest strength attribute reached 11 points, equal to Kong Wu. Moreover, as the strength attribute increased, their physical defense grew stronger. Kong Wu's blade struck the arm of a corpse puppet, but the saber only penetrated halfway before stopping. He frowned, flexed the muscles in his forearm, increased his strength, and the long blade instantly broke through the obstruction. The black fur-covered withered arm fell to the ground. Roar! The face of the dismembered corpse puppet showed its first change, howling in rage. It seemed that the devour evil attribute brought it considerable pain. However, the next moment the howling ceased. Kong Wu gripped his knife with both hands and swung horizontally, severing its head from its mouth. Congratulations, you have slain corpse puppet Ding and earned 8 points of free attribute points. As the mechanical voice sounded, Kong Wu raised his foot and kicked hard against another corpse puppet's chest, jumping out of the encirclement. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, a look of excitement filled Kong Wu's face. Kong Wu health 102, strength 11 skills, none. Free attribute points 3. 8. Special attributes none. In just this short time, he had already gained 8 points of free attribute. Before him were still 6 corpse puppets. Were those corpse puppets? They were each shining attribute points. As he watched the remaining 6 corpse puppets surge forward, Kong Wu suddenly had an idea. He plunged the long knife into the ground, crossed his arms, and stood there. What is Captain Kong doing? Feng Yang, not far away, watched Kong Wu's actions, feeling somewhat confused. However, the next moment several corpse puppets had already charged up to Kong Wu, their pitch-black claws reaching for. Thinking that Kong Wu must have some plan, Feng Yang saw him standing still and instantly changed his expression, charging out directly. Not good. Could it be that he was exhausted? Feng Yang had no time to ponder too much. As he rushed forward, a talisman glowing with crimson light was already in his grasp. But the corpse puppets acted much faster. Almost as soon as Feng Yang left his original spot, several black arms had already landed on Kong Wu's chest. Kong! Just as Feng Yang was about to shout something, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He stared wide-eyed as if he had witnessed something unbelievable. He saw Kong Wu standing there steadily. The sharp claws of the corpse puppets struck his body as if they were clawing at stone, leaving only a few white scratches. Kong Wu lifted his head, revealing a row of white teeth. It seems you all have yet to master your training. He then twisted his waist, swinging his arms and sending all the corpse puppets flying. After landing, several corpse puppets shook their heads as if their simple minds had yet to comprehend what had. Kong Wu grabbed the fabric around his chest and ripped apart the tattered clothing, revealing a muscular torso. As he swung his arms, the muscles like swimming dragons intertwined and twisted. Looking down at his body, which bore no wounds, Kong Wu confirmed his hypothesis. As long as the strength attribute did not exceed his own, they could not harm him. Having confirmed this, Kong Wu did not intend to prolong the confrontation. He unsheathed the saber and charged forward recklessly. Previously, he had hesitated, trying to avoid being harmed by the corpse puppets, which made him fight uncomfortably. But now that he had determined they could not harm him, it became much simpler. As he began to accelerate, Kong Wu took a few small steps and jumped. In midair, he raised both feet and slammed into a corpse puppet, crashing it down to the ground. Kong Wu pressed down on the corpse puppet's continuously writhing head, ignoring the other corpse puppets that were grabbing and biting at him, and forcefully severed its head. Standing up amidst the siege of corpse puppets, Kong Wu casually threw the head, which was still opening, and closing its mouth, onto the ground, crushing it underfoot. Congratulations, you have slain corpse puppet B and earned 2 points of free attribute points. Still, amidst the siege of numerous corpse spirits, a towering figure remained unmoved. Feng Yang watched this scene unfold, feeling his Dao heart on the verge of collapse. Confident in his exceptional talent, he had cultivated to the 3rd level of Qi refinement in just 5 years after joining Qingfeng Mountain. Among his peers, he was indeed a standout. Otherwise, his master would not have granted him a magical sword for self-defense. However, as he watched Kong Wu rampaging through his enemies, doubts about the meaning of his cultivation began to creep in. Master, I want to learn this. His master might say he wouldn't. Feng Yang sighed. He had some understanding of the cultivation methods for body cultivators, but he had never heard of any Qi refinement stage body cultivator being able to withstand the attacks of corpse spirits with sheer physicality. Kong Wu's body had become harder than ordinary iron. How is this even possible? Before he could ponder this question, Feng Yang noticed Kong Wu huffing impatiently and starting to wield his exaggerated long knife. A storm erupted around Kong Wu. The corpse spirits caught in the vortex had their tough bodies effortlessly sliced apart by the wind blades. As a top disciple of Qingfeng Mountain, Feng Yang immediately grasped the principle behind Kong Wu's technique. Wielding a weapon to create damage through air pressure is something that can be achieved in the mid to late stages of Qi refinement. However, no practitioner could match Kong Wu's level. Practitioners possess greater strength than ordinary people due to the enhancement of their true Qi. Yet their physical strength cannot sustain prolonged bursts of power. Congratulations. You have defeated Corpse Spirit A and earned 2 free attribute points. Congratulations. You have defeated. As the system prompt echoed in his mind, Kong halted his movements. The ground beside him was littered with severed limbs. Kong Wu health 102, strength 11, skill none, free attribute points 9. 6 special attribute points none. After eliminating all the corpse spirits, he had obtained a total of 9. 6 free attribute points. The harvest was quite bountiful. Kong Wu gazed at the quiet graveyard with lingering desire, yearning for another 100 or 80 corpse spirits to emerge. Seeing the battle conclude, Feng Yang spoke with a hint of reverence, saying, Captain Kong, since we've dealt with these corpse spirits, let's leave quickly. There might be sinister forces behind them that we cannot handle. Although Kong Wu had dispatched the corpse spirits with ease, Feng Yang still felt that he could not contend with the hidden evil cultivators. The evil cultivators capable of creating corpse spirits were not like these mindless beings that relied solely on brute force. Even he, a practitioner at the initial stage of Qi refinement, had various methods to deal with opponents, and the evil cultivators, at least in the mid-stage of Qi refinement, would surely possess more tricks. Kong Wu was merely relying on his physical abilities, which would be insufficient against those practitioners. After Feng Yang finished speaking, he noticed Kong Wu turning his head to look aside. There's no time, they're already here. What? Feng Yang was momentarily startled and instinctively followed Kong Wu's gaze. In the nearby woods there was an eerie silence. Feng Yang stared intently for a moment, finding nothing unusual. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed Kong Wu looking seriously upward. He hurriedly turned his head only to see 2 tall trees where 2 figures had appeared at some point. Under the moonlight, he could see they were clad in green robes, small and slender. Before Feng Yang could react, the 2 figures had already leapt down from the trees. Trespassing. Dead. A hoarse, muffled sound came from them. Feng Yang's face instantly turned pale. Under the moonlight, 2 bronze-colored faced youths stood in front of them. Bronze corpses. Feng Yang's voice trembled as he nearly dropped his long sword. Looking into their slightly sentient black pupils, he bitterly smiled, saying, In the territory of Qingshan County, I never expected to encounter bronze corpses. It seems I can now rest in peace. Unlike ordinary corpse spirits, the crafting of bronze corpses is much more complicated. It requires selecting specific birth dates, integrating several rare refining materials, and conducting the refining in a place rich in energy for at least a year to succeed. The bronze corpses created in this manner initially lack the formidable traits of regular corpse spirits. Their uniqueness lies in the fact that bronze corpses inherently possess a growing sentience and can continuously enhance their power by cultivating the techniques they had in life. This already counts as a different form of intelligent life, and compared to practitioners, bronze corpses have no bottlenecks. As long as there is enough time, they can level up continuously, ultimately reaching the realm of flying drought corpses. These are beings that can reach the divine realm. The only good news is that these 2 bronze corpses have not been created for too long. Feng Yang's expression did not escape Kong Wu's notice. He understood why Feng Yang looked utterly despaired. Bronze Corpse by Chun, health 159, strength 15, skill bronze skin, berserk technique, Shura Corpse, sutra fragment. Bronze Corpse by Yuan, health 168, strength 16, skill bronze skin, berserk technique, Shura Corpse, sutra fragment. Compared to the previous corpse spirits that lacked even names, the two small bronze corpses before him were much more impressive. With 16 points in strength, they could easily eliminate the current Kong Wu. Yet there was no trace of panic on Kong Wu's face, only a hint of regret. He never expected that the attribute points he had just earned would be needed so soon. System allocate points. With a thought, Kong Wu stepped forward. Feng Yang, in a state of panic, saw Kong Wu's robust figure suddenly appear before him and instinctively called out to stop him. Yet in the next moment, he stood frozen in place. As Kong Wu stepped forward, a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. His bare back muscles rippling and accompanied by crackling sounds made his stature surge. Mist began to rise from his bronze-colored skin. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful sound of his heartbeat echoed in the night sky, as if some fierce demon was awakening. Boom. Kong Wu stomped down, causing several cracks to appear in the ground. He spread his robust arms, a friendly smile on his lips, his voice booming. I hope you two can give me more fun. Kong Wu, health 102, strength 20. 6 skill, none free attribute points, none special attribute points, none. He allocated all his remaining free attribute points to strength. Clenching his fists and feeling the boiling blood within him, Kong Wu felt like a volcano brimming with endless power. Not good. Zhu Yinxing, who had just placed a chess piece, suddenly turned his head to look down the mountain, exclaiming out loud. Opposite him, Baishan also had a grim expression, seemingly struggling with something. Seeing his expression, Zhu Yinxing said with a strange look, "You don't mean you want to go down there, do you? I spent over a decade finding the right candidates to refine those two copper corpses." Baishan's tone was filled with unwillingness, his voice dark. Zhu Yinxing said somewhat gleefully, "That aura has already reached the late stage of qi training." Baishan instinctively nodded, then suddenly raised his head to look at Zhu Yinxing as if realizing something. After a brief silence, he spoke. "Did you notice something?" Zhu Yinxing smiled and said, "Your method of concealing your aura is quite unique. To me, you only seem to be at the 5th layer of qi training, but..." Standing up and stretching, he continued, "I've traveled up and down for many years, and I have some unique methods of observing energy." After saying this, he cast a half smile at Baishan and walked towards the door. "You're leaving it?" Baishan's expression was grim. With a grunt, Zhu Yinxing walked and said, "The aura of the late stage of qi training is not something those minor rogue cultivators can handle. I don't want to wade through these muddy waters." Baishan remained silent for a moment. Just as Zhu Yinxing was about to step out the door, he spoke, 3 spirit stones. Zhu Yinxing paused, turned back with a smile. 5. Deal. Even though it pained him deeply, Baishan immediately agreed to Zhu Yinxing's terms. Compared to the 2 copper corpses, this price was entirely acceptable to him. Down the mountain, as Kong Wu moved forward, the 2 copper corpses retreated a step simultaneously. Unlike the rigid corpses, their faint spiritual awareness was constantly on alert. The creature before him could threaten their lives. Seeing this scene, Feng Yang's mouth fell agape. Head Constable Kong truly was able to surprise him at every moment, or perhaps frighten him. Looking at Kong Wu, who was clearly much stronger than before, he felt puzzled. Could it be that Head Constable Kong had been hiding his strength before? He couldn't have suddenly become stronger in the heat of battle, could he? Whose cultivation method allows them to grow half a head taller upon a breakthrough. Feeling the overwhelming aura emanating from Kong Wu, Feng Yang recalled the senior brothers in his sect who were at the late stage of qi training. He quietly took several steps back. The gap was too great. Ahead, Kong Wu noticed the 2 copper corpses continuously retreating and wore a dissatisfied expression. "Why are you retreating? Let's fight." He raised the evil-slaying blade in his hand, his legs slightly bending. Boom. The ground cracked, and Kong Wu's figure flew out. The evil-slaying blade struck hard against one copper corpse's chest, producing a grating noise before the copper corpse was sent flying. Kong Wu was momentarily surprised. Just as he was about to deal with the other copper corpse, he found it had already retreated 10 steps away. Arg! A roar part human and part beast came from the copper corpse that had been struck. After rolling on the ground in pain for several rounds, it stood up. The evil-slaying blade had carved a long cut into its chest, oozing green liquid. In Kong Wu's plan, this blow was supposed to split it in 2. However, the physical strength of this copper corpse surpassed that of the corpse demon by quite a bit, and the effect of this strike was far from his expectations. Compared to that wound, the damage the evil-slaying blade inflicted on the copper corpse was even greater. Kong Wu looked down at the evil-slaying blade in his hand. Evil-slaying blade, enhanced by special points, possesses the evil-slaying attribute and can be strengthened by slaying evil creatures. Special attribute: evil-slaying deals increased damage to evil creatures. Slaying evil beings grants evil-slaying points. The higher the evil slaying points, the greater the additional damage. Evil slaying points 9 points. After slaying several corpse demons, his evil slaying blade had also been enhanced. He could distinctly feel that compared to before, the blade felt heavier and sharper. Yet even so, it still couldn't cut through the copper corpse with one strike. Then, he would have to strike several more times. Wrapping his hand around the handle, Kong Wu looked at the gathered copper corpses and instantly vanished from his spot. In the next moment, Kong Wu appeared behind the copper corpse, raising his long blade and slashing horizontally. Clang! With a loud crash, both copper corpses raised their arms to block the blow, their bodies continuously retreating. Huh! Kong Wu looked at the evil slaying blade lodged in the forearm of one copper corpse, surprised. Looking up, he saw that both copper corpses had bloodshot eyes, a group of green lights swirling around their arms. The attribute panel in Kong Wu's eyes also changed. Copper corpse by Chun, berserk state, health 159, strength 18, skill copper skin, berserk technique, Shura corpse, sutra fragment. Copper corpse by Yuan, berserk state, health 89, strength 19. 2 skill copper skin, berserk technique, Shura corpse, sutra fragment. They used a skill. Looking at the 2 copper corpses whose strength attributes had significantly increased, Kong Wu raised his foot and kicked them away. Berserk state. Is it that berserk technique? Observing the 2 copper corpses that were continuously roaring with the previous hint of spiritual awareness completely vanished, Kong Wu speculated that it should be that berserk technique skill that had enhanced the strength attributes of the 2 copper corpses. However, the cost was a decrease in intelligence, wasn't it? The 2 copper corpses, which had been continuously retreating, immediately stood up after being kicked by Kong Wu, shrieking madly as they charged forward. Facing the 2 copper corpses rushing over, Kong Wu suddenly heard a movement in his ears and looked towards the mountain. With a strength attribute of 29, not only his power and speed increased, but his senses were significantly heightened as well. Thus, the faint sound of footsteps coming from nearly 2 kilometers away reached his ears. Having read many web novels in his past life, he knew that creatures like these surely had a master behind them. At this moment, the sound approaching quickly from afar made him understand that the master of the 2 copper corpses before him was nearing. He had to finish this quickly. To be able to refine copper corpses of this caliber, the approaching individual's strength must be extraordinary. If he turned and fled now, he was confident he could escape. However, he chose not to flee. Instead, he raised the evil slaying blade and rushed back towards his opponent with a speed surpassing the 2 copper corpses. Boom! The 2 sides collided, and the evil slaying blade sank into the neck of one copper corpse stuck halfway. The other copper corpse's fist struck Kong Wu's chest, but had no effect. Kong Wu struck the attacking copper corpse with his left fist, then held the blade with both hands. With an angry roar, the veins on Kong Wu's neck bulged, his arms suddenly swelling. The evil slaying blade changed direction, breaking through the obstruction and carving out a semicircle. Half a head flew into the sky, and the copper corpse before Kong Wu slumped over to the side. Congratulations, you have slain copper corpse by Yuan. Level up. Without waiting for the system's notification to finish, Kong Wu instantly leveled up and charged towards the other copper corpse. Stop! A frantic shout came from afar. Kong Wu ignored it and swung the evil slaying blade down. Congratulations, you have slain copper corpse by Chun, earning 2 free attribute points. Before him, the copper corpse slowly collapsed to the sides. Behind him, the voice of reprimand echoed on. Kong Wu paid no heed to the source of the sound, raising his weapon, the Shai Xia, and quietly observing. The dark, thick mist enveloped the Shai Xia, sword slowly writhing. After a while, the mist gradually expanded before suddenly dispersing. Exposed to the moonlight, the blade appeared longer and wider, and the beast head at the hilt became more exquisite, lifelike. The strange runes covering the blade converged into one, imprinting near the hilt. Though Kong Wu did not recognize these runes, he could understand their meaning at a glance. Tough. Sturdy. This was the signal conveyed by the long knife in his hand. As if no force could break it, as if time could not damage it. He weighed the Shai Xia sword and found it heavier than before, likely around 400 to 500 pounds. It seemed the thin monkey would no longer be able to carry the sword for him. Looking down, the attribute panel appeared. Shai Xia sword enhanced by special points gains the Shai Xia attribute of a horse-cutting sword, can be strengthened by slaying evil spirits. Special attribute Shai Xia deals higher damage to evil spirits, slaying them grants Shai Xia points. The higher the points, the greater the additional damage. Sturdy, as Shai Xia points increase, the blade's strength will also rise. Shai Xia points 10 points. Satisfied, he swung the Shai Xia sword before turning to face Bai Shun, who had just arrived. Bai Shun, life 187, strength 25, skill Azura corpse, scripture fragment, blood burning technique, corpse controlling technique, 5, tiger breaking gold blade, thunder sword technique, first impression of you suspicious, no chi fluctuations. From the high attribute of 25 points in strength, it was clear that this was a formidable opponent. Bai Shun, carrying a long wooden box on his back, looked at Kong Wu with a dark expression, the swirling qi around him almost palpable. Senior, I am a disciple of the inner sect of Qing Feng Mountain. My master is Master Yu Feng. I sincerely apologize for disturbing your seclusion. We will leave now. Suddenly Feng Yang appeared from nowhere, standing before Kong Wu, performing a serious bow and promptly reporting his sect, even mentioning his master's title. After completing the bow, he quickly turned and walked toward Kong Wu, making gestures to signal Kong Wu to hurry and leave. Feng Yang lacked a system and could not discern Bai Shun's true strength. However, from the overwhelming qi fluctuations emanating from Bai Shun, it was clear that he was a late-stage qi cultivator. His internal qi was abundant, almost spilling out of his meridians. Once a cultivator reaches the late stage of qi cultivation, they can utilize some simple spells, unlike early and mid-stage cultivators who must rely on talismans in battle. Kong Wu was strong, but even he relied solely on his physical strength. The corpses he had encountered before, whether the corpse demon or the copper corpse, had two singular means of attack only capable of physical assault. Against such enemies, Kong Wu might have a chance to slay them with his blade. However, facing a latest-stage qi cultivator, Kong Wu was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. As Feng Yang pondered while walking past Kong Wu, he grabbed Kong Wu's arm only to feel as though he was trying to move a mountain utterly immovable. His face showed urgency as he whispered Kong Wu. Before he could finish, Kong Wu shook his head, saying solemnly, "We can't leave. Master Yu Feng is a Foundation establishment expert. If he were to encounter me, he would naturally avoid me." Bai Shun's anger gradually faded, a strange smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he continued, "Yet I, a humble monk, have secluded myself in this remote place of Qingshan County to avoid these Daoist masters' right. Qingshan County is a full 500 miles away from Qingzhou Prefecture. Even if your master is a golden core master, what does that have to do with me?" Seeing Feng Yang's increasingly grim expression, Kong Wu shrugged and said, "You see, it can't be suppressed. By the way, according to your cultivation realm, what stage should this guy belong to?" "Latest stage qi cultivator, and he doesn't seem like someone who just broke through. He might be at the 8th layer of qi cultivation, not excluding the possibility that he just entered the 9th layer. Latest stage qi cultivator. So next is Foundation establishment, and then golden core TSK. Kong Wu clicked his tongue, looking down at his own hands. Kong Wu life 102, strength 23. 6 skill, none. Free attribute points, 2 special attribute points, none. The first copper corpse he slayed provided him with 3 free attribute points. The second one he slayed provided only 2 points due to the widening gap in strength attributes. System. Allocate points. Silently reciting this in his mind, feeling a slight warmth and the pleasant sensation of his muscles twitching, Kong Wu lifted his head. So now, after a year of crossing over, I am equivalent to a latest stage qi cultivator, right? As Kong Wu looked up at Bai Shun, alarms rang in Bai Shun's heart. He cautiously stepped back, looking at Kong Wu, whose imposing aura was no less than his own, and couldn't help but ask, "Have you hidden your strength?" "Consider it that way," Kong Wu replied nonchalantly, his left hand resting on his right shoulder, while his right hand circled around a few times. Then he tilted his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds, warming up as he walked toward Bai Shun. "How many attribute points can a latest stage qi cultivator provide?" Feng Yang looked at the burly figure, feeling considerably more at ease. Fine, Kong Wu had indeed hidden his strength. He pinched his skinny little arm, doubting his own cultivation. Is it true that inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy, cultivating the primordial spirit, is really not as effective as simply refining the body and exercising muscles? Bai Shun slapped the wooden box behind him, and a long sword sprang out, which he grasped in his hand. It was at this moment that Kong Wu suddenly accelerated, shooting out like a cannonball, the Shai Xia sword fiercely slashing toward Bai Shun. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Bai Shun raised his sword horizontally, blocking the blow. As soon as the blade met, he furrowed his brows, stepping back to firmly brace himself against the overwhelming force of the strike. At the qi cultivation stage, cultivators need to absorb the world's spiritual energy into their bodies to condense it into true qi. During this process, their physical bodies also gradually strengthen due to the nurturing effects of the spiritual energy. Bai Shun looked at Kong Wu, whose long hair flew wildly, resembling a god or demon, and couldn't help but feel a drum in his heart. How could this guy's physical power be so terrifying? Bai Shun looked at Kong Wu, whose long hair flew wildly, resembling a god or demon, and couldn't help but feel a drum in his heart. How could this guy's physical power be so terrifying? Is he a monster transformed into human form? At the slightest moment of hesitation, Bai Shun drew his thoughts back and let the spiritual energy within him surge violently into his arm. The downward thrusting Shirshia blade abruptly stalled, causing Kong Wu to frown. As if sensing something, he raised his long blade and simultaneously kicked toward Bai Shun. Bai Shun's reaction was swift as well. A palm strike landed squarely beneath Kong Wu's foot, and the two retreated in unison. The long sword in his hand hummed with black lightning, and with a casual sweep it carved a mark into the earth. Not only a formidable physique, his sensing is exceptional too, Bai Shen thought inwardly. He glanced at the oddly fashioned great blade in Kong Wu's hand, and confirming it gave off no spiritual energy fluctuations, raised his long sword and attacked. The black lightning coiling about his sword was fierce, not merely mortal iron, but even some low-grade magical implements would not withstand several strikes. The sword swept along a subtle arcane angle. Kong Wu neither dodged nor parried, meeting the strike blade to blade. At the clash, the black lightning swelled wildly, countless filaments lashing at the Shurxia blade. Seeing that, Bai Shen inwardly relaxed. This blow would cleave the great blade and fall straight upon Kong Wu's throat. But what happened next made his eyes widen. The Shurxia blade showed no damage under the battering of black lightning. Instead, his own sword gave a sickening crack as a small notch was cut from its edge by the Shurxia blade. While Bai Shen stood stunned, Kong Wu seized the chance. His back muscles arched, and he drove his full strength into the Shurxia blade. The long sword split, and the Shurxia blade pressed down. Just as Bai Shen was about to be cleft in two, Kong Wu's brow tightened, and he twisted his body. The broken sword's black lightning did not diminish, but grew fiercer. The severed tip spun rapidly, crackling as it flew toward Kong Wu. Even relying on instinct to dodge, the tip still struck Kong Wu's shoulder. The downward stroke of the Shurxia blade, however, failed to land any effective blow. A golden curved saber wedged beneath the Shurxia blade. Bai Shen held the broken sword in one hand, and the curved saber in the other, knees bent to absorb the strike. The wooden box behind him had fallen open and lay empty. After the exchange, both men staggered back. Bai Shen held the broken sword aloft, his face dark. Though not a true magical implement, that sword was the finest long sword one could find among the mundane, a hair's breadth from becoming an artifact. Yet the oddly shaped great blade in Kong Wu's hand, despite emitting no spiritual energy tremor, had easily cleaved that sword. A blade comparable to an artifact, yet devoid of any chi aura. A man whose raw physical power alone could rival cultivators in the late confinement stage. The events of this night left Bai Shen feeling the world was changing too quickly. Across from him, Kong Wu pulled out the severed sword tip, pausing as he looked at the bleeding wound. After allocating attribute points, his strength stat had surpassed Bai Shen's. By earlier experiments, someone with a lower strength attribute should not have been able to hurt him. Yet now, even if the wound was shallow and only a flesh wound, Bai Shen had been injured by someone whose strength was lower than his own. Is this the power of skill? Could it serve to augment one's attack? Kong Wu licked his lips, the smile on his face growing broader. Bai Shen watched in disbelief as the place where the black lightning struck Kong Wu bore only a faint scratch. The bleeding stopped within a few breaths. No one knew the might of the Yin Thunder Sword technique better than he did. Those seemingly delicate black lightning strands, even a single filament, could shatter a stone the size of a human head. Besides, he had poured even more spiritual energy into the broken tip at the last moment, imbuing it with extra Yin Thunder. Yet the damage amounted only to a tiny scar on Kong Wu's body. His corporeal toughness exceeded that of a bronze corpse. Boom! The ground where Kong Wu stood erupted with a thunderous sound and cracked. The long Shurxia blade slashed toward Bai Shen once more. He laughed wantonly, his gaze fixed and unnerving. Bai Shen, this lightning-wielding skill is truly I've set my sights on it. System, when I cut him down later, you must drop that skill for me. With that thought, the murderous aura around Kong Wu thickened another degree. Bai Shen lurched back a few frantic steps, his eyes sweeping the surroundings before he calmed. The Shiloah Shijing Shura corpse scripture ran at full power. The last of his spiritual energy was poured into the golden saber. The golden saber flared its light, illuminating the entire grove. Not good. Feng Yang, shaken by Kong Wu's fierce display, blurted, a supreme magical implement. Captain Kong, don't be stubborn. Feng Yang had barely shouted when Kong Wu and Bai Shen closed to blade range. Consuming the last of his spiritual energy, Bai Shen swung the golden saber and unleashed his family's saber form. 5 Tigers gold cleaving saber. The form itself was a common move of the Jianghu, but the curved saber in his hand was a supreme magical implement. Bai Shen's father had once found this saber beside a dying cultivator. Thereafter, with that saber, he carved out a fearsome reputation across the greenwoods. Now, as a cultivator, Bai Shen could bring out far greater effect from this supreme implement, not merely relying on its sharpness as his father had. When the Shurxia blade met the curved saber, Kong Wu felt as though he had struck a mountain. The force sent a tremor through his wrist. After a brief stalemate, the golden saber flashed again, and Kong Wu was hurled backward at greater speed. Bai Shen's arm trembled as he doubled over, gasping for breath. The meridians, once full of spiritual energy, were now utterly empty. He had lost the capacity to fight. Yet the Shurxia blade in Kong Wu's hand remained unscathed. Kong Wu himself bore no wounds. If the fight continued, Bai Shen would be finished. Fortunately, he still had a follow-up move. A flurry of thought passed, and hardly any time slipped by. Kong Wu's body still flew backward. In the next instant airborne, and relying on astonishing physical strength, he tightened his waist muscles, twisted midair, and using the momentum of his backward flight, unleashed a brutal slash into an empty point. A savage grin still curled his lips, yet his eyes were as calm as an abyss. In his vision, an attribute panel drifted into view. Zhu Yinsheng, Life 197, Strength 26, Skills Finjin Shou, Gold-Splitting Palm Maxiang Fulu Zonggong Golem Talisman, Compendium Fragment Baoxiu, Shu Bloodburst Technique, Jiangshan, Shu Spirit Subduing Art. First impression of you obsessed that boiling, seething yang energy would make an excellent offering. The first time Kong Wu saw Bai Shun, he noticed an attribute panel floating beside him. Even though there appeared to be nothing with the naked eye, Kong Wu still trusted that his system would not be mistaken. As expected during the subsequent battle with Bai Shun, that attribute panel stealthily circled around and lurked behind Kong Wu. Thus he decided to turn the tables on him. He discovered that even though these cultivators had impressive strength attributes, their physical durability was quite average. If he could catch this old trickster off guard, perhaps he could slay him with a single strike. At that moment, what appeared before Kong Wu was the utterly panicked figure of Zhu Yinsheng. He exited his previous stealth state, currently wielding a pitch-black dagger poised to stab at Kong Wu. If Kong Wu hadn't been somewhat prepared, he might have truly caught him off guard. Whether he could break through his defenses was another matter. However, now as Zhu Yinsheng took action, he looked at the howling blade aimed at him, his eyes filled with despair. Kong Wu's speed was too fast, and the blade too long. He had no time to take any other measures, and could only watch helplessly as the blade sliced down from beside his ear, severing his shoulder and half his body. With their separation, Zhu Yinsheng's shrill scream echoed through the dark forest. One could say he was indeed a latest-stage qi refinement cultivator. Kong Wu turned around, swung his blade to shake off the blood, and looked at Zhu Yinsheng rolling on the ground, feeling great admiration for his vitality. He was still alive. Not only was he alive, but Zhu Yinsheng also struggled to pull out a talisman from his bosom and stuck it to his chest. A flash of bloodlight surged, and the wound that had bled profusely miraculously stopped. Zhu Yinsheng's face was pale, seemingly as if the talisman had temporarily suppressed his pain. He gritted his teeth tightly and weakly said, "The time for the life-saving talisman is limited. I must quickly sacrifice this kid to survive. Afterward, I'll ask the village chief for a death replacement talisman for you." Kong Wu interrupted, pointing behind him. "Who are you talking to?" Zhu Yinsheng turned his head in confusion, only to find nothing there. He opened his mouth wide, incredulously gazing at the sky. There a figure was flying away, and a faint golden light shimmered on its back. That flying talisman was one he had sold to Bai Shun. Because it was for the son of an old friend, he sold it very cheaply, parting with his only two for just 3 spirit stones. Moreover, it wasn't the kind of defective product he had sold to old Fong. Despairing, he turned around and saw the long blade light cascading down like a spilling galaxy under the moonlight. "Congratulations, you have killed Zhu Yinsheng and gained 8 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have killed Zhu Yinsheng and gained the special skill Blood Explosion Technique LV10. Blood Explosion Technique. By unleashing the life force contained within one's essence blood, gain a 10 increase in the strength attribute for 3 minutes. The increase in value and duration improves with skill upgrades. P.S. The system has removed the side effects of the skill, so you can use it with confidence." Kong Wu was momentarily stunned, then joy surged within him. Finally, he had triggered his first skill. Moreover, it was a boosting type skill. Although not flashy, it was practical. The considerate system even helped him eliminate the side effects. Flawless. Kong Wu Health 102, Strength 25. 6 Skill Blood Explosion Technique LV1010. Free attribute points 8. Special attribute points none. In his panel, the skill section that had always displayed as empty now showed Blood Explosion Technique. The LV1 following Blood Explosion Technique indicates the current level of the skill, while the number in parentheses shows the free attribute points needed to upgrade to the next level. The 8 remaining free points he had were insufficient for upgrading the skill. Even with enough points, Kong Wu would not spend them on upgrading skills. At this stage, the attribute increase from upgrading skills was not as beneficial as directly applying the attribute points to the strength attribute. Not to mention that this skill had a time limit. Suppressing his excitement, Kong Wu turned around and followed the figure that was gradually shrinking in the sky after a moment's thought. Cultivators were rare, and those who could provide so many attribute points were even rarer. Having learned from the previous experience with the evil god's believer, Kong Wu knew that such flying talismans had a limited duration. They couldn't fly indefinitely. "Wait for me here," he said to Feng Yang before starting to sprint. He dashed into the forest, completely disregarding the trees blocking his path. His powerful physique allowed him to break through the trees, making it faster to go through them rather than detouring, and he did not want to waste time watching Bai Shun's figure grow smaller. Behind him, Feng Yang watched Kong Wu barreling through and instinctively nodded. He felt he had gained some insight. When had he ever seen a physical cultivator? No physical cultivators also trained in true qi to strength. Kong Wu did not emanate any true qi fluctuations, which meant he had killed a 9th-layer qi refinement cultivator solely relying on his honed physique. The moment Zhu Yinsheng revealed himself, he had noticed. Compared to Bai Shun earlier, the true qi fluctuations on Zhu Yinsheng were much more intense, clearly indicating he had reached the peak of the qi refinement stage and was pushing toward foundation establishment. Sigh. With a long sigh, Feng Yang sat down on the grass, supporting himself with his hands as he gazed at the. He had originally thought he was quite outstanding among the younger disciples of Qingfeng Mountain, but now it seemed his cultivation was still lacking. All night, Feng Yang, as a practitioner from a prestigious sect, could only stand by and watch as Kong Wu effortlessly dealt with a large number of evil creatures, which left him feeling quite melancholic. Before long, hearing movement in the forest, he turned his head and saw Kong Wu returning. Kong Wu's face bore a look of gloom as he casually uprooted a tree as thick as his waist and threw it aside. Qingshan County is mountainous, and the area nearby Yun Mountain is filled with steep peaks. Relying on the speed brought by his brute strength, he was already close to catching up with Bai Shun. Moreover, Bai Shun's figure was also gradually descending. This made him think for a moment that Bai Shun was already within his grasp. However, at a cliff's edge, he was less than 100 meters away from Bai Shun, yet could only watch helplessly as Bai Shun used another talisman to fly across the several hundred meters wide gorge. Even with his superhuman strength, it was impossible for him to span such a distance. Thus, he could only watch Bai Shun fly to the opposite cliff. Though he couldn't say he gained nothing, at least he threw a few stones and hit one. Seeing Kong Wu's expression, Feng Yang knew he hadn't caught up and dared not say much. Meanwhile, far away in a deep forest, Bai Shun's face was pale, his right hand clutching his left arm that was severed at the elbow, struggling to make his way forward. Kong Wu picked up a cloth strip and wiped the blood from the Shai Xie Dao before casually asking, "How strong were those two just now among your cultivators?" Feng Yang was taken aback for a moment and respectfully replied, "Their cultivation level is at the late stage of qi refining, which already qualifies them as elite disciples among the prestigious sects in Qingzhou." Elite disciples. That means there are still elders and sect masters above them. Kong Wu nodded and continued, "To your knowledge, what is the strongest cultivation level in the entire Qingzhou?" Qingzhou is vast with many reclusive experts, but currently the most powerful figure in the open cultivation world is the 1,000 household of the Qingzhou Demon Suppression Office, who is at the mid-stage of golden core cultivation. As for us at Qingfeng Mountain and other sects, our strongest members are only at the initial stage of golden core cultivation. The dying dynasty has been established for a century. Although it has shown signs of decline in recent years, a dying camel is still larger than a horse. Compared to the cultivation sects that dominate a state, the dynasty, which controls the power of a nation, is still much stronger in terms of talent and resources. If at any time the strongest cultivator of a state does not fall under the dynasty's jurisdiction, then the dynasty's rule will be nearing its end. We must act with caution. Kong Wu sighed inwardly after listening. Although he had gained a lot in these past few days, being able to slay a cultivator at the late stage of qi refining in such a short time, who knows when he might run into an insurmountable opponent among the countless cultivators in the vast territory of the dying dynasty. How strong is a golden core cultivator? Facing Kong Wu's question, Feng Yang scratched his head awkwardly. There were fewer than 10 golden core experts in all of Qingzhou, and he, a mere small fry, had never seen such a powerful figure in action. He could only rely on hearsay from his sect, and vaguely said, "Well, it's said that golden core practitioners have unfathomable abilities. They can divert rivers and streams, slay enemies with flying swords from hundreds of miles away, and even have lifespans of several hundred years. Our Qingfeng Mountain's Grand Elder is already over 300 years old." Kong Wu nodded, understanding that with Feng Yang's status, he could not have more knowledge about those golden core experts. He sheathed the Shai Xie Dao and walked down the mountain. Before returning, he had already scouted the mountain and found nothing. Now that this mission was successfully completed, and he had gained so many benefits, it was time to descend the mountain. The two arrived at the daoist temple, but found no trace of the thin monkey. Kong Wu speculated that the fellow must have run down the mountain directly. Feng Yang cupped his fists in respect and said, "Captain Kong, I will head back to the mountain to continue my cultivation. This descent has made me realize how shallow my own skills are. My past cultivation has been somewhat lax, so I will work hard in my training upon returning to the mountain and strive to help you next time we meet." Kong Wu nodded and said, "May we meet again by fate. If you come to Qingzhou City, feel free to find me at Qingfeng Mountain." After saying this, Feng Yang turned to leave. Hearing this, Kong Wu raised an eyebrow as if thinking of something and said, "Wait." Feng Yang turned around with some confusion. Kong Wu asked, "Are there many evil cultivators like today near Qingzhou City?" Qingzhou City is situated above the dying spiritual vein, rich in spiritual energy, attracting cultivators from all over, and those evil cultivators and demons also need spiritual energy to cultivate, so there will naturally be more of them. Feng Yang couldn't quite understand Kong Wu's meaning, but still answered honestly, "Don't you righteous sects just let them rampage?" Kong Wu was somewhat surprised. "Well," Feng Yang's face flushed slightly as he spoke in a low voice, "there are powerful beings among the demons, it's not that simple." "I see." Kong Wu nodded and turned to leave. "It seems I really need to visit Qingzhou City." In a year, Kong Wu hadn't encountered those evil cultivators and demons in Qing County. Today at Baiyun Temple he indeed gained a lot. But ultimately he had a plan ahead. Without evil cultivators and demons, where would he find attribute points to grow stronger? The thin monkey staggered along the main road, panting heavily. After returning to the Daoist temple, he struggled for a long time between the choices of going up to fight desperately or finding help to return. In the end, he still lacked the courage to go all in. He ran down the mountain planning to find help from the county office before heading back up the mountain to assist Kong Wu. However, the deep forest at night was pitch black. He wandered in the forest for a while, and it wasn't until dawn that he finally found his way out. Licking his cracked lips, he missed the sour plum soup sold by Old Lee not far from the county office. Gritting his teeth, he quickened his pace. Captain Kong is still up on the mountain, uncertain of life or death. I must quickly find help. Although I feel that ordinary people can't do much against those terrifying monsters, this is the only plan I can think of to aid Kong Wu. After dragging his legs, which felt like lead for a quarter of an hour, he vaguely saw a group of people walking along the main road. His eyes brightened and he rushed forward. It was a team of 7 constables, and the leader was someone he recognized, a friend from his hometown. "Thin Monkey, what are you?" Without waiting for the other party to ask, the Thin Monkey hurriedly said, "Quick, go back and gather all our brothers. Captain Kong is in danger at Baiyun Temple. There are demons." Hearing this, the leader's expression remained unchanged as he took out a water flask from his waist and handed it to the Thin Monkey. As the Thin Monkey drank, he hesitated for a moment and whispered, "This matter has already spread in the office. The chief clerk has ordered that no one is to go to Baiyun Temple, saying he has invited a practitioner from the state city over. Until then, everyone must not act rashly." Upon hearing this, the Thin Monkey's eyes widened in shock, choking on a mouthful of water. He coughed a few times and hurriedly said, "What about Captain Kong?" Before he could finish his words, he felt a chill in his heart. At the beginning, he had learned from Tai Zhu that the chief clerk intended to harm Captain Kong, but he didn't expect it to be so ruthless. Now that even the county chief has spoken, it would definitely be impossible for him to find help. Seeing the Thin Monkey's face gradually pale, the opposite constable said, "I heard you went along and thought you wouldn't come back. Now you should just rest easy and go back to recuperate. Captain Kong is ultimately just a mortal." "No." The Thin Monkey shook his head, his face turning ashen as he said, "How does Captain Kong treat you on a daily basis? I must return to help Captain Kong. Are you coming or not?" Seeing these people with their heads down and silent, the Thin Monkey understood. Ultimately, his own life was... With a pitiful laugh, the Thin Monkey took the water flask and gulped it down, then threw it heavily to the ground. After that, he turned around without saying a word and walked away. Behind him, the constable stretched out his hand as if wanting to say something, but ultimately sighed helplessly. Just then, he rubbed his eyes in confusion and looked ahead. A robust figure was slowly approaching. The Thin Monkey stared at this figure, stunned in place. "What? He has returned." In the Qian residence, the steward, who was having a pleasant conversation with Old Master Qian, dropped his teacup in shock, staring at the butler who delivered the news. Old Master Qian remained calm, taking a sip of tea as he said, "Steward, do not panic. This matter was merely a casual endeavor. Kong Wu is not without brains. He wouldn't do something so reckless as to seek death. Most likely he spent a night at the foot of the mountain and has returned." However, the steward's face turned grim as he shook his head, saying, "If he were truly such a coward, I wouldn't find myself at a loss against him. Master Zhou, can mere mortals truly deal with evil spirits?" Opposite him, Master Zhou opened his eyes, shaking his head firmly. "Impossible." Though assured by a practitioner, the steward remained anxious, his face filled with unease. Even if he really resolved the issues at Baiyun Mountain, what of it? It is only proper for the steward to arrange for the head of the guards to take action. Could he directly seek revenge on you? Old Master Qian offered some comfort, continuing, "Moreover, Master Zhou's senior brother is about to arrive. Since the evil spirits at Baiyun Temple cannot contend with him then." Though he did not finish his sentence, the steward understood his meaning. He had frequently visited the Qian residence to converse and had learned from Master Zhou that his senior brother was indeed a high-ranking practitioner at the foundation establishment stage. Kong Wu's presence made the gentry of Qingshan County uneasy. Having enlisted a high-ranking practitioner at the foundation establishment stage dealing with the issues at Baiyun Temple, while also eliminating a mere mortal, would certainly not be a problem. With this thought, the steward's heart settled. Seeing this, old Master Qian smiled, saying, "We have not offended him. He wouldn't dare to come to our doorstep in broad daylight, would he?" The steward nodded repeatedly, laughing. It is all thanks to old Master Qian's foresight. The same news reached the back courtyard of the Qian residence, where Qian Jinghao's eyes widened in shock as he suddenly sat up, inadvertently tugging at his broken leg, letting out a cry of distress. After a moment of wailing, he composed himself and quickly summoned his attendant. Not long after, old Master Qian, who was sipping tea and chatting in the front hall, heard the low report from the servant and stood up in confusion, saying, "Steward Zhong, Master Zhou, I have some matters to attend to. You may continue your conversation. Lunch is already prepared, and I have acquired a fine bottle of wine. Let us enjoy it at midday." Having said that, he walked towards the back courtyard. Upon arrival, he discovered his precious grandson lying on a stretcher, directing the servants to move items. "What are you doing?" Hearing old Master Qian's voice, Qian Jinghao instinctively shivered, stammering, My grandson has been home for a while and is worried about his studies, wanting to return to the state capital to continue learning." "Since when have you become so studious?" Knowing his grandson well, old Master Qian understood his nature and asked, "Your leg isn't healed yet, why the rush?" There are better doctors in the state capital, and my grandson thinks he can receive better treatment there." Qian Jinghao, seeing his grandson still joking around, old Master Qian sensed something was amiss and immediately scolded, "Speak. What trouble have you caused this time?" Qian Jinghao, startled by old Master Qian's serious demeanor, said tearfully, "I didn't expect him to come back. Weren't you all saying he was doomed to die on that trip?" Old Master Qian paused for a moment, immediately realizing who he was referring to. "What did you do?" Seeing there was no way to evade, Qian Jinghao decided to tell the truth. "I had someone bring Miss Li back." "Who is Miss Li?" Old Master Qian interrupted with an unpleasant expression. "Kong Wu's neighbor." "You?" Old Master Qian pointed at Qian Jinghao in frustration, wanting to scold him fiercely, but seeing his pitiful expression, he could only sigh. "You need to explain to Kong Wu clearly that Miss Li is your legitimate wife. We will hold the wedding tomorrow." "Where is she?" "I need to have a talk with her." Since the deed was done, they could only figure out a way to settle it. Master Zhou's senior brother would take some time to arrive. They absolutely could not allow Kong Wu to find any leverage. With this thought, old Master Qian looked at Qian Jinghao, only to find him shaking his head, instantly filling him with rage. "You fool, you brought this trouble upon yourself and remain unaware. You aren't pleased to marry a concubine." However, Qian Jinghao stammered, "No. I had someone go, but she didn't come along." "Then what are you afraid of?" Old Master Qian was suddenly puzzled. When did his grandson become so accommodating? If the girl didn't want to come, would he simply let her go? But the next sentence from Qian Jinghao made old Master Qian's vision blacken, nearly causing him to faint. "She committed suicide by jumping into the well." At this moment, Kong Wu stood in the adjacent courtyard, quietly gazing at the deep well. Having just returned home, his keen sense of smell detected a faint odor of decay coming from next door. His acute hearing picked up no sounds from the neighboring yard. He jumped into the adjacent courtyard, following the odor of decay to the edge of the well. His extraordinary vision allowed him to clearly see the figure floating on the water's surface. "This is the tofu that I have left over from today. I'll take it and eat it. I made chicken soup, but I can't finish it alone, so I'll give you these." "Wonderful. Now that you've become a constable, you won't have to worry about food, clothing, and shelter. Money. No need, no need. Those who see you will certainly lend a hand." "Wu Ge, thank you for avenging my husband. I will always remember this great kindness in my heart." Memories flowed before his eyes, a flame igniting in his chest. After arriving in this world, Kong Wu had never truly opened his heart. He had no friends, no lovers, and at the beginning, even eating was a problem. During that time, the little widow next door would bring him food every day. Although the portions were small, it helped Kong Wu get through the hardest times. For her, Kong Wu felt no romantic feelings, only deep gratitude. Miss Li was a very kind person, but now her body lay swollen, submerged in the well water, which had not seen sunlight for days. Taking a long breath to suppress the rage within, Kong Wu turned and left. He purchased a coffin, placed Miss Li's body inside, and buried her on the mountain north of the city. This was also the resting place of her husband. Turning around, looking at the small Qingshan County, Kong Wu sighed. With eyes sharper than an eagle's, he could clearly see a corner of the county town, where in a vast courtyard people were crowded together, with many entering from outside the city, moving towards that courtyard. Humans can harm their own kind far more severely than evil spirits. "Hurry up. Those who receive the copper coins come here to collect your weapons." The steward of the Qian residence shouted loudly, looking at the chaotic crowd in front of him. The ragged and disheveled people paid no attention to his shouts, standing lazily, without moving after receiving their reward, which made the steward feel a surge of frustration. He forcefully suppressed his anger and shouted, "After this is over, there will be another reward. If I count to 10 and you're still not gathered, get out immediately. 1, 2, As he spoke, the group of lazy men hastened their pace, and by the time the steward reached 7, they were already standing before him. What has happened to the Qian family? They say that there have been serious bandit problems lately, and they need someone to protect the residents. He's just babbling. He probably offended someone. Who cares? It's free money. Why bother with so many details? This group consisted of idlers from Qingshan County who usually couldn't be bothered to farm and were only engaged in petty thievery. They held the weapons distributed by the Qian residents, which were merely sticks and pitchforks, the better ones being nothing more than rusty kitchen knives. They chatted amongst themselves, displaying no semblance of order. Looking at the noisy crowd below, the steward felt a sense of unease. Are these people really reliable? He understood why old Master Qian had hastily summoned so many people. That unruly young master had finally kicked the iron plate. Everyone in Qingshan County knew that Captain Kong was merciless towards evil, showing no mercy to anyone involved in injustice. Previously the son of Mr. Fu had killed his own maid, and instead of taking it seriously boasted about it everywhere, which led to Captain Kong confronting him. He forcefully barged into the Fu household and dragged that young Master Fu out. Mr. Fu sought the county magistrate hoping for leniency, but Kong showed no mercy, executing young Master Fu at the market in front of the magistrate. He was a living king of hell. Now this king of hell was coming for the Qian residents. Looking at the noisy thugs in front of him, the steward felt certain that they wouldn't be able to withstand Kong. Fortunately, he only needed to delay for a while. The steward looked up at the sun. Master Zhou Sr. would arrive in Qingshan County by afternoon. As long as he could hold out, until then it would be fine. Just as he was pondering, a loud crash sounded from behind the steward. A figure flew past him and landed heavily on the ground. The steward stared blankly at the direction of the gate, unconsciously swallowing hard. The towering redwood gate of the Qian residence had been smashed open. Through the opening, the steward saw the living king of hell. Behind him, the just flying figure lay limp, its neck twisted at an odd angle. The mortal body had smashed through the gate clearly, without hope of survival. Kong stepped forward, grasping the edges of the broken gate and pulling it apart effortlessly, as if it were boom. Kong crossed the threshold, his footsteps landing heavily on the ground of the Qian residence. Opposite him stood a disorganized crowd, holding various weapons, staring at him in confusion. Everyone, charge, kill him, and you'll be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. The steward trembled as he backed away, his voice hoarse. Behind him, a group of thugs who had witnessed Kong's earlier actions dared not act rashly and retreated even faster than the steward. At that moment, a man with a full beard emerged from the side courtyard. He was followed by more than 10 others. Each of them was robust and spirited, wielding steel knives in their hands. They were the guards of the Qian residence, and their appearance was starkly different from those thugs. The old master said, "Capture this guy, and everyone will receive 50 taels of silver. Whoever can take his head will be rewarded with 500. After saying this, he nodded to those behind him, and the guards surged forward towards Kong. At that moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Hurry up, brothers. These guys have knives, and don't let them snatch the 500 taels." The generous reward caused the thuggish crowd to instantly forget Kong's earlier performance, their pupils turning red as they howled and charged forward. In their excessive excitement, they failed to notice that the guards in front of them were slowing down, leaving them behind. Kong, watching all this, stroked his chin, understanding the bearded man's strategy. They want to exhaust my stamina with this rabble. Huh. With a sneer, Kong reached out. The young man at the forefront, his stick still raised, suddenly found a large hand like a fan covering his vision. Kong grabbed him and casually threw him into the crowd, knocking over a group of people. However, those blinded by profit paid no mind to this scene, continuing forward without a pause. In an instant, 7 or 8 wooden sticks came crashing onto Kong's body. He took no action, merely standing quietly in place. As a series of cracking sounds rang out, the circle of people around him stared blankly at the broken sticks in their hands. "Hey," Kong grinned. There was no need to show any mercy to these thugs. Taking a step forward, he grabbed one person and swung him around, clearing an area of 10 feet around him. The crowd behind, eager to charge, halted upon seeing their fallen comrades groaning on the ground. Those lying down had twisted limbs, and some even had pale bones protruding. This horrifying scene suppressed the greed that had clouded their minds. In the courtyard, a profound silence ensued. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air pierced through. The bearded man standing behind the crowd held a crossbow, his face filled with joy as he watched the bolt aimed at. This guy has good aim. The bolt shot from the crowd, directly flying toward Kong's forehead. Success! The bearded man felt a surge of happiness. Although this guy was exceptionally strong, he was too focused on the useless crowd to pay attention to the hidden dangers. The short crossbow in his hand was a standard issue in the army of the Great Gene, and he had paid a hefty price to acquire it. Even if Kong was strong, he was still immortal, as long as the arrow hit. While he was still pondering, the crossbow bolt struck Kong's head. But the scene he imagined of the arrow piercing through did not occur. With a crisp ding, The bolt snapped and ricocheted off. Kong didn't even tilt his head. The smile on the bearded man's face instantly faded, his eyes wide in disbelief as he watched this unfold. Before he could react, Kong looked at him. Still hiding contraband, huh? After saying this, Kong grinned widely, his row of white teeth gleaming in the sunlight, coupled with his muscular physique, making him look especially intimidating. In the next moment, a smile appeared before the bearded man. What? Before he could finish his words, Kong slapped. With a muffled sound, the bearded man's head spun 3 circles. Chief Clerk Zhong drained the fine wine in his cup with a soft exhale, then asked with puzzled amusement, "Why is it so raucous outside?" "The estate guardians are training. My apologies for disturbing you, Chief Clerk Zhong." Elder Qian lifted the wine gourd and refilled Zhong's cup. "Oh, it is nothing." Zhong blushed, his gaze glued to the scantily clad dancer before him as he waved a distracted hand. At the same time, Master Zhou cocked an ear as if he had caught something amiss, his face drained of color as he regarded Elder Qian. When Elder Qian nodded subtly without a change of expression, Master Zhou rose and stepped outside. Before long, the commotion beyond the courtyard grew louder. Clashing of objects mingled with pained cries. Bang! The din ruined Chief Clerk Zhong's spirits. His wine cup struck the table with a thud. "Elder Qian, have bandits come to the gate? Why such a clamor?" Elder Qian chuckled and soothed him. "Do not be angered, Chief Clerk. Even were bandits at the door with Master Zhou present, we may sit and drink in peace." "Reasonable enough." Zhong's expression eased, not because of Elder Qian's words, but because the dancer had collapsed into his arms, pressing the cup to his lips as she nudged it toward his mouth. With a wet sound, Zhong drained the cup and pinched the dancer's chin. In the next instant, a figure hurtled through the doorway, landing and rolling across the floor. Startled, Chief Clerk Zhong pushed the dancer aside and sprang to his feet. The fallen figure looked vaguely familiar. Elder Qian, though shaken, steadied himself and moved forward to inspect. Before he could approach fully, the man clutched his chest in pain and forced himself upright. "Master Zhou." The usually composed Master Zhou stood, disheveled hair askew and blood at the corner of his mouth, an unbecoming sight. He ignored Elder Qian, his eyes filled with 7 parts hatred and 3 parts bewilderment as he stared toward the doorway. A burly silhouette blocked the entrance. With each step, the floor seemed to quake. Kong Wu lowered his head and strode in with a smile. "Oh, drinking are we?" Dozens of men lay strewn behind him. "Kong Wu, what do you think you were doing?" The wine had drained from Chief Clerk Zhong's face as he barked. Kong Wu only cast him a glance and offered no answer, turning his attention to Master Zhou. Zhou single life, 115 strength, 8 skills, Sha blood talisman, compendium basic blood talisman, breathing method, refining qi. Having stayed in Qingshan County for over a year, he had never realized the Qian household harbored another cultivator. Though the cultivator's strength was not great, it at least matched what the man presently possessed. Just yesterday, his strength attribute had been no greater than this man's. Yet in the span of a single night, that cultivator had already sunk in his eyes to scarcely better than an ordinary person. "Though I had long heard you were extraordinary, I never imagined you would possess such might." Master Zhou stared at Kong Wu, whose blood and vigor burned like a furnace, and said in a sullen tone, "Even so, mortals are after all merely mortals." No sooner had he spoken than a flash of bloodlight danced in his palm. A blood-red talisman shaped itself into a crescent blade and hurtled toward Kong Wu. Zhou Senga hailed from the Blood Talisman sect, a well-known order in the Qingzhou territory, much like Qingfeng Mountain. The sect devoted itself to talisman arts and was famed across Qingzhou for the 12 blood talismans. The talisman he launched now was one of those 12, the Blood Moon Blade. Zhou Sanga's talent for cultivation was poor. After wasting half his life, he had only reached refining qi 3rd layer and could not break into the mid-refining qi. Yet he showed some aptitude in talisman craft. With a 3rd layer refining qi, he could produce talismans normally requiring mid-refining qi to forge. He regarded the Blood Blade with full confidence. Even if Kong Wu was valorous beyond measure, he was still flesh and bone. Before a blade capable of sundering metal and cracking stone, only beheading awaited. The Blood Moon Blade flew with astonishing speed. Almost the instant it was activated, it had already arrived before Kong Wu. Yet in Kong Wu's eyes, it remained too slow. Shaking his head, Kong Wu reached out and seized the Blood Moon Blade. The crescent blade trembled wildly in his hand, but the massive grip that held it did not loosen. The muscles of his forearm swelled as he exerted a little force. Crack! The Blood Moon Blade shattered like glass, collapsing into a vast cluster of red light that dissipated into the air. "Is that all?" Kong Wu's voice carried no emotion. Zhou Sengu blinked, staring at the impossible sight in disbelief. He had walked the cultivator's path for decades and had seen people block or even destroy the Blood Moon Blade, but he had never imagined anyone would shatter it with bare flesh alone. Could this man's body rival a magic implement? "Constable Kong, pray tell, what offense has the Qian family committed against you that you, under the guise of official duty, commit such brigandage?" Elder Qian spoke with righteous indignation. When the county magistrate returns, I shall have words with him over this matter. Yes, yes. Zheng Wuwei, though ignorant of the finer points of the duel, was worldly enough to see at a glance that the Qian household's retainers were no match for Kong Wu. He hurriedly called out, Kong Wu, as the head constable of Qingshan County, how can you behave thus? Get out of here at once. Perhaps because Kong had seldom defied him before, Zheng felt less fear of Kong than most, and shouted the reprimand. Old fool, what pretense is this? If you did not know why I came, why did you summon so many ruffians to guard your house? Kong Wu paid Zheng Wuwei no mind, and sneered at Elder Qian with cold derision. Kong Wu, you. Zheng Wuwei, having been ignored, flew into a towering rage, advancing and raising a finger at Kong Wu to scold him. Begone! Kong Wu waved his hand. Zheng Wuwei's corpulent body was flung outward, smashing against the wall. In earlier days, though he possessed strength beyond ordinary men, he still harbored a measure of deference to the authorities. But now capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with late refining qi cultivators, why should he bother with such worms? Earlier at the White Cloud Temple, during a conversation with Feng Yang, he had learned that powerful cultivators, even within Qingzhou, were beyond the reach of ordinary officials unless they committed mass slaughter and drew the attention of the Zhimasi. Old man, you know whom I seek. I advise you hand him over now, or do not blame me for breaking in and dragging him out myself. Elder Qian's face grew gloomy as he stepped beside Zhou Senggu and whispered, Master Zhou, is there truly nothing to be done? Just as Zhou Senggu began to speak, his expression shifted, and he produced a bronze mirror from his robe. A look of relief spread across his face. He formed a brief incantation and stirred the bronze mirror. A ball of red light shot forth from the mirror, smashing through the roof and exploding high above. Ha ha ha, here he comes, my senior brother. Zhou Senggu hadn't finished his sentence when Kong Wu flicked his toe, sending a shard of stone flying. What? What did you say? Having done so, Kong Wu cupped a hand to his ear and shouted. With a muffled thud, Qian Laoyi, who moments earlier had stood composed and unshaken, collapsed to his knees. Before him stood Zhou Senggu, frozen in place, with a faint smile still lingering on his face. A walnut-sized hole gaped open on his forehead. Why? Qian Laoyi pointed a trembling finger at Kong Wu, scrambling backward on all fours. Kong Wu strode forward in 3 swift steps, seized the old man by the collar, and spoke calmly, one last time. Where is he? Qian Laoyi's courage had shattered utterly. A pale yellow liquid dripped steadily from the hem of his trousers. He swallowed hard, stammering loss. Last night he was sent to the prefectural capital. Kong Wu glanced at him with undisguised disdain, then flung him aside without hesitation. Though the old man had feigned deep affection for his descendants, when his own life hung in the balance, he betrayed them without hesitation. Since the true target was no longer here, lingering served no purpose. Kong Wu turned to leave, then paused abruptly, head snapping upward as his ears twitched. From the sky descended a middle-aged man clad in black robes. You're quite impressive. He tilted his chin high, gazing down upon Kong Wu with unmistakable arrogance. The moment Kong Wu laid eyes on the man, the air around him seemed to bristle with countless invisible needles. His heightened senses shrieked silent warnings. Blood Spirit. Life 236, Strength 30 Techniques, Compendium of Blood Sigil Arts, Blood Sigil Heart, Sutra Chi Infused Sigil Formation Method. This one was no ordinary foe. Seeing that the man's strength far surpassed his own, Kong Wu showed no wariness, only a fierce, eager glint in his eyes. Interesting. Are you a body cultivator? No, there's not a trace of chi fluctuation about you. So you've achieved all this purely through brute physical might. His gaze swept across the courtyard, ravaged as though scoured by a hurricane, and he murmured thoughtfully, even the strongest mortal physique has its limits. Could it be you're a demonic beast who's assumed human form? Oh, never mind. I've never been fond of overthinking. He shook his head and continued, though Zhou Shidi is inept, years ago, when I was still in the chi refinement realm, he once crafted talismans for me. I owe him a debt. And regardless of his incompetence, he remains a disciple of the Blood Sigil sect. By killing him, you've challenged our sect itself. So I'm afraid I must ask you to die. Before the final word left his lips, Kong Wu struck first. He slammed his foot into the earth and launched himself forward like a thunderbolt. Simultaneously, the demon-slaying blade slung across his back was already in his grip, cleaving toward the blood spirit's skull. TSK, so eager to meet your end. Kong Wu closed the distance in an instant, but the man's voice, leisurely and unhurried, reached his ears just as clearly. At the same time, the blood spirit extended a finger and traced a complex sigil slowly in midair. Just as the demon-slaying blade neared contact with his flesh, the sigil dissolved into a crimson dome, enveloping him perfectly, shielding his body. Clang! A sharp, ringing chime echoed. The blade rebounded violently, forcing Kong Wu himself to stagger backward several paces. Shaking the numbness from his wrist, he fixed his gaze upon the blood spirit. and in his eyes gleamed raw, ravenous hunger. Formidable. This opponent dwarfed by Shun and Zhu Yinsheng, the two he'd faced before. Moreover, his methods embodied precisely what Kong Wu envisioned when he imagined a true cultivator. Not bad speed, but surely you don't believe a single slash could kill me. The blood spirit smiled faintly and added idly, Zhou Shidi's cultivation is shallow, or perhaps he misled you. Cultivators of their caliber, mere dabblers in talismanic arts, rely solely on pre-made paper talismans. In battle, they're easily caught off guard. But once one reaches foundation establishment, a talismanist may draw sigils directly in the air using liquid qi. The speed depends on the technique employed, and our blood sigil sect's technique stands unrivaled throughout Qingzhou Prefecture. As he spoke, he withdrew a talisman from his robe and continued, "Oh, and this is the blood boundary talisman." He raised the blood-hued talisman, formed a mudra, and hurled it skyward. It burst midair, spreading like an inverted bowl, sealing the entire courtyard beneath a crimson dome. Its function is simple: to trap those within and prevent escape. I admit, I draw sigils swiftly, but if you chose to flee, I doubt I'd catch you. Kong Wu watched the ritual unfold with an odd, unreadable expression, not a trace of fear or flight in his stance. Only a dry remark, "You talk too much." "Can't help it," the blood spirit shrugged. "In the sect, I spend nearly all my time sealed in solitary cultivation. To keep my mind sound, I speak to myself. I emerged from seclusion only recently and journeyed straight here. Not a soul to speak with along the way. Nearly suffocated in silence. Though you'll soon be dead, indulging me in conversation before your end won't be entirely wasted time." Cultivation, it seemed, offered little mercy to the chronically loquacious. Kong Wu felt a strange, weary disbelief. This man had just imprisoned him, and yet spoke so casually of his imminent death as if victory were already assured. Still, this suited him fine. "I was half afraid you'd simply flee." Kong Wu gazed at the blood spirit, now encased within a faint crimson dome, and in his eyes flickered unmistakable greed. How many attribute points would this one yield? Musing thus, he rotated his wrist. The soreness in his palm, left by the earlier recoil, had already vanished. As one of the 12 blood sigils of the blood sigil sect, the blood shield talisman possessed exceptional defensive prowess, capable of enduring 10 strikes, even from a foundation. As one of the 12 blood sigils of the blood sigil sect, the blood shield talisman possessed exceptional defensive prowess, capable of enduring 10 strikes, even from a foundation. As one of the 12 blood sigils of the blood sigil sect, the blood shield talisman possessed exceptional defensive prowess, capable of enduring 10 strikes, even from a foundation establishment cultivator of the mid-stage, whose cultivation surpassed his own. Even as Kong Wu's thunderous strides made the ground tremble, as if a colossal beast were barreling forth, the blood spirit felt no anxiety. Clang. True to expectation, Kong Wu's heavy, devastating slash rebounded once more. Yet this time Kong Wu did not retreat. Instead, he harnessed the recoil, twisting his waist and sweeping the demon-slaying blade in a wide arc, striking the crimson dome again. The blade rebounded once more, but where the dome had previously shown no reaction, a delicate ripple now shimmered across its surface. The blood spirit's expression shifted instantly, his smile vanishing, replaced by stark, sober realization. Kong Wu seemed tireless, continuously wielding the demon-biting blade. The previously relaxed expression on Xue Ling's face turned slightly serious as he observed this scene. The blood shield talisman had excellent defensive capabilities, but each time it blocked an attack, it consumed a portion of true qi. His previously mocking attitude shifted, and he raised his finger seriously, beginning to draw symbols in the air once more. Kong Wu, noticing this scene, did not stop his assault and continued to slash away. His eyes, however, were fixed intensely on Xue Ling. In the next moment, Xue Ling completed the last stroke of his drawing. Blood light exploded as 5 blood spears the thickness of fingers appeared out of thin air and shot toward Kong Wu. Prepared, Kong Wu retrieved the demon-biting blade and held it in front of him, blocking all 5 blood spears. The blood spears shattered upon hitting the demon-biting blade, but the force contained within still forced Kong Wu to retreat several steps. As he moved the blade aside, his face was revealed. There were no wounds on his body, yet his trembling hands indicated that this strike was not easy to withstand. Seeing this, although Xue Ling was astonished that the man had blocked the blood spears, he felt a bit more relaxed. Though this mortal was strong, his strength was limited. He believed he could easily take him down with his own abilities. With this thought, he ceased speaking and focused again on drawing the talisman. This time he spent much longer than the previous 2 attempts. Kong Wu did not rush forward to attack, bowing his head in contemplation. After a while, Xue Ling lightly called out, pointing a finger at the blood-colored talisman. Countless blood spears shot out from in front of him, flying toward Kong Wu like a curtain of rain. The blood spear rain was one of the 12 blood talismans of the blood talisman sect, and only cultivators who had reached the foundation establishment stage could utilize this talisman. This talisman required a significant amount of true qi, and even Xue Ling, who had just broken through to the foundation establishment stage, was slightly panting at this moment. Accordingly, its power ranked among the highest of all the talismans Xue Ling possessed. Unexpectedly, in this small Qingshan county, someone would require him to use this move. Xue Ling felt somewhat emotional. This commission from junior brother Zhou was something he thought he could resolve easily. If it weren't for the fact that he had just broken through to foundation establishment and needed more cultivation materials, he wouldn't have come to this remote place. But to his surprise, just after he arrived, junior brother Zhou lost his life. For now, he could only deal with. In his thoughts, he suddenly realized that Kong Wu was standing there motionless. Is he stunned? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he saw Kong Wu suddenly raise his head, and the countless blood spears were already within arm's reach. Kong Wu took a step forward, advancing toward the blood spear rain. System. Allocate points. With a thought, he allocated all the idle free attribute points to the strength attribute. Boom. Kong Wu's body suddenly swelled, his already robust physique expanding further. The sweat pouring out of his body evaporated instantly, and an invisible wave burst forth from him, raising the dust from the ground. Xue Ling, witnessing this scene, felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, staring intently at Kong Wu, who was shrouded in dust and mist. A large hand emerged first, and Kong Wu slowly revealed himself. His clothing was in tatters, clearly having withstood the impact with his body. Yet the exposed skin was unblemished, without a single scratch. How is this possible? Xue Ling's eyes widened. He could confirm that the countless blood spears had indeed struck Kong Wu. But Kong Wu had managed to block it solely with his physical body. How could this be? Wait. His mind shook for a moment, and Xue Ling quickly regained his senses, realizing something was awry. The originally robust Kong Wu, who resembled a beast, was now even taller and stronger. Standing nearly 2 meters 3 in height, with a waist as thick as a millstone, broad shoulders, and a muscular chest. The most frightening thing was his thick arms, nearly as wide as Xue Ling's waist. He stood there, an invisible intimidation permeating the air. At this moment, Xue Ling felt as if a mortal had encountered a standing black bear in the deep forest, helpless, terrified, and overwhelmed with mixed emotions. In the depths of his mind, a voice shouted, "Run, run fast. You are no match." And indeed, at this moment, Kong Wu's strength attribute had surged. Kong Wu health 102, strength 33. 6 skill blood explosion technique LV 1010 free attribute points, none special attribute points, none. Feeling the explosive power within his body, Kong Wu lifted his head to look at Xue Ling, revealing a menacing smile. "Flowery nonsense, let me show you what true power is." As soon as the words left his mouth, Kong Wu vanished. Not good. Xue Ling's heart raced with alarm. Before he could react, he heard a loud crash behind him. Then he was sent flying with a faint red light shield, crashing through the wall and straight into the house. Crashing down, Xue Ling rose from a pile of rubble, and when he looked up, his pupils instantly constricted. The faint red light shield had several faint cracks appearing on it. When he looked toward Kong Wu, he found Kong Wu slowly retracting his fist. This strike was delivered without even using the demon biting blade, relying solely on his physical body. "Pretty sturdy," Kong Wu said casually as he held the demon biting blade. Seeing this, Xue Ling immediately reacted, focusing all his energy to draw the talisman. That previous strike made him realize that Kong Wu was no longer a small cat he could toy with. He could no longer afford to hold a playful attitude. Compared to before, he now moved much faster, his arms carving through the air like a blur. As Kong Wu raised the demon biting blade and charged forward, the talisman he had drawn in front of him was already complete. After finishing without taking a breath, he pulled out 2 more talismans from his chest and activated them painfully. 3 beams of blood light flew out, transforming into blood-colored ferocious tigers in midair. Roar! The blood-colored tigers, as if possessing life, roared and pounced toward Kong Wu. This was the strongest talisman Xue Ling could unleash. The true qi within him was nearly depleted by this talisman, and even the hard-earned finished talismans he had saved for so long were used up. He knew that finished talismans were extremely precious. The higher the rank of the talisman, the more expensive the materials required. After breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, all his savings were barely enough to exchange for the materials for these 2 blood tiger talismans. This strike was a must-win for Xue Ling. However, what happened next left him in shock, causing him to exclaim, "How is this possible?" He saw Kong Wu expressionlessly raise the demon-biting blade, striking down vertically, cleaving the first blood-colored tiger in 2. The body, formed purely from true qi, exploded and vanished into nothingness in midair. The blood-colored ferocious tiger exuded a strong sense of intimidation towards Kong Wu. He even felt that this blood-colored tiger was slightly stronger than the blood spirit himself. Just when he thought this creature would be difficult to handle, the evil biting blade in his hand trembled slightly. It seemed to convey a sense of eagerness. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, Kong Wu swung the blade. The instant the evil-biting blade made contact with the blood-colored tiger, it sliced through as smoothly as a hot iron cutting through butter. After effortlessly slaying a blood-colored tiger, Kong Wu looked at the evil-biting blade in his hand. The runes on the blade glowed faintly as if it had just consumed a great tonic. Evil-biting blade enhanced by special points. This saber possesses the evil-biting attribute, which can be strengthened through slaying evil spirits. Special attribute: evil-biting causes higher damage to evil spirits. Slaying evil spirits grants evil-biting points. The higher the evil-biting points, the greater the additional damage. Hardness: as evil-biting points increase, the blade's strength will also improve. Evil-biting points: 15 points. Originally, the evil-biting blade had gained 10 evil-biting points after slaying those corpse spirits at the Baiyun Temple. However, after slaying Zhu Yingxing, the evil-biting points did not increase at all. Perhaps cultivators like Zhu Yingxing were not considered evil spirits. Yet after defeating the blood-colored tiger, his evil-biting points suddenly increased by 5. Could it be that this creature was inherently restrained by the evil-biting blade? Kong Wu thoughtfully looked at the remaining 2 blood-colored tigers, who were now completely devoid of their previous ferocity, gazing at the evil-biting blade in Kong Wu's hand with caution, crouching and continuously retreating. Shaking his head in slight disbelief, Kong Wu charged towards the remaining 2 blood-colored tigers with the evil-biting blade. The blood spirit with a blank stare watched as Kong Wu swiftly dispatched all 3 blood tigers, feeling as if a great wave had surged in his heart. The strongest talismans he could muster seemed like docile kittens before Kong Wu. This scene left him unable to reconcile his thoughts for a long time. Dong, a crisp sound snapped him back to reality. He saw Kong Wu had already arrived in front of him, striking the barrier with a blade. Fine cracks appeared anew. This won't do. At this rate, I will surely die here. The blood spirit made a quick decision, pulling out a talismans of ascension ready to activate it and flee, but he caught sight of the blood-colored dome above. The blood realm he had set up earlier to prevent Kong Wu from escaping had now turned into his prison. With a loud crash, another strike sent the blood spirit flying. Crawling up from the ground, the blood spirit glared fiercely at the sky, stowing away the talismans of ascension. Wait, brother Wei. Before he could finish his sentence, Kong Wu struck him once more, sending him flying. This thing is quite tough, he muttered, advancing towards the blood spirit again. It was apparent that the blood spirit now possessed no combat power. Compared to before, his aura was weak and his demeanor was listless, clearly exhausted of his inner energy. Kong Wu shook his head, thinking that this was the downside of cultivators. Their battles depended solely on the inner energy within. Once depleted, they were essentially lambs to the slaughter. Unlike himself, as his strength attribute increased, not only did his power grow, but his stamina was also unlike before. He felt that he could run at full speed for hours without tiring. Are you really going to take this to the extreme? Our blood talisman sect is not an ordinary small sect. The blood spirit's expression darkened, still trying to convince Kong Wu, but was met with another strike. At this moment, the faint red barrier on his body was already covered in cracks. The next strike might shatter it. The blood spirit watched as Kong Wu slowly approached, realizing that he would not care about his identity any longer. The duration of the blood realm talisman is 1 hour. However, from the start of the battle until now, not even a stick of incense has passed. The wavering blood shield talisman could not last much longer. Moreover, due to a lack of materials, he hadn't prepared any extra blood shield talismans before descending the mountain. Now his inner energy was insufficient to redraw a blood shield talisman. A deadlock. Perhaps. The blood spirit chuckled bitterly and shook his head, taking out a red pill. With a fierce glance at Kong Wu, he swallowed the pill in one gulp. Originally, the blood spirit had hoped to use it to break through from mid to late Foundation establishment. But now he could only use it to save his life. Besides, breaking through the blood spirit pill has another effect. Originally, the blood spirit had hoped to use it to break through from mid to late Foundation establishment. But now he could only use it to save his life. Besides, breaking through the blood spirit pill has another effect. It temporarily boosts one cultivation realm. However, if done in such haste, the violent spiritual energy, if not properly managed, could place great strain on the meridians, potentially affecting one's Dao path severely. But now the blood spirit had no choice. Just as he swallowed the pill, another strike came. Crack. As the blood spirit's figure crashed against the wall, the light shield of the blood shield talisman shattered. This turtle shell is quite hard to break. After Kong Wu finished his sentence, he sensed something was off and halted his steps. The blood spirit slowly rose, his surroundings enveloped in chaotic inner energy, like a volcano about to erupt. You will die. With great effort suppressing the turbulent inner energy within, the blood spirit gritted his teeth and uttered this line before drawing out a string of connected talisman papers from his pocket. As he infused his inner energy into the talisman papers, they intertwined and instantly straightened, transforming into a long sword. Then the blood spirit charged at Kong Wu with the talisman sword. As a talisman cultivator, his swordsmanship was actually quite lacking. However, after forcefully raising his realm with the blood spirit pill, he could not control the chaotic inner energy within. The most critical aspect of carving talismans is controlling the intensity of one's inner energy. Thus, in this moment, he could no longer use talismans to attack and could only confront Kong Wu Heiden with his energy-enhanced body. Even though he was not proficient in swordsmanship under the enhancement of his foundation establishment at the second layer, he was still somewhat stronger than before. The clash between the talisman's sword and the evil-biting blade surprisingly suppressed Kong Wu, forcing him to retreat several steps. Kong Wu looked at the blood spirit, whose face was distorted, and his vision revealed the attributes panel. Blood spirit health 236, strength 35, skill, general principles of blood talisman, heart sutra, chi transformation into talisman technique. At this moment, the blood spirit's strength attribute was actually higher than Kong Wu's. So you're going berserk? Kong Wu grinned broadly and shouted, "Come on." In the next moment, his muscles bulged and blood mist erupted from his body. The veins on his forearm bulged and all his strength pressed down on the evil-biting blade. Kong Wu blood explosion state health 102, strength 36. 96, skill blood explosion technique LV 1010, free attribute points, none, special attribute points, none. Under the boost of the blood explosion state, Kong Wu's strength was further enhanced. The devouring evil blade forcefully struck into the talisman sword. Next, it cleaved through the obstacles ahead with the force of a tempest, carving out a silver arc of light. All of this happened in an instant so fast that blood spirit's expression had yet to change before the scenery in his eyes began to whirl. With a tremor, blood spirit's vision stabilized. Not far away, a headless body stood there holding a sword. How is this possible? I am. His thoughts were swallowed by darkness, and blood spirit ceased to think. Congratulations on killing blood spirit. You have gained 10 free attribute points. As the system notification sounded, Kong Wu let out a long breath, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. 10 free attribute points, quite good. Although no skills were dropped to Kong Wu, none of the skills on blood spirit suited him. Shouldering the devouring evil blade, Kong Wu did not forget the main matter. He turned and walked toward the trembling old man Qian in the corner of the room. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I have money, I'll give it all to you. The old man Qian, grabbed by Kong Wu by the head, cried out and struggled incessantly. Slap. Kong Wu controlled his strength and lightly slapped him. A few old teeth flew out, and only then did old man Qian regain his senses. Constable, spare me. Ignoring his pleas for mercy, Kong Wu directly asked, where can I find that scoundrel? Off. Old man Qian was taken aback noticing Kong Wu's impatience and hurriedly said, Qingzhou Academy, I found him there. Before he could finish speaking, a watermelon exploded in Kong Wu's hand. Wiping his hands on the clothes, Kong Wu strode out of the Qian residence without looking back. Kong Wu was a very straightforward person. Many said that in this world there was no right or wrong, only positions. But Kong Wu did not think so. No matter how the world saw it, what was right for him was right, and what was wrong was wrong. If the world felt his actions were incorrect, then let it come and knock him down first. Yet at the same time, Kong Wu was also a smart man. When his strength was insufficient, he would not forcefully correct matters beyond his capability. But as soon as he had enough strength, nothing could obstruct him from pursuing what he deemed right. The Qian family had dominated Qing County for many years, possessing countless good farmlands and heaps of gold and silver. And in the process of accumulating wealth, how many wronged souls of suffering farmers were buried beneath that wealth. In the past, Kong Wu was just a mortal. Although his combat power exceeded that of ordinary men, he ultimately did not escape the realm of mortals. Facing those cultivators, it would be a lie to say he was unafraid. But now, having clearly found his path to strength, he could no longer concern himself with anything in Qing County. Stepping out of the Qian residence, Kong Wu, drenched in blood, walked down the street, scaring the passers-by into fleeing in terror. After walking for a while, he finally reached his destination. Kong Wu looked at the tense constables at the entrance of the yamen, his expression impassive. You? What? No. Hearing someone with a bloodied blade approaching the yamen, the constables hurriedly cleared a path upon realizing it was Kong Wu. Seeing this, Kong Wu strode in indifferently. Which bandit den has Constable Kong taken down this time? Who knows which unfortunate soul it is? Disperse. After some discussion, the constables scattered. The Qian residence was located at the edge of Qing City, secluded and quiet, so no one had yet spread the news. Constable Kong, you have returned. Facing the smiling thin monkey, Kong Wu rarely nodded, acknowledging him. He entered his room and pulled a document from the bookshelf. Seeing Kong Wu take something and prepare to leave, the thin monkey eagerly stepped forward and said, Are you going out to handle a case, Constable Kong? Let me help you carry the blade. You can't lift it. Kong Wu chuckled and walked out. The thin monkey scratched his head, puzzled, but hurriedly followed. As the two reached the door, a small constable rushed over. Upon seeing Kong Wu, his eyes lit up as he hurriedly said, "Constable Kong, the Qian family has been attacked by strongmen within the Qian residence." Before he could finish, Kong Wu nonchalantly replied, "That was me, what's wrong?" Off. This statement left the small constable stunned, and the constables on either side of the door widened their eyes and turned to look at Kong Wu. Ignoring the reactions of the crowd, Kong Wu finished speaking and directly walked out. The thin monkey, equally puzzled, hesitated briefly, but quickly followed. Since it was done by Constable Kong, it was certain that the Qian family had committed a crime. But that was the Qian family, the foremost gentry in Qing County. To kill it well like that, the thin monkey felt a twinge of doubt. Although Constable Kong's combat power was unparalleled, the Qian family had extensive connections, and even the county magistrate was a guest at their table. What would happen after Constable Kong did such a thing? However, this small doubt quickly dissipated with Kong Wu's subsequent actions. What replaced it was profound shock. With the document in hand, Kong Wu visited several gentry homes, and at each place, he barged right in, seized the heads of the households, unfolded the document, and read aloud their crimes. Then with a single stroke, he executed them. Li Lu 5 years ago to monopolize land forced the Zhao family from Zhao village to death 5 souls. 3 years ago forcibly took a common woman, brutally killing her husband in the street. 1 year ago, Huang Shi 10 years ago killed 13 members of Zhang Yuanwei's family outside the city and seized their property. Zhang Wen, relying on his brother, who is the county's clerk, engaged in extortion and bullying. According to my investigation, he has 8 lives on his hands. No need to investigate further. These alone are enough for you to pass a death sentence. And so Kong Wu visited nearly all the prominent gentry in Qing County. Among them were landowners, wealthy merchants, and even relatives of county officials. Without exception, as long as their crimes met the standards, Kong Wu executed them on the spot. At that moment, after finishing reading the records in his hand, Kong Wu raised his long blade and beheaded the brother of the clerk Zhong. After accomplishing all this, he turned around only to find that an innumerable crowd of commoners had followed him without him noticing. Their eyes held gratitude and admiration as they looked at Kong Wu. Among them were countless constables, but they merely observed Kong Wu's actions, not daring to step forward. Or rather, they watched these scenes, feeling only moved within. "Thank you, Constable Kong." In front of the crowd, a woman, tears streaming down her face, was about to kneel down. No kneeling. Kong Wu roared the wave of air he created, sweeping through the crowd and causing the woman about to kneel to stagger back. Throwing the document aside, Kong Wu strode away. Walking through the path cleared by the crowd past streets and alleys, he stopped at the city gate, looked up at the inscribed words Qing County, paused slightly, and then stepped out. Behind him, countless commoners watched as the robust figure gradually walked away, sobbing in waves. A sage once said, "To hear the Tao in the morning is worth dying in the evening." This means that if you discover the path to your home in the morning, you may as well die tonight. Kong Wu unfolded a simple map in his hands, confirming the route to the state city, and stepped onto the main road. He was heading to the center of Qingzhou City. He intended to kill a person and also hunt some monsters. Only by doing so could he grow stronger quickly and enforce his own sense of right and wrong. His speed was not fast, but thanks to his long legs, each step he took was quite substantial. By comparison, his pace was no different from an ordinary person's jog. After walking for 3 consecutive hours, he did not feel the slightest fatigue until the sun set. However, a rumbling sound echoed, causing Kong Wu to touch his belly. As his physical strength increased, his demand for food also grew. At this moment, he was walking along a small path in the forest where there was no shortage of food. Stopping to listen for a moment, Kong Wu entered the forest. Soon after, he emerged carrying 2 wild deer. He glanced at the gloomy sky and quickened his pace towards the mountains. While chasing the wild deer in the forest, he vaguely saw an abandoned temple atop the mountain. Before long, he reached his destination. Although the temple had been abandoned for a long time, it could still offer some shelter from the wind and rain. Just as he lit a fire, the sky rumbled with thunder, and a torrential downpour suddenly fell. After dismantling 1 deer and skewering the meat, while seasoning it, Kong Wu closed his eyes, leaving the remaining cooking process to time. In the dancing flames, the fat dripped slowly, making crackling sounds. After judging that it was nearly ready, Kong Wu reached out and grabbed a piece of deer meat. Taking a bite, the tender juice flowed down the corner of Kong Wu's mouth, and steam rose up. Just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, his ears twitched as he looked towards the curtain of rain outside. After pausing for a brief moment, Kong Wu charged at the piece of deer meat once more. Just as he was about to bring it to his mouth, his ears twitched as he looked towards the curtain of rain outside. After pausing for a brief moment, Kong Wu charged at the piece of deer meat once more. Head. There is a light. Someone is in the temple. Go around. Head. It's pouring rain. Shall we take shelter inside? No. It's too suspicious in this wild and desolate place. Safety is paramount. Keep moving. We might be fine, but what about the lady? The conversation coming from the rain curtain was clearly heard by Kong Wu. After a moment, the previously authoritative voice reluctantly sounded. Then let's go in and take shelter. Everyone needs to stay alert. A middle-aged man dressed in black attire was the first to step inside. His eyes were sharp and he tightly held a long knife at his waist. Upon entering and seeing Kong Wu, he was momentarily stunned. Clearly Kong Wu's robust figure had greatly shocked him. Looking at Kong Wu, who was calmly gnawing on deer meat, anxiety stirred in his heart. This guy looked formidable. If he harbored ill intentions, his group might be in serious trouble. A cough sounded behind him, prompting him to helplessly clasp his fists in greeting and politely address Kong Wu. Brother, we passed through this place, and the rain outside is too heavy. May we take shelter here for a while? Sure, I'm not the owner here, Kong Wu casually replied after swallowing the piece of deer meat. Thank you. The middle-aged man expressed his gratitude and called out to the outside. Before long, 3 men dressed similarly escorted 2 women inside. Miss, let's rest for a moment. The girl dressed as a maid spread a mat on a clear patch of ground and respectfully said to the coughing woman. The girl was in a white dress, looking feeble with a delicate face that bore a sickly pallor, evoking sympathy at first glance. The women sat down to rest while several guards leaned against the pillars, subtly protecting them in the center. Kong Wu merely cast a casual glance at the group and did not pay them any mind. The attribute panel displayed by the system showed that these individuals were ordinary people with no cultivators among them. However, their lady intrigued him. Lu Jinghe, fate, draining life, 28, strength 0. 6, skill none. Fate is draining. Whether it was a curse or being entangled by something unclean, Kong Wu could not tell. Miss, please eat something. Taking the dry food handed over by the maid, Lu Jinghe took a small bite and instinctively looked at the roasted meat in front of Kong Wu, swallowing her saliva. The scene caught the maid's eye. Her big watery eyes twinkled as she stood up and approached Kong Wu. Hello, may I have some roasted meat? I can pay for it. Without even raising his head, Kong Wu directly refused, saying, sorry, I don't have enough for myself. The maid glanced at the other wild deer beside him and tentatively said, could you sell me that deer? Kong Wu shook his head and remained silent. Seeing this, the maid puffed up her cheeks angrily, saying, why are you like this? When you're out, you should. Xiao Tao, don't be rude. Lu Jinghe scolded and apologetically said, I'm sorry to disturb you. Although she had been on the road for several days without tasting a warm meal, her good upbringing made her call back the miss. He can't possibly finish both deer. He has more than enough. Facing the aggrieved Xiao Tao, Lu Jinghe shook her head and started nibbling on her dry food. Why force someone to share when it was obvious they were making excuses? Yet the next scene left Lu Jinghe stunned, remaining frozen in place with her dry food. A crunching sound echoed. Kong Wu was actually chewing and swallowing a chunk of meat along with the bones. His pace of eating did not slow down as the roasted meat in front of him gradually disappeared. After finishing everything, he skillfully opened the belly of the other wild deer, cleaned the meat with rainwater, portioned it out, and began roasting it over the fire. Once it was done, he started eating again. After consuming both wild deer, Kong Wu patted his belly with a hint of lingering satisfaction on his face. His belly remained flat, as before, showing no signs of swelling. Where did the 2 wild deer go? Everyone present was left dumbfounded by the scene. It turns out this guy wasn't lying. 2 wild deer were indeed not enough to fill him. I miscalculated. Kong Wu muttered to himself, stood up, walked to the door, listened for a moment, and then stepped outside. Not satisfied, he decided to go catch another one. As Kong Wu stepped outside, Lu Jinghe turned to the middle-aged man from earlier and said, Uncle Gu, you have traveled all day. You should rest for a while. Uncle Gu shook his head and replied, no need in this desolate mountain temple. We must remain vigilant. Miss, you should rest first. We will take turns to watch over things. Lu Jinghe sighed and softly said, it's all my fault for being in such poor health. I could have come alone. I shouldn't have troubled Uncle Gu to accompany me on this journey. Miss is too modest. My life was saved by the old master. If I can cure your strange illness this time, I would gladly give my life for it. It can definitely be cured. Uncle Gu nodded earnestly. The master we met before is a genuine cultivator. Someone of such high status would not deceive us mere mortals. It can definitely be cured. Uncle Gu nodded earnestly. The master we met before is a genuine cultivator. Someone of such high status would not deceive us mere mortals. A fox spirit. Lu Jinghe murmured softly, her thoughts drifting back to a month ago. That day, a wandering Taoist priest had knocked on the door of the Lu residence. With just a single phrase, I can save your daughter's life. He gained an audience with the head of the Lu family. The head of the Lu family, Lu Jing's father, had started as a humble vendor and accumulated a considerable fortune over 20 years, finally settling in Jushu County. At the age of 40, he fathered a daughter whom he cherished dearly. However, for some unknown reason, Lu Jing's health had deteriorated over the past year, and countless physicians were at a loss for answers. Seeing his daughter grow increasingly frail, the Lu family had no solutions. When a wandering Taoist uttered those words, they approached him out of desperation. Upon seeing Lu Jinghe, the Taoist's expression changed dramatically, and with a wave of his hand, a talisman flew out. The golden talisman adhered to Lu Jinghe instantly, improving her complexion. Witnessing this scene, the old master, who had traveled extensively, quickly realized that the Taoist was indeed a cultivator. He hurriedly bowed in respect and implored him to save Lu Jinghe. However, the Taoist's expression darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he revealed the truth. According to him, Lu Jinghe was being targeted by a fox spirit. His talisman would only work for 3 days, and to resolve the issue completely, there were 2 options. The first option was to kill the fox spirit. But according to the Taoist, the fox spirit was highly powerful, and even he could not handle it. The second option was to prepare numerous offerings and actively seek out the spirit to plead for Lu Jinghe's safety. After saying this, the Taoist left. Over the next month, the old master pondered deeply and ultimately decided to follow the Taoist's advice and give it a try. Thus, he ordered the purchase of several precious herbs and sent his adopted son along with Lu Jinghe on the journey. Uncle Gu, observing Lu Jinghe's worried expression, placed a hand over his chest. There lay a talisman that the Lu family had spent their entire fortune to acquire. If negotiations failed, they would have no choice but to take drastic measures. However, such a mystical being was not something mere mortals like them could handle. Regardless, his life had been given by the old master, and he was determined to cure the young lad's strange illness, even if it cost him his life. With this in mind, Uncle Gu turned around about to speak to the several guards below. But just as he turned, his brows furrowed and his pupils contracted. "Where is the 5th one?" After he spoke, the others realized that one of the 3 guards who had been stationed in the corners was missing. One guard looked around and instinctively said he was just here. Maybe he stepped out for a moment. This was one explanation. But for some reason, Uncle Gu felt an overwhelming sense of unease. "You all stay here, I will go take a look." After saying this, Uncle Gu stepped outside. Circling around the dilapidated temple, his expression grew increasingly grim. There were no signs of the missing guard. Returning to the temple, he said in a low voice, "Everyone stay alert, something feels off about this place." In the ancient temple on the desolate mountain, a companion had suddenly vanished. Lu Jinghe recalled the strange rumors she had heard and instinctively moved closer to Xiao Tao, only to find that Xiao Tao's hands were cold and her body was trembling. Several guards under Uncle Gus's leadership had accompanied the Lu family caravan through many places. Even when faced with such a terrifying scene, they remained calm, maintaining their positions while vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Tick! A dripping sound caught Lu Jinghe's attention. Outside, the rain poured down heavily, and it seemed the long-neglected temple had started to leak. Thinking this, she instinctively looked up, her gaze shifting upward. The next moment, her already pale face turned even whiter, her pupils trembled violently as she instinctively pointed a trembling finger at the ceiling. She wanted to say something, but an overwhelming fear made it hard for her to breathe, and even if she opened her mouth, she couldn't utter a word. Not far away, Uncle Gu keenly observed this scene. Clang! Almost instantly, he drew his long knife, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lu Jinghe before raising his gaze to the ceiling. This moment left the seasoned fighter who had traveled extensively momentarily stunned. There, coiled around the beam of the roof, was a massive black python. It gaped its enormous maw with a pair of human legs dangling from its mouth. As its body writhed, the person was slowly being swallowed, leaving only the soles of their shoes exposed. Flying locust stone, Uncle Gu shouted, taking out an item from his waist and hurling it with force. The remaining 2 guards reacted almost simultaneously, mirroring Uncle Gus's actions the moment he shouted. 3 flying locust stones struck the giant python's head, shattering upon impact. However, the python showed no reaction, its dark eyes calmly observing the group below. Seeing that the flying locust stones had no effect, Uncle Gu felt a heavy weight in his heart. The python, as thick as a barrel, was certainly not an ordinary mountain beast. This creature had already become a mystical entity. "Run!" Grabbing Lu Jinghe, Uncle Gu shielded her behind him and began to move slowly toward the door. But before he could reach the door, a shadow descended from above. Uncle Gu instinctively raised his long knife to guard his chest, but was still struck by a powerful force that sent him flying. Hiss! Not far in front of Lu Jinghe, the massive black python flicked its tongue, its neck bulging, as it slowly moved the lump of flesh towards its midsection. In such a short time, it had completely swallowed the missing guard. It was clear that, like Kong Wu, this creature was still hungry. The 2 remaining guards raised their long knives and fiercely slashed at the python's body. However, when the long knives struck the python's body, they only sparked and left a white mark on the black scales. With a violent shake, the thick python sent the 2 guards flying. Then the enormous head of the python slowly leaned toward Lu Jinghe. Terrified by this sight, both Lu Jinghe and her maid Xiao Tao felt their legs give way, collapsing to the ground. Just as the massive snake opened its gaping maw, preparing to swallow Lu Jinghe whole, a flash of golden light flew from behind and directly struck the python's head. The golden light pierced through the seemingly steel-like scales of the serpent, deeply embedding itself into the giant snake's head. The massive head of the serpent was struck back by this golden light, heavily crashing down to the ground. Lu Jinghe turned her head and saw Lu Gu gasping for breath, holding a pale yellow talisman that was slowly burning, quickly turning into a pile of ash. He coughed once, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and walked over while clutching his chest. "Is the young lady all right?" I'm fine. Lu Jinghe instinctively replied. Looking at the motionless giant snake, there was no smile on Lu Gu's face. Without even seeing the fox spirit, the last trump card had already been used. Next, they could only pray that the fox spirit would be satisfied with the offerings they brought. "Ed, are you all right?" One guard struggled to get up and shouted. "I'm fine, what about the second?" Just after asking, Lu Gu saw another guard. His luck was unfortunate. After being swept away by the giant snake, his head had crashed into a pillar, blood splattering everywhere. With a deep sigh, Lu Gu was about to say something when he suddenly caught a glimpse of the snake's body twitching. Little. Before he could finish, the giant snake's head lunged toward the unsuspecting Lu Jinghe. "It's over." At that moment, despair surged within Lu Gu. He never expected that the talisman would not completely eliminate this giant snake. On the other side, Lu Jinghe felt her body stiffen, unable to move as she faced the gaping maw coming towards her. In the air, the nauseating stench seemed to linger. Lu Jinghe closed her eyes and sighed inwardly. So be it, dying like this would be a relief for both herself and the Lu family. In the next moment, Lu Jinghe felt a foul wind brush past her cheek, and the disgusting smell made her stomach churn, causing her to vomit. After gagging a few times, Lu Jinghe realized she was still alive and instinctively looked up. She saw the giant snake continuously writhing towards her, yet it couldn't advance at all, only opening and closing its massive jaws. Looking past the giant snake, she saw a tall figure at the entrance, one hand dragging a wild deer over his shoulder, while the other gripped the serpent's tail, his expression calm. With a robust arm holding the snake's tail, no matter how the giant snake thrashed about, it couldn't budge an inch. At this moment, the giant snake finally regained its senses and turned its head to see Kong Wu. "Come here." Kong Wu yanked his arm back, and the giant snake quickly retreated like an elongated rubber band. He released the snake's tail and delivered a powerful punch towards the rapidly returning head. Bang! A muffled sound echoed, and bright red liquid sprayed from the giant snake's mouth and nose, falling limply to the ground, no longer moving. "Congratulations, you have killed the giant python about to transform into a monster, earning 0.6 free attribute points." As the system prompt sounded, Kong Wu casually tossed the troublesome snake's body out of the dilapidated temple and returned to the fire pit as if nothing had happened. Bang! Dropping the 2 wild deer from his shoulder, Kong Wu casually said, "You can take this one. Ooh, I only need to eat one more." His words startled the others present. Lu Gu clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Thank you, brother, for your help." Kong Wu's extraordinary display stirred a storm in Lu Gu's heart. Just one punch. The giant python that could have easily slaughtered them, even the expensive magical talismans they had hired, could not deal with it. Yet in Kong Wu's hands, it was effortlessly killed with a single punch. This person must be a cultivator. Seeing Lu Gu standing there in a daze, Kong Wu, while dismantling the wild deer, curiously asked, "What? Don't you want it for free?" Yes. Lu Gu instinctively nodded and respectfully took the wild deer back, beginning to disassemble it with another guard. By the time Kong Wu finished roasting the meat and started eating, Lu Gu and the others still had not come to their senses. Lu Gu picked up a piece of roasted deer meat and handed it to Lu Jinghe. His eyes were vacant, not knowing what he was thinking. "Uncle Gu," Lu Jinghe softly called, bringing Lu Gu back to reality. Lu Jinghe did not take the roasted meat, but instead handed over the package beside her. Inside were some silver notes and gold bars, which the old master had specifically asked them to bring in case the offerings were insufficient. Exchanging a glance with Lu Jinghe, Lu Gu understood her intention. Not to mention receiving a wild deer for free, they had to show their gratitude for the life-saving favor from before. Lu Gu picked up the package, stood up, and walked to Kong Wu. "Esteemed senior, thank you for your earlier life-saving assistance. This contains our humble offerings." Just from the faint sound of clinking, Kong Wu already knew what was in the package. Chewing on the deer meat in his mouth, he casually nodded, saying, "Just put it down." Originally thinking that a powerful person would not care about these mundane things, Lu Gu saw Kong Wu accept the token of gratitude with ease. After pondering for a moment, he gritted his teeth and said, "Senior, I have a favor to ask. If it is successful, there will be more rewards offered." "Not interested." Seeing Kong Wu's indifferent tone, Lu Gu apologized and returned dejectedly. Sitting down and taking a bite of roasted meat, he sighed and quietly said to Lu Jinghe, "Miss, we may have to return. Without that talisman, we have no confidence in facing the fox spirit." Just as Lu Jinghe was about to nod, she heard a low inquiry from the other side. "Fox spirit?" Turning her head, she saw Kong Wu looking at her with great interest. Before Lu Jinghe could speak, Lu Gu jumped in and said, "Senior, it's like this." In no time, Lu Gu explained the whole story clearly. Kong Wu listened while eating the roasted meat, sitting there. Finishing the last bite of roasted meat, Kong Wu stood up and said, "Are you saying the fox spirit is on this mountain? He'll take this job. How do you want it dead?" Off. Lu Gu was taken aback by this statement and hurriedly replied, "Senior, we just want you to help us stand as support to ensure the trade goes smoothly. We wouldn't dare trouble you to take action." Lu Gu had some reservations. According to the previous Taoist words, that fox spirit possessed great power and was not something ordinary people could contend with. Although he knew Kong Wu was extraordinary, Lu Gu still didn't want him to take risks. But Kong Wu simply shook his head casually and said, "Didn't you say all we have to do is slay that fox? If that's the case, why bother with a trade? But that fox spirit's cultivation is profound. I think we should first see if we can resolve it peacefully." Kong Wu shook his head and said, "It's all the same. If I run into it, it won't survive. Even if a true immortal comes, they can't save it, mark my words." In an ancient tomb on the mountain, a fox squinted its eyes, staring intently at the flickering light in the darkness below. Irritated, it shook off the water droplets from its fur, stood upright, and seemingly pulled out a notebook from nowhere, then found a pen from somewhere else. After flipping through a few pages, it picked up the pen and drew a red check mark in one spot. The notebook was filled with densely packed names. Some had been marked with check marks while others had not. The brightest check mark was next to the name Lu Jinghe. "There's no time left, no time left," a somewhat hoarse voice echoed in the desolate graveyard. As the rain lightened, Kong Wu urged Lu Gu to ascend the mountain. They left a guard, and the maid shout out to take care of Lu Jinghe. According to that Daoist's words, the fox spirit resides at the top of this mountain. Lu Gu led the way, panting as he followed the overgrown path. Soon the neglected path came to an end. Dozens of gravestones leaned haphazardly together, showing signs of long neglect. Crack! Lu Gu realized he had stepped on something and looked down to find a weathered bone, sending a chill through his heart. Silence enveloped the surroundings. After the rain, even the sound of insects was absent on the mountain. Only the occasional mountain breeze stirred the leaves, producing a rustling sound. How dare a creature living in such a place call itself a fairy? Kong Wu scoffed, surveying the area. At this moment, Lu Gu also sensed that something was amiss. According to the previous Daoist, the fox spirit was a refined entity cultivating spiritual energy in the mountain, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. It was neither good nor a malevolent monster. However, the scattered bones on the ground far outnumbered those of the neglected graves. Gritting his teeth, Lu Gu was about to say something when he noticed Kong Wu suddenly tilt his head as if listening to something. Then silently he walked to the side. Lu Gu hurriedly followed. After walking less than 100 steps, he heard a faint sound of lamentation. Perhaps due to the distance, he could not make out the words, but he could tell it was a voice. However, who would be speaking in such a remote place at this late hour? Normally bold, he felt a chill run down his spine and had several urges to turn back. Only the robust figure of Kong Wu in front of him provided an inexplicable sense of security, prompting him to quicken his pace to close the distance. Kong Wu seemed to have a clear destination, striding purposefully in one direction. Following behind, Lu Gu noticed the voice growing clearer, and soon he could make out the content. "There's no time left." Suddenly the voice fell silent, leaving only the sound of their footsteps. Kong Wu pushed aside the tangled vines in front of him, stepping out of the woods to stand still. As Lu Gu followed suit, what met his eyes was an ancient tomb. At the base of the tomb sat a reddish-brown fox, cross-legged with a notebook placed in front of it. "Not you. Not you." The fox slightly opened its sharp mouth, letting out a hoarse voice. "Ancient tomb, fox demon life, 487 strength, 31 skill life, steel mind control." Seeing its attribute panel, Kong Wu couldn't help but marvel at how the lifespan of demons far exceeded that of their human counterparts. Yet this fox demon seemed on the verge of death. Though the night was dark, Kong Wu's keen eyesight easily discerned that the fox's fur was sparse in many places, with a few long hairs at its mouth drooping weakly, and its eyes were clouded, signs of aging and decline. What a pity! I was hoping to make a fox fur scarf. Kong Wu smacked his lips, expressing regret. Upon hearing this, the fox demon's body trembled, and it stood up. "Eat you! Eat you!" With a murmured whisper, the fox demon's body began to swell. In no time, its previously small frame grew to 3 zhang tall, an overwhelming aura of malice erupting from it. Lu Gu had never encountered such a demon and was startled by the malevolent energy, his legs trembling uncontrollably as a chill shot up his spine. "Just afraid your teeth aren't up to par." Kong Wu took a step forward, boldly approaching the massive figure. "Roar!" Seeing its food provoke it, the fox demon let out an angry roar and swiped a paw. Facing the giant paw that seemed to block out the sky, Kong Wu casually raised his left hand, effortlessly catching it. Then he twisted at the waist and delivered a punch to the fox's head. The fist, the size of a child's head, might seem enormous compared to an ordinary person, but before the enlarged fox demon it appeared particularly small. Yet the seemingly minuscule fist delivered an overwhelming force upon impact. Boom. The fox demon's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through the ancient tomb and rolling several times before it managed to rise again, shaking its head in bewilderment. Then, as its confusion faded, blood filled its pupils. It had been nearly 500 years. Ever since it began its cultivation, it had almost forgotten the feeling of pain. Yet at this moment, this insignificant human dared to make it recall its most humiliating memory. The instincts of a beast overtook its mind. The fox demon's flesh twitched, its jaws clenched, and an angry growl escaped its throat. It lowered its body, slowly advancing forward. Kong Wu showed no reaction, merely standing there with his hands hanging down, expressionless as he gazed at the fox demon. It seemed that this level of demon was not yet a major threat, as it still relied on its instincts for hunting. Gradually, the distance between the fox demon and Kong Wu closed, yet Kong Wu remained lazily standing there, his entire body full of openings. The enraged fox demon, clouded by fury, did not think much and charged at Kong Wu as soon as it reached a comfortable range. Its speed was astonishing, covering several steps in the blink of an eye, its sharp fangs aimed at Kong Wu's neck. The fox demon had not engaged in battle for a long time. In previous years, a mere swipe of its claws could dispose of any opponent. Even formidable beasts would easily have their throats bitten out, becoming a delightful meal. Thus, instinctively, it employed its most effective attack method against Kong Wu, who had made it taste defeat. The gaping maw clamped down on the upper part of Kong Wu's neck. Witnessing this, Lu Gu trembled, wanting to turn and flee, but his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, unable to move. Yet what happened next was unbelievable. The scene of blood and flesh splattering did not occur. The fox demon bit down on Kong Wu, straining to tear him apart, yet it had no effect whatsoever. Kong Wu, with his hands still hanging down, slowly raised them above his head, forcibly prying open the fox's maw filled with sharp teeth. "Have you not brushed your teeth in hundreds of years? It stinks." With a low shout, the massive body of the fox demon involuntarily flew up, being brutally flung behind by Kong Wu. Boom. A deafening sound echoed through the silent night, reaching far and wide. Soon after, a series of rumbling noises continued to resound. Lu Gu was knocked to the ground by the preceding shockwave. He gazed at the chaotic scene before him, unable to help but swallow hard. Not far away, the massive fox demon was being tossed around like a ragdoll in the hands of Kong Wu. Dust flew everywhere, and the surrounding trees had virtually no survivors, all severed in half. After a while, Kong Wu stopped looking at the fox demon, which was barely clinging to life, and smiled, revealing his neat white teeth. After a meal, one must move about to aid digestion. As he spoke, he stretched his neck and walked up to the He wrapped his arms around the fox demon's neck, and the muscles throughout his body began to tense. The fox demon seemed to sense the aura of death, struggling relentlessly, its massive body rolling about. However, Kong Wu remained unmoved, his arms tightening around the fox demon's neck. With a crisp crack, the fox demon's body stiffened and ceased to struggle. Its bright red tongue hung out, and the blood in its eyes gradually faded. Congratulations on killing the ancient tomb fox demon and earning 8 free attribute points. The system notification sounded, and Kong Wu stood up, clapping his hands and stretching lazily. Done. Kong Wu health 102, strength 33. 6 skill blood explosion technique LV1010. Free attribute points 18. 6 special attribute points none, seeing a total of 18. 6 free attribute points. Kong Wu laughed heartily. By the desolate ancient tomb, the figure resembling a god or demon stood beside the enormous corpse of the fox, laughing uproariously. This scene struck Lu Gu, who suddenly felt pity for the fox spirit. The next moment, the laughter abruptly ceased. The smile faded from Kong Wu's face as he looked to the side. Unknown to him, a Daoist in a green robe had suddenly appeared under the moonlight. Following Kong Wu's gaze, Lu Gu's expression revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing the Daoist. "Daoist, you?" Before he could finish, Kong Wu's figure suddenly appeared before him. Then came a muffled sound as Kong Wu staggered back several steps. Lu Gu rushed forward, discovering that Kong Wu, who had sustained no injuries during the earlier battle, was now bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his arms slightly trembling. Opposite him, the Daoist's fingertips emitted a faint glow aimed directly at the two of them. "I didn't expect your luck to be good enough to find such assistance." The Daoist spoke, calmly glancing at the corpse of the fox demon, expressing some regret as he said, Lu Gu's thoughts were a bit chaotic, and he couldn't understand why this Daoist would act against him. "Pak." Kong Wu spat out a mouthful of blood, muttering, "It's obvious that this Daoist and that fox demon are in cahoots. Blessed be the infinite celestial sovereign." The Daoist murmured softly, saying, "It only needed that Lu family young lady, and it could have formed a demon core. You have ruined my grand plan." "Oh." Kong Wu's expression remained calm as he asked, "What use does its demon core have for you?" The Daoist shook his head and replied, It doesn't matter anymore. After a century of planning, it all comes to naught. Sigh. With a sigh, he turned and pointed at Kong Wu again. Black streams of light shot out, instantly striking Kong Wu. This time Kong Wu was caught off guard, and a small hole was created in his left shoulder. I have cultivated my chi for many years, believing I have mastered my 7 emotions and 6 desires. The Taoist's tone grew urgent, his emotionless cheeks starting to twitch. But today you have successfully, whoosh. Another finger pointed, and this time a hole appeared in Kong Wu's thigh. I won't let you die easily, ooh, I will make you suffer, endlessly wishing for death, yet unable to attain it. As he spoke, Kong Wu's left hand was pierced again, creating a bloody wound. After you have witnessed the most brutal tortures in this world, I will refine your soul into my artifact, so even in death, you will be tormented day and night. As he said this, the Taoist's face contorted with malice, his tone filled with endless coldness. Seeing the previously mighty Kong Wu utterly powerless against the Taoist, Lu Gu hurriedly spoke up. Daoist, regardless of what you have lost, the Lu family will surely provide satisfactory compensation. Could you please spare him? Compensation. The Taoist turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Gu, saying, to ruin my golden core path, what could a mere Lu family offer as compensation? Compensation. The Taoist turned his head, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Gu, saying, to ruin my golden core path, what could a mere Lu family offer? The Taoist, seeing this, responded with surprise, you have some insight after all. So you must be at the late foundation establishment stage. Kong Wu grinned, saying, then I know exactly where I stand in the food chain now. System allocate points. The moment the words left his mouth, Kong Wu poured all his remaining free attribute points into his strength attribute. Boom. A frenzied flow of energy emanated from him, lifting the dust around him. Not good. The Taoist's pupils slightly contracted as he rapidly pointed several times, but the black streams of light charged into the dust without any effect. Thud, thud, thud. The sound resembled someone pounding a drum, as if some fierce beast was awakening. The Taoist frowned and scolded, stop this nonsense. He waved his sleeve, dispersing the dust surrounding Kong Wu, revealing his figure. Kong Wu stood there with his upper body torn, his muscles continuously writhing. As his muscles twisted, Kong Wu's body began to shrink gradually. In a short while, he was a head shorter than before, and his robust physique had diminished considerably. If previously Kong Wu was so burly he seemed inhuman, now he was less exaggerated, resembling some powerful generals in the army. Yet in the eyes of the Taoist, the current Kong Wu presented an inexplicable threat. Within that body flowed a power that could threaten him. He also noticed that the bloody holes he had inflicted on Kong Wu were now completely gone. What secret technique is this? The Taoist became wary. The Taoist, with a grim face, displayed his attribute panel above his head. Hu Qiaying health, 279 strength, 51 skills, 3 calamity. The Taoist, with a grim face, displayed his attribute panel above his head. Hu Qiaying health, 279 strength, 51 skills, 3 calamity, finger sword control technique, demon control technique, soul capture technique. A staggering 51 points in strength made the Taoist the strongest person Kong Wu had encountered so far. Very strong. Kong Wu felt that this person could be considered skilled even in the entire Qingzhou. But fortunately, I am not weak either. Kong Wu health 102, strength 52. 2 skill blood explosion technique, LV 1010, free attribute points, none, special attribute points, none. Kong Wu bent down, effortlessly picking up a stone and crushing it, revealing a friendly smile towards Hu Qiaying. He then flicked his wrist, sending countless fragments flying towards Hu Qiaying like bullets. Almost at the same moment, Hu Qiaying, with a serious expression, waved his wide sleeves. The surging true qi stirred up a fierce wind, colliding heat-in with the stream of stones. With a loud bang, an explosion erupted between the two, sending Lu Gu flying. The scattered stones struck the surrounding trees, easily creating small holes. Hu Qiaying looked up, his face dark, as he said, I admit you have some strength. However, without any true qi, how could an ordinary person like you oppose me? Kong Wu chuckled and did not reply, merely pointing at Hu Qiaying. Confused Hu Qiaying looked down, his expression changing dramatically. He saw several blood holes on his body appearing out of nowhere. Blood slowly oozed out, bringing a sharp sensation of pain. Hu Qiaying took a deep breath and pulled a pill from his pocket, swallowing it. The locations of these wounds were identical to the ones he had inflicted on Kong Wu earlier. It suddenly dawned on Hu Qiaying what Kong Wu meant by returning it to him. Despite having blocked all the stones with his fierce wind, how did he manage to do this? As the wounds rapidly healed, Hu Qiaying's gaze towards Kong Wu lost its arrogance, his face flushing with anger. He wasn't a body cultivator, and his physical strength was average. If Kong Wu had aimed those few stones at his head, he would be in serious trouble. But Kong Wu did not do that. He merely returned the favor by creating a few blood holes on his body. This was an insult. Anger surged within him, and he forgot his earlier thoughts of torturing Kong Wu. Raising his hand, he formed a finger sword with his index and middle fingers, pointing it at Kong Wu. Two calamities, no life. A thicker black beam shot from his fingertips striking Kong Wu's forehead in an instant. However, this strike only made Kong Wu slightly tilt his forehead, emitting smoke, but suffering no damage. How is this possible? Hu Qiang exclaimed in disbelief. This strike is quite interesting. Kong Wu shook his head, saying it's just a bit lacking in front of my forged body. He raised his fist before him, softly stating, do not underestimate the human body that has exterminated countless species. Before he finished speaking, Kong Wu vanished from his spot. From the eyes of Lu Gu, who had just gotten up, Kong Wu's body seemed to have shattered something, leaving behind. His body rushed towards Hu Qiang. As a practitioner who had barely touched the threshold of golden core, Hu Qiang reacted, his right hand forming a seal, making him suddenly appear ethereal. At the same time, Kong Wu had already reached him, delivering a heavy punch. The fist struck Hu Qiang's face, passing straight through, causing Kong Wu to stagger due to the lack of support. Boom. At this moment, the sound of an explosion reached this spot. The path Kong Wu ran through was crushed, creating a trench. In that fleeting moment, Kong Wu had broken the sound barrier with his physical body. On a nearby open ground, the air rippled, and Hu Qiang's figure appeared, looking at Kong Wu in disbelief. As a latest foundation establishment cultivator, he could also manage some means to break the sound barrier. For instance, his proud sword technique could easily surpass the speed of sound. However, this method not only demanded a significant amount of true qi, but also required high-quality materials for the flying sword. A low-grade spirit weapon could not withstand even a few uses before disintegrating. Yet just now, Kong Wu accomplished all of this with his physical body. Looking at Kong Wu, who bore no injuries and maintained a calm expression, a terrifying thought surfaced in Hu Qiang's mind. Could it be that his physical body is comparable to a high-grade spirit weapon? How did you achieve all this without any true qi fluctuations? Even those body cultivators cannot achieve this before reaching the golden core stage. Facing Hu Qiang's question, Kong Wu scoffed. A body trained day and night is not something true qi can compare to. With that said, Kong Wu slowly drew the Xie evil blade from behind him, casually swinging it. A large tree several steps away slowly fell to cut smooth. Kong Wu was not satisfied with this, shaking his head. As his strength attribute increased, the weight of the Xie evil blade could not keep up. He shouldn't have just killed that fox demon barehanded for the thrill. He should have used the Xie evil blade to sever its head. This way the blade could also grow. Now this light and airy feel was truly unsatisfying. Unfortunately, this plump cultivator could only provide attribute points and could not enhance the Xie evil blade's evil absorption value. Kong Wu's greedy gaze fell on Hu Qiang, sending a chill down his spine. This guy. 3 calamities, extermination of essence. Instinctively, Hu Qiang brought his 3 fingers together, a sword-shaped black light shooting from his fingertips. His signature skill was casually deflected by Kong Wu with a single slash, yet he continued his motion, charging straight at Hu Qiang. The Xie evil blade glimmered with a cold light under the moonlight, slashing towards Hu Qiang's neck. The blade was enveloped in a faint white mist formed by the water vapor accumulated while breaking the sound barrier. Just as it was about to reach Hu Qiang, a flash of golden light appeared, and with a clang the Xie evil blade halted midair. Kong Wu raised an eyebrow, surprise flickering across his face. Below the Xie evil blade, a small jade sword floated in the air, blocking this decisive blow. Hu Qiang's expression darkened, his brows furrowing into a tight knot. He let out a low shout, the jade sword flashing with blue light, directly pushing both Kong Wu and his blade away. In the air, Kong Wu twisted his waist, adjusting his posture as he landed on the ground. Is this a flying sword? Before him lay something that had appeared countless times in novels from his past life, and Kong Wu examined it with curiosity. The sword was entirely made of jade, crystal clear, with a blue light constantly flowing within, making it appear extraordinary. His sharp senses felt a slight sting in his heart upon seeing this jade sword. This sword could penetrate Kong Wu's physical defense. Based on what Kong Wu had previously explored, as long as the strength attribute was lower than his own, even if only slightly, the opponent could not break through his defenses. Hu Qiang's strength attribute was evidently beneath his own. Yet now it seemed that relying on this jade sword, he could breach Kong Wu's defenses. Things are starting to get interesting. Kong Wu smiled, the corners of his mouth lifting. Ever since discovering the existence of a group of cultivators in this world, Kong Wu has long yearned for the graceful sight of those practitioners flying on their swords. However, after being assisted by the system to slay a few cultivators, this longing has somewhat faded. The techniques of those cultivators seemed somewhat mysterious, yet they appeared so fragile in front of his physical form. He had never witnessed the ability to fly on a sword before. Now he was seeing the scene he had once yearned for with great anticipation. This sword is the greatest fortune I have achieved in my cultivation thus far. After Hu Qiang summoned the flying sword, the anger on his face dissipated somewhat as he gazed at the floating jade sword with soft eyes. This was a treasure-grade flying sword of a quality superior to spirit weapons. In all of Qingzhou, aside from those golden core, true people, the number of individuals possessing treasures was exceedingly few. However, this treasure of his had a significant flaw. Perhaps due to some error during its refinement, this flying sword could only be used 10 times each invocation, lasting no more than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. After those 10 uses, it would lose its spirit and become an ordinary jade stone. Currently, this sword had only 2 uses left. This was also why Hu Qiang did not immediately deploy this flying sword. He never expected that Kong Wu, whom he believed he could easily overpower, would suddenly become a figure capable of threatening his own safety. However, once he summoned the flying sword, Kong Wu's fate had already been sealed. With a thought, Hu Qiang formed a seal with his hands, commanding the jade sword to fly towards Kong Wu. The flying sword moved at an astonishing speed, shattering the sound barrier and instantly appearing before Kong Wu. Hu Qiang's expression remained calm, exuding confidence in his victory. Yet the events of the day were destined to shatter his understanding. Ding! A crisp sound echoed as this seemingly foolproof strike was unexpectedly deflected by Kong Wu's blade. On the Su evil blade, only a white mark was left. The jade sword spun in the air and flew towards the sky, but Hu Qiang failed to regain control over it immediately. A treasure. He stared wide-eyed at the Su evil blade in Kong Wu's hand, his face filled with astonishment. Although he had previously thought the uniquely shaped long blade in Kong Wu's hand looked somewhat strange, he had never considered it a treasure. Because whether it was a spirit weapon or a treasure, they required true energy to unleash their full potential. Yet with no sign of true energy emanating from Kong Wu, how could he possibly wield a treasure? However, judging by the current situation, the Su evil blade, which was able to withstand a strike from the jade sword without sustaining any damage, already bore no difference from a treasure in terms of material. Kong Wu did not respond, merely gazing at the faintly glowing rune on the Su evil blade. That was an additional attribute acquired when the evil value of the blade reached 10. Hard. Unbreakably hard, impervious to all. In the sky, the jade sword ceased its spinning, tracing an arc as it flew back to Hu Qiang. What of treasures? Without any true energy fluctuations, he could only rely on its inherent strength to fight. All I need to do is kill him, and this treasure long blade will be mine. Hu Qiang's eyes gleamed with greed as he gazed at the Su evil blade in Kong Wu's hand. Treasures are such rare items in Qingzhou. Even the inferior flying sword in his hand had cost Hu Qiang a bloody path against a dozen Foundation establishment cultivators to seize. And now a complete treasure lay before him. In thought, Hu Qiang licked his lips, altered the seal in his hands, and commanded the flying sword to attack. Ding! Kong Wu once again blocked with his blade, but the deflected flying sword traced an arc, increasing in speed as it flew back. Having just swung his sword, Kong Wu had no time to withdraw it for defense, and could only tilt his body as much. A wound appeared on his abdomen, flesh torn out, yet he managed to control the surrounding blood vessels with his muscles to prevent excessive bleeding. Hu Qiang repeatedly formed seals with his hands, and the flying sword immediately returned. Senior Kong. The situation is dire, Lu Gu said from a distance, squinting as he watched the unclear battlefield. He did not understand the battles between cultivators. Yet he could see that as the azure light continued to flit about, Kong Wu's injuries were gradually increasing. Kong Wu's hair was disheveled as he wielded the Su evil blade frantically, with terrifying cracks covering the ground around him. However, despite this, the small flying sword always managed to find gaps in his blade's light, striking him whenever it found an opening. This could not continue. With a glance at Hu Qiang, who was continuously changing his seals in the distance, Kong Wu, while fending off the flying sword, began to move closer to that direction. After a while, following a collision between the Su evil blade and the flying sword, Kong Wu did not dodge, but directly charged towards the flying sword. This time the flying sword struck directly into his left chest, piercing through, blood gushing forth. Yet Kong Wu did not stop. Instead, he instantly accelerated, swinging the Su evil blade horizontally. Before him, Hu Qiang seemed to have not reacted in time, standing there in a daze, his hand seals still changing. Behind Kong Wu, the flying sword also arced back towards him. Die! Kong Wu roared, his arms bulging as he howled forward. However, just as the Su evil blade was about to make contact, Hu Qiang suddenly looked up. A strange smile adorned his face. Whoosh! The Su evil blade swung through, cleaving Hu Qiang's afterimage in two. At the same time, the jade flying sword lunged towards Kong Wu's left chest. There lay the position of his heart. It's over. Hidden somewhere, Hu Qiang watched this scene and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. As long as the flying sword pierced through his heart, Kong Wu would be undoubtedly dead. In the next moment, just as the jade flying sword was about to strike Kong Wu's back hard, a layer of blood mist erupted from his body, obscuring him. What's happening? Hu Qiang was momentarily stunned, frowning at the scene. Could it be that the flying sword pierced through his heart, splattering blood? Suddenly, he widened his eyes, as if something unbelievable had occurred. By relying on the connection with the flying sword, he could sense where his sword was allowing him to better manipulate it. At this moment in his perception, the flying sword suddenly appeared behind him. Moreover, it was extremely close. He quickly turned his head, and what came into view was a figure with long hair, flying muscles bulging, and skin covered in red. On the figure's back, a flying sword's tip had pierced into its flesh, emitting a faint azure glow. In the next moment, that figure raised a uniquely shaped long blade and fiercely brought it down. Found you. Kong Wu in a blood explosion state. Health 102. Strength 57. Skill Blood Explosion Technique LV1010. Free attribute points none. Special attribute points none. With the blood explosion state, Kong Wu's strength attribute increased by 5 points, significantly enhancing his physical strength, while the speed of the evil devouring blade in his hand noticeably quickened. Before Hu Qianying could be cleaved in two, he managed to form a hand seal at the last moment. The jade flying sword buzzed and twisted slightly, but still failed to penetrate further. Having completed all this, his body slid to the sides. Congratulations, you have killed Hu Qianying and gained 10 free attribute points. Congratulations, you have obtained the skill 3 Calamity Finger LV1010. 3 Calamity Finger. First Calamity, Cave of Heaven. Second Calamity, No Life. Third Calamity, Annihilate Yuan. Gather a large amount of true Qi, crossed out blood Qi, at your fingertips, unleashing tremendous power. Passive permanently increases strength attribute by 10. The bonus will also increase with skill upgrades. P.S. The system detected that the host has no true Qi, automatically modifying the skill to be powered by physical strength. The system alert sounded and Kong Wu displayed a hint of surprise. After killing this daoist, he unexpectedly dropped a skill. What a windfall. I didn't expect that previous fox spirit was just an appetizer. Looking at Hu Qianying, who lay before him, with wide-open eyes, Kong Wu felt grateful. 3 Calamity Finger. Stroking his chin, Kong Wu pointed his finger at a nearby tree. First Calamity, Cave of Heaven. As soon as the thought formed in his mind, he noticed a blood-red light beginning to emanate. With a whoosh, the blood-red light shot from his fingertip, piercing through several trees, in an instant soaring into Raising his hand into a fist, he sensed a faint emptiness resonating within him, and Kong Wu murmured, "The expenditure for a single use is roughly equivalent to 1/20th of my current physical strength." This consumption was acceptable to Kong Wu. Simulating in his mind, he found that the energy cost for the 3 activation methods of the 3 Calamity Finger increased exponentially. But at the same time, the power also correspondingly increased. Kong Wu was very satisfied with this skill. Besides the ability to actively deal damage, it importantly provided a permanent 10 increase in strength. Lowering his head, Kong Wu spread his hands to observe his current attribute panel. Kong Wu. Health 102. Strength 57. 42 52. 210. With this, even without activating the blood explosion technique, his strength attribute could maintain at 57. 42 points. Once he activated the blood explosion technique, he could receive a 10 boost. Moreover, this skill's bonus could increase with its upgrade. Kong Wu learned from the system that with each level up, the bonus could increase by 10. Currently, he had enough free attribute points to level up. Should I upgrade? Kong Wu pondered for a moment, shook his head, and decided against it. At this stage, his base strength attribute was still too low to take full advantage of its bonus. If he upgraded it to level 2, now his strength attribute would become 62. 64. It seemed slightly higher than directly adding those 10 points to strength. But let's not forget the inherent 10 bonus. If he allocated those 10 points entirely to strength, the final value would be 62. 210. 68. 42. This is much more cost-effective. To maximize benefits after leveling up, the base attribute points must be as high as possible. Kong Wu counted on his fingers and, finding it too complicated, gave up on the calculations. Senior Kong. Are you alright? Lu Gus' voice interrupted Kong Wu's contemplation. He cautiously looked at Kong Wu and asked, "Senior, is this matter completely resolved?" Kong Wu nodded and turned to walk down the mountain. Lu Gu had just witnessed Kong Wu's incredible prowess and had no thoughts about his behavior. Just as he was about to follow, his peripheral vision caught something on the side, causing him to halt. Crouching down, he blew away the dust on the ground, revealing a half-exposed book. He pulled it out and discovered the cover bore 4 strange characters. In the next moment, the book glowed slightly, and the characters twisted, transforming into the normal universal script of the Great Scene. The Treasure of Life Theft. Lu Gu read softly, thought for a moment, then tucked it into his bosom and stood up to pursue Kong Wu. Tonight he had gained a total of 18 attribute points along with a skill. The last time he had collected this many attribute points was back at Baiyun Temple. Recalling this, Kong Wu felt a bit gloomy and hummed softly. But soon after, he broke into a smile. This time he finally had a means for remote attacks. The Hu Qianying he encountered today had been cut down before he even had a chance to react. If he had thought of fleeing right from the start, soaring into the sky, would Kong Wu have to look for stones to throw at him? What difference would that make from a monkey? Now with this skill, he had the means to pursue opponents who could fly in the future. Otherwise, watching the hard-earned attribute points slip away would be quite painful. Achoo! Bai Shun sneezed, his face pale as he rubbed his tightly wrapped left hand, a hint of gloom appearing on his face. Young Bai, everything is ready. An old man called out from outside. Bai Shun stood up and walked out. Just outside the house was a clearing in the center of the village where a stone statue was placed in the middle. The statue was covered in dark brown stains. At this moment, a plump man dressed in official attire and with fair skin was bound to the statue. Around the statue, many bonfires were lit, illuminating this scene. The hunched old man looked at the trembling fat man with a sigh. This man, appointed by the Great Xin dynasty, is a rare sacrificial material originally meant for Zhu Yingxing. Alas! Bai Shun bowed and said, "Village chief, I will surely take revenge for Senior Zhu Yingxing." The village chief waved his hand and turned to leave. "What are you going to do?" "I am a court official, a county magistrate." Let me go, let me go. You warriors, spare me. I have money, I have a lot of money. Please, I will give you whatever you want. My brother-in-law is the governor of Qingzhou, he can definitely help." Inside the dilapidated temple, Lu Jinghe stared blankly at the crackling campfire before her, feeling somewhat anxious. She wondered if Uncle Gu and the others were faring well. Although she had witnessed Kong Wu's formidable strength, Lu Jinghe still worried that he might act too impulsively. Whether or not her illness could be cured was secondary, she just hoped not to drag him into her troubles. Since childhood, Lu Jinghe had grown up listening to her father's tales of his youthful adventures in trade, giving her a somewhat deeper understanding of those mystical matters compared to ordinary people. Aside from the Taoist priest who had visited earlier, it was rumored that an old abbot in Jushui County was also a practitioner. However, to her, Kong Wu didn't seem like a cultivator. Neither monk nor Taoist, he lacked the aura of a practitioner. Instead, he resembled a fierce general on the battlefield. Despite his astonishing strength, he ultimately lacked the sophisticated techniques of a cultivator when faced with those strange occurrences. Lost in thought, she suddenly frowned and began to cough violently. Cough, cough, cough. Xiao Tao, who had been napping beside her, was startled awake by the intense coughing. As she approached, she was shocked by the sight before her. Lu Jinghe was coughing incessantly, and countless fine hairs sprouted from her face and arms. Then Lu Jinghe began to retch. Ugh! As she expelled the foreign object from her throat, her coughing abruptly ceased, and she felt a significant sense of relief. Looking down, she saw a tangle of white hairs on the ground. At the same time, she also noticed the long fine hairs that had sprouted on her arms. In the next moment, those hairs began to fall off, turning to ashes before they reached the ground. What is this? Lu Jinghe felt a mix of fear and confusion as she took a few steps back, feeling a bit helpless. For some reason, those hairs gave her an inexplicable sense of familiarity. That was right. After a moment's thought, Lu Jinghe realized the source of this familiarity. It was the fox fur shawl her father had brought back from his travels a year ago. She had really liked the delicate however, after wearing it for less than half a month, the fur started to shed, and within a month it had turned into a bare piece of tattered skin. Before she could continue her thoughts, Xiao Tao suddenly exclaimed in surprise, "Miss, your complexion looks..." Hearing this, Lu Jinghe also realized that the sense of heaviness in her chest caused by her strange illness had suddenly vanished. Breathing became smooth, and her limbs felt much lighter. Lu Jinghe happily twirled around in place several times, discovering that she felt no fatigue at all. "Congratulations, miss. It seems Uncle Gu and the others have succeeded." Xiao Tao cheered happily beside her. After a while, a figure stepped into the dilapidated temple. "Uncle Gu." Lu Jinghe hurried forward and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Uncle Gu," and as she spoke halfway, she suddenly noticed that there was no one behind Lu Gu, and Lu Gu smiled wryly and waved his hand, saying, "It's also your fortune, miss, to have encountered that expert. If it weren't for him, we would all have become fodder for the fox demons." He turned to look at the night sky outside and continued, "That expert said he had to continue on his journey and parted ways with me halfway." "I see." Lu Jinghe lamented. After resolving matters, he truly is not an ordinary person. Meanwhile, Kong Wu had already descended the mountain, walking along the main road in the wilderness. Ever since his strength attribute gradually increased, he found that the amount of rest he needed each day was also slowly decreasing. Now, even if he stayed awake for a day and a night, he could maintain an excellent mental state. Thus, he took advantage of the night to continue his journey. While the dimly lit roads were dark for ordinary people, they appeared as clear as daylight to him. Thus, he took advantage of the night to continue his journey. While the dimly lit roads were dark for ordinary people, they appeared as clear as daylight to him. 10 attribute points. At this rate, wouldn't his strength attribute surpass 100 by the time he reached the state city? With visions of future attribute points in his mind, Kong Wu walked and paused along the way, deliberately venturing into the deep mountains and forests in search of a few formidable demons. 5 days passed in a flash, and Kong Wu had obtained very little since then. Although he encountered a few cultivators among the mountain bandits, the total attribute points they provided added up to only 0.5. At that moment, he was bare-chested, carrying a huge burlap sack under the scorching sun. In 5 days, Kong Wu hadn't found even a single demon, but he had run into many bandit lairs. Thus, with the mindset of having come this far, he helped the nearby authorities clear out some of the surrounding bandits. The sack he carried was filled with his spoils. After walking for a short while, he spotted a tea stall under the shade by the roadside where many people were resting. Feeling a bit thirsty, Kong Wu walked over. Bang! After placing the sack on the ground and finding a random spot to sit, he shouted, "Bring me 10 bowls." The young waiter, momentarily taken aback by the request for 10 bowls, hesitated, but upon turning to look at Kong Wu's physique, he quickly understood and replied, "Sure thing, please wait a moment." There were still 2 tables of people sitting in the tea stall. Although they weren't seated together, the occasional glances exchanged revealed they were all part of the same group. From the casually placed swords and knives on the table, it was clear they were some green forest heroes. At that moment, they were eyeing the burlap sack Kong Wu was carrying, whispering amongst themselves, "Sir, your tea. That'll be 21 in total." The young waiter held out a tray, placing 10 bowls of tea in front of Kong Wu. "Here, no need for change." Kong Wu opened the burlap sack, casually taking out a piece of silver and handing it to the young waiter before starting to drink heartily. The waiter stood there stunned, instinctively biting the silver piece. Wow, what a generous fellow. Although he had seen some generous customers before, he had never encountered someone like Kong Wu. That piece of silver must weigh at least 3 taels. Meanwhile, the people sitting at the other tables could no longer remain calm. Just when Kong Wu opened the sack, the shimmering gold and silver nearly blinded their eyes. Though they were wary of Kong Wu's robust physique, the thought of the entire sack possibly being filled with gold and silver, coupled with their group of 7 or 8, made their greed unbearable. Thus, under the leadership of a scar-faced man, they quietly picked up their swords and surrounded Kong Wu. After finishing the last bowl of tea, Kong Wu placed the empty bowl on the table, wiped his mouth, and shouted to the young waiter, "Bring me another 10 bowls." Then he bent down and lifted the burlap sack onto the table, opening it. Inside were nothing but gold, silver, and jewels. The scar-faced man swallowed hard and was about to step forward when he saw Kong Wu reach inside. He pulled out a silver ingot, casually kneading it into various shapes in his hand. After doing all this, Kong Wu said indifferently, "After throwing in everything of value you have, you may leave." The scarred man swallowed hard, cold sweat trickling down his cheek. He had kicked a hardboard. Since this person had the strength to easily crush a silver ingot, it would surely not take much effort to snap their necks. Just as he was about to admit defeat, one of his subordinates suddenly let out a laugh behind him. "Ha ha ha." Seeing the scarred man turn around with a puzzled expression filled with the desire to show off in front of the boss, he quickly jogged over and said to the scarred man, "Boss, I've seen this trick before. That thing looks like a silver ingot, but it's actually something else. Even a child can leave fingerprints on it." Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face turned crimson, and he angrily kicked the subordinate away. After years of mingling in the underworld, he had almost been deceived by a con artist today. Embarrassed and furious, he directly approached Kong Wu, angrily saying, "You damn." Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Kong Wu sigh and casually crumple a small piece of silver into a ball, flicking it away. Cursing under his breath, the scarred man took a few more steps, suddenly falling heavily forward onto the ground. With a hiss, blood sprayed from the hole on the back of his head like a fountain due to the internal pressure. The scene fell silent for a moment, then the scarred man's subordinates scattered in a panic. Kong Wu did not get up. The size of the silver ingot in his hand gradually diminished. One by one, silver balls were flicked out. After the last of his subordinates fell to the ground 100 steps away, Kong Wu finally tossed the remaining half of the silver ingot back into the sack. "What a hassle, can't I just enjoy a cup of tea in peace?" Kong Wu shouted irritably. "Waiter, where's my tea?" The waiter, who had long hidden aside, returned in fear, trembling as he poured tea from a large vat. After serving the tea, Kong Wu took a sip and spat it out. "Pa, how can I drink this? It's so bland." Glancing at the trembling waiter, Kong Wu said, "What about the poison from earlier?" Hastily, the waiter knelt down on the ground, begging for mercy. "Please, sir, spare me. I have a 70-year-old mother and 5 children to support." Kong Wu splashed a bowl of tea on his face, scolding, "Stop wasting words. Add it in." Seeing that Kong Wu was not joking, the waiter scrambled to the counter, took out a small paper bag, and carefully shook a bit of white powder into Kong Wu's bowl. "Why be so stingy? Pour it all in." Kong Wu shouted angrily, startling the waiter, who spilled all the powder. Seeing this, Kong Wu directly picked up the bowl, tilted his head back, and drank it all down. Satisfied, he wiped his mouth and asked, "Is there more?" The waiter opened his mouth, slightly looking at him in a daze. The amount of poison just poured in was enough to take down several bulls. Yet Kong Wu appeared completely fine, his expression unchanged. After Kong Wu asked again, he snapped back to reality and hurriedly said, "Yes. There is more. There's more." After saying this, he ran back to grab several bags from behind the counter. Kong Wu pointed at the several bowls of tea in front of him. "Come, pour it evenly in." After the waiter finished adding the poison, Kong Wu picked up a bowl of tea and handed it over, saying, "Come drink with me." The waiter was on the verge of tears, hastily shaking his head, saying, "I." Kong Wu frowned and asked, "What's wrong? Do you look down on me? Not giving me face?" This statement, coupled with his fierce expression, was quite persuasive. The waiter hurriedly took the bowl of tea, trembling as he spilled quite a bit. "My." Kong Wu's gaze swept over the intense pressure, suppressing the waiter's instinctive reactions, his arms gripping the bowl tightly like iron clamps. Satisfied, Kong Wu picked up another bowl of tea, clinking it with the waiter's, and said, "Cheers." The waiter watched as Kong Wu swallowed the entire bowl of tea, looking down at the clear tea in his hands, filled with confusion. Could it be that he bought fake goods? While pondering, Kong Wu finished the tea, noticing he had not moved at all, and his expression darkened. The waiter noticed this and suddenly shivered, thinking that since Kong Wu had drunk so much without any issues, it must definitely be his poison that had gone wrong. Grimacing, he tilted his head back and drank down an entire bowl of tea filled with poison. Good. Kong Wu's complexion improved, and he picked up another bowl of tea. But when he turned around, he found the waiter had already collapsed on the ground, black blood flowing from his 7 orifices, his body twitching uncontrollably. Curling his lips, Kong Wu took a sip of tea, feeling the cool sensation of the poison sliding down his throat, humming in satisfaction. After leisurely finishing the tea in front of him, Kong Wu tidied up his things and walked out of the tea shed. The blazing sun moved over the mountain, and the sweltering weather finally cooled down a bit. Leaving the tea shed and the numerous corpses behind, Kong Wu set off on his journey. Before nightfall, a tall city wall appeared before him. The words Ziyan County were embedded above the city gate, with a long line forming under the Tuzhonghai Gate. Kong Wu had heard of this county before. In terms of population size and other aspects, Ziyan County could be considered the foremost county under the state government. Scratching his shoulder, his mood lifted quite a bit. During this time, the hardships of traveling and sleeping outdoors had little impact on him, but the cold floor was ultimately not as comfortable as a soft mattress. It's time to enjoy a good meal and take a bath to rest a bit. In the midst of the crowd, Kong Wu's robust muscles and towering height made him stand out, causing the common folk around him to keep their distance and occasionally glance at him. As expected, the soldiers who were inspecting also noticed Kong Wu, and a man who looked like an officer approached with, "May I ask for your name, strong man?" Although the 2 subordinates behind him were watching Kong Wu warily, the leading man appeared particularly respectful. "Kong Wu, is there something?" Your indifferent attitude did not change the expression of the leading man, who merely clasped his fists and said, "You don't seem like an ordinary civilian. It would be inconvenient for you to queue like this. Please step aside, or I'll conduct a separate inspection for you, if that's all right." Kong Wu nodded and stepped out of the queue. Although this man's tone was gentle, his hand resting on the long knife at his waist never relaxed. It was likely Kong Wu's unusual appearance that made him somewhat wary, so he wanted to inspect him personally. Stepping away from the queue could be to avoid involving innocent bystanders. After walking a few steps, he took out a book from his bosom, flipping through it while glancing up at Kong Wu. After a while, he sighed in relief and said, "Thank you for your cooperation, strong man. I need to open this pocket and take a look." Kong Wu nodded and threw the sack onto the ground. One soldier stepped forward and opened it. With a clatter, gold, silver, and jewels spilled all over the ground. Outside the city walls, silence reigned. Countless eyes gazed at the ground strewn with gold and silver, as if they had forgotten to breathe. Gulp! A soldier swallowed hard, his gaze hazy as he stared at the ground. Clang! The long blade was drawn. The leading figure pointed the sword at Kong Wu and spoke in a deep voice. Where did these things come from? Kong Wu's stature was already imposing, and the long object strapped to his back, wrapped in white cloth, was clearly identifiable as ironware. With the addition of this gold and silver, suspicions surrounding Kong Wu had intensified. Who in their right mind would carry such treasures while out and about? He had seen merchants travel with large sums of money, but those were always in the form of banknotes and contracts easy to carry. Only notorious bandits would carry ill-gotten wealth on their person. As the man drew his knife, the 2 soldiers accompanying him raised their long spears towards Kong Wu. At the city gate, another group of soldiers was rushing towards them. Faced with such a scene, Kong Wu remained unfazed, casually replying, "I took these from some bandit hideouts." The dismissive response made the man across from him frown. He didn't even bother to pretend. Moreover, even in front of a dozen fully armed soldiers, there was no hint of panic on his face, suggesting he was quite capable and confident in his own strength. It seemed he had encountered a tough opponent. Should he send someone to seek help from the Ziyan Hall? While pondering this, he suddenly spotted something among the scattered treasures. Wait! He called to the advancing soldiers, intently watching the pile of riches on the ground. You're saying all these things were taken from bandits. What about those bandits? Who knows? Kong Wu shrugged and laughed. Perhaps they have already drunk the Minger soup. The lead man cautiously stepped forward and picked up a jade orb from the treasure pile. After studying the intricately carved jade orb for a while, he flipped open a book in his hand and began comparing something after turning to a page. At the same time, over a dozen soldiers had surrounded Kong Wu. The lined-up civilians watched this scene without panic, merely whispering and pointing at each other. As a top county in Qingzhou, Xian County housed a 100-state army ensuring excellent public order. Squad leader, is there something off with this person? A soldier quietly asked the leading figure. The army of the dying dynasty operated on a system of units, 5 men forming a team, 10 forming a squad. After comparing the jade orb with the book for a long time, the squad leader let out a long sigh. He looked at Kong Wu with a complex expression, waved his hand to dismiss the soldiers, then returned the jade orb and secured the sack. That's enough, you can enter the city now. Kong Wu nodded, gave a light sound of relief, and lifted the sack as he walked towards the city gate. As he watched Kong Wu's departing figure, a soldier rolled his eyes and whispered, "Squad leader, this person is clearly an outsider. Should we?" The squad leader heard this and suddenly turned around, slapping him. Smack! The soldier was bewildered, staring at the squad leader as he scolded, "If you want to seek death, don't drag me into it." After saying this, he flipped the book to a page and slapped it against the soldier's chest. The soldier covered his face, looking down. He saw a portrait on that page accompanied by a few lines of small text. The person in the portrait had a fierce expression with only one eye drawn, while the left side was filled with intricate patterns. The text below read, "One-eyed dragon, fierce in appearance, left eye filled with a jade orb, possessing a cultivation of the 5th layer of qi, refining with numerous crimes, having annihilated villages without mercy. If encountered, report immediately to Xian Hall. Do not act rashly. Reward 100 taels alive, 300 taels dead." The soldier gasped in cold air. Xian County was home to a cultivation sect, Xian Hall, so the locals had a considerable understanding of cultivators. But wait, that person didn't look like this. The soldier's first thought was that Kong Wu was the person in the portrait, but upon closer inspection, it was clear they looked completely different. Seeing the soldier still unresponsive, the squad leader sighed and said, "Don't you think that jade orb looked familiar?" Huh? The soldier froze for a moment, glancing down at the portrait and suddenly realizing, swallowing hard with a dry voice. My heavens, that's a cultivator at the 5th layer of qi refining. The squad leader looked at the retreating back of Kong Wu and shook his head, advising, "Make sure to warn our people, don't let greed blind your eyes. If we provoke this person, we won't be able to save our heads." The soldier nodded, noticing several individuals walking out from the ranks and dispersing with indifferent expressions. It seemed that the earlier sight of Kong Wu carrying a large amount of wealth had stirred thoughts they shouldn't have entertained. If others seek death, it was none of their concern. After entering the city, Kong Wu casually grabbed a passerby and inquired about the most luxurious inn in the county. He left the passerby staring blankly at a luminous pearl and walked along the street towards his destination. For him now, wealth held little value. With his strength, there were countless ways to acquire money. So when he placed a gold ingot on the table and asked the waiter to find him the best room, the waiter smiled broadly. After taking the key, Kong Wu did not immediately return to his room to rest. Instead, he tossed another gold ingot, asking for some food. Glancing at the menu nearby, Kong Wu said, "I'll have 2 of everything on this list." After speaking, he disregarded the waiter, who seemed to want to say something, and casually chose a window-side seat. Xian County lived up to its reputation as the premier county in Qingzhou. Even as dusk approached, the streets remained bustling and lively. Among these people, there were quite a few cultivators. From the city gate to the inn, Kong Wu spotted no less than 10 cultivators. Although these individuals were not very strong, the most powerful among them had a strength attribute of only 12, slightly stronger than the Fengyang he met at Baiyin Temple. Clearly, the single cultivator from Qingshan County could not compare to the multitude here. Kong Wu felt as if he were a mouse in a granary. The sheer number of cultivators stirred an uncontrollable greed in him. Fortunately, he still had some principles. After scaring off a few cultivators with a glance, he suppressed the urge to draw his Xie evil blade and harvest attribute points. He had some bottom lines. He couldn't bring himself to commit mass murder for the sake of attribute points. While pondering, his ears perked up as he looked towards the entrance. A young man in white attire, handsome in appearance, walked in. Kong Wu scrutinized him closely, his nose twitching, realizing that this man, without an Adam's apple, might recently have encountered some bloodshed. Shaolin Life, 190, Strength, 27, Technique, 7 Flames, Secret Art, Incomplete Red Flame Fist. A strength attribute of 27 points may not seem significant to Kong Wu, but for a girl of her age, it can be considered extraordinary talent. Based on the level of cultivators he has encountered recently, this level should still belong to the qi refining stage, but she is already very close to the foundation establishment stage. Previously in Qingshan County, the blood spirit who claimed to be at the foundation establishment stage had a strength attribute of only 30 points. Kong Wu merely glanced at him before turning away. The freshly served steaming dishes were evidently more enticing. Kong Wu had ordered far too many dishes for this small table, so the waiter first brought out 8 dishes and bent over saying, "Dear guest, you have ordered too much food. We can only serve them in batches. Please start eating, and once you finish this table we will continue to serve you, if that's all right." Although Kong Wu's robust physique suggested he had a good appetite, the waiter clearly did not believe he could finish all that. Thus, the first 8 dishes that were served were all extravagant meat dishes, likely hoping to make Kong Wu think twice. Otherwise, they would have been busy cooking only for him. What about the other guests? Glancing at the waiter, Kong Wu paid no mind to his thoughts and simply said, "You'd better be quick then." After speaking, he picked up a fish, took a big bite, and after chewing a few times swallowed it whole without spitting out the bones. The waiter was momentarily stunned at this scene. Before he had even regained his composure, Kong Wu had finished the remaining half of the fish. Smacking his lips to savor the flavors left in his mouth, Kong Wu grinned and nodded, saying, "Not bad." It seemed his throat had not been pierced by any fish bones, and his voice remained loud and clear. After finishing his words, Kong Wu began to tackle the other delicacies on the table. The waiter watched as the dishes on the table rapidly diminished and suddenly shivered, rushing back to the kitchen. There was no time to worry about fish bones. The most important thing now was to get the kitchen to hurry and prepare the remaining dishes. Thinking of Kong Wu's arms, which were thicker than the average man's thighs, the waiter's pace quickened. If he let Kong Wu find out he was deceiving him by not having the kitchen prepare other dishes, he would likely be torn. Under his urging, the second round of dishes arrived just before Kong Wu finished the last plate of stewed lamb. Also arriving was Xiao Lan, who was masquerading as a man. She sat down across from Kong Wu without even greeting him. Kong Wu merely glanced at her before redirecting his attention to the food in front of him. Thus a strange scene unfolded in the inn. A handsome young man watched the robust man across from him with a smile. Meanwhile, the robust man kept his mouth busy, continuously eating. However, as time passed, Xiao Lan's calm demeanor slowly changed. This was already the 5th table of food. Yet Kong Wu's eating speed showed no signs of slowing down. The exhausted waiter brought in the last dish, panting, and said, "Dear guest, all the dishes are here." Kong Wu simply nodded and proceeded to finish all the dishes on the table right in front of him. After patting his still flat stomach, he took a sip of tea and said, "Bring me 5 more lamb chops." The waiter hesitated for a moment and weakly said, "Dear guest, you ordered too many dishes before and the money you gave was still a bit short. If you order more, go ahead and serve the dishes, I'll pay." Before the waiter could finish, Xiao Lan interrupted. Seeing this, the waiter turned to look at the nodding innkeeper and immediately turned to urge the chefs who were collapsed on. At this moment, Xiao Lan's eyes widened in awe, exclaiming, "I've lived until now and have never seen anyone eat so much." Kong Wu tilted his head, momentarily unsure whether she was complimenting or scolding him. Xiao Lan, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly explained, "What I mean is, if you can eat this much, your physical body must be very strong." Seeing Xiao Lan's eyes scan him up and down, nearly drooling, Kong Wu's expression changed. "This could it be? May I ask you to help with something?" Facing Xiao Lan's eager gaze, Kong Wu stroked his chin, carefully observing her fair skin, rosy lips, and slightly exaggerated chest. "Do tell." Upon hearing this, Xiao Lan's eyes brightened, but then she seemed to recall something, hesitating. "I can't disclose the details right now. Once you've eaten enough, shall we discuss it in the room?" Kong Wu, a proud man of 9 feet, could not sit idly by in the face of such impudent demands. He immediately stood up and declared sternly, "Let's go." After all, the lamb chops would take some time to roast. Having said that, he strode out confidently, with Xiao Lan excitedly following closely behind. Bang! The door was slammed shut. Kong Wu's guest room was extremely spacious, and most importantly, the bed was big enough. Once inside the room, Kong Wu sat in a chair reflecting on what he should say in such a situation when Xiao Lan came over, eagerly grabbing his hand. "Is she that eager?" Without waiting for Kong Wu to react, Xiao Lan began. "I assume the warrior is familiar with the Purple Flame Hall. I am the direct granddaughter of the current hall master. We have some urgent matters at the Purple Flame Hall that require a powerful expert like you. If you help us with this matter, the Purple Flame Hall will surely reward you handsomely." After saying all this, Xiao Lan fixed her gaze on Kong Wu, but she noticed his smile, gradually fading, unsure of where his attention had shifted. After a long silence, Kong Wu pulled his arm back. At that moment, Xiao Lan realized that with her chi refining 9th layer strength, she had easily been shaken off by Kong Wu. Seeing this, her excitement grew even more. If she could recruit him, the dilemmas facing the Purple Flame Hall would be easily resolved. In the next moment, Kong Wu walked to the door, opened it, and said in a deep voice, "I'm not interested, you can go." Xiao Lan, confused, replied, "Perhaps you are not familiar with our Purple Flame Hall or what we are offering as a reward." Before she could finish, Kong Wu threw the bag of treasures he had brought back into the room onto the ground. "Moi." Xiaolon stared at the pile of gold and silver falling into a long silence. Then there's nothing more to discuss, please rest for now. Although she didn't understand why Kong Wu's expression suddenly changed, Xiaolon still wisely chose to leave. Just as she stepped out of the inn, a furious roar echoed through the establishment. Waiter, where are my roasted lamb? The people from the demon suppression department may have noticed something. Recently several of their members have been seen in the study. Xiao Hong, the master of the Xian Hall, and his son Xiao Yunming, the right protector of the Xian Hall, sat across from each other, their expressions serious as they discussed. The Xian Hall was originally the largest martial arts dojo in Xian County with numerous disciples. In this region, its influence surpassed even that of the government. The previous master of the Xian Hall had a far-sighted vision, understanding that although he dominated Xian County at that moment in the eyes of practitioners, it was merely a mundane organization. Thus, he traveled to another country, spending all the accumulated wealth of the Xian Hall to purchase a fragmented cultivation manual. His child, the current master, Xiao Hong, possessed exceptional cultivation talent, reaching the late foundation establishment stage in less than 30 years. From then on, a new cultivation sect emerged in the Qingzhou region. Relying on that fragmented qi and secret art, the Xian Hall recruited many disciples with cultivation potential, and it has now become the #1 sect among the top 5 first-rate sects in Qingzhou. Now they have encountered an opportunity that could propel them to new heights. Just as they were discussing, the main door of the study was pushed open, and Xiaolon rushed in. Seeing this, Xiao Yunming frowned and reprimanded. "You're a girl, running in and out like this is quite improper. Didn't you know to knock before entering?" However, Xiao Hong chuckled. She's just a child, it's good for her to be lively." Xiao Yunming looked at his doting father and said helplessly, "She's already 25, Aunt Xiao had her at this age." Xiao Hong completely ignored him, smilingly waving his hand. "Come here, Lanlin, what good news has you so happy?" Xiaolon ran over, pouting as she passed by Xiao Yunming. "You." Seeing this, Xiao Yunming's forehead twitched, but he could only keep comforting himself. "She's my own flesh and blood." Xiaolon grinned and said, "Grandpa, I have a surprise for you." "Oh, what surprise?" Xiaolan's eyes twinkled as she said, "Aren't you looking for a physically strong, ordinary person?" Xiao Yunming frowned angrily, saying, "How do you know about this? I was discussing serious matters with your grandfather. Don't meddle in it. It's not like him, an outsider, it's fine." Xiao Hong waved his hand and smiled at Xiaolon. "So did you find such a person?" "Yes, I found someone today who should meet your requirements." Xiao Yunming's somewhat skeptical question, "The person we need has high physical strength requirements. It's not the same as a street performer or a strongman that can be compared." Facing her father's doubts, Xiaolon immediately retorted, "Of course I know. That person could easily pull their hand out of my palm using only their physical strength. I'm about to reach the foundation establishment stage." "What? A man dared to touch your hand? What? Are you serious?" The reactions of the two were surprisingly similar, both standing up in shock. However, their points of concern were slightly off. "Of course, how could I possibly lie to you?" Xiaolon pouted somewhat regretfully, saying, "I just didn't convince him to help right away, or I was thinking of trying again tomorrow. Finding him is good, finding him is good." Xiao Yunming excitedly paced back and forth, suddenly stopping to say to Xiaolon, "You don't need to go out tomorrow. You better not get involved in this matter. Leave the rest to your grandfather and me." "Why should I? I found the person," Xiaolon protested. At this moment, Xiao Hong also reacted and advised, "Lanlin, listen to your father. This matter is very dangerous. You should stay home obediently. Just tell us about the person, don't worry about the rest." Seeing that even her most beloved grandfather said so, Xiaolon could only nod helplessly. "All right, the person's name is—" "Oh dear, I forgot to ask what his name is." Patting her head, Xiaolon stuck out her tongue. "But don't worry, his physique is extraordinary. You just inquire a bit, and you'll find out. He resides at the Zidu Inn." Achoo! Kong Wu sneezed, somewhat puzzled as he rubbed his nose. With his current physical strength, could he possibly catch a cold? Shaking his head, he picked up the wine jug on the table and took a big swig. "Get a new batch." Looking at the line of courtesans in front of him, Kong Wu shook his head in disappointment and said to the madam beside him. The madam, who had originally been flattering him, smiled with a face that looked worse than crying upon hearing this. "This strong man, this is already the last batch. With this level, how can you dare to open a business?" Kong Wu casually tossed a luminous pearl over. "Don't hide it, I can afford it." The madam took the luminous pearl, greedily glancing at the burlap sack next. "Those other girls are all courtesans. Whether or not to accompany guests is not something we can force your demands." She rolled her eyes and leaned in to whisper a few words in Kong Wu's ear. Upon hearing this, Kong Wu's eyes brightened as he said, "There's such a thing. All right, lead me there." The madam called over a servant boy, whispered a few instructions, and then had the boy lead Kong Wu out. Kong Wu was a normal man with worldly desires. After tossing and turning on the inn's bed for a while, he asked the shopkeeper about the biggest brothel in the county and then carried the burlap sack out. Originally, after Kong Wu threw the two strong men at the entrance out with one hand, the madam did not want to do business with him. However, he was offering too much. After fully understanding the customer's needs, the madam brought several options to Kong Wu, but none satisfied. A maid approached and softly asked, "Was it introduced by Mama Li?" Kong Wu nodded and casually took out a gold ingot to hand over. Standing in front of the small courtyard, Kong Wu casually glanced around side, sent the servant boy away, and walked straight into the yard. A maid approached and softly asked, "Was it introduced by Mama Li?" Kong Wu nodded and casually took out a gold ingot to hand over. The maid calmly accepted the gold ingot and made a gesture inviting him in. Upon entering the room, Kong Wu's eyes were met with a woman with enchanting eyes. She knelt before a screen wearing a pink long skirt, her delicate nose and cherry lips forming a beautiful curve. In front of her was a tea set with mist rising gently. However, upon seeing this woman, Kong Wu's face revealed an unmistakable sense of disappointment. Luing age, 240 strength, 31 skills. Yunming Hahuan technique, Yunming finger, Yunyu whip. Your first impression, salivating. What a vigorous body. After absorbing his yang essence, my cultivation will surely improve greatly. Did that guy just notice us? How could that be? Why would you think that? I just felt that glance he cast our way was a bit strange. It's just a coincidence. Stop talking and pay attention. Lord Zhang will arrive soon. We cannot let this wicked cultivator escape. Less than 100 steps from the courtyard where Kong Wu had just entered, two individuals clad in purple-black brocade whispered secretly on the rooftop. After a moment of silence, one of them couldn't help but say, "Is it really necessary to mobilize so many people just for one wicked cultivator? And we have to wait until Lord Zhang arrives to take action. What do you know? 3 days ago, a junior flag officer suspected this enchantress while investigating, chose to venture alone, and then mysteriously vanished." Huh. A junior flag officer went missing. Why don't we just rush in and search? You fool! A junior flag officer from the Demon Suppression Division entered that courtyard without even a sound of fighting escaping, which indicates that this enchantress is formidable. Acting recklessly will only alert the snake. Lord Zhang will return from outside the city tonight, and only then will we have the confidence to close in. Hearing this, the questioning member of the Demon Suppression Division glanced at the small courtyard with a hint of pity, saying, "Poor guy, he just lost his life for nothing. Who is pitiful?" Just then a voice suddenly rang out behind them. The two reacted quickly, almost instantly dashing to the sides, turning around to draw their swords, only to see a figure in blue-black brocade, and they immediately saluted Lord Flag. In a large county like Xian County, there are naturally personnel from the Demon Suppression Division stationed there. The Qingzhou Demon Suppression Division established 100 households here, guarded by 100 household and 2 flag officers. The person before them was one of the 2 flag officers of the Xian County Demon Suppression Division, Zhang Hao. He stood with his hands clasped behind him on the rooftop, the gentle night breeze blowing, yet the hem of his garment remained still. He nodded and said, "Not bad. The response to the unexpected situation is barely passing." He then shifted his gaze to the small courtyard, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his pupils. Those wicked cultivators and demons hiding in the large city often possess secret arts to conceal their true energy fluctuations. While it is true that in battle no one can hide their intense energy fluctuations, if one does not take action, it is generally difficult for an ordinary person to see through those secret arts. This naturally does not include the Demon Suppression Division, which has inherited countless secret techniques. At this moment, the secret art he was using was one that only flag officers and above could exchange for within the Demon Suppression Division, known as the Golden Eye technique. After casting the secret technique, the world in Zhang Hao's eyes turned a faint golden color. Within the small courtyard, a wisp of black smoke rising faintly became particularly conspicuous. His face grew serious as he said in a deep voice, "Your previous decision was very correct. This wicked cultivator is at least at the foundation establishment stage." Upon hearing this, the two opposite exchanged glances, feeling an overwhelming sense of luck. However, now, with a mid-foundation establishment flag officer leading a dozen demon suppression guards, even if that enchantress is at the foundation establishment stage, she cannot escape her doom. Zhang Hao flicked his tongue and whistled. In an instant, countless shadows leapt from the surrounding rooftops, encircling the small courtyard. Seeing this, Zhang Hao jumped down with the two and walked toward the front gate of the small courtyard. Bang! A demon suppression guard stepped forward and knocked on the courtyard door. The courtyard was eerily silent with no response. Seeing this, Zhang Hao waved his hand, and the demon suppression guard delivered a powerful kick to the wooden door, shattering it on the spot. Zhang Hao led the way in front, guiding everyone inside. Without needing his orders, a few individuals naturally guarded the perimeter of the small courtyard to prevent the wicked cultivator's escape. Upon entering the small courtyard, Zhang Hao immediately looked towards the window. In the flickering candlelight, inside, a shadow was desperately holding onto another shadow. Seeing this, Zhang Hao furrowed his brows, understanding the pitiful situation discussed by the two earlier. He drew his long knife, unleashing a cross-shaped wave of energy, and shouted, "Wicked cultivator, stop!" Although he thought to rescue the victim if possible, he was also aware that the hope was slim. Ordinary people are just too fragile in front of cultivators. Sure enough, the wave of energy struck the window, shattering it, and revealing the scene inside. A tall and burly man was restraining a charming woman from behind. At the moment the window shattered, the man glanced lightly outside, then lowered his head, casually twisting his hands, causing the woman's head to turn towards Zhang Hao. Witnessing the harm against the innocent before his very eyes deeply struck Zhang Hao, and with a powerful push off the ground, he charged forward. The long knife cut through a silver arc, and the faint blue energy formed a wave, aiming fiercely at the tall figure. With this strike, as a mid-foundation establishment cultivator, you... Wait a moment, why is there no energy fluctuation coming from this person in the face of his attack? As this thought just emerged, Zhang Hao saw the man casually slap his palm forward. The solidified energy cultivated from the secret techniques of the Demon Suppression Division once formed into a wave possessed extraordinary power that ordinary spiritual weapons could not withstand. But now everything happening in Zhang Hao's field of vision made him forget to think. At the moment the flesh and blood body came into contact with the wave, it shattered like glass, and even the spiritual weapon long knife in his hand could not withstand it snapping with a sound. Then the gust generated by that palm struck Zhang Hao, sending him flying. Boom! Zhang Hao's body crashed through the wall and flew outside the courtyard. At the same time, anxious shouts from behind finally reached Zhang Hao's ears. "Lord Flag, that woman is the wicked cultivator." However, at this moment Zhang Hao certainly could not hear them. Kong Wu stepped over the threshold, looking at the panicked crowd outside. His eyes brightened. "I didn't expect to have unexpected gains." Perhaps due to the overwhelming difference in strength, the guy inside provided him with 0.5 attribute points. Originally, Kong Wu had a slight interest in the so-called harvesting. If it satisfied him, he would go ahead, as he didn't believe the system would allow her to take away the strength attribute it bestowed. But damn it, that girl approached with a small knife, wanting to harvest his kidney. What kind of harvesting is that? Kong Wu immediately lost interest in this so-called harvesting and took the attribute points for himself. The maid outside still wanted to come in and help, but he casually sent her off to sleep on the side. From the current scene, this enchantress has a wide range of services, not just harvesting kidneys, but also offering an all-inclusive package. Though her companions may not be all that powerful, clearing them all should at least yield a few attribute points. But the next moment, the words spoken from the opposite side left Kong Wu dumbfounded. "Lord Flag, are you alright? Please wake up, Lord Flag. Bold madman, how dare you attack the Demon Suppression Division's flag officer? Form a formation. Form a formation." Some rushed over anxiously to help Zhang Hao, while others shouted angrily at Kong Wu, and some drew their swords, yelling loudly. Faced with the chaotic scene, Kong Wu tilted his head, a gigantic question mark appearing above him. Demon Suppression Division. Kong Wu had heard of the reputation of the Demon Suppression Division. This was an institution established by the Dejing dynasty, primarily serving cultivators, while occasionally taking on the duties of a censor. Rubbing his chin, Kong Wu seemed to grasp the situation at hand. So, those people lurking outside weren't members of the Heavenly Trap, but rather agents of the Demon Suppression Division. Having realized this, Kong Wu sighed and gave up on the idea of harvesting attribute points. After all, these people from the Demon Suppression Division were not heinous scoundrels, nor did they harbor murderous intent towards him. Ding! A crossbow bolt struck his forehead and bounced off. Raising an eyebrow, Kong Wu felt somewhat helpless. "Well, it couldn't kill me anyway." Taking a deep breath, Kong Wu spoke in a deep voice. "I say this is a misunderstanding. Can you accept that?" "Not good. The total flag's aura is faint. We must hurry to take him back for treatment." A small flag from the Demon Suppression Division checked Zhang Hao's breath and shouted loudly. Upon hearing his words, someone pulled out a bamboo tube and lit it. Chirp! A red firework shot into the sky with a piercing sound, exploding above. Kong Wu silently watched the bursting firework, ignoring the hidden weapons and talismans that hit him. Forget it, it's better to slip away for now. With that thought, Kong Wu slightly bent his legs and then forcefully pushed off the ground, propelling himself directly into the air. This jump covered nearly 100 steps, directly leaping out of the encirclement of the Demon Suppression Division. Glancing back at the chaotic scene, Kong Wu shrugged, clasping his hands behind his head, and whistled as he strolled towards the inn. He had initially planned to stay a while longer in Xian County. Now it seemed he should hurry back to pack. Suddenly, Kong Wu stopped in his tracks and turned sharply to face the direction he came from. Damn, my money. In his haste, he had forgotten to take a whole bag of gold, silver, and jewels. With a low exclamation, Kong Wu turned back. Upon seeing him leave, the people from the Demon Suppression Division actually breathed a sigh of relief. Most of those lying in ambush outside had seen that Kong Wu had entered last and had no relation to the demoness inside. However, even so, injuring the total flag made it impossible for them to stand by idly. From the way Kong Wu had swatted the total flag away like a fly, it was clear that any of them who approached would only be sending themselves to their deaths. Thankfully, he had left directly. While the others were still pondering this, a tall and sturdy figure suddenly walked in through the door. He strode past the demon suppression guards as if they were invisible, entering the room. Before long, he emerged carrying a burlap sack. Busy here, huh? I'm off now. He casually waved goodbye. Clearly the one who had injured the total flag was right in front of them, yet none of the onlookers had the courage to draw their weapons and charge forward. Thus, under everyone's gaze, Kong Wu briskly walked out the door. Just as he stepped out, he spotted a man in a blue brocade robe rushing towards him. As they brushed past each other, Kong Wu politely nodded. Thanks for your hard work. Yang Chaohui, another total flag of Xian County, glanced at Kong Wu in confusion, but ignored him as he rushed into the courtyard. What happened? Who issued the highest level distress signal? After asking this solemn question, Yang Chaohui saw Zhang Hao being carried and immediately gasped. Who did this? A demon suppression guard hesitantly raised his hand. It was that tall man who just brushed. The scene fell silent for a moment, and Yang Chaohui suddenly exploded in rage. Then why didn't you stop him? A bunch of useless fools. With a roar, he turned and shouted, Follow me. How can the people of the Demon Suppression Division fear for their lives? As he led the way towards the door, he casually asked the person beside him, Is he your target for tonight? Clearly he had heard something about tonight's operation. The nearby Demon Suppression Guard awkwardly replied, No, that person might just be a customer. Our original target was that Miss Liu. Customer? Yang Chaohui asked in confusion. Then why did you come into conflict with us? The total flag arrived late and didn't know the situation. When we rushed in, that person happened to snap Miss Liu's neck, which led to the total flag misunderstanding and thinking that person was the target, resulting in him being slapped down like that. Yang Chaohui paused, stopping in his tracks. One slap knocked Zhang Hao down like that. Yes. After a moment of silence, Yang Chaohui suddenly turned around and said, I think our most urgent task now is to quickly rescue Zhang Hao. You guys are too slow, I'll take him for treatment. With that, he stepped forward, lifted Zhang Hao onto his back, and in a few leaps vanished into the night. Watching his retreating figure, the group of demon suppression guards stood gaping in place. What about the person who injured the total flag? You're so nosy, what else can we do? Just let it be. Kong Wu, who had traveled a good distance, looked serious as he placed the burlap sack on the ground. Opposite him stood a peculiar old man grinning at him. Though described as an old man, that seemed inappropriate. For apart from his white hair and wrinkled skin, his upright posture and strong physique were not inferior to that. Xiaohong. Lifespan 299. Strength 73. Skill 7. Flame secret technique, incomplete red flame, fist purple flame sword. Your first impression, admiration, what a strong physique. Seeing this person's attribute panel, Kong Wu felt somewhat annoyed. Here we go again, another one with a strong physique. What's the deal with the people in Xian County and their obsession with physiques? This guy, however, was truly strong. A striking 73 points in strength was the highest he had ever seen. However, even so, Kong Wu did not fear him, for at this moment his own attribute panel looked like this. Kong Wu: Life 102, Strength 57, 42 52, 210. Skill Blood Exploding Technique LV10103, Tribulation Finger LV100, Free Attribute Points 11, Special Attribute Points none. If he allocated all 11 free attribute points into strength along with the constant boost from the 3 Tribulation Finger and the explosive power from the Blood Exploding Technique, his total strength could reach 75. With this strength forged through hardships and diligent training, Kong Wu felt no fear towards the man. Just as he was about to draw his evil devouring blade for a good fight, the man opposite him stroked his beard and smiled. Young friend, would you be interested in joining the Purple Flame Hall? Kong Wu was taken aback for a moment only, then noticing that the person in front of him looked somewhat familiar. It was the one he encountered at the inn disguised as a man. Is she from the Xian Hall? Judging by this person's reaction, it seems the Xian Hall is looking for individuals with great physical strength. But for what purpose? Kong Wu did not know, nor did he wish to find out. Relaxing his tensed muscles, he casually replied, I am not interested. Since this person meant him no harm, there was no need for him to take action. After all, Kong Wu was not someone who enjoyed meaningless slaughter. Seeing Kong Wu's firm refusal, Xiaohong displayed a hint of surprise on his face. To unthinkingly refuse the olive branch offered by the Xian Hall, could this guy be lacking in understanding of the Xian Hall? One must know that even in the entire Qingzhou, the number of cultivators wishing to join the Xian Hall is countless. In the path of cultivation, the most important thing is the inheritance of techniques. And these are all held by the various cultivation sects in Qingzhou. There are also some exceptionally fortunate rogue cultivators who manage to obtain some scattered techniques. However, those techniques are mostly at the qi refining level. Moreover, once one joins a sect, there are senior cultivators who can help their disciples resolve doubts encountered during cultivation, which can save those rogue cultivators a lot of detours. However, after carefully observing Kong Wu, Xiaohong suddenly nodded in realization. There was no fluctuation of true qi, he was not a cultivator. Thus, he changed his approach to recruit. If you don't wish to join the Xian Hall, that's fine. If you can help this old man with a task, I will surely reward you handsomely. Pills, talismans, worldly gold, and silver, just mention anything that the Xian Hall is capable of providing. Upon hearing this, Kong Wu stopped and seriously thought for a moment before earnestly asking, any condition will do. In this Xian county, the Xian Hall indeed holds a certain level of influence. Xiaohong appeared quite confident. All right. Kong Wu nodded and said, can you find a golden core demon, injure it severely, and then allow me to finish it off? Xiaohong paused in his action of stroking his beard, a look of confusion in his eyes. What kind of condition is this? Originally, he thought Kong Wu was preparing to make exorbitant demands and was ready for it. Even if he wanted some precious pills or talismans, the Xian Hall could manage to provide them with some effort. But now this condition left him utterly bewildered. Kong Wu shook his head, preparing to leave. So far, all the opponents he had killed had a strength attribute beneath his own. He wanted to see how many free attribute points he would be rewarded for killing an enemy far beyond his own level. The person in front of him had a strength attribute far exceeding that of Hu Qiang in the later stages of Foundation establishment, yet in Kong Wu's perception, the feeling both gave him was not much different. This shows that even a strength attribute of 73 has not reached the golden core stage. Noticing Kong Wu was about to leave, Xiaohong came to his senses and said with a strange expression, is that your only condition? Are you sure? You don't need anything else? Could there be a chance? Kong Wu asked, can you do it? I can't. Xiaohong replied bluntly. Then he hurriedly added, however, if you have no special requirements for this golden core demon, I can still manage this matter. Oh. Kong Wu wore a puzzled expression. Xiaohong explained, in the demon prison of Qingzhou City, there are quite a few golden core demons. I can speak to the demon subduing division over there and have them find a few awaiting execution for you to take action against. Xiaohong explained, in the demon prison of Qingzhou City, there are quite a few golden core demons. I can speak to the demon subduing division over there and have, can I add a few more requests? Originally thinking Kong Wu's demands were not difficult for him, Xiaohong, feeling a bit uneasy, quickly said, go ahead. Is there a demon prison in Xian County as well? I want to take a trip inside. Is it really just a trip? Xiaohong thought for a moment and ultimately nodded in agreement. At worst, he could provide some benefits to Jin Baihu, which he could accept. Though he didn't understand why Kong Wu was so insistent on exterminating demons, he had no time to ponder that now. Once that matter was settled, everything would be different. Thus, with Xiaohong's enthusiastic invitation, Kong Wu was taken to the Xian Hall. The golden core demon would require a letter from Xiaohong for Kong Wu to bring to the state city after the task was accomplished. As for the demon prison in Xian County, Kong Wu could take a trip there tomorrow. Upon entering the Xian Hall, Kong Wu bumped directly into Xiao Lan. Facing Xiao Lan, who was covering her mouth in surprise, Kong Wu merely nodded to greet her before following the housekeeper to the guest room. Grandfather, how did you convince this guy? Seeing this, Xiaohong immediately understood that the person Xiao Lan had mentioned earlier was indeed Kong Wu. It must be said her judgment was quite sharp. Based on Xiaohong's years of experience, Kong Wu was the strongest individual he had ever seen in terms of physical strength. With abundant vital energy almost forming a tangible yang energy, he could likely deal with a qi refining cultivator solely with his physical body. One cannot help but wonder how this person grew. Could it be that he has the bloodline of an ancient barbarian tribe? Lanlin, when carrying out tasks, one must tailor the approach to the individual. Everyone desires different things, and it takes experience to handle such matters. You are still too young. Oh, Xiaolan responded with curiosity, so what does he want? Xiaohong was momentarily at a loss for. In Xian County's demon subduing division, Baihu Jin Huffing, dressed in red brocade, calmly looked at Zhang Hao, whose breath gradually stabilized after taking a pill, and turned around to ask, are you saying that the person who injured Zhang Hao has no fluctuation of true qi on him? It's possible that the subordinates are too weak to see clearly, Yang Chaohui said somewhat awkwardly. Hearing Jin Hifeng's non-committal response, he tentatively asked, Lord, by who do we need to post a notice and conduct a city-wide search for that person? No need. The person who injured the demon subduing division's men must have already fled the city. Jin Hifeng's words carried some truth. The Great Jing is unlike other countries. The most powerful cultivators are all under the court's control. Having offended the strongest violent organization in the Great Jing, how could that person still have the guts to remain in the city? However, Yang Chaohui recalled how that person had greeted him without a care last night, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Given his demeanor, he might very well be sleeping soundly somewhere in the city right now. But since Lord Baihu didn't care, he felt there was no need to take unnecessary actions. After all, if a search for that person were truly to be conducted, wouldn't he have to lead the team? Glancing at the peacefully lying Zhang Hao, Yang Chao Hui swallowed hard. Speaking of which, how did the matter I asked you to investigate turn out? Compared to the incident of injuring a leader of the demon's subduing division, it seemed that Jin Baihu was more concerned about this matter. I am incompetent. Yang Chaohui bowed in apology, saying, the defenses of the Xian mine appear unchanged, but in reality they are lax internally and tight externally. Our people cannot enter the mine, and we cannot discern what has truly happened. Jin Huffing sighed and murmured, a month ago the loud explosion was officially announced by the Xian Hall as a mine collapse, but who would believe that? Shaking his head, he continued to ask, have you made contact with those disciples of the Xian Hall who hurried back from various places? I have contacted a few, and they all said there was urgency within the sect, but did not specify the details, only urging them to return as quickly as possible. Nodding, Jin Huffing asked, besides that, is there anything unusual? Yang Chaohui hesitated for a moment and said quietly, the Xian Hall has recently been recruiting ordinary people with considerable physical strength. Ordinary people. Jin Huffing pondered for a moment, but found no answers, then said solemnly, send 3 small flags to observe the Xian Hall day and night. If there is anything unusual, report it to me immediately. Understood. After Yang Chaohui acknowledged, he turned and left. Inside the Xian Hall, Xiao Hong sat behind a desk listening to Xiao Yuming's report. All disciples above the late stage of qi refining have returned, and corresponding arrangements have been made. Now there's only one issue left. I don't know if those people can be trusted. Xiao Hong took a leisurely sip of tea, looking at his son with a furrowed brow, and chuckled, planning is up to man, but achieving is up to heaven. You are just overthinking it and worrying too much. Father, this matter is crucial not only for you, but also for our Xian Hall. I must treat it with caution. By the way, I heard you brought someone back today. Seeing Xiao Hong nod, Xiao Yunming expressed with concern, I still feel that the power of mortals is limited. Why don't we wait a bit longer and ask a golden core expert from elsewhere? Xiao Hong put down his teacup and said earnestly, no, even if we fail this time, we should not think of seeking a golden core expert. Why not? Xiao Yuming looked puzzled. Seeing this, Xiao Hong sighed. Inviting a deity is easy, but sending one off is hard. If a golden core expert develops greed, it's not just our Xian Hall that will suffer. The entire Xian county might face calamity. Although he understood this logic, Xiao Yunming still held on to a glimmer of hope, saying, isn't it more than that? Son, a golden core expert is merely someone with profound cultivation. Never test a person's greed. Seeing that he could not sway his father's decision, Xiao Yunming shook his head and asked, what if we try first? Without disciples guarding the industries in various places, I still feel uneasy. This time Xiao Hong thought for a moment and gently nodded, saying, all right, let's do it tomorrow afternoon. You bring those people to wait for me. I have to take care of something in the morning. Good. Early the next morning, as Kong Wu was eating, Xiao Hong came to find him. Did you sleep well? He sat down in front of Kong Wu with a smile, looking at the 10 baskets of buns placed before him, exclaiming, as cultivators advance in their cultivation, their need for food gradually diminishes. They can rely solely on absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to sustain their bodily functions. However, the martial artists who cultivate their physical bodies are different. They cannot absorb spiritual energy, and the energy required to hone and strengthen their bodies can only be derived from food. Seeing Kong Wu eat so much, he felt even happier. The more he could eat, the more it indicated the strength of his physical body. Kong Wu casually grabbed a bun and swallowed it, asking, want some? No, I am old and cannot eat much anymore. Xiao Hong replied while patting his legs as if he truly were a frail old man. Kong Wu curled his lip and said no more. If it weren't for the system showing that your strength attribute is higher than mine, I might have believed it. The fist-sized buns were devoured by Kong Wu one after another, and soon the high stack of bamboo steamers was noticeably lower. After finishing the last bun, Kong Wu picked up a bowl of egg flour soup and drank it all at once. Then, my friend, shall we set off? I will take you to the demon-suppressing prison. Kong Wu looked strangely at Xiao Hong, who stood up and said, bring me another 10 baskets of buns. Xiao Hong nearly fell over. Can you still eat? The question was quickly answered when the buns were brought up, and Kong Wu continued to eat them one by one at the same speed. In no time, all 10 baskets of buns were consumed by Kong Wu. After drinking another bowl of egg soup, as usual, Kong Wu turned to the stunned servant and said, bring me another 10 baskets. There are no more materials in the kitchen, that was. The servant stammered, fearing to provoke this. Then fine. Kong Wu licked his lips, still unsatisfied, and casually said, old man, this won't do. I promise to work for you, but can't even get enough to eat. At this moment, Xiao Hong's face was filled with joy. Hearing this, he immediately said, go out and buy ingredients right away, buy more, and make sure my friend eats to his fill. Kong Wu shook his head and stood up, saying, let's eat when we come back. We should first take care of business. Eating to half fill is better for the stomach. All right. I will do as you say. Xiao Hong felt like he could not wait to exalt Kong Wu. With that appetite, the 5 capable hands he had previously gathered together could not match Kong Wu's intake. This also indirectly proved the strength of Kong Wu's physique. It should work. Xiao Hong was suddenly filled with confidence regarding the arrangements for the afternoon. Before leading Kong Wu out, he specifically called for the steward, saying, "Go tell Yunming to prepare everything for this afternoon." Walking along the road with Kong Wu, Xiao Hong kept looking back, finally unable to contain himself and confirming, "My friend, are you sure you have never cultivated no true energy within you?" Kong Wu shook his head and said, "There is no need. Cultivating true energy is a minor path. Seriously training to improve the purity of the body is the true path." His words left Xiao Hong speechless. By your reasoning, wouldn't the cultivators who seek the Tao be inferior to those martial artists who train their bodies? With Kong Wu's physique, dealing with Qi refining stage cultivators is indeed not a problem. Yet having never witnessed the methods of high-level cultivators, his words still sounded too arrogant. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the two arrived in front of a grand building entirely black. In front of the imposing doors stood 2 guards dressed in purple-black brocade watching their sides. "Please wait a moment, I will go up to greet them first," Xiao Hong turned back to say, and turned to walk up. The 2 guards, who had originally relaxed, immediately straightened their postures upon seeing someone approach. One of them looked at Xiao Hong, and upon seeing Kong Wu behind him, immediately rubbed his eyes in confusion. "Please inform Captain Jean, just say it's from the Xian Hall." Before Xiao Hong could finish speaking, he witnessed a strange scene. The guard stepped back in fear, then turned and ran inside. As he ran, he shouted, "Oh no! The one who injured Captain Zhang has come to the door." Xiao Hong watched the scene before him, scratching his head in confusion. He then clearly heard the guard shout, and turned to Kong Wu in puzzlement, asking, "Injured Zhang Zongqi?" Kong Wu remained unflinching and shook his head, saying, "There must be a mistake." Xiao Hong nodded, thinking that perhaps the people from the Demon Suppression Division had mistaken someone. He had met Zhang Zongqi from the Demon Suppression Division a few times. He was a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Although Kong Wu was extraordinary, Xiao Hong did not believe he could injure a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Thinking that it would be troublesome if the matter could not be clarified, Xiao Hong's gaze sharpened, and an astonishing aura emanated from him. After unleashing an impressive aura unique to latest-stage Foundation establishment, Xiao Hong stood with his hands behind his back, waiting for Jin Baihu to come out. In Xian County, there were only 3 latest-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Jin Baihu, sensing this aura, would naturally come out to see what was happening. Thinking this, Xiao Hong did not wait long before he saw a figure in red brocade stepping out from within. Behind him followed a group of demon suppression guards, each armed with weapons. Upon seeing Xiao Hong, Jin Hufeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression turning very grim. "Director Xiao, are you preparing to attack the court's institution?" Xiao Hong was momentarily stunned. His intention to greet was ruined by Jin Hifeng's words, and he narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by putting such a heavy hat on me, Jin Baihu?" Jin Hifeng's true qi surged as if he would act at any moment. "What do I mean? I want to ask you what you mean. You brought someone who injured our Zongqi to the Demon Suppression Division. Are you trying to humiliate us?" At this, the many demon suppression guards were also agitated, with waves of true qi fluctuating Feeling the unmistakable killing intent emanating from Jin Hufeng, Xiao Hong realized something was amiss and said in a deep voice, "Is there some misunderstanding, Jin Baihu? Are you saying this young friend with no cultivation hurt Zhang Zongqi?" I admit that Zhang Hao acted thoughtlessly at that time and misunderstood him, but even so, he should not have injured the Zongqi of the Demon Suppression Division. This is a provocation against the authority of the court. Wait. Is what you said true? As Xiao Hong spoke, he turned his head and saw Kong Wu with his head tilted, looking completely unconcerned. For some reason, the more he looked at Kong Wu's demeanor, the more he felt he was acting guilty. In the next moment, Yang Chaohui, standing beside Jin Hufeng, stepped forward and loudly said, "Senior Xiao, at that time more than a dozen demon suppression guards witnessed it. Could we still be lying?" Xiao Hong said nothing, staring at Kong Wu in silence. Kong Wu helplessly said, "I didn't even know they were from the Demon Suppression Division. That guy attacked me without saying a word, and I was just passively defending myself." At once, Xiao Hong's heart was filled with mixed feelings. On one hand, he had a deeper understanding of Kong Wu's strength and felt that the matter now was clearly in his hands. On the other hand, injuring the Zongqi of the Demon Suppression Division was not something that could be easily settled. He turned around and cupped his fists at Jin Hufeng, saying, "Lord Baihu, this young friend is not a person who does evil. There must be some misunderstanding. There must be a misunderstanding." Jin Hufeng understood, as well as Zhang Hao's injuries were partly his own who told him to act recklessly without understanding the situation. He didn't even clarify whether the target was male or female before attacking. Who could he blame? However, ultimately, he was the Zongqi of the Demon Suppression Division. They could not allow someone to be injured for no reason and not seek justice. Thus it could only be considered that the guy was just unfortunate. Gene Huffing shook his head and said, "Senior Shao, please do not obstruct our investigation at the Demon Suppression Division." Seeing that he showed no sign of wavering, Xiao Hong's heart sank. It seemed that this matter could not be resolved easily. "Old man, if it can't be done, then let it be." Kong Wu did not finish his sentence, but Xiao Hong waved his hand indicating that he could handle it. In the past, Xiao Hong would certainly not choose to take on this mess. But at this moment, the outcome of this matter rested on Kong Wu's thoughts, so he had no choice but to brace himself. He stepped forward, and his eyes suddenly became sharp. As his surging true qi stirred, it caused his clothes to flap loudly. The strongest person in Xian County stood alone against the many from the Demon Suppression Division, and the auras of both sides clashed, sending crackling sounds through the air. Gene Huffing, I will guarantee this person. Seeing this, Jin Baihu frowned, looking at Xiao Hong, who was suppressing so many people alone, and found himself in a dilemma. What madness is this old fool displaying? What kind of person is that, risking offending the Demon Suppression Division to protect him? He knew that even if all the people from the Demon Suppression Division were mobilized, they could not detain Xiao Hong. This old man had cultivated for many years, and both his own strength and the external magical treasures and talismans were not something an ordinary cultivator could compare to. Moreover, Xiao Hong was not only powerful on his own, the strength of the Xian Hall firmly overshadowed the Demon Suppression Division in Xian County. Although it was said that if a real conflict arose, the Demon Suppression Division, as a court-affiliated agency, could receive support from above, Xiao Hong had operated in Xian County for so many years with a complex web of relationships and connections in the court. Just as he found himself in a dilemma and unable to make a decision, Xiao Hong dispersed his aura first and said loudly, "My junior mistakenly injured Zhang Zongqi. Oh, as a senior, I must express my apologies." One blood spirit pill. How about that? The blood spirit pill had been used by Xue Ling during his battle with Kong Wu back in Qingshan County. This type of pill could help Foundation Establishment cultivators break through their bottleneck. A cultivator at the 3rd level of Foundation Establishment could break through to the mid-stage. Those at the 6th level of Foundation Establishment could break through to the latest stage. It should be noted that at the Foundation Establishment stage, each small realm's breakthrough was extremely difficult, let alone breakthroughs to larger realms. One blood spirit pill could allow Zhang Hao to directly advance to the latest stage of Foundation Establishment. If he woke up now, he would probably agree on the spot. However, Gene Huffing pondered for a moment before shaking his head. One blood spirit pill was valuable, but it still fell short. Xiao Hong knew that one blood spirit pill alone could not satisfy Gene Huffing. So he immediately spoke up, saying, 2 blood spirit pills plus 1 tail of Xian crystals for each member of the Demon Suppression Division. Xian County was named as such because there was a Xian mine in the mountains behind the county which produced Xian crystals in abundance. These materials had a wide range of uses, whether for refining weapons or making talismans. The Xian Hall had been able to grow into a second-rate sect in Qingzhou in such a short time, naturally owing much to the contribution of this Xian mine. This offer was already very generous. Gene Huffing did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. Naturally, the other demon suppression guards had no objections upon hearing they would also receive a bonus. With such meager salaries, why risk their lives? Seeing the many demon suppression guards disperse and the matter resolved satisfactorily, Xiao Hong's face bore no smile. He felt as though his heart was bleeding. Those purple flame crystals were inconsequential anyway, as his family owned a mine. However, those 2 blood spirit pills were hard-earned treasures not belonging to the Purple Flame Hall, but rather his personal assets. With a fierce glare cast at Kong Wu, Xiao Hong led him inside. In Jin Hifeng's study, Xiao Hong handed over a white jade porcelain bottle with a heavy heart. Upon receiving the bottle and giving it a shake, Jin Hifeng's lips curled into a smile, promptly instructing someone to prepare tea. Having gone through such an ordeal, Xiao Hong had lost all interest in tea and decisively said, "I need your help with something." "Senior Xiao, please go ahead." As the authority of the Demon Suppression Division in Xian County, Jin Huffeng had dealt with the Purple Flame Hall on numerous occasions. After benefiting from Xiao Hong, he now displayed a demeanor of utmost respect, speaking in a gentle tone, as if the stern admonition he had previously given at the entrance was a distant memory. Seeing him like this, Xiao Hong snorted disdainfully, "You must still have quite a few demons imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Prison, right?" Gene Huffing nodded, somewhat unsure of his intent. "My junior has a kind heart and cannot bear to see those demons suffer. I wish to help them escape their plight. Please make the arrangements." Gene Huffing picked up his teacup and blew gently on the floating tea leaves, not immediately agreeing. He was rapidly pondering what Xiao Hong's intentions were with this move. While sipping tea, he cast a sidelong glance at Kong Wu, who sat there with an impassive expression. For this person, the old fellow was even willing to oppose the Demon Suppression Division. What could possibly be worth such sacrifice from Xiao Hong? What was the purpose of wanting to go to the Demon Suppression Prison? Did it relate to the recent anomalies within the Purple Flame Hall? A flurry of questions flashed through his mind, yet none provided a definitive answer. Thus he decided to probe further. Senior Xiao, the demons incarcerated in the demon suppression prison possess crucial intelligence that cannot be carelessly disposed of. This favor might. Seeing his hesitant demeanor, Xiao Hong immediately understood. This scoundrel wanted to extort him once more. What crucial intelligence could those beasts possess? Demonic beasts below the golden core stage can't even articulate clearly, oh, what valuable information could they have? As for those evil cultivators, if they had any important intel, it would have already been sent to the state city for soul-searching arrangements. Do you think I am completely ignorant? I heard that recently the Demon Suppression Division's various 100-person squads have started evaluating Jean's performance this year, and it seems he's fallen short of expectations. Upon hearing this, Jean, huffing, silently cursed the old fox. As a 100-person squad sent by the Qingshan Demon Suppression Division, they were required to conduct an evaluation every year. The responsibility of the Demon Suppression Division is to exterminate demons and protect the local populace, so they have certain performance indicators each year. However, those demons are incredibly cunning and difficult to uncover once they hide. Thus, whenever they fail to meet their annual targets, they would enlist the help of disciples from the Purple Flame Hall to search for demons within and outside the county. After all, as the largest cultivation sect in the area, many tasks are easier for them to handle than for the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. Now Xiao Hong had seized this handle against him, and he could only comply. Jean, huffing, gritted his teeth, feigning a troubled expression. Since Senior Xiao has requested this, even if it does not conform to the rules, I will take responsibility if something goes wrong. With that, he called over a small flag bearer to lead the way. Xiao Hong gestured for Kong Wu to follow, then sat back down and picked up his teacup to drink. Seeing this, Jean, huffing, was somewhat surprised. As he watched Kong Wu's tall figure gradually recede, he pondered. Initially, he thought Xiao Hong had acquired some secret method requiring the assistance of demonic beasts for cultivation. But now it seemed to be primarily for Kong Wu. Did his extraordinary physique require the blood or souls of demons for cultivation? At this moment, Xiao Hong was also contemplating the same question. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain Kong Wu. However, he had heard that in ancient times the barbarian tribe's cultivation method involved hunting demonic beasts using their blood to sketch totems connecting with the powers of heaven and earth to enhance their bodily strength. Yet Kong Wu bore no tattoos or similar markings. After pondering for a long while, neither of them could come up with any answers. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jean, huffing, began to test Xiao Hong. Senior Xiao, I heard that you recently summoned all your disciples back from outside. Have you encountered any troublesome matters? Is there anything we in the Demon Suppression Division can assist with? At this moment, Xiao Hong had resumed his usual benevolent old man's demeanor, shaking his head and replying, it's nothing major, it's just that my 100th birthday is approaching and that rascal in my family wants to prepare some things for me in advance. Your 100th birthday? Are you trying to fool a child? Didn't you just celebrate your 100th birthday last year? And the year before, and the year before that? How many times have you celebrated your 100th birthday already? Jean, huffing, was unwilling and continued to probe, but all his inquiries returned without exception devoid of any valuable information, leaving him gnashing his teeth with frustration but powerless. Before long, Kong Wu returned. Xiao Hong stood up and exchanged a few pleasantries with Jean Huffing before leading. Let's go take a look. Just now, Jean Huffing had caught a whiff of the faint bloodstains on Kong Wu, indicating that the suffering demons in the Demon Suppression Prison had likely escaped their plight. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Prison, Jean Huffing saw that every single demon within the row of cells had a small hole in the middle of their foreheads. He beckoned over a nearby guard and asked, repeat to me what just happened, leaving no details omitted. From the guard's account, after Kong Wu came down and saw these demons and evil cultivators, his eyes initially lit up. However, after surveying the surroundings, the disappointment on his face was hard to conceal. Then he picked up some peanuts from the guard's table, walking past each cell, and with a flick of his finger, the peanuts caused these prisoners to have their minds opened. Jean Huffing frowned, resting his chin on his hand while contemplating. While it was indeed shocking that he could accomplish all this solely with his physical body, having witnessed Zhang Hao's tragic fate, he found nothing strange about it. However, based on the guard's description, it appeared that Kong Wu killed these demons and evil cultivators casually, without any strange movements or bizarre rituals. Could it be merely because he harbored a deep hatred for evil and didn't want these demons to exist in the world? That seemed impossible. How could that be impossible? Outside the Demon Suppression Division's main road, Kong Wu spoke with righteous fervor. I cannot stand those harmful demons and evil cultivators. I despise evil, you understand. In response, Xiao Hong nonchalantly nodded, his expression unmistakably indicating agreement. Ah yes, in this world the methods of cultivation are myriad and bizarre. The orthodox way of cultivating immortality involves inhaling and exhaling spiritual energy step by step to ascend the path of the immortals. Building an immortal body through incense is another method, However, this way of becoming an immortal is now considered heretical in today's society. There is no alternative. The total amount of incense in the world is limited. If someone relies on incense to become immortal, it signifies that the incense of other deities has been taken away, thus severing the shortcut to immortality for subsequent aspirants. Therefore, the deities worshipped in temples remain as motionless as clay sculptures in daily life. However, if a rural evil deity were to interfere with their incense, they would immediately descend. In addition to these two methods, Xiaohong had also heard many strange tales. There are accounts of scholars eloquently writing a classic text after which purple chi flows from the east, instantly elevating them to the realm of deities. Some people spend their lives doing good, and at the end divine merit descends to forge their golden body. In the southern 10,000 Great Mountains, there are witch clans that can slay deities using insects. In the endless snowy plains of the north, there are barbarian tribes that can kick open the gates of heaven with their physical strength. Thus, Kong Wu might also be cultivating by slaying demons and evils. Everyone has their own fateful path, and Xiaohong is not overly concerned about it. What matters to him is that the upcoming tasks can be accomplished, as that would be the best opportunity for him. Jean Huffing is equally disinterested in Kong Wu's secrets. In the entire dying realm, no sex foundation can compare to the demon-suppressing division. As long as he can establish merit step by step and be promoted, all cultivation methods and resources would not be a problem. What piques his interest is the enormous price Xiaohong paid to enlist Kong Wu's help. His subconscious tells him that the recent schemes of the Purple Flame Hall are highly beneficial for his promotion. After contemplating for a long time, while watching the two figures depart, Jean Huffing summoned Yang Chaohui. What exactly is the Purple Flame Hall up to? We need to clarify this. What do you mean? Agree to that person's request. Yang Chaohui's pupils contracted, hesitating for a moment before finally bowing and saying yes. In the demon suppression prison of Xian County, there aren't many monsters and demons. In total, there might be fewer than 20. Yet now Kong Wu's face is filled with smiles. I've struck gold. Kong Wu life 102, strength 57. 42-52. Skill blood exploding technique LV-103 3 tribulations, finger LV-103 free attribute points 15 points, special attribute points 1 point. The demons worth being imprisoned by the demon suppressing division possess cultivation no lower than foundation establishment. Although the highest among them has only 36 points in the strength attribute, together they provided Kong Wu with 4 points of free attribute points. More importantly, when defeating a monster that resembled a shape-shifting puddle, the system awarded him with 1 special attribute point. As of today, Kong Wu has slain numerous formidable opponents. Yet he has only triggered special attribute point. The first time was that evil deity's follower, whose special attribute point Kong Wu used to enhance the demon-slaying blade, acquiring the evil devouring blade, a weapon that continuously strengthens him. And now he has received another special attribute point. What should he use this time? After pondering for a moment, Kong Wu made up his mind. His method of becoming stronger is by enhancing his strength attribute, gradually fortifying his physical body. Therefore, external assistance is quite limited for him. As for weapons, the evil devouring blade is already sufficient for his needs. Since there are no other demands, further enhancing the evil devouring blade is the best choice. My young friend, I have completed half of your request. Next, you just need to help me with one thing, and I will also write you a recommendation regarding the Golden Core Demon. Xiaohong, walking ahead, turned his head with a smile. Kong Wu nodded, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "What do you want me to help? Open the door." Huh? Kong Wu was taken aback, not quite understanding Xiaohong's meaning. Xiaohong did not explain, only smiling and saying, "You will know by the afternoon. Let's go back and have a meal now. You didn't eat enough in the morning, did you?" Upon hearing this, Kong Wu finally realized that the little bit he ate in the morning had already been completely digested. After returning to the Purple Flame Hall, the prepared servants presented Kong Wu with a plethora of food, filling the entire table. "My young friend, you eat first. I have some matters to arrange, and I will come find you later." Xiaohong waved and left. The lunch was much more sumptuous compared to breakfast, and it was mostly greasy meats, clearly reflecting the kitchen's learning from the morning's experience. Having finished 3 tables of meat dishes, Kong Wu belched with satisfaction, sending those who were left speechless away first. After lounging in the chair for a while, Kong Wu stood up and walked over to pick up the evil devouring blade. The black blade seemed to breathe the prominent rune rhythmically, emitting a ghostly glow. Evil devouring blade enhanced by special points. It possesses the evil devouring attribute. By slaying evil demons, it can be further strengthened. Special attribute: evil devouring deals higher damage to evil demons. Slaying evil demons grants evil devouring points. The higher the evil devouring points, the greater the additional damage. Hardness: as evil devouring points increase, the blade's strength also rises. Evil devouring points 25 points. When the evil devouring points reached 10 points, it acquired a hardness attribute. Originally, Kong Wu thought that upon reaching 20 points in evil devouring, he would gain another special attribute. Unfortunately, that was not the case, perhaps the accumulation of evil devouring points was still insufficient. System allocate points. Kong Wu silently thought allocating that one special attribute point to the evil devouring blade. As soon as the thought settled, the evil devouring blade began to change. The entire blade started to tremble, and beside the rune representing hardness, a new rune slowly. As Kong Wu clearly saw the new rune, the evil devouring blade suddenly twisted the entire blade, resembling a pool of black liquid adhering to Kong Wu's hands. As the liquid swirled around Kong Wu's body, he understood what the new rune represented. With a thought, the black liquid split in two, converging on his fists. In the next moment, a pair of glowing gauntlets appeared on his hands with sharp spikes protruding at the joints. Opening his palms, Kong Wu observed his hands in the sunlight for a while. Then he spread his palms, and as his thoughts changed, the black gauntlets instantly transformed, the sharp spikes disappearing and flowing towards his fingertips. Clang! At the tips of each finger, claws about 5 inches long extended. The devouring evil blade, enhanced by special points, it possesses the devouring evil property with the ability to strengthen through slaying evil beings. Special property: devouring evil inflicts greater damage on evil beings. Slaying them earns devouring evil points, which increase additional damage. Hardness: as the devouring evil points increase, the blade's strength will also rise. Shapeshifting: can transform into any shape according to your will. Devouring evil points 25. This newly added special property allows the devouring evil blade to freely change into various shapes, such as boxing gloves, tiger claws, or sharp talons. This special property turns the devouring evil blade from merely a weapon into an extension of Kong. Excitedly playing with it for a while, Kong Wu's ears perked up, and the black liquid flowing over him instantly solidified, reverting back into the devouring evil blade. At that moment, Kong Wu noticed the weight of the blade had increased significantly. The formerly light feel now felt more solid. However, it was not the time to investigate this change in detail. "Young friend, how's your rest?" Xiao Hong entered with a smile, and seeing Kong Wu holding the long blade, remarked, "No wonder you're so physically formidable. You just finished eating and already started cultivating. Such determination is rare for someone your age. Indeed, one reaps what one sows. Without relentless training day and night, how could one possess a robust physique?" After saying this, he slung the devouring evil blade onto his back and prepared to depart. Having received benefits from others, one must do their part. Kong Wu was like those handsome readers who would bookmark a book after finishing it. He disliked being a freeloader. Xiao Hong chuckled and produced 2 talismans. These are flying talismans which allow for brief levitation. The place we are going is quite far, and walking would take considerable time. Kong Wu curiously accepted the talisman and watched as Xiao Hong affixed it to his body, prompting him to ask, "With your cultivation level, can't you fly directly?" "I could, but it consumes too much true energy. Only upon reaching the golden core stage can one convert true energy into true essence and disregard that little expenditure." After explaining briefly, Xiao Hong activated the talisman and soared into the sky. Kong Wu followed suit, placing the talisman on his chest. He soon realized that his body seemed wrapped in a thin layer of something which he could control through his thoughts. Wobbling slightly, he elevated his height until he was level with Xiao Hong in midair, quickly mastering the usage of this flying talisman. Seeing this, Xiao Hong led the way northward. The two flew over the skies of Xian County and soon arrived at the back mountain. During this process, witnessing Kong Wu using the flying talisman for the first time, Xiao Hong expected him to feel fear. Instead, he saw Kong Wu remain unfazed, which made him marvel at his strong mentality. To Kong Wu, this height posed no threat. Even if he fell, he would only create a large pit and walk away unharmed, so his heart felt no fluctuations. After flying around the back mountain for a while, Xiao Hong led him to a cave. The 2 disciples of Xian Hall guarding the cave bowed respectfully upon seeing Xiao Hong, saying, "Greetings, Hall Master." Xiao Hong nodded and took Kong Wu inside. Following the cave downward, the interior space began to widen. Countless people were engaged in mining a type of purple crystal. After nearly half an hour of walking, Kong Wu noticed that the number of miners gradually decreased until only the fully armed disciples of Xian Hall were patrolling back and forth. Continuing on, after passing through a narrow corridor, Kong Wu saw a group of people standing in front of a gigantic stone door. The stone door stood 2 zhang tall, made entirely of a pale white stone with 2 fierce dragon heads carved in the center. Upon reaching the door, Xiao Hong instructed Kong Wu to wait there while he approached to speak with Xiao Yunming. Kong Wu surveyed his surroundings and found there were over 20 people. The disciples, dressed in Xian Hall attire, all had a strength attribute exceeding 30. This clearly demonstrated the impressive foundation of Xian Hall. Those with strength attributes above 30 were all cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Among them besides Xiaohong, 2 others possessed strength attributes even higher than his current level. In addition to the Xian Hall members, there were also 5 ordinary individuals standing there appearing quite out of place. Each of these individuals had a robust build appearing tall and strong. Compared to them, Kong Wu in terms of physique seemed slightly inferior. The previous point allocation had reduced Kong Wu's stature significantly. Had he retained his former physique, he would have been larger than these individuals. These people crossed their arms, their biceps bulging, exuding an imposing aura. However, judging by their constantly darting eyes, even the best among these ordinary men felt nervous in front of the group of cultivators. With just a glance, Kong Wu lost interest in these individuals. The strongest among them had only a strength attribute of 12. What intrigued him more was a middle-aged man leaning against the wall in the corner. Yang Guangchuan, age 299, strength 65, skills 7 flames, secret method, incomplete red flame, fist blood slaughter, heart sutra. First impression disdain, no cultivation, what good is a strong body? This person's strength attribute was only below Xiaohong's. Aside from his impressive strength attribute of 65, what caught Kong Wu's curiosity was his skills. The 7 flames, secret method, and red flame fist should be the unique skills of Xian Hall, as evidenced by the other Xian Hall disciples possessing these 2 skills. As for the blood slaughter heart sutra, Kong Wu had only seen it on another individual, the 100-man of the Demon Suppression Division, Jin He-feng. Interesting indeed. Kong Wu's lips curled up, sensing that Xiaohong's mission this time might not go smoothly. Just as he pondered the man's background, one of the burly men approached. Hey, were you also summoned by the experts of Xian Hall? Kong Wu casually nodded without responding. Seeing this, the man who initially thought Kong Wu was a Xian Hall cultivator let out a sigh of relief. Then, feeling slighted, the burly man said with a stern face, with your physique, don't hold us back later. Glancing at the burly man who towered over him, Kong Wu turned his head, without a hint of reaction, too lazy to pay attention to such a trivial pest. However, this nonchalance utterly infuriated the burly man. He reached out to grab Kong Wu's shoulder, intending to teach him a lesson. Before his rough hand could even touch Kong Wu turned around, calmly gazing at him. At that moment, Xiaohong turned around and clapped his hands to attract the attention of the crowd. Kong Wu turned his head away, averting his gaze. The burly man then realized what was happening, his face paling as he stepped back. Xiaohong cleared his throat and addressed everyone, saying, Gentlemen, the door before us is entirely made of Nayang stone, a material that is incredibly hard and can absorb the true qi from those who cultivate. The more it absorbs, the heavier it becomes. Upon hearing this, Kong Wu raised an eyebrow, understanding why Xiaohong had come to find him. Thus, all you strong men, you are the mighty ones I've selected from countless ordinary people. I hope you can work together to help us push open this door. As soon as he finished speaking, the burly men, each one strong and robust, responded in unison, stepping forward to stand before the stone door. These individuals were all capable of incredible strength and had been hard to find thanks to the efforts of the Xian Hall. Hopefully they can push open this door. Xiao Yunming's gaze passed over these men, his eyes fervently locked on the stone. After inadvertently discovering this stone door, they had searched through ancient texts and finally concluded that this place must be the royal tomb of a previous dynasty. In the dynasty before the Great Jing, a feudal system was employed, and the lands surrounding Xian County were controlled by the Jin King of the previous dynasty. This Jin King was a powerful cultivator at the Golden Core stage. The tomb of a Golden Core cultivator, especially one of royal lineage, would surely contain a wealth of burial items. The Xian Hall had reached a bottleneck in its development. In the territory of Qingzhou, they had gained some notoriety. However, truly advancing further was as difficult as climbing to the heavens. Compared to the top sects of Qingzhou, they lacked a crucial stabilizing force. Without a Golden Core master to oversee them, the brilliance they had achieved was ultimately nothing more than a castle in the air. For several hundred years since the founding of the Great Jing, there had only been a handful of top sects in Qingzhou. Occasionally, some new sects with astonishing momentum would appear, but ultimately, they all dissipated into the river of time. Xiao Yunming remembered that during his early memories, there was a new sect called the Haisha Gang. They had numerous disciples spread wide, once renowned as the largest sect in Qingzhou. However, even such a powerful sect was wiped out overnight. The illusion of prosperity inflated their confidence, leading them to encroach upon the territory of the Blood. The Blood Rune sect dispatched a single Golden Core elder who uprooted them overnight. From the leader of the Haisha Gang to the heads of various branches, the entire management of the Haisha Gang throughout Qingzhou perished in that single night. Today, the Xian Hall might not even match the scale of the Haisha Gang, but Xiao Yunming knew that in terms of true strength, they had long surpassed the Haisha Gang. Yet despite this, the Xian Hall remained extremely low-key, guarding their small territory in Xian County, with most of their annual income being tribute to those top sects year after year without fail. Relying on the incomplete cultivation method brought by Xiaohong, the Xian Hall had developed to its current state. However, it was precisely because of that cultivation method that their growth had encountered a bottleneck. The incomplete cultivation method could only reach the later stages of foundation establishment. Over the years, Xiaohong had explored countless avenues and expended numerous resources, but to those top sects, the golden core level cultivation methods were foundational to their supremacy over other sects. How could they possibly share such knowledge? Just when they were about to lose hope, they discovered this royal tomb. According to ancient texts, the Jin royal family was famous throughout the empire for their alchemy. Among them was a type of pill known as the qi condensation pill, which could allow those at the later stages of foundation establishment to solidify their true qi and achieve the golden core, bypassing the need for the secret method to condense the pill. Among them was a type of pill known as the qi condensation pill, which could allow those at the later stages of foundation establishment to solidify their true qi and achieve the golden core, bypassing the need. Even if there were no qi condensation pills inside, it was likely that a royal would possess numerous cultivation methods. As long as they could find a method that led directly to the golden core path, it would change the current situation of the Xian Hall. If everything went smoothly, the Xian Hall would become the 6th top sect in Qingzhou. Thus, as Xiao Yunming watched the burly men brace themselves against the stone door, their muscles taut with effort, he felt even more nervous than they were. The burly men exerted every ounce of their strength, their foreheads bulging with veins as they pressed their entire might against the stone door. However, the stone door remained immovable. It was as if these burly men were battling against a mountain. As time slowly passed, watching these men turn purple in the face with no results, Xiao Yunming's heart sank. I can't do it. Haha. A group of strong men exhausted their strength and gave up trying. They looked at the stone door before them, questioning their very existence. They were confident in their strength, yet before this stone door, they felt as powerless as a swarm of ants. It was important to note that their selection criteria required them to be able to push open the city gates of Xian County with their bare hands. Even if the 5 of them worked together against a door made of steel of the same size, they were confident they could push it open. Yet before this stone door, they found themselves utterly helpless. Xiao Yunming sighed as he observed this scene. In the end, it was foolish to act recklessly at the beginning without conducting a thorough investigation. The door's immense weight was due not only to its special material, but also because the Xian Hall had previously attempted to push it open. At that time, it was 2 foundation establishment cultivators who had tried. Their true qi had been entirely absorbed by the stone door, which had naturally increased its weight significantly. At this moment, the panting, burly men suddenly spotted Kong Wu, who was standing among the crowd with his arms crossed watching the show. Hey, what are you doing over there? You, though a bit skinny, if you had come forward earlier, you could have at least lent us a helping hand. Exactly. If you had been here earlier, we might have pushed it open. Now that we've exhausted most of our energy, adding you to the mix wouldn't help at all. Though they were all hulking figures, their minds were not slow. In an instant, they united and shifted all the blame onto Kong Wu. The experts of the Xian Hall could not be offended, but this skinny ordinary person was fair game for them. Their words instantly directed Xiao Yunming's attention to Kong Wu. This man had been personally recruited by his father. He looked at Xiao Hong, his eyes filled with confusion. Yet at this moment, Xiao Hong remained unfazed by the failures of the burly men, still smiling as he observed the scene before him. A bunch of useless fools. After watching the farce for a while, Kong Wu could not stand by idly any longer. After all having received their benefits, he had to step in. After saying this, he twisted his neck and strode forward. You. Upon being scolded, the burly men immediately stood up, wanting to show Kong Wu a thing or two. But the next moment, Kong Wu approached them, grabbed one by the arm, and tossed them aside like trash, effortlessly throwing them a dozen steps away. No, big brother. I can do it myself. The last burly man, seeing Kong Wu's outstretched hand, quickly shouted and scurried away. He was the one who had provoked Kong Wu earlier and had remained silent when the others mocked him. After clearing the trash in front of the stone door, Kong Wu stepped forward and patted the stone door. Interesting. Feeling the rough texture, Kong Wu spread his legs and pressed his large palm firmly against the stone door. The muscles on his back twisted grotesquely, resembling the face of a malevolent spirit glaring at the crowd behind him through his thin clothing. The muscles in his shoulders suddenly tightened, channeling strength into his arms. Crack! A strange sound echoed as the stone door trembled, dislodging years of accumulated dust. Xiao Yunming's eyes brightened, but before he could say anything, he noticed Kong Wu gathering strength as the stone door slowly moved amidst the rumbling noise, the gap widening. Huh! Kong Wu let out a low shout, pushing with increased force. With a loud bang, the stone door opened completely, revealing a dark cavern. Brushing off the dust from his hands, Kong Wu turned around casually and said, "Done." Behind him, there was an eerie silence. Only the hurried breaths of the burly men echoed. Ha ha ha. A smile spread across Xiao Hong's face, and just as he was about to say something, he noticed a subtle smile on Kong Wu's face as he gazed toward the path they came from. In the next moment, as if sensing something, his expression darkened instantly, and he turned to look. Gene Huffing approached accompanied by 4 or 5 demon suppression guards, hands behind his back. Why is Senior Xiao so happy? Why not share your joy with your juniors? The captain of the Demon Suppression Division in Xian County strode down unceremoniously. The royal tomb of the previous dynasty is no ordinary place. Why not greet me, so you can have someone to assist you? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong's eyes narrowed, while Xiao Yunming immediately scanned the surroundings for Xian. Xiao Hong's tone turned harsh as he said, Gene, your methods are indeed remarkable. You've put in quite an effort within my Xian Hall. The matter of the royal tomb was something known to very few even within Xian Hall. The disciples present only became aware of it after descending. Since they had been under watch the entire time, Gene Huffing must have known about this beforehand. Therefore, the personnel he arranged within Xian Hall must hold high positions. Who could it be? As his gaze swept over the few who were privy to the situation, Xiao Hong's heart began to grow wary. On the other side, Xiao Yunming had already made arrangements. The Xian Hall members moved quietly surrounding Gene Huffing and his group. Meanwhile, Yang Guangchuan, the left guardian of Xian Hall, whose cultivation was just below that of Xiao Hong, approached and whispered, He doesn't have many people with him, should we? Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong narrowed his eyes and thought. On the surface, they couldn't afford to provoke the Demon Suppression Division, as that would draw the attention of the Qingzhou Demon Suppression Division. Even if Xiao Hong succeeded in advancing to the Golden Core stage in the face of the most powerful forces of the great Jing dynasty, a Golden Core was still like an ant. But now they were underground, surrounded by their own Hallmaster, I think. Yang Guangchuan leaned in closer, as if he had an idea. However, in the next moment, both of them changed their expressions. A towering figure appeared beside them, without them noticing. The air exploded with a thunderous crack as Kong Wu delivered a powerful kick. Xiao Hong reacted swiftly. A flash of fire enveloped him in a thin layer of flames. Just as he completed this, he noticed Kong Wu's kick landing on Yang Guangchuan, sending him flying. Yang Guangchuan slid back, dragging his feet across the ground for quite a distance before stabilizing himself. He was also enveloped in a layer of fiery membrane. Shaking off his slightly numb hands, he glared at Kong Wu and shouted, What are you doing? In the meantime, Xiao Hong had already created some distance from Kong Wu. Seeing Yang Guangchuan, whose cultivation was only slightly lower than his own, being kicked away by Kong Wu, he couldn't help but feel astonished. Although he had estimated Kong Wu's physical strength, he never expected it to be this formidable. If Yang Guangchuan hadn't reacted in time, that kick would have landed on him unprepared. Wait, was his reaction really timely? Xiao Hong looked at Yang Guangchuan in disbelief. Kong Wu grinned and said, This old guy still owes me something. If you kill him, the loss will fall on me. Upon hearing these words, Yang Guangchuan's heart trembled violently, staring at Kong Wu in disbelief. How did he figure it out? Only 3 people knew about his deal with Gene Huffing, and given his status as second only to one in Xian Hall, no one would suspect him of having contact with the Demon Suppression Division. After a brief moment of shock, he hurriedly spoke. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly harm the Hall Master? You are an unknown entity. Oh, I suspect you were the one who leaked the news to the Demon Suppression Division. On the other side, Xiao Yunming also noticed this scene. Compared to the Kong Wu he had just met, he trusted this senior figure of Xian Hall more. Thus, with a glance aside from those keeping an eye on Gene Huffing, the rest of the Xian Hall members looked at Kong Wu with unfriendly expressions. Surrounded by a group of Foundation Establishment cultivators, Kong Wu showed no signs of fear. Instead, he licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. He wouldn't wantonly kill the innocent for attribute points. But if someone attacked him, he wouldn't hold back. Amidst the tense atmosphere, as if a chaotic battle was about to ensue at any moment, Xiao Hong sighed deeply and said, Do you think that even if there are extra qi gathering pills inside, you won't get a share, or even if there are cultivation methods, they won't be given to you? He looked at Yang Guangchuan with eyes full of endless disappointment. Dad, what are you talking about? Xiao Yunming was baffled by this statement. Yang Guangchuan's expression was agitated, as if he had suffered some great injustice. Just as he was about to defend himself, Gene Huffing spoke. Brother Guangchuan, forget it, the old guy has already seen through it. After hearing these words, the rich expression on Yang Guangchuan's face instantly vanished, and he sighed, What a pity for such a good opportunity ruined by this guy. After saying this, before the members of Xian Hall could react, Yang Guangchuan took a step and jumped to Gene He. Senior Xiao, let me tell you, no one in the Demon Suppression Division knows I've come here. These people behind me are all my own. So Brother Guangchuan's earlier suggestion was excellent. You just need to kill me, and no one will know what happened here. Gene Huffing spread his arms and said boldly. Yang Guangchuan stood on Gene Hifeng's side. With 2 late Foundation Establishment cultivators and Gene Hifeng's companions, all mid-Foundation Establishment experts, it seemed that both sides had the strength to engage in battle. However, both Gene Huffing and Yang Guangchuan understood that with Xiao Hong's strength and the foundation of Xian Hall, they could certainly keep this group here if they wanted to. The only concern was that if 1 or 2 people managed to escape and reported the situation to the Qingzhou Demon Suppression Division, the day of Xianhal's downfall would not be far off. Thus, Jin Hufeng presented a second option to Xiao Hong. Senior Xiao, as I mentioned before, this time the Demon Suppression Division is unaware of my actions, which means I am negotiating with you in a personal capacity. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hong's expression softened slightly. Within the Great Jing realm, all discovered cave ruins are under the exploration rights of the Demon Suppression Division. If any cultivation sect attempts unauthorized exploration and is discovered, the lightest penalty would be the loss of some resources, while the severest could lead to the entire sect being expelled. There was no choice. The dynasty possessed the most powerful cultivation forces, and this was the consequence. Yet even so, many sects upon discovering ruins would first choose to explore on their own. After all, cultivation is a struggle against fate. All cultivators know that if they do not dare to seize opportunities when they arise, their paths will remain limited. Those first-rate sects with their profound elders all emerged from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, seizing what they wanted. If the treasures within the ruins could elevate them, they would fight to the death to claim them. Thus, almost no cultivator who discovered a ruin would report it to the Demon Suppression Division. If Jin Hufeng reported the royal tomb to the state's Demon Suppression Division, he might receive a token reward. However, if he chose not to report it, and instead collaborated with Xianhal, the benefits he could personally obtain would far exceed that meager reward. What if there were a greater number of qi condensation pills within this royal tomb? He could even secure one for himself. He had already been in his position for nearly 20 years. The position of Deputy Thousand Household in the Demon Suppression Division mandates a golden core cultivation level. Unlike Xiao Hong, he could not break through due to issues with his cultivation method. The blood-killing heart sutra, as a secret technique of the Demon Suppression Division, can only be cultivated by those above the 100 household rank. In theory, it could be cultivated all the way to golden core. However, the difficulty of breaking through from foundation establishment to golden core is not as simple as foundation establishment itself. Once a failure occurs, all true energy dissipates, resulting in the loss of all cultivation at best or death at worst. Otherwise, with so many cultivators in Qingzhou, there are only a handful of golden core practitioners. Even with some reclusive figures added in, the count doesn't exceed 20. He wants to progress too. The treatment of 100 household and 1,000 household is worlds apart. Understanding Jin Hifeng's thoughts, Xiao Hong pondered for a moment and nodded, saying, I am not too clear about the conditions within this royal tomb. It would certainly be best to have assistance from 100 household. After saying this, he indicated to the many disciples of Xianhal to relax, and continued, if there is more than one qi condensation pill inside, I can guarantee at least one for you 100 household. As for the other supplies, how about I share 3 parts with you? Jin Hufeng lowered his head to consider, and shook his head, saying, even if there is only one qi condensation pill, it must be given to me. Jin Hufeng, don't overstep your bounds. Xiao Yunming scolded, pointing at him. Jin Hufeng did not take his anger to heart, instead smiling, and saying, Senior Xiao, you are a genius. Even without relying on qi condensation pills, with a reliable method for condensing pills, you could naturally form a core. What if there is no cultivation method inside? Xiao Yunming was unconvinced and immediately pressed further. To this, Jin Hufeng confidently replied, this is a royal tomb. Even if there are no cultivation methods, there must be plenty of other resources. At that time, you could easily use those resources to exchange for a golden core method from the Demon Suppression Division. Xiao Yunming scoffed, glancing at Yang Guangchuan. Who doesn't know the success rate of your Demon Suppression Division's blood-killing heart sutra? It would be impressive if 1 in 100 could successfully form a core. Xiao Yunming scoffed, glancing at Yang Guangchuan. Who doesn't know the success rate of your Demon Suppression Division's blood-killing heart sutra? It would be impressive if 1 in 100 could successfully form a core. Jin Hufeng shook his head, saying, I would never deceive Senior Xiao. I have some connections at the headquarters, and I can guarantee that the method exchanged will not be weaker than the sect-defining methods of the 5 major sects in Qingzhou. Xiao Yunming was somewhat skeptical. He did not believe that mere resources could be exchanged for a method comparable to those of the 5 major sects. In response, Jin Hufeng continued to explain, you may not be well versed in the previous dynasty. Back then, the nobles possessed all the cultivation resources of a region. Even now, the Demon Suppression Division in Qingzhou cannot compare to a Jin prince with abundant resources. At this point, without waiting for Xiao Yunming to continue, Xiao Hong decisively stated, all right. It's settled then. With the negotiations concluded, Kong Wu yawned and walked over to Xiao Hong, saying, it seems you all have come to an agreement, so I. Before he could finish, he suddenly turned his head to look at the open stone door. There a darkness extended inward, seemingly endless. With his exceptional hearing, Kong Wu noticed faint sounds coming from within, growing increasingly closer. Upon seeing him suddenly focus on the stone door, Xiao Hong was momentarily stunned, but quickly regained his composure. Everyone get ready. As soon as he spoke, he raised his hand, releasing a crimson flying sword, a magical artifact. Upon witnessing this scene, Jin Hefeng's pupils constricted. Although he knew that this old fellow was extraordinary, he did not expect he would possess a magical artifact flying sword. Everyone remained on guard for a moment before they heard strange noises coming from the pitch-black passage. Xiaohong couldn't help but glance at Kong Wu beside him. This guy had heard those noises first, but he had already seen. As the sounds grew louder, several disciples of Xian Hall tightened their grips on their weapons and gulped nervously. Roar! In the next moment, with a low growl, a figure clad in tattered armor dashed out from the darkness. When he emerged from the stone door, the crowd could finally see its true appearance in the surrounding firelight. It was a ghastly white skeleton with its tattered armor revealing its pale ribcage, which was empty inside. Under the rusty helmet, strange green light flashed in its menacing eye sockets. As soon as it ran out, it brandished a broken steel sword and charged at the nearest disciple of Xian Hall, its bones clattering as it moved. Behind it, countless skeletons surged out in a frenzied rush. A lifespan of 2,000 years, the longest Jiang Wu had ever witnessed among malevolent entities. Yet its strength, a tribute hovering around 20, seemed laughably inadequate for such an extraordinary longevity. Everyone stay vigilant. This fiend is weak. Remain calm and respond with discipline. Xiaohong shouted to the disciples behind him, only to turn and find Kong Wu vanished from his side. Clatter! With a single kick, Kong Wu shattered the skeletal soldier sprinting ahead, its bleached bones scattering across the ground in a cascade of brittle fragments. The skull, gleaming with eerie luminescence, rolled wildly across the floor before coming to rest face up at the feet of the burly man who had earlier mocked Kong Wu. The towering giant, over 2 meters tall, leapt backward in startled, jerking spasms as if seized by a sudden involuntary social dance. Kong Wu strode forward and crushed the skull beneath his boot. Only then did the system's chime resonate in his mind. Congratulations. You have slain a wrongfully dead skeletal soldier and earned 0.01 free attribute points. It appeared the kill was only registered once the skull was utterly pulverized. Glancing around at the embattled crowd, Kong Wu sighed and drew forth his demon-subduing blade. At first sight of so many skeletons, Kong Wu had imagined fortune knocking at his door. Hundreds sprawled before him. Even if each yielded but a sliver of attribute points, their collective sum promised a meaningful harvest. Yet now he realized each skeletal soldier granted merely 0.01 point. Even clearing the entire host would yield scarcely more than 1 point. Dispirited, yet pragmatic, Kong Wu stepped into the skeletal throng, swinging his demon-subduing blade with unrestrained abandon. After all, even the tiniest morsel remains meat. These skeletal soldiers posed little threat, perhaps comparable to cultivators at the 6th or 7th layer of chi refinement. Among those present, save 5 ordinary men, not a single soul fell below foundation establishment cultivation. Their sheer numbers, however, prolonged the slaughter considerably. Crunch. After smashing another skull with the flat of his blade, Kong Wu lifted his gaze and saw at the last remaining skeleton. The ground where the group stood was carpeted in pale dust and splintered bone fragments. Kong Wu, life 102, strength 57, 42, 52, 210. Technique, blood explosion, art, LV 10103, calamity, finger, LV 1010, free attribute points 15, 6. Special attribute points, none. Though Kong Wu had personally shattered the skulls of most skeletal soldiers, their combined contribution amounted to a mere 0.6 free attribute points. With quiet disappointment, he sheathed the demon-subduing blade and prepared to depart. His task was complete. All that remained was to collect the recommendation letter from Xiaohong, and then proceed directly to the demon-quelling prison in the provincial capital to slay a golden core-level demon, thereby earning an incalculable bounty of free attribute points. Yet as he approached Xiaohong, he found Jin Hefeng already deep in conversation with him. Judging by their armor, these were likely Imperial guards entombed alongside the Prince of Jin, but now twisted into such abominations. Clearly something unnatural festers within this tomb, and other demons may yet lurk within. As a Bahu, a captain of the Demon-Quelling Bureau, Jin Hefeng had confronted countless demons. Decades of experience taught him that naturally born demons were exceedingly rare. Most emerged through external causes. Either they were forged deliberately through dark rites, or warped by malign environmental forces. Thus, in his estimation, the Prince of Jin's tomb was anything but peaceful. Xiaohong nodded in agreement, then spotted Kong Wu approaching and smiled warmly. Young friend, your matter has already been settled. I penned a letter this noon to Bai Jiwei Bahu of the Qingzhou Demon-Quelling Bureau. Upon reaching Qingzhou, simply seek him out. He is fully briefed on your case and its particulars. But wait, did you say there are more demons inside? Kong Wu shook his head and turned toward Jin Hefeng, his expression grave and resolute. Jin Hefeng hesitated, instinctively replying, well, generally speaking, enough. I understand. Kong Wu waved his hand dismissively, then declared with unshakable moral authority, I had intended to leave, but what if these tomb-born demons escape and wreak havoc upon the world? Therefore, I shall purge every demon from this tomb before I go. Jin Huffing's jaw twitched. Watching Kong Wu pivot without hesitation and stride resolutely into the darkness, he was left momentarily speechless. Xiao Hong chuckled softly. This young man's hatred for evil runs deep. He'd make an excellent addition to your demon-quelling bureau. Only fear he'll slay every demon on sight. We often need living captives to extract intelligence. Shaking his head with mild exasperation, Jin Huffing watched Kong Wu vanish into the pitch-black corridor and hurriedly urged, let us move swiftly then. Xiao Hong harbored no concern that Kong Wu might pilfer treasures within. He suspected Kong Wu cared far less for pills, talismans, or spirit stones, and far more for the demons themselves. After assigning 2 men to guard the burly attendants, the group followed Xiao Hong and Jin Huffing cautiously into the passageway. Seeing Xiao Yunming's tense vigilance, Yang Guangchuan scoffed, afraid of traps. Those hundreds of skeletons charging out earlier would have triggered any trap long ago. Xiao Yunming shot him a sidelong glance, acknowledging the logic yet refusing to soften his retort. I'm wary of traitors striking us down from within. Water flows downward, people strive upward. You were born after senior brother Xiao had already laid the foundations of the Xian Hall. You cannot fathom the trials we endured climbing up from the abyss. The Xian Hall treated you well. My father nurtured you as his own disciple. Was this your gratitude? What did the Demon-Quelling Bureau offer you? The Blood-Slaying Heart Sutra and the rank of Bahu. That is all. Having spoken, Yang Guangchuan turned away, ending the exchange. Xiao Hong, walking ahead, had overheard their exchange and calmly remarked to Jin Huffing, no wonder they say the Demon-Quelling Bureau gathers elite talent. You truly invest generously. Though the Blood-Slaying Heart Sutra ranked among the lowest-tier Golden Core cultivation arts, it nevertheless offered a legitimate path to Golden Core attainment. Add to that the monthly stipend, no fewer than 100 spirit stones, as well as numerous additional benefits. Thanks to such extraordinary remuneration, many disciples from major sects had defected to the Demon-Quelling Bureau in recent years. Sheltered beneath this mighty bow, even their former sects dared not openly retaliate, however aggrieved they might feel. Yet behind closed doors, these defectors suffered disproportionately high fatality and injury rates while executing Demon-Quelling Bureau missions, far exceeding those of native Bureau personnel. As the crowd advanced down the passage, they could see countless massive stone blocks embedded in the walls with arrows shimmering with blue light. Littered on the ground were the remains of countless skeletons. These traps should only be aimed at mortals, Xiao Yunming remarked after examining an arrow lodged in the wall. Yang Chaohui, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, expressed his confusion. How could mortals possibly breach the stone door at the entrance? It's not just the entrance. Jin Huffing tapped on the adjacent stone wall, revealing that this long passage was entirely constructed from spirit stones. Xiao Hong said calmly, if there were other ways to enter, why would we have been entangled with that stone door for so long? As for these traps, he pointed at a sharp arrow embedded in the wall, which was hanging a tattered piece of cloth. Perhaps it was to prevent the craftsman from escaping at the time. While he spoke, a sudden thunderous roar echoed from the depths of the passage. Following the sound, they discovered that light had suddenly appeared in the dark corridor. As they moved forward, the passage gradually widened. They could see the source of the light, a square hall where countless candle lamps hung on the walls, illuminating the hall as if it were daytime. Before them, a massive figure level with the exit blocked half of the light. Its body was large and robust, grayish-white in color, and its head resembled that of a tiger at first glance, though its mouth was a blackbird's beak. Behind it were a pair of semicircular beetle wings, while its legs were rough and thin like eagle talons, and its normal hands wielded a black double-head axe. At this moment, it raised the giant axe high above its head and brought it down fiercely toward the small figure before it. Boom! The ground trembled beneath their feet. What on earth is that? This monstrous creature, seemingly composed of various beings, left them in utter shock. Xiao Hong looked at Jin Huffing beside him and asked, Jin Baihu, you and your people in the Demon Suppression Division are well informed. Do you know where this creature comes from? Jin Huffing pondered for a moment, a look of realization flashing across his face as he said, I think I've seen a similar record in the Demon Suppression Division's demonology. What does it say? Jin Huffing's face was grim as he swallowed hard and said, this creature is called a stone statue demon, and it is not a naturally occurring monster. A stone statue demon is created by carving a body from stone, refining it with countless rare materials, and finally sealing the soul of a golden core cultivator within it to successfully forge one. The soul of a golden core cultivator. The number of golden core cultivators is exceedingly rare. Among the tens of thousands of cultivators in Qingzhou, only a few could truly condense a golden core. Yet now this thing before them required the soul of a golden core cultivator to be successfully forged. Then its strength. At least golden core. Once Gene Huffing spoke those words, Xiao Hong's heart sank. The entire Xian Hall had invested countless efforts into the treasures within this tomb of the Crown Prince, and he had originally hoped to gain something here, but now a golden core entity stood at the entrance. Could it be that our Xian Hall truly cannot take another step forward? Having lingered at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years, is it truly impossible for him to advance further? He clenched his fists, filled with reluctance. But at that moment the dust began to clear. The giant axe in the stone statue demon's hand slowly lifted as Kong Wu, with his hands holding the evil-slaying blade, straightened his bent back. Huh. With a low shout, the giant axe was directly pushed away, causing the stone statue demon to stagger. Seeing this scene, Xiao Hong widened his eyes in disbelief and said, "Is Kong Xiaoyu this strong?" Gene Huffing, startled by the sight, quickly reacted and discovered the peculiarities of the situation. It doesn't have golden core cultivation. Perhaps due to its ancient age, its current strength is at most on par with you and me. Gene Huffing had keen eyesight, for at that moment the attribute panel of this giant creature floated in calm. Stone statue, demon, weak health, 729 strength, 70 skills, petrification, stone skin technique, rock spike. Understanding this, Gene Huffing's face lit up with excitement as he charged forward. Everyone, let's go together. This guy isn't hard to deal with. Xiao Hong was just a step behind him, immediately following suit. Though Kong Wu was powerful, it was evident he was still struggling against such a foe. But in the next moment, a loud shout echoed through the passage. "Get lost!" With Kong Wu's furious shout, a black light shot from his fingertip, aimed directly at Gene Huffing. Gene Huffing barely dodged this attack, landing on the ground, and angrily shouted at Kong Wu. In his view, this person was indeed extraordinarily powerful, but when facing a stone statue demon, even he wasn't confident he could take it down in an unknown fight. At this moment, seeing that Kong Wu could withstand a strike from the stone statue demon was already impressive in Gene Huffing's eyes. However, to truly defeat the stone statue demon and enter the tomb of the Crown Prince, it would still require him and Xiao Hong to take action. But now, being forced back by Kong Wu's strike, he was filled with immense anger. What? Do you still want to face the stone statue demon alone? Initially, he wanted to scold Kong Wu, but upon seeing Kong Wu's current state, he instinctively fell silent. Kong Wu turned around, cracking his neck with a series of sounds, and stepped toward the stone statue demon. Looking up at the figure that seemed capable of blocking the sun and moon, he revealed a friendly smile and said softly, "Have you had enough of hitting? It's my turn." Before his words fell, the ground was suddenly split apart, and a more intense tremor erupted. Kong Wu immediately flew up to the stone statue demon's head, landing a seemingly effortless punch. Boom. A white ripple appeared in the air, and at the moment the explosive sound rang out, Kong Wu's fist had already descended. The massive body of the stone statue demon flew sideways, crashing into the wall. It was as if a small hamster had jumped up and swatted a tiger away. This scene left the deeply cultivated cultivators shivering their mouths agape as they stared at the spectacle in stunned silence. In the passage, aside from the sound of falling stones, there was no other noise. Even in its weakened state, the stone statue demon possessed a strength attribute of 70 points. Even with the 10 permanent bonus from the 3 tribulation finger, Kong Wu's strength attribute only reached 57. The gap with the stone statue demon was still considerable at 42 points. Therefore, he decisively allocated all his remaining free attribute points to the strength attribute. Kong Wu. Health 102. Strength 73. 92, 67. 2. Skills: Blood Explosion Technique LV1010. 3 Tribulation Finger LV1010. Free attribute points 0. Special attribute points 0. At this moment, his strength attribute had reached 73. 92, the highest in the arena. The black armor that completely covered Kong Wu's right hand began to flow into his fists from above. The black liquid continuously coalesced, causing Kong Wu's fist to swell. In no time, a large square hammer manifested from his arm. After swinging the hammer, producing a whoosh through the air, Kong Wu walked towards the stone statue demon that had. Xiao Yunming gulped and whispered to Xiao Hong, "Dad, where did you find such a humanoid monster? I can't believe a human can achieve such feats with just their body." Although he was already shocked when the stone door was pushed open earlier, witnessing a human punch a demon 5 times his size was an entirely different matter. He had heard that some demons could transform into human forms after reaching a certain level of cultivation. Kong Wu was such a humanoid demon, otherwise his terrifying physical strength would be inexplicable. Xiao Hong shot him a glare and said, "Humanoid demons also require cultivation. Do you see any fluctuations of true energy or demonic energy on that guy?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Yunming pondered for a moment, shook his head, and said, "I still can't believe an ordinary person can achieve this with just their body." At this point, Gene Huffing also regained his senses and said, "This guy is definitely not an ordinary person. Seeing this, Xiao Hong stroked his beard and said the records within the Demon Suppression Division detail countless cultivation methods. Surely Jin Baihu has encountered similar situations before. Jin Huffing nodded and sighed. Before the establishment of the Great Jing Dynasty, the world was rife with conflicts and demons ran rampant, causing chaos among humans. The founding emperor of the Great Jing rose from the military ranks, sweeping away all opponents step by step and eventually establishing the Great Jing Dynasty. During his numerous campaigns, there was a fierce soldier who always accompanied him. It must be noted that at that time, all the various warlords were backed by cultivation sects with countless cultivators in their armies. Yet even so, the founding emperor, an ordinary human, achieved victory after victory on the battlefield without being beheaded by those cultivators. This was all due to that fierce soldier protecting him, said to possess an incredibly robust physique and immense physical strength capable of tearing apart nascent soul experts. Initially, those cultivation sects thought he was a body cultivator and devised a plan to lure him into a forbidden area, hoping to kill him once he exhausted his true energy and could not recover during that time. However, that fierce soldier survived for 3 days and nights within the forbidden area and ultimately emerged. It was then they discovered that the fierce soldier had no true energy within him. He could tear apart nascent soul experts simply because of his formidable physique, nothing more. This fierce soldier was the first commander of our Demon Suppression Division. Upon hearing this story, everyone fell silent for a long time. Yang Guangchuan pondered for a while and suddenly shook his head. No. If a human could become invincible through physical strength alone, why would anyone invent the cultivation methods for absorbing spiritual energy? That commander of the Demon Suppression Division must have something extraordinary about him, right? Jin Huffing nodded slowly and said, "You are correct. The physical strength of an ordinary person has its limits. However, some people are born without limits to their physical strength and can infinitely enhance it through training." He looked at Kong Wu with a sense of reverence and sighed. Even so, without extraordinary willpower and relentless daily training, one would merely be a strong man with impressive strength. For instance, that commander started by lifting stone jars and eventually progressed to squatting with a small mountain. His training intensity kept increasing. An ordinary person's strength increases by tearing muscle and allowing it to recover, a process that can be very painful for many. However, for someone like Kong Wu, their muscle strength keeps increasing and thus the pain multiplies. Ahead, feeling his body grow stronger with muscles and bones trembling in exhilarating sensation, Kong Wu feeling his body grow stronger with muscles and bones trembling in exhilarating sensation, Kong Wu happily approached the stone statue demon. The stone statue demon shook its stone head, and upon seeing this small figure approaching, swung its giant axe down. With its simple stone brain lacking much emotion, it did not react to being knocked back by this small figure. It merely followed the vague command to attack anyone attempting to enter the hall. Boom! Kong Wu simply sidestepped lightly, and the giant axe missed him, striking the ground instead. Expressionless, he raised the black hammer in his right hand and swung it towards the stone statue demon's calf. When the black hammer struck the slender calf of the stone statue demon, it paused for a moment before the hammer trembled slightly. Crack! With a crisp sound, the black hammer shattered the stone statue demon's calf, sending countless fragments flying. The stone statue demon, losing its balance, tilted its body, but did not fall directly. Instead, it steadied itself by leaning on the giant axe. Seeing this, Kong Wu suddenly laughed. The black liquid from his arm flowed towards the hammer, separating from where it had been tightly connected to his arm, revealing Kong Wu's arm, with only the hammer handle left in his grip. At the end of the hammer handle, the black liquid formed a ring-shaped slender strap. Kong Wu grasped the strap and began to spin the black hammer. A buzzing sound pierced the air as he spun the hammer, creating an afterimage, and the dust at his feet was blown away. The stone statue demon, holding its giant axe to maintain balance, could only open its stone mouth and attempt to bite at Kong Wu. At that moment, Kong Wu released the stone hammer from his hand. With a violent sound, the black hammer broke the sound barrier and flew towards the stone statue demon's head. Bang! Its head shattered into countless fragments. Congratulations, you have killed the stone statue demon, weakened, and gained 10 free attribute points. As the system notification echoed, the remaining body of the stone statue demon no longer moved, appearing just like an ordinary giant stone sculpture. Kong Wu stood with his hands behind his back, gazing up at the stone wall in silence for a long time. Xiao Hong approached, glancing nervously at the unmoving stone statue. Having just reached the entrance, they already encountered such a formidable demon. The depths of the Jinwang tomb are exceptionally perilous. Young friend, let's continue on. He reached out to pat Kong Wu on the shoulder, only to be taken aback to find that his arm couldn't reach. This guy, how has he grown taller? Kong Wu glanced down at him, a hint of an inexplicable emotion on his face, and whispered, "Do you still have that flying talisman?" Off. Xiao Hong was momentarily stunned, instinctively pulling out a flying talisman and handing it over. Without a word, Kong Wu pressed the talisman to his chest and soared into the air. To deal with stone statue demons made of solid rock, blunt weapons like hammers are more effective than swords. Suddenly reminded of a scene from a globally popular superhero movie in his past life, Kong Wu attempted to emulate Thor's technique. He then discovered that once the Shiji blade was 5 meters away from his body, he lost all connection to it. After all, the Shiji blade is not like a magical hammer that returns on its own. At this moment, Kong Wu flew into the air, reaching into the hole to search for the Shiji blade. Watching Kong Wu fly up and stick to the stone wall, Xiao Yunming scratched his head in confusion and said, "What is he doing?" Meanwhile, Yang Guangchuan exchanged a knowing glance with Jin Hufeng. That guy's weapon isn't ordinary, it could very well be a magical artifact. Jin Hufeng pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. "Don't provoke it, we can't be certain." Just as the two exchanged glances, Kong Wu had already descended from the sky with the blade in hand. Strapping the Shiji blade across his back, Kong Wu said, "Let's go and see what treasures this guy is guarding." Everyone nodded and followed behind Kong Wu. After witnessing Kong Wu slay the stone statue demon, he had unconsciously become the leader, and there was no longer any doubt about his words. Even Xiao Hong, the strongest in Xian County, followed Kong Wu without a word. If he had faced the stone statue demon just now, he felt confident he could have dealt with it. However, he could not handle it as effortlessly as Kong Wu did. After defeating such a formidable demon, Kong Wu showed no signs of fatigue. Instead, he appeared even more spirited, his steps lighter. Just the gatekeeper had provided him with 10 free attribute points. How could that not excite him? Entering the hall illuminated by countless candle lights, the first thing that caught everyone's eyes was the 8 redwood coffins surrounding the center of the hall. The 8 coffins were neatly arranged around the central space, and behind them was a high platform piled high with translucent jade stones. Spirit stones. All of them are medium-grade spirit stones. Yang Xiaohui, the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the mound of jade stones. Just as noble families in the mortal realm favor gold, silver, and jewels for burial, this Jin Wang even filled his tomb with spirit stones. Moreover, they were all medium-grade spirit stones. Medium-grade spirit stones contain more and purer spiritual energy. A one can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. As the commander of the Demon Suppression Division, Yang Kaohui's monthly salary is only 20 low-grade spirit stones. He had never seen so many spirit stones in his life. Overcome with excitement, he instinctively stepped forward. "Wait!" Jin Hufeng reached out to pull him back, but it was too late. Yang Kaohui's step landed on the stone slab in the center of the hall, and with a crack the slab sank slightly. "Everyone be careful!" Xiao Hong shouted, his internal energy surging, ready to face the impending danger. For a moment the hall fell silent. The sound of everyone swallowing hard only heightened their tension. Kong Wu crossed his arms, surveying everything nearby. After waiting for a while, the anticipated traps or demons did not appear, which put them somewhat at ease. But just then Kong Wu's gaze swept over the 8 coffins ahead, and he smiled, saying, "This is interesting." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed, and the coffin closest to them flew open. A burly figure in armor stood upright from inside the coffin. Half-finished flying zombie, health 6, 92 strength, 62 skill, none. It was completely wrapped in heavy armor, and the only exposed eyes with golden pupils emotionlessly stared at the crowd. Seeing this scene, Jin Hufeng instinctively exclaimed, "Flying zombie. This thing is fundamentally different from the corpse he had seen before." The corpse was an evil being refined by a cultivator through certain means, while this flying zombie was a corpse of a cultivator nurtured in a special spiritual cave, with its previous life at least being a golden core stage expert. First, it was a stone statue demon made from the divine soul of a golden core real person, and now it was a corpse of a golden core expert turned into a flying zombie. Jin Hufeng's heart began to fill with regret. He knew it was dangerous down here, but he didn't expect to find such a plethora of golden core stage evil beings. Just as he was about to take out his ultimate technique and try to escape from the hands of the golden core expert, he suddenly noticed that Kong Wu and Xiao Hong stood there remarkably calm. Xiao Hong stroked his beard, puzzled, and said, "It seems something went wrong in the process. This thing isn't too strong. Just a half-finished product." Kong Wu replied casually. Hearing this, Jin Hufeng carefully observed and found that although the flying zombie's internal energy fluctuations were fierce, they did not give him the overwhelming feeling that a golden core real person's presence would. In fact, it seemed even slightly weaker than himself. It should be on par with Xiao Yunming, which made it much more manageable. Although a latest-stage foundation establishment cultivator is difficult to contend with, there is only one of it. With so many people on their side, there were 4 or 5 latest-stage foundation establishment cultivators. Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly seemed to realize something and looked up with a serious expression. At the same time, the other 7 coffins exploded open and a group of flying zombies emerged. Watching this scene, even the ever-composed Xiao Hong felt his scalp go numb. If there was only one, they could manage it well. But now no less than 8 flying zombies stood before them. Although these creatures were not as powerful as Xiao Hong, their numbers were overwhelming. On their side, Kong Wu could handle one, while Jin Hufeng and Yang Guangchuan could each deal with one as well. But the others were no match for these flying zombies. Xiao Hong pointed with his finger, and a blazing sword Qi shot forth, striking the chest of a flying jiang. Witnessing this, Xiao Hong let out a deep sigh. The armor adorning these flying jiangs, untarnished despite the passage of centuries, was clearly no mundane artifact. With that single probing strike, Xiao Hong realized the armor's resilience rivaled that of a high-grade spirit artifact. His sword Qi had inflicted no meaningful damage. Flying jiangs already possessed prodigious strength and formidable defense. Now clad in spirit armor, they became a true nightmare for his party. These creatures were inherently resilient, layered with spirit armor. Even Xiao Hong's artifact-grade flying sword would struggle to fell one within moments. His disciples from the Xian Hall stood utterly powerless against them. Yet Xiao Hong did not falter, or he cast a long, penetrating glance toward the pile of spirit stones. There, partially revealed beneath the gleaming heap, gleamed the corner of a golden sarcophagus. If his intuition was correct, the Jin Wang lay entombed within. Cultivation manuals and spirit condensation pills, priceless treasures, surely rested inside that sarcophagus as well. Senior Kong, could you hold off 2 flying jiangs while I eliminate one? Then I'll assist you. After brief deliberation, he laid out a simple tactical plan. Commander Jin, Yang Guangchuan, each of you engage 1 flying jiang. No need to slay them, only to bind their movements. After brief deliberation, he laid out a simple tactical plan. Commander Jin, Yang Guangchuan, each of you engage 1 flying jiang. No need to slay them, only to bind their movements. Surely that poses no great challenge. Yunming, with caution, you should likewise restrain 1. The rest of you shall collectively pin down the remaining 2. Spare no talismans or consumables. Within a quarter I'll have felled 1, and then, before Xiao Hong could finish, a thunderous explosion shook the chamber. He turned bewildered to see Kong Wu kneeling on one knee, his right fist, encased in black armor, plunged deep into the stone floor, carving a massive crater. Between his fist and the shattered ground lay a flattened helmet. Before it, a headless flying jiang slowly stilled its final convulsions. Congratulations, you have slain a prototype flying jiang. Awarded 2 free attribute points. Only 2 points. How stingy. Kong Wu shook his head in mild disdain and rose to his feet. Standing at the center of 7 flying jiangs, he turned toward Xiao Hong and grinned. A plan. Compared to that, I trust my muscles far more. As he spoke, the gauntlet on his hand unfolded sideways, reshaping itself into the Xie Dao, the demon-slaying blade. Xie Dao, a heavy cavalry saber empowered by special points imbued with the demon-slaying attribute. Its power grows stronger with each demon slain. Special attributes: demon slaying inflicts enhanced damage against demonic entities. Slaying demons accumulates Xie value, which amplifies bonus damage. Hardness: blade integrity increases alongside Xie value. Versatility: shapeshifts at will, assuming any form commanded by the wielder. Xie value 27 points. His Xie value, long stagnant, had just risen by 2 upon slaying the jiang. Kong Wu hefted the blade, now slightly heavier, and flashed a row of gleaming white teeth. These creatures are mine. If any of you step forward and get cleaved, I won't answer to Yama for it. Before the words left his lips, the flying jiangs lunged, swarming inward like a coordinated tide. The Sherba Kong Wu had encountered before moved stiffly, relying solely on brute force. But these flying jiangs advanced with eerie discipline, forming a compact military formation. The lead jiang struck with surprising technique. Its punch carried structure and intent, unlike the mindless flailing of mere reanimated corpses. Danger! He underestimated them. Jin Hufeng shouted toward Kong Wu, beware. They retain memories from life. Their intelligence is sharp. They are no mere dead things. Yet he made no move to aid Kong Wu, who knew whether the man's earlier warning was sincere. A single slash from that blade would be no laughing matter. The jiangs fought in seamless concert. Kong Wu sensed, instinctively, that they had already prepared follow-up strikes. Should he evade or block the first blow, the second and third would descend without pause. Then, why not cut them all down at once? His arms swelled violently, veins coiled like serpentine dragons across his skin. The Xie Dao cleaved the air, propelled by explosive force. Sparks erupted as the blade struck the obsidian black armor, holding for a heartbeat before biting through. The Xie Dao now rivaled ordinary artifacts in sheer durability. Though spirit armor offered astonishing defense, it could not withstand the Xie Dao's edge. Yet the armor absorbed much of the impact, so when the blade finally met flesh, it only carved a shallow gap. Rather than defend or dodge, Kong Wu chose to strike unflinchingly, so the jiang's fist crashed squarely into his chest. Thud. A muffled impact echoed, but Kong Wu didn't flinch. Instead, the Jiang recoiled several paces, stunned by the counterforce. Jin Huffing gaped, whispering, such a physique, his defense surpasses even theirs. Xiao Hong's brow remained furrowed. Even so, he cannot deliver a killing blow. His words held weight. Kong Wu now swung the Xie Dao wildly. Surrounded on all sides, every blind slash found its mark. Yet each blow inflicted negligible harm upon the Jiangs. His stamina is terrifying, such relentless high-intensity strikes sustained for so long. Yang Guangchuan watched awestruck. Prepare yourselves. He cannot maintain this forever. Xiao Hong spoke grimly, eyes locked onto Kong Wu. But time passed, and Kong Wu's swings grew faster, sharper, yet showed no sign of fatigue. Around him a vortex formed, wind blades forged by sheer, crushing momentum. Against groups, this storm had once been unstoppable, leaving only ruin in its wake. Now, however, the Jiang's extraordinary defense, far exceeding their raw strength attribute, rendered it ineffective. Or so it seemed, until with a sudden whoosh flames erupted from thin air. A flicker of flame ignited upon the Xie blade. As it slashed through the air with blinding speed, its obsidian-black surface glowed a brilliant crimson from frictional heat. Originally an ordinary horse-slaying saber forged by a common blacksmith, its material had undergone unfathomable transformation under systematic refinement. Kong Wu only knew one thing: the blade's hardness now surpassed anything he could comprehend. Now the Xie blade, superheated by kinetic friction, slammed into the Fei Jiang. Armor that once required tremendous effort to cleave now parted with eerie ease, bisected cleanly in a single stroke. SSSSH. Like a red-hot kitchen knife slicing through butter, the Xie blade glided smoothly through the Fei Jiang's hardened hide, carving an upward arc of searing flame. As the blade rose, a desiccated black arm, still sheathed in its armored gauntlet, spun high into the air. From Xiao Hong's vantage point, Kong Wu appeared as a whirlwind of fire and steel, methodically dismembering the Fei Jiang. Xiao Yunming's eyes widened in disbelief. He turned sharply to his father and exclaimed, "Father, you never even taught the Xian sword to Elder Yang. Yet in just days you've passed it on to Kong Wu." To him, Kong Wu's performance unmistakably resembled their family's supreme art, the Xian sword, a technique inherited alongside the Qian secret art. Xiao Hong himself had slain countless formidable foes using this very art, channeling Qian, true Qi, to empower his flying sword, doubling its destructive force. Beside him, Yang Guangchuan watched Xiao Hong with a complex expression. After devoting half his life to the Xian Hall, he had still never been entrusted with this ultimate technique. Yet now it had been granted to a stranger of unknown origin. Though it resembles the Xian sword, Xiao Hong shook his head. Remember, he possesses not a trace of true Qi. At those words, they snapped back to reality. Indeed, if he held no true Qi, how could he possibly wield the Xian sword? Then what precisely was Kong Wu executing? It is not the Xian sword, Jin Huffing interjected. He achieves its effect purely through brute physical strength. Xiao Hong nodded in quiet agreement, gazing at Kong Wu's blazing, relentless figure. Having studied the Xian sword for decades, he understood its inner mechanics intimately. His cultivated Qian secret art focused intensely on refining fire attributes' spiritual energy, yielding a true Qi far more ferocious than that of ordinary cultivators. The Xian sword was the ultimate expression of that power, yet it demanded immense reserves. A single use consumed over 1/3 of the user's total true Qi. Yet Kong Wu achieved identical results without cultivating a single thread of true Qi, making their lifelong cultivation seem almost absurdly laborious. Only then did Xiao Hong recall Kong Wu's earlier remark. Truly, why seek true Qi at all when raw muscular power alone sufficed? Congratulations, you have slain a prototype Fei Jiang and earned 2 free attribute points. After eliminating one Fei Jiang via ambush, Kong Wu severed the head of his second foe. The system's chime did not break his rhythm. Rather, with one less obstacle in his path, the Xie blade whirled even faster. One notification followed another. The number of standing Fei Jiang dwindled rapidly. Roar! The Xie blade descended vertically, and the final Fei Jiang's cry choked off mid-roar. Kong Wu exhaled deeply, then slowly rose to his feet. Around him the ground was strewn with shattered flesh and bone. Though brief, his frenzied wielding of the Xie blade had taken its toll. His chest heaved violently. After several deep breaths, he lifted his gaze toward the mound of spirit stones atop the dais. Yang Jiahui, though inwardly urgent, lowered his voice to murmur to Jin Huffing, "Commander, we must move swiftly. Else that you—" Yang Jiahui, though inwardly urgent, lowered his voice to murmur to Jin Huffing, "Commander, we must move swiftly. Else that youth will seize it first." Not only the Jinma Bureau personnel, but also the Xian Hall members rushed after Kong Wu. They swept past 8 coffins and ascended the dais in haste. As they reached the top, they saw Kong Wu bend down. With casual ease, he brushed aside the spirit stones covering the sarcophagus and lifted its gem-encrusted lid. Boom! The heavy coffin lid crashed onto the nearby floor with a thunderous impact. Witnessing this, the group behind surged forward even faster. Their objective, whether spirit-congealing pills or cultivation manuals, almost certainly lay within this sarcophagus. Yet if Kong Wu claimed its contents first, his formidable prowess would make retrieval nearly impossible. Kong Wu held no interest in pills or manuals. The 8 Fei Jiang that had leapt from the prior coffins had collectively granted him 16 free attribute points. Then what awaited inside this solitary sarcophagus elevated apart upon the dais. Kong Wu burned with anticipation. Kong Wu. Life 102. Strength 73. 92, 67. 2. Techniques, Blood Explosion, Art, LV. 1010. 3. Calamity, Finger, LV. 1010. Free attribute points 26. Special attribute points none. Since pushing open that stone gate, he had spent every prior free attribute point, yet accumulated 26 new ones, elevating his strength to 73. 92. This intoxicating surge of power was addictive. At this moment, he fervently hoped the golden sarcophagus would unleash another fearsome, demonic entity. He feared no demon too strong, only one too weak to grant further attribute points. Young friend, hold. Wait. The group closed in instantly, surrounding Kong Wu, their stances subtly shifting into readiness. Yet Kong Wu's face fell, and he abruptly plopped down beside the sarcophagus. What had happened? Xiao Hong and Jin Hufeng exchanged a glance, then cautiously approached to peer inside. Neatly arranged within the golden sarcophagus lay several items atop a resplendent golden royal robe, beneath it a white jade belt, and a pair of black boots edged with gold. No Prince Jin's corpse. No cultivation manual. Not even a porcelain vial containing spirit-congealing pills. This cannot be. Ancient records state the prince's mansion always kept 3 spirit-congealing pills for emergencies. How can there be nothing? Xiao Hong cried out in disbelief, while Jin Hufeng frantically searched every crevice of the sarcophagus. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. This was merely a symbolic tomb. Damn it. Could it be that everything recorded in those ancient texts is false? Xiao Hong was furious, his uncontrolled emotions causing the crimson true qi to fluctuate violently. Jin Hufeng sighed deeply and shook his head, saying, Senior Xiao, it's not all for naught. Look at all these spirit stones on the ground. At least you can use them to exchange for a golden core cultivation method. Xiao Hong sneered, exchange for a worthless cultivation method. Or should I bring all these spirit stones to let the golden core true person exploit me? With that, he took a deep breath to calm himself and said to the members of the Xian Hall behind him, search around here. Since the items are not in this coffin, they might be buried beneath the spirit stones. Jin Hufeng, accompanied by the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division, retreated to the side, lacking confidence in what Xiao Hong had said. Congealing chi pills and golden core cultivation methods are rare treasures even in the previous dynasty. How could they be carelessly left out in the open? Yang Chaohui looked at the busy disciples of the Xian Hall and whispered, Lord of the 100 Houses, why do you think the Prince of Jin went to such great lengths to create a fake tomb? Jin Hufeng shook his head, saying, who knows what he's thinking. Just the burial goods of an honorary tomb are so lavish. Oh, what would his actual burial place be like? Indeed, it is no wonder that the royal family, which holds dominion over a state, would have such resources. Although the overall strength of the dying dynasty is significantly higher than that of the previous dynasty, the empire chose to befriend the sects rather than forcibly annex them all. As a result, the cultivation world in the dying dynasty is vibrant and full of life, but the cultivation resources in one state are shared among numerous factions, unlike the wealth of the royal family in the previous dynasty. While speaking, the disciples of the Xian Hall had thoroughly searched the high platform, but found nothing. Jin Hufeng looked at the gloomy-faced Xiao Hong and clicked his tongue, saying, let's get ready to leave, at least we can still divide some spirit stones. After saying that, Jin Hufeng turned his head, his brows slowly knitting together. Where has Yang Guangchuan gone? Yang Guangchuan's parents were killed by mountain bandits when he was 12. After a year of working in fear and trepidation in the bandit den, he found an opportunity to escape back to Xian County. A young boy alone, an orphan, struggled to find a livelihood. Fortunately, he encountered a blind fortune teller and learned the art of fortune telling from him. To improve his skills, he bought a book on the I Ching and studied the mysterious 8 trigrams for a long time. Relying on his eagerness to learn, he left the fortune teller and ventured into a blue ocean of opportunity, even starting to tell fortunes for the disciples of the Xian Hall. Thus he met Xiao Hong and was accepted as a disciple, embarking on the path of cultivation. This was over 50 years ago. Yet even after all these years, he had not completely forgotten his past skills in earning a living. So when he saw the 8 coffins, he immediately recognized that their arrangement followed the principles of the 8 trigrams. Combining the locations feng shui with the tomb of the prince, he calculated for a while and finally came to a conclusion. Taking advantage of everyone rushing to the high platform, he quietly lay down in one of the coffins. Sure enough, there was great potential inside. The bottom of the coffin had a narrow passage. To avoid drawing the attention of Jin Huffing and the others, he controlled the fluctuations of his true qi and quietly descended. Upon exiting the passage, he found himself in a stone chamber about 2 zhang in size. 2 blood-red candles emitted a faint red glow, barely illuminating the interior. Yang Guangchuan, who had just descended, was startled at first. In a corner ahead, a humanoid skeleton entirely made of gold sat against the wall. A golden skeleton. Could it be some kind of demonic entity? Or another humanoid species? In this vast world, there are many beings besides humans. For instance, the merfolk deep in the East Sea and the Panga tribe in the southern mountains. These races have physical structures not much different from humans. After pondering for a moment, Yang Guangchuan could not think of a race that would have a golden skeleton. Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something, his eyes widening in disbelief as he stared at the golden skeleton. That is not a humanoid species at all. He is human. To be precise, he should be a nascent soul cultivator. Yang Guangchuan had encountered descriptions of the nascent soul stage within the Xian Hall. At the nascent soul stage, the golden core is transformed into an infant, and the perfected true essence of the golden core is fully integrated into the body, transforming its constitution into a spiritual body. At this stage, there is no need to store spiritual energy within the body, as the spiritual body can instantly convert external spiritual energy into true essence. His blood is crystal clear, and his bones are golden. Isn't this the tomb of the prince? How could there be a corpse of a nascent soul cultivator here? Yang Guangchuan gulped and turned to look at other places in the chamber. In front of the golden skeleton, there was a seat made entirely of spirit stones where a figure in a golden robe. Unlike the nascent soul cultivator, who was merely a skeleton, the figure on the seat appeared lifelike, though his complexion bore a hint of pallor. He lowered his head, making it hard to discern his features, with a blue long sword thrust into his chest. The prince. Yang Guangchuan recognized the identity of this person through the embroidered 5-clawed golden dragon on his robe. Unexpectedly, this fellow created an honorary tomb above, while his true body remained in this stone chamber below. But what exactly happened? From the scene here, it was clear that the prince and the nascent soul cultivator perished together. Why did the prince enter his own tomb alive? Yang Guangchuan was filled with confusion. At the same time, a strong sense of unease surged from his heart, as if there was something unknown in the air of this stone chamber that made him restless. It's better to leave quickly. With that thought, he was about to turn and exit the stone chamber when he stopped in his tracks. Suddenly, he turned around to look at the blue long sword on the prince. Time had not corroded that long sword. The exposed blade remained sharp and smooth, and a hint of blue light occasionally flickered at the hilt. Yang Guangchuan wanted to leave this place immediately, but that magical artifact long sword kept tempting him. After all, it is a magical artifact. Yang Guangchuan wanted to leave this place immediately, but that magical artifact long sword kept tempting him. After all, it is a magical artifact. There are not many in the entire Qingzhou. If he missed this opportunity, he would have to wait until he became a 1,000 householder of the Demon Suppression Division to obtain another magical artifact. What a slim chance. Yang Guangchuan gritted his teeth and turned toward the prince's corpse. He thought, act quickly, it should be fine. Ultimately, the allure of the magical artifact outweighed his sense of danger. He suppressed the unease in his heart, and his light footsteps echoed eerily in the stone chamber. Grasping the blue long sword, he slowly pulled it out, while keeping his eyes fixed on the prince's corpse. The long sword was drawn out slowly, and the prince's corpse showed no signs of movement. Seeing this, Yang Guangchuan felt considerably relaxed. Just as the tip of the long sword was about to leave the prince's corpse, a barely noticeable smile crept onto the corners of the prince's solemn face. "Father, there's nothing to report," Xiao Yunming said hoarsely to Xiao Hong. He understood how much effort Xiao Hong had invested in this Jin Wang tomb. Perhaps he was the one who hoped for results the most within the Xian Hall. The disciples standing here in Xian Hall are all elite figures, each possessing at least foundation establishment level cultivation. As Xian Hall grows and develops, the required cultivation resources have expanded, further necessitating more development. However, to further develop, they would inevitably infringe upon others' interests. Yet Xian Hall is not yet prepared. Without any golden core cultivators, further expansion would only invite devastating strikes from the 5 major sects of Qingzhou. Without obtaining what was needed to break through to golden core, Xian Hall could only choose to shrink its sphere of influence. If this continues, Xian Hall would only weaken slowly, losing opportunities for advancement. Xiao Hong looked down at the countless spirit stones, remaining silent. "Let's go," he said after a long pause, his voice low as if all hope had been drained from him. Yang Guangchuan approached Jin Huffing and whispered, "Didn't find anything." Jin Huffing turned his head, looking at the suddenly appearing Yang Guangchuan, puzzled, and asked, "Where did you just go?" "Oh, I went to relieve myself." Jin Huffing nodded, not paying much attention, and said, "Though I can't say it was a wasted trip, it's a pity that the old man couldn't find what he was looking for." They did not touch the scattered spirit stones. After all the items were right there and wouldn't run away, they could just come back later to find some boxes to collect them. Just as everyone was preparing to leave, a thunderous, snoring sound erupted. Kong Wu lay directly on the pile of spirit stones, fast asleep. Seeing this, Xiao Hong's gloomy mood lifted somewhat, and he shook his head with a smile, saying, "Forget it, let's not disturb him. This time we suffered no losses, we should thank young friend Kong instead." As everyone passed by Kong Wu, they were all somewhat cautious, afraid of disturbing his rest. However, when Jin Huffing and the others walked by, Kong Wu's nose twitched, and the snoring abruptly stopped. "Wait a moment." Kong Wu suddenly spoke without opening his eyes. Seeing that the Xian Hall people had passed, but Kong Wu stopped his group, Yang Guangchuan's heart tightened as he asked, "What is it?" Not hurried to answer, Kong Wu yawned and stood up. He looked down at Jin Huffing and the others, a bright smile slowly spreading across his face. He assumed a defensive posture, his face pale, fine beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. The reason for his intense reaction was Kong Wu in front of him. He assumed a defensive posture, his face pale, fine beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead. The reason for his intense reaction was Kong Wu in front of him. Kong Wu stood with his fists clenched, arching his back, his legs spread wide to support his body, and his disheveled long hair floated in the air without wind. Thump, thump, thump. The dense drum beats echoed in the hall, drawing the attention of even those from Xian Hall who had not gone far. "What is he doing?" Xiao Yunming looked at Xiao Hong with a puzzled expression. From the current scene, it seemed that Kong Wu was inexplicably targeting the people from the Demon Suppression Division. Xiao Hong also bore a face of confusion. Based on what he knew of Kong Wu's character, if there was any discontent towards the people of the Demon Suppression Division, it should have erupted earlier. Just as he was about to ask, a series of cracking sounds erupted from Kong Wu. The next moment, everything that followed stunned everyone from Xian Hall. Kong Wu's body twisted violently, his upper body suddenly swelling as if filled with air. Then his body shrank back abruptly, an invisible wave spreading from his torso to his limbs. Wherever the wave passed, it bulged outwards. Kong Wu's bent waist gradually straightened, and his entire body emitted steam like a steamer. Kong Wu opened his mouth and exhaled a puff of white air. "Father, what is happening?" Xiao Yunming watched this scene, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. At this moment, Kong Wu had become even taller and more robust, his back muscles bulging together and his arms thick like ancient trees. He stood there seemingly blocking all the light in the hall, leaving everyone feeling an overwhelming sense of unease. Kong Wu life 102, strength 102. 5293. 210 skill, blood burst technique LV10103, calamities finger LV1010, free attribute points none, special attribute points none. Kong Wu clenched his arms, feeling the surge in his strength attribute beyond 100 points. It was a feeling completely different from before, as if the two levels of strength were not in the same realm. After adding all the acquired free attribute points to the strength attribute, he murmured, "This should be about right." Jin Huffing watched Kong Wu at this moment, the claw in his hand dropping to the ground. He could feel the oppressive force emanating from Kong Wu, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Unmatched, unable to escape even. Unable to observe. As despair welled up in his heart, he no longer thought about surviving in Kong Wu's hands. At this moment, he had only one question. What the hell did I do to provoke him? In the next moment, he felt something flash past his eye, and a wave of energy erupted beside him, sending him flying. Xiao Hong opened his mouth wide, instinctively rubbing his eyes. Because at this moment, he saw two Kong Wus in his vision. One was still standing in place while the other had already reached Yang Guangchuan. He saw Kong Wu raise that sturdy arm and swing it towards Yang Guangchuan. A slender arm slowly lifted, meeting Kong Wu's fist. Boom. After a huge crash, the swirling air currents wreaked havoc in the hall. Xiao Hong took a step back, steadying himself as he looked towards Kong Wu. He saw the place where he and Yang Guangchuan stood collapse into thin air, scattering spirit stones flying in all directions. But what shocked him the most was that the traitor from Xian Hall, Yang Guangchuan, who was somewhat weaker than himself, actually blocked this blow. Yang Guangchuan looked up smiling at Kong Wu and said softly, "A very good physique, but what surprises me more is your keen perception." With a cracking sound, his skin began to shred in pieces. That previous blow had destroyed everything that did not belong to him. He scratched at the torn skin on his face, apologetically looking at Kong Wu and saying, "Wait a moment, let me clean this up first." After saying this, a wave suddenly erupted from him, tearing apart Yang Guangchuan's disguise and clothing, revealing a figure clad in a golden robe. Jin Wang Chui Yuan, flying corpse, demon life 1211, strength 110, skills dragon tiger, mystic art flying dragon palm, Qinghong sword technique, soul sovereignty technique, Bagua cultivation technique, shaking heaven finger. Speaking of which, I must thank this guy. Had he not pulled out the Qinghong sword, I might have rotted away slowly in this underground. The king of Jin slowly gathered the remaining pieces of human skin on him. His voice was gentle speaking, neither too fast nor too slow. The demeanor of one long in power had not changed in all this time. Kong Wu shook his slightly numb fist and glanced at the half of Yang Guangquan's face on the ground, saying, "Your way of expressing gratitude is truly unique. In fact, sometimes a swift death is truly a blessing." The king of Jin gathered his disheveled hair and casually took a piece of skin to bind it up. He looked quite imposing with a square face and sharp features, his beard neatly groomed. As he meticulously arranged some messy hair, he sighed. "My master could not bear to see me break through unorthodox methods, sacrificing his own life to successfully suppress me. Do you know? Throughout all this time my consciousness has remained clear. I could perceive everything around me, yet I could not move. It was like your consciousness and physical body were separated by a transparent wall. The seemingly minute distance made it impossible to break through no matter how much strength you exerted." Taking the Sheji knife from behind him, Kong Wu's eyes were filled with excitement as he looked at the king of Jin. With a strength attribute of 110 points, how powerful could this guy be? Kong Wu said with anticipation, "Since that period was so torturous, let me help you be free." As soon as he finished speaking, Kong Wu bent his legs ready to charge forward, but he saw a red light shooting from behind him, flying straight toward the king of Jin. "Kong Xiaoyu, run!" Xiao Hong formed seals with both hands, and as his red true qi surged, it seemed as if he was burning all over. His face contorted in rage as he unleashed this sword. After revealing his true self, the king of Jin did not emit a particularly strong aura. Yet even standing there without any movement, the intimidation he brought to Xiao Hong and others was still profound. Only cultivators could sense that the air around where the king of Jin stood seemed to be collapsing, with the true qi within him swirling chaotically. No, that was no longer true qi. It was the true essence belonging to a golden core true person. When cultivators were at the qi refinement stage, they absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into themselves, making the true qi within them gaseous. Once foundation establishment succeeded, the gaseous true qi distributed throughout the body would condense into a liquid state, flowing into the meridians within. Then upon successfully breaking through the foundation establishment stage, the liquid true qi would flow entirely into the dantian, condensing into a golden core, turning into a solid form. At this point, the spiritual energy absorbed from heaven and earth would transform into true essence, and the techniques driven by it and true qi operate on entirely different levels. This is a qualitative difference that cannot be compensated for by quantity. Thus, upon discovering the king of Jin's strength, Jin and Feng were the first to flee, even employing the secret techniques of the demon suppression division, spitting blood as they rushed out of the hall at incredible speed. Meanwhile, after ensuring the disciples of the Xian Hall retreated first, Xiao Hong looked at Kong Wu, who was confronting the king of Jin, gritting his teeth and unleashing his most powerful strike, hoping to buy Kong Wu a chance at survival. At this moment, the king of Jin shifted his gaze from Kong Wu, looking with great interest at the incoming red flying sword, saying, "Xian sword. Are you a disciple of the Qian Miaofa sect?" The red flying sword moved at great speed, yet the king of Jin spoke these words leisurely, clearly resonating in Xiao Hong's ears. Then he slowly raised his hand and struck down with a palm. Flying dragon palm. A golden dragon soared from his palm, effortlessly swatting the red flying sword away with a flick of its tail. Then the golden dragon did not lose momentum, instantly striking Xiao Hong in the chest. Even at the last moment, Xiao Hong crushed a talisman, yet the protective shield it generated had no effect. As the golden dragon struck him, Xiao Hong's body flew back, blood spewing from his mouth. Just as his body was about to crash against the wall, Kong Wu appeared behind him, gently catching him. Cough, cough, cough. Hurry. Leave. Xiao Hong's face was pale, continuously coughing up blood. 3 ribs were broken and his internal organs were slightly displaced. Although his injuries were severe, he was not dead yet. Kong Wu assessed his injuries in an instant through the palm pressed against his back. He then gently placed Xiao Hong on the ground and stood up, walking towards the king of Jin. "We need to finish this quickly. If this old man has been quite good to me, I cannot let him die like this." In response to Kong Wu's somewhat arrogant words, the king of Jin showed no anger, smiling as he said, "Your physical strength is quite impressive. That punch just now had an attack power that could rival some golden core cultivators. I have just revived and am not very familiar with the current world. Would you be willing to serve under me? As long as you agree, I can fulfill any wish of yours." Kong Wu shook his head, saying, "The only thing I am interested in from you is the attribute points you can provide." "Oh, attribute points." The king of Jin frowned, clearly not understanding the unfamiliar terminology coming from Kong Wu. Could it be a new resource for cultivation that appeared during my time of suppression? Does this guy's bizarre physical strength relate to this? While pondering, the king of Jin suddenly retreated backward. Boom. The Shiji knife struck where he had previously stood, kicking up countless dust. "Are you sure you want to be my enemy?" The King of Jin's gentle tone changed, tinged with irritation. Although he had persevered through the long years with the corpse Sha true body, his cultivation level had significantly decreased compared to before. Originally at the nascent soul stage, after countless years, he was left with only the strength of the early golden core stage. If he waited a few more decades, he might even fall from the golden core stage. Thus he did not wish to engage with this strange guy with peculiar physical abilities. It was more urgent to use blood sacrifice to restore his strength. However, it was clear that Kong Wu did not intend to let this high-quality demon be free. Amidst the dust and mist, a figure broke through the sound barrier, charging fiercely towards the King of Jin. The King of Jin frowned, and with a wave of his hand, a blue long sword appeared in his grasp. Ding! Kong Wu's arm muscles bulged as he gathered all his strength for this strike, but the King of Jin easily blocked it with the long sword held horizontally in one hand. As the knife and sword clashed and separated, the Shiji knife struck again. Kong Wu wore a ferocious smile, continuously swinging the Shiji knife to collide with the blue long sword. In contrast, the King of Jin remained calm, skillfully twirling the long sword, repeatedly blocking Kong Wu's powerful slashes. The hall echoed with the sounds of clashing blades, while the ground around them cracked under the pressure of the shock waves generated by their combat. After a brief exchange, a flicker of displeasure crossed the face of Prince Jin. He swung his sword to deflect Kong Wu's strike, and taking advantage of the momentum, slashed out with his own sword. The green longsword trembled slightly, and as this sword fell, a streak of green sword chi extending 2 zhang shot from the tip of the sword directly aimed at Kong Wu's chest. At the critical moment, Kong Wu raised the devouring evil blade to block in front of his chest. Although he managed to stop the strike, his body could not help but stagger back several steps. You don't know when to stop. If that's the case, then let this king end you here. Prince Jin's expression grew serious as he positioned the long sword horizontally in front of him. With 2 fingers of his left hand brushing over the sword's body, it suddenly emitted a blinding green light. Having completed this, he thrust the long sword towards Kong Wu from dozens of steps away. Green rainbow piercing the sun. Seeing this, Kong Wu's extraordinary senses went into overdrive, issuing frantic warnings within him. Thus he attempted to move aside as quickly as possible. At the tip of the sword, a flash of green light appeared and vanished in an instant. Without any earth-shattering sound, it pierced through Kong Wu's body. Fortunately, Kong Wu reacted in time. Although he could not completely evade the attack, he managed to shift his body slightly. The sword light, originally aimed at his heart, passed through his left arm, leaving a small hole. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, with immense penetrating power resulting in no blood oozing from the wound on Kong Wu's arm for the time being. This near-fatal blow did not deter Kong Wu. Instead, his smile grew even more frenzied. Interesting, truly interesting. Kong Wu exhaled a breath of foul air and looked up at Prince Jin, saying, "I can't wait to see how many attribute points I will gain from killing you. Ignorant of your own demise." Prince Jin's response was simple, and another streak of green sword chi shot from the tip of his sword. However, this time Kong Wu was prepared. Shout! His muscles tightened suddenly, and countless blood mists erupted from his pores. Blood explosion technique, activate. The green sword light arrived in an instant, this time striking directly at Kong Wu's heart. It's over. Prince Jin observed this, seeing his expression remaining neither sad nor happy. Had it not been for the treacherous trick played on him by that old man, leaving him in a less than peak state, he could easily have eliminated an opponent of Kong Wu's caliber with a mere wave of his hand. Now he needed to hurry out and recover. Just as Prince Jin was about to exit the tomb, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. From within the blood mist ahead, a powerful heartbeat echoed. Kong Wu walked out from the blood mist, standing tall and proud. His body seemed to have increased in size, appearing even more imposing. The aura of intimidation only heightened. The skin over his left chest where his heart lay was smooth and intact, with no wounds whatsoever. Moreover, even the blood hole on his left hand was visibly writhing and healing. How is this possible? Prince Jin could not help but exclaim. He had witnessed the sword light of green rainbow piercing the sun strike directly at Kong Wu's heart. It was undeniable. Yet now Kong Wu stood there alive and well. What had happened? A sense of unease inexplicably gripped Prince Jin's heart. Thus he lifted his longsword once more, releasing another streak of green sword light. No matter what means you use to evade that previous strike, the disparity in strength is evident. I can always kill you again. This time he did not aim at Kong Wu's chest, but rather at his head. A practitioner below the nascent soul stage would surely meet death if their head were pierced. Moreover, from the very beginning, he had not sensed any true chi or true essence fluctuations from Kong Wu, clearly indicating that he was relying solely on his physical body. However, the scene that Prince Jin had imagined of piercing through the skull did not occur. Upon hitting Kong Wu's forehead, the sword light merely tilted his head, producing only a... However, the scene that Prince Jin had imagined of piercing through the skull did not occur. Upon hitting Kong Wu's forehead, the sword light merely tilted his head, producing only a wisp of faint white smoke without further effects. Kong Wu touched his forehead, wiped away the white mark, and looked at Prince Jean with a sinister smile, saying, "It seems your strength has come to an end." Kong Wu blood explosion state. Life 102. Strength 112. 77, 93. 210. Technique blood explosion technique LV1010 3 calamities finger LV1010. Free attribute points none. Special attribute points none. The strength attribute enhancement from the blood explosion technique differs from the permanent enhancement of the 3 calamities finger being based on Kong Wu's current strength attribute. Kong Wu blood explosion state. Life 102. Strength 112. 77, 93. 210. Technique blood explosion technique LV1010 3. At this moment, Kong Wu's strength attribute was more than 2 points higher than Prince Jean's. The green sword light that had previously pierced his body could now barely break through Kong Wu's skin. Time is short, let me enjoy this thoroughly. Given the limited duration of the blood explosion technique, Kong Wu decided to finish things quickly. After slightly bending his legs, he shot out like a cannonball. Meanwhile, Prince Jean also reacted. Facing the charging Kong Wu, he did not choose to retreat. Instead, he danced his longsword, unleashing countless sword lights. The dense sword lights formed a web enveloping Kong Wu. Yet he did not flinch or evade, holding the devouring evil blade high and locking his gaze on Prince Jean. Is he throwing away his life? Upon witnessing this scene, Prince Jean's first thought was that Kong Wu had adopted a mutually destructive strategy, risking injury from the sword lights to charge forward. But the next moment, upon seeing his attack land on Kong Wu, sparks flew in all directions, yet Kong Wu suffered no harm whatsoever. Only then did Prince Jean realize that Kong Wu's physical defense was outstanding, relying solely on sword lights would likely be ineffective. At the same time, Kong Wu had already reached him, the devouring evil blade descending swiftly. Dragon Tiger Step. Prince Jean no longer underestimated him. Without fully understanding Kong Wu's current changes, he did not rashly take this strike, instead opting to sidestep with a skillful maneuver. Simultaneously, his green longsword traced a mysterious angle, aiming to strike Kong Wu. Since the sword lights could not breach your defenses, I will directly use the sharpness of the treasured sword to sever your head. The devouring evil blade missed its target, while Prince Jean's green longsword aimed for Kong Wu's head. At that moment, Kong Wu's head suddenly turned. Facing the green longsword, he did not flinch or evade. Instead, he opened his mouth to bite down. Witnessing this absurd scene, although Prince Jean's sword-wielding speed did not slow, a ludicrous thought emerged in his mind. Could it be that he intends to catch my sword directly with his teeth? This was a mid-grade magical weapon crafted with materials of untold rarity. Unless there was a mistake during its forging, this sword should have been a top-grade magical weapon. Even back then, there were few top-grade magical weapons within the entire royal family. How dare you? Clang. The long sword clashed against Kong Wu's pristine white teeth, producing a sound of metal meeting metal. Kong Wu actually bit down on the treasured sword, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. King Jean felt a jarring force reverberate through his wrist, causing him pain. He attempted to withdraw the long sword, but no matter how much strength he exerted, he could not budge it an inch. In the next moment, his expression changed, and he released the long sword, retreating. The Shiji blade swept through the space he had just occupied, accompanied by a whistling sound. After landing steadily, King Jean looked down at his chest. Even though he had retreated in time, the blade wind from the Shiji blade still sliced through his robe. From the torn robe, a thin line of blood slowly appeared on his pale skin. After that old man's sword strike, I thought I would no longer suffer any injuries, but unexpectedly, this is just the beginning of my revival. Although his tone was calm, the anger in his words was like a volcano on the verge of eruption, sending chills down. Kong Wu tossed aside the blue long sword in his mouth and laughed. Coincidentally, today, you will not only be injured, but you will also die. Before his words fell, Kong Wu's figure had already appeared in front of him, sweeping the Shiji blade towards him. Without the blue long sword, King Jean made no move, merely standing there with his head lowered. Just as the Shiji blade was about to slice him in half, a golden light erupted from within King Jean's body. Boom. This force sent Kong Wu flying, and the ground around King Jean could not withstand the pressure, collapsing. King Jean raised his head, coldly looking down at Kong Wu. In this moment, he radiated the majesty of a sovereign, glowing with golden light, as if nothing could affect him. You are quite impressive to force me to use the last thread of imperial aura. Normally, cultivators are transcendent beings who would not partake excessively in the struggles of dynasties. Yet in the entire realm, there are countless dynasties established by cultivators. As members of a ruling family with the nation's strength, they receive a thread of imperial aura granted by the heavens. Imperial aura is different from true chi and other spiritual energies. They are not the same concept. It cannot be used to cast techniques, but can enhance oneself in a unique way entering a special state. Of course, most people would not use the scanned Imperial Aura in battles. Its most important role is to reduce the failure rate when breaking through cultivation realms. At this moment, King Jean utilized the hard-earned Imperial Aura to unleash the supreme technique. Even during his breakthrough to the nascent soul stage, he had not dared to use it. But now pushed into a corner by Kong Wu, he had no choice but to deploy this last thread of Imperial Aura in battle. It is evident how great his resentment towards Kong Wu was. King Jean Shui Yuan Flying Corpse Fiend Supreme status under the enhancement of Imperial Aura. The power of his techniques is amplified. Lifespan 12-11 Strength 110 Techniques Dragon Tiger Mystic Art Flying Dragon Palm Qinghong Sword Technique Supreme Technique Bagua Corpse Raising Technique Hantian Finger. Seeing the attributes in King Jean's panel change, Kong Wu grew cautious. Although his strength attribute showed no change theoretically, he should not be able to harm him. Yet Kong Wu felt an invisible sense of threat emanating from King Jean. King Jean raised his hand and pointed at Kong Wu. Hantian Finger. With his words, a massive golden finger shadow roared towards Kong Wu. Kong Wu's pupils constricted as he looked at the finger shadow that seemed to block out the sky. Realizing there was no place to avoid it, he quickly thought. The Shiji blade instantly transformed into a pool of black liquid, rapidly reshaping. As Kong Wu crossed his hands in front, the black liquid coalesced into a black tower shield. Boom. As the golden finger shadow descended, Kong Wu spread his feet apart, arching his back high, bracing all his strength in front. Even so, he could only withstand the golden finger shadow for a brief moment before being directly sent flying, crashing into the stone wall behind and creating a human-shaped gap. With a whoosh, Kong Wu pulled himself out from the stone wall, blood at the corner of his mouth. His senses were not mistaken. In this state, King Jean's attack power exceeded the limits of his strength attribute. This strike had shaken his internal organs severely, causing significant damage. With Kong Wu's current physical strength, he could endure at most 5 more such attacks. Seeing Kong Wu in this state, King Jean was utterly shocked. He hadn't died yet. The Hantian Finger was an absolute technique of the previous dynasty, and when used in conjunction with the supreme technique, its power could be doubled. Correspondingly, the consumption of true qi was also terrifying. Even with his highest quality golden core, he could only use it 3 times at most. Originally, he had thought to directly use this move to kill Kong Wu, but it seemed that although it had caused damage to Kong Wu, it was not enough to render him incapable of fighting. This is troublesome. King Jean felt a weight in his heart. His threat of Imperial Aura was only enough to maintain the supreme state for a minute, and now his strongest strike had yielded no effect. Kong Wu observed King Jean for a moment, noticing that he did not take advantage of his inability to resist to unleash another attack, and his heart stirred. Could it be that he also could not sustain such an attack? If that's the case, just a moment's thought, and Kong Wu charged toward King Jean. With a flicker of intent, the shield-like Shiji blade transformed into 2 gauntlets. This way, if King Jean unleashed that move again, he could quickly defend. With a strength attribute of 112, Kong Wu easily broke the sound barrier, leaving the explosion sound behind as he appeared in front of King Jean and threw a punch. Flying Dragon Palm. King Jean reacted in time, slapping his palm down, colliding perfectly with Kong Wu's fist. The sound of a dragon's roar erupted, sending Kong Wu flying away. Having failed with 1 punch, Kong Wu landed steadily and felt considerably relieved. It seemed that his guess was correct. He could not use such an intense attack many more times. Seeing that his palm had only sent Kong Wu flying without inflicting any damage, King Jean's expression darkened instantly. After a moment of silence, he spoke you. But before he could finish, the ground where Kong Wu stood exploded, and another punch came crashing down. The golden flying dragon flashed past, intercepting the punch. Do you really want us to fight to the death? Kong Wu ignored King Jean's words and charged at him once more after landing, taking advantage of your illness to take your life. King Jean's words already carried a hint of a plea for peace, and Kong Wu, realizing this, naturally would not give him the chance. He was determined that even if he had to withstand another Hantian Finger, he would slay King Jean here. Otherwise, if he let him escape, he would definitely be unable to catch up to a cultivator at the Golden Core stage. In the underground hall, King Jean radiated a golden glow, exuding a majestic aura like that of an emperor high above. With each wave of his hand, golden dragons flew forth, sending the formidable Kong Wu flying. Kong Wu grew more courageous with each battle. After being sent flying, he used the momentum to stomp down, leaving deep craters on both the walls and the ground. After being struck away, he charged towards King Jean again. In this repetitive cycle, Kong Wu's speed showed no sign of slowing, while King Jean, maintaining his dignified demeanor, began to sweat slightly at his temples. Amidst their clashes, King Jean suddenly erupted. If this continued, he would undoubtedly be worn down and defeated by Kong Wu. The remaining Imperial Aura was nearly depleted. He had to make a decisive choice. After sending Kong Wu flying once more, he took a deep breath and concentrated the last of his true essence to his fingertips. Heaven-shaking finger. The enormous finger imprint released a pressure that plowed a deep trench into the ground along its path. Here it comes. Seeing this, Kong Wu initially thought to use the same trick again, relying on the shield formed from the evil devouring blade to absorb the blow. But in the next moment, he hesitated and abandoned that plan. For behind that massive finger imprint, King Jin was on the move. The golden light around him dissipated as he quickly made for the exit. If the heaven-shaking finger could directly kill Kong Wu, that would be the best outcome. If not, during the time Kong Wu took to block the attack, King Jin could easily escape this place. Even though his true essence was running low, he was still a golden core practitioner. He was confident that without Kong Wu to block him, he could soar like a dragon in the sea. Once he restored his cultivation, he could return to trouble Kong Wu again. With this thought, King Jin quickened his pace, hoping to leave while Kong Wu was preoccupied with the heaven-shaking finger. However, in the next moment, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye that Kong Wu had actually given up on blocking the heaven-shaking finger. He saw the two gauntlets on Kong Wu's hands, shifting, transforming not into a shield, but into a square hammer. Then Kong Wu hurled the black hammer towards him. As a result of this action, the golden finger imprint of the heaven-shaking finger struck solidly against Kong Wu's body. That robust chest slowly caved in, and what happened next was lost on King Jin. At that moment, the black hammer had already reached before him. The hammer, infused with all of Kong Wu's strength, moved at an incredible speed. Even though King Jin reacted immediately upon seeing it, he couldn't completely dodge it. The black hammer crashed heavily onto his left shoulder, shattering the flesh and bone beneath. With such a grievous injury, King Jin let out a shrill scream, his body propelled backward by the residual force of the black hammer. After hitting the ground, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Waves of excruciating pain surged from his. With a twisted face, he forced the scant remaining true essence into his left shoulder to momentarily suppress the wound, and he immediately glanced towards Kong Wu's position. The golden light had faded and Kong Wu's towering figure stood there. His upper body was a bloody mess, with some areas even exposing writhing entrails. Even more horrifying was that half of his facial skin had vanished, revealing ghastly white bones. His left arm was twisted at a strange angle, with a broken bone protruding from the elbow. Only the right arm fared slightly better, with its skin entirely burned off, exposing blood-red muscle fibers. Such severe injuries meant that even if he didn't die on the spot, he wouldn't last much longer. Seeing this, King Jin let out a sigh of relief. But in the next moment, Kong Wu slowly turned his head, revealing a chilling smile. Cough, cough. I really don't understand why you would go to such lengths, risking your life just to kill me. Is it really? After a few coughs to stabilize his surging blood, King Jin said in bewilderment. Kong Wu, however, did not respond. Only his fleshless right hand slowly rose. It was at this moment that King Jin noticed that Kong Wu's hand tightly grasped a black thread. This is... King Jin squinted, and after examining closely, he realized that the thin thread was extending towards him. He lowered his head, staring blankly at the thread wrapping around his left shoulder. In the next moment, the thread suddenly tightened, and King Jin found his body uncontrollably flying towards Kong Wu. During the flight, he saw Kong Wu raise his right hand. As the muscles in that hand tensed, blood vessels were torn and blood spurted out. No, no. King Jin watched in despair as the distance between him and Kong Wu closed, and that ever-growing fist loomed before him. At this moment, his golden core was already dim and devoid of any true essence. Relying solely on his golden core's physical body would certainly not be enough to withstand Kong Wu's punch. Think of a way quickly. I can't die here. I still need to restore my full strength. I have already transformed into a corpse-sha true body with a lifespan longer than that of a nascent soul. I still need to break through to the god transformation stage. As long as I reach that stage, I can go to the heavenly court. Bang! The bloodied fist landed on King Jin's head, the muscles on Kong Wu's right arm exploding apart, and the encased bone shot out through the flesh. But simultaneously, the force it carried crashed down onto King Jin's head, causing it to explode like a watermelon. King Jin's consciousness plunged into darkness. Congratulations. You have slain King Jin Shui Yuan Flying Corpse, Sha, earning 20 free attribute. Congratulations. You have slain King Jin Shui Yuan Flying Corpse, Sha, earning a special skill, Heaven-Shaking Finger LV1010. Heaven-Shaking Finger. In ancient times, the human emperor broke the heavens with a single finger, defeating countless celestial armies. This finger carries the essence of the Tao, and when using it with one's full blood and energy, it can deal 1.5 times the damage of one's own strength attribute. Passive permanently increases one's strength attribute by 10. Detected a high-grade skill of the same type as your current skill. 3 Calamities Finger, automatically replacing the current skill. Replacement successful. Skill Heaven-Shaking Finger upgraded by 1 level. Current level is LV2, damage multiplier increased to 2 times passive attribute increase, is a permanent bonus of 20. To upgrade to the next level requires 100 free attribute points. As King Jin was slain, a series of system notifications resonated in Kong Wu's mind. Everything in Kong Wu's sight gradually blurred, and just before losing consciousness he trembled and whispered, "System, allocate points." After completing these tasks, he felt a darkness before his eyes and his body. At almost the same time, the 20 free attribute points that had just appeared in the attribute panel were wiped clean, all allocated to Kong Wu's strength attribute. In front of the stone door of the underground mine, Xiao Yunming, accompanied by all the disciples of the Xian Hall, anxiously gazed at the dark passage within, pacing back and forth. Before him, Jin Huffing stood ready with numerous members of the demon subduing division. After rushing out from the Jin Wang tomb, Jin Huffing quickly reached the surface and issued the highest level summons of the demon subduing division. Upon receiving this signal, anyone from the demon subduing division, regardless of their current task, must unconditionally arrive at the scene immediately. Otherwise, it would mean death for their clan. Jin Huffing silently lamented. Upon witnessing Jin Wang reveal his true form, he instinctively chose to flee. However, as the local leader of the demon subduing division, escape was not an option. A golden core cultivator from a previous dynasty is resurrected in his own tomb. What else could it be? If he were to recklessly flee and allow this demon to slaughter the common people and harm the interests of the dynasty, the headquarters of the demon subduing division would send people to hunt him down at all costs. Thus, he could only gather personnel to stand guard here, waiting for the demon to emerge and prepare for a desperate battle. Meanwhile, he had already informed the Qingshan branch of the demon subduing division through their unique methods. Within less than 2 hours, a deputy commander at the Golden Core stage would arrive to resolve this situation. Therefore, he only needed to hold his ground for 2 hours. But can he really do it? Jin Huffing was acutely aware. If that demon emerged, even with almost all the cultivators of Xian County gathered here, they would be unable to withstand it. After all, that was a Golden Core true cultivator. No way, it's been so long. I must go in and take a look, Xiao Yunming thought, feeling extremely restless. Though he had led all the disciples of Xian Hall to escape, Xiao Hong remained inside. Logically, after such a long time, whether Xiao Hong was killed by that demon or had managed to escape, someone should have come out by now. However, apart from the sound of violent collisions, there was no other noise from the passage. Just a moment ago, that intense sound had also ceased. This left him extremely uneasy. The earlier strange noises could have been his father and Kong Wu battling that demon. The profound silence now indicated that the battle had concluded. Though he had caught a glimpse of Kong Wu, who exuded an imposing aura akin to a god or demon, he did not believe that Kong Wu could compete with a Golden Core true cultivator. In Qingshan, the existence of a Golden Core cultivator symbolized invincibility. Thus, he believed the only outcome of the battle could be the defeat of Kong Wu and his father. If luck was on their side, they might escape. If not, they could end up without a complete corpse. He remained here, clinging to that elusive glimmer of hope, hoping to assist Kong Wu and his father. Yet now that it had been so quiet inside for so long, regardless of who won or lost, he had to go in and check. Only it was clear that Jin Huffing ahead was not allowing it. He blocked Xiao Yunming's path, his expression serious as he said, "No. The situation inside is complicated, and we cannot set up a formation to respond. Our best choice is to rely on the terrain at this entrance to deploy a defensive array." Jin Huffing only wanted to buy more time. As for what was happening inside, he had no interest at all. As long as they waited for the deputy commander of the demon subduing division, they would know everything once they entered with the superior. Xiao Yunming had considerable strength and definitely could not be allowed to go in alone to seek death. "But my father is still inside. Oh, I must go in to check the situation," Xiao Yunming exclaimed angrily. "Xiao Yunming, are you trying to violate the demon subduing division's special regulations? Typically, the demon subduing division does not interfere with local cultivation sects, but there is one exception. Xiao Yunming, are you trying to violate the demon subduing division's special regulations? Typically, the demon subduing division does not interfere with local cultivation." Seeing Jin Huffing using this regulation to pressure him, Xiao Yunming furiously pointed at Jin Huffing. "You?" Just then a sound came from the dark passage. "Be on guard." Jin Huffing immediately turned around, commanding the others to form ranks. Tap, tap, tap. The sounds from the passage gradually became clearer, the footsteps of someone approaching. As the sounds grew louder, everyone present felt a suffocating aura gradually closing in on them. Under the pressure of this imposing force, those with lower cultivation levels trembled, cold sweat breaking out on their palms. Jin Huffing seemed to sense the fear among the crowd and said in a deep voice, "Hold steady, there are so many of us." Before he could finish, a figure gradually emerged from the passage. In the next moment, Kong Wu emerged from the passage carrying Xiao Hong. His once tall and robust figure had now changed drastically. Kong Wu's body now might only be a head taller than an ordinary person. Although he still appeared tall among the crowd, he was no longer as terrifying as before. Yet despite his body shrinking significantly, the sense of pressure emanating from him was even more intense. "Oh, you all were waiting here," he casually greeted, ignoring the tense expressions of those around him as he directly approached Xiao Yunming. "Breathe." "Oh, you all were waiting here," he casually greeted, ignoring the tense expressions of those around him as he directly approached Xiao Yunming. "Wait. Stay right there, everyone. Be careful. Demons have a skin-changing ability, and this guy definitely isn't the original Kong Wu." Jin Hufeng did not let down his guard upon seeing Kong Wu. The earlier incident where the Jin Wang disguised as Yang Guangchuan had greatly shocked him. Moreover, he did not believe that Kong Wu could have survived in the hands of that golden core demon. He was utterly convinced that the figure before him was a demon in disguise. In response to his reaction, Kong Wu merely cast a glance at him and muttered something about being crazy before continuing toward Xiao Yunming. "Wait. Don't move. Don't come any closer. A damn it, attack. Everyone attack. Stop. The Hall Master is still in his hands." Jin Hufeng and Xiao Yunming shouted simultaneously. The disciples of Xian Hall naturally saw that their Hall Master was still in that person's grasp, hesitating to act. However, the members of the Demon Subduing Division had no such concerns. As soon as Jin Hufeng spoke, everyone immediately took action. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yunming, feeling agitated, yelled at Jin Hufeng, "Jin Hufeng, you dare!" Yet all he could do was shout in anger. In an instant, countless talismans, blades, and sword energies along with various colored light orbs flew toward Kong Wu from all directions. To this, Kong Wu merely frowned and casually waved his hand, as if shooing away flies. As he waved his hand, the various attacks in the air were swept away by a strong wind. Everyone present felt a violent force blowing toward them, and they quickly crossed their arms to shield their faces. Some of those with lower cultivation were directly blown away by this single action. And all of this transpired merely because Kong Wu had casually waved his hand. After doing all this, Kong Wu ignored the astonished crowd as if nothing had happened, carrying Xiao Hong towards Xiao Yunming. Seeing the other person instinctively take a few steps back, Kong Wu helplessly said, "You don't want your father anymore." Oh, I'm sorry." Xiao Yunming was momentarily stunned upon hearing this, but quickly stepped forward to take the unconscious Xiao Hong from Kong Wu's hands. He then took out a pill from his pocket and had Xiao Hong swallow it. After taking the pill, Xiao Hong's complexion improved significantly, allowing Xiao Yunming to breathe a sigh of relief. He cautiously looked at Kong Wu and said, "Thank you, Senior, for showing mercy." Kong Wu shook his head helplessly and replied, "Forget it, think what you want to think. Did my bag of items get exchanged for silver notes?" "Yes, my father instructed me to do so yesterday. Here." After receiving a thick stack of silver notes, Kong Wu nodded and turned to leave. Xiao Yunming stared blankly at Kong Wu's retreating figure, noticing that in addition to the previous black long knife, he now had a green long sword on his back. At this moment, he finally reacted. Previously, Kong Wu had asked Xiao Hong to help him exchange the bag of gold and silver for silver notes because it was inconvenient to carry. This matter, the evil demon that had slept in the tomb for who knows how many years, would definitely not know. This means that this person is Kong Wu himself. Thinking of this, he instinctively asked Kong, "Senior Kong, what about that evil demon?" Kong Wu turned his head and said inexplicably, "Naturally, I made sure to obliterate it." Xiao Yunming gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, Jin Hufeng, who had been observing for a while, also realized that this guy really didn't seem to be that evil demon. During that previous strike, there was absolutely no fluctuation of true energy. It was purely achieved through physical strength. Thinking of this, Jin Hufeng's eyes turned and he immediately said, "You all stay here and don't let anyone in. I will go in first to check the situation." Xiao Yunming reacted a bit slowly, and by the time he came to his senses, Jin Hufeng had already entered the passage. In front of him, the members of the Demon Suppression Division stood solemnly at the entrance, seemingly not wanting him to follow. He understood Jin Hufeng's thoughts perfectly. Although he didn't know how Kong Wu managed to do it, the current situation was that Kong Wu had defeated that golden core evil. What about the alchemical pills and techniques that were previously not found? Could they possibly be on the body of the Crown Prince? Previously, Kong Wu's clothes were tattered and had no place to store anything. Moreover, someone like him who trained physical strength would presumably have no need for those pills and cultivation. Xiao Yunming felt an overwhelming hatred in his heart. Although he knew that letting Jin Hufeng go in alone would benefit him, he had no way to intervene. With Xiao Hong unconscious, neither he nor the disciples of the Xian Hall were any match for the Demon Suppression Division. Just as he hesitated about whether to force his way in, he felt someone tugging at his clothes. Looking down, he saw that Xiao Hong had woken up. Even after regaining consciousness, Xiao Hong had no strength to make any movements, only gently shaking his head. He then subtly indicated for Xiao Yunming to look at his right hand. Right hand. Xiao Yunming shifted his gaze and suddenly noticed a ring had appeared on Xiao Hong's empty right hand. This is. From the ring, Xiao Yunming felt a faint, peculiar fluctuation. After a moment of surprise, he suppressed the overwhelming joy in his heart and shouted, "The injuries of the Hall Master are serious. The members of the Xian Hall must quickly escort the Hall Master back to the Xian Hall." After saying this, he looked at Yang Chaohui beside him and said, "Yang Zongqi, I see that the evil in the Crown Prince's tomb has also been resolved. Oh, we should return now." Even Yang Chaohui, who usually reacted slowly, had now come to his senses, eager for them to leave first and enjoy the benefits alone. Jin Baihu had the meat, they could at least get some soup to drink, right? One must know there were plenty of spirit stones below. They had to seize the opportunity to gather some before the people from the Qingshou Thousand household arrived. Otherwise there would be no chance when a deputy Thousand household came over. He hurriedly nodded and said, "Senior Xiao's health is paramount. I will report to Lord Baihu." Seeing the members of the Xian Hall leave in a grand manner, Yang Chaohui pondered for a moment before greeting the other members of the Demon Suppression Division and rushed into the passage, citing concern for Lord Baihu's safety. However, they were destined to be disappointed. Kong Wu walked along the path feeling very satisfied with his gains this time. After killing the Crown Prince, he allocated attribute points before his body completely perished. The countless experiences of distributing points earlier made him understand that after strengthening his attributes, not only would his body be enhanced, but all injuries would also be directly healed. Thus he chose to endure the life-threatening danger, hardening himself to obliterate the Crown Prince with the tremor finger and then use the newly acquired free attribute points to heal his injuries. Fortunately, he succeeded in his gamble. After investing 20 free attribute points, the system directly repaired his severely damaged body. At this moment, his attribute panel looked like this: Kong Wu Life, 102, Strength 135, 84, 113, 220. Skill Blood Burst, Art LV 1010, Tremor Finger LV2, 100 free attribute points, none special attribute points, none close to 136 points in strength, made him feel an explosive power surging within. All these gains, besides the 20 free attribute points provided by the Crown Prince, were also thanks to the new skill Tremor Finger. Kong Wu did not expect that this Tremor Finger could directly replace the 3 Calamity Finger, and for this reason directly leveled up. Previously, Kong Wu seldom used the 3 Calamity Finger because aside from being a ranged attack, it did not have any remarkable features. But now, although using the Tremor Finger meant he would have to rest for a day and night afterward to recover its power, the level 2 Tremor Finger could achieve an attack power that was double his strength attribute. This means that when he used the Tremor Finger now, he could deal an attack equivalent to 270 points in strength. With so many gains, Kong Wu naturally had to express his gratitude to that old man Xiaohong. He recalled the action of the Crown Prince pulling out the long sword from thin air and remembered the storage ring he had seen in online novels in his previous life. After searching the Crown Prince's corpse for a while, he indeed found a ring on the index finger of his right hand. Kong Wu fiddled with it for a while, only to discover that without true energy, he could not open this ring at all, which made him somewhat frustrated. If he could use the storage ring himself, he could place all his belongings inside, so he wouldn't have to hunt and roast meat. When hungry, it was too troublesome. So he simply handed the ring directly to Xiaohong. Not in a hurry to leave Xian County, Kong Wu first found a hotel to indulge in a hearty meal consuming all their stored ingredients, and after feeling about 70 to 80% full, he stepped out to buy a few ready-made garments. Although his physique was no longer as exaggerated as before, he was still considerably taller than average. Initially, he thought it would be hard to find suitable clothing, but unexpectedly, the first store he casually entered had clothes that fit him well. It was said that many burly individuals had recently arrived in Xian County, greatly increasing the demand for larger-sized clothing, which is why he found suitable outfits so easily. After tidying everything up, Kong Wu walked out of the city gates of Xian County. Having stayed here for a few days and gained quite a bit, he was ready to set off for the state city. The old man Xiaohong mentioned that everything promised had been taken care of, and he only needed to go directly to Qingzhou Town's demon prison to find someone. Just as he stepped out of the city gate, Kong Wu felt a sense of something and looked up at the distant sky. He saw several black dots flying towards him in the sky. In no time, they soared above Kong Wu and his companions without any pause, heading straight towards the back mountains. The leader was clad in a white brocade robe, flying through the air on a white long knife. High lifespan, 413 strength, 129 skill, 7 killing martial cannon, celestial net blade, blood killing blade technique. Judging by his attire and the skills listed in the skill attribute, it seemed that people from the Qingzhou Demon Division had arrived. With a strength attribute of 129, impressive indeed. After marveling at the strength of the Demon Division, Kong Wu continued on his way. From his conversations with Xiaohong and Jin Hufeng, it seemed that those at the Golden Core level were among the very top in all of Qingzhou. With his current strength attribute nearing 136, he realized it surpassed that of the Golden Core practitioner from the Demon Division that just flew by, suggesting he could dominate in Qingzhou. Right? I mustn't get carried away. Kong Wu suppressed the slight swell of pride within himself and steadied his mindset. Even if what Xiao Hong and the others said was true, that there were no powerful beings above Golden Core in Qingzhou, it was still possible for those strong individuals to have legs and show up before him one day. Therefore, he still needed to develop cautiously, killing more demons and adding points. Once he achieved a few minor strength goals, he should be able to become a bit more arrogant. Kong Wu set out from Xian County at noon and walked until evening with no other villages or towns along the way. Glancing at the clear sky, he decided not to rest that night and to travel through the night. Xian County and Qingzhou City were not too far apart, and he estimated that he could reach Qingzhou City by dawn when the city gates opened. He casually pulled out a piece of dried meat from his large pack and ate as he walked. At this moment, he could truly appreciate the convenience of a storage ring. If he could use a storage ring, he wouldn't have to struggle so hard to carry a large pack everywhere. Once he reached Qingzhou City, he might find a cultivation technique to practice, as perhaps his current body had decent potential. He didn't need to have a high cultivation level, just a trace of true qi to activate the storage ring. As for where the storage ring would come from, Kong Wu believed that there would be kind-hearted demons or evildoers who might give him one or two. While pondering this, he heard a sound and turned to look behind him. Under the moonlight, two faint light clusters were rapidly moving towards Kong Wu. One was red, and the other gold, one in front and the other behind. Kong Wu stopped in his tracks, watching with interest as the two light clusters chased closer. Before long, the light clusters came within 100 steps of Kong Wu. The red light cluster contained a thin old man in a black robe radiating a chilling and intimidating aura. Closely following behind was an old monk. Amitabha, esteemed benefactor ahead, please dodge quickly. This demon is fierce and should not be harmed by it. Upon seeing Kong Wu, both men exclaimed, with the old monk shouting first. The demon then brightened at the sight of Kong Wu. What a delicious blood meal. Having been chased by this old bald donkey for so long, my true qi is nearly depleted, and this person is just perfect to replenish my energy. With that thought, he accelerated towards Kong Wu. Not good. The old monk's face changed as he hurriedly urged his true qi to try and intercept the demon. Seeing the demon approaching Kong Wu with its thin dry arm reaching out towards him, the old monk silently recited a Buddhist chant, his eyes filled with anger. Seeing the demon approaching Kong Wu with its thin dry arm reaching out towards him, the old monk silently recited a Buddhist chant, his eyes filled with anger at the demon. This fiend relied on the indiscriminate slaughter of innocent civilians to cultivate evil arts, having reached the late foundation establishment stage on par with himself. Now witnessing him about to harm another defenseless person. In the next moment, what unfolded before the old monk left him in shock. His thoughts completely stalled. He saw that defenseless ordinary person raise a hand and slap towards the demon. With a loud smack, it was akin to an ordinary person swatting a mosquito as Kong Wu reduced the demon to a cloud of blood mist. Watching the demon, whose strength was comparable to his own, turn into a puddle of mush on the ground, the old monk felt a chill run up his spine, sending shivers through him. His first reaction was that he had encountered a senior expert. Then he realized he felt no trace of true qi fluctuations. This person had merely relied on physical strength to turn a foundation establishment practitioner into a puddle of muck. In his daze, he saw that person lift their head to look at him. Instantly, the old monk felt as if he were a mouse being eyed by a cat. No, not even that. At least a mouse could still struggle. He felt like an ant staring at an impending shoe sole falling from above, blocking out the sun with no escape. Fortunately, after a brief moment, that feeling dissipated. He sensed that in that fleeting instant the person had harbored a murderous intent towards him, but then retracted that thought. The old monk hesitated for a moment before stepping forward to bow, saying, Amitabha, I am Huiyan from the Diamond Temple. Thank you, benefactor, for intervening against the demon. Huiyan, lifespan 253, strength 57, skill Diamond Exorcism, Sutra, Arhut, Fist, Flower Picking, Finger Buddha, Invocation Technique. Kong Wu looked at the amiable old monk before him, nodded, and sighed so weak. He was still stunned by the earlier demon's rush. During this time, he had been the one tirelessly seeking attribute points, never encountering meat jumping into his mouth. However, after dealing with the demon, Kong Wu realized that a practitioner with a strength attribute of 55 now only provided him with 0.01 attribute points. That was far too little. Upon hearing Kong Wu's remark, Master Huiyan, who hailed from the renowned Jinggang Temple of the 5 major sects in Qingzhou and had attained the late stage of foundation establishment, could only purse his lips in silence, unable to refute. After all, the previous evil cultivator was not much weaker than him, yet he had been effortlessly killed by the man before him with a single slap. If it were him, the outcome might be different. Huiyin glanced at the puddle of mud on the ground and silently recited a Buddhist chant. Indeed, his own words should appear more graceful. Oh, I was referring to this guy. Your abilities are still somewhat stronger than his, Kong Wu added, looking at Huiyin. Fell silent, unsure how to respond, and could only engage in small talk, asking, "Are you heading to Qingzhou City, Senior?" "Yes, if you don't mind, this poor monk can guide you. The road to Qingzhou has many forks, and those unfamiliar might easily take a detour." Within a few exchanges, Huiyin carefully observed Kong Wu, and the old monk had transformed into a humble. Although he did not sense any fluctuation of true qi from Kong Wu, the subtle aura of oppression emanating from him gave Huiyin a sense of déjà vu. It felt like being in close proximity to the abbot's senior brother during his time in the sect. This person possesses the strength of a golden core. Having a wealth of experience from Jinggang Temple, Huiyin knew the myriad ways of cultivation in the world. The absence of true qi fluctuations did not imply that this person was not a practitioner. He was familiar with most of the golden core experts in Qingzhou and had never heard of anyone renowned for their physical strength. Thus, he could ascertain that the man before him was an outsider. What Huiyin was most concerned about was this person's temperament. If he was discerning between good and evil and did not revel in killing, then there would be no problem. However, if he was the type to be erratic and vicious, he would need to take measures to inform his sect. After all, Qingzhou was not just the Qingzhou of the empire, but also the Qingzhou of these local sects. By taking the initiative to lead the way, it was also a means to observe Kong Wu. Kong Wu had no objections to this, casually saying, "Then I'll trouble you, master." Thus Kong Wu gained a companion for the journey. On the way, Kong Wu glanced at Huiyin ahead and asked, "Master, I've heard that the number of evil beings in Qingzhou City is even greater than in the countryside. Is that true?" Ba, Huiyin chanted, sighing, "It is true. Qingzhou has dense spiritual energy, attracting many cultivators, which naturally also draws in a number of evil entities. For instance, the previous evil cultivator committed the heinous act of slaughtering a village nearby, prompting the temple to send me to eliminate him." Upon hearing this, Kong Wu licked his lips, his eyes brightening. Noticing his expression, Huiyin pondered before asking, "I still don't know what brings you to Qingzhou City this time, Senior." "To kill someone," Kong Wu replied nonchalantly, "and also to pay a visit to those demons and evil beings for a good chat." Hearing this, Huiyin immediately halted his steps. He looked at Kong Wu, his expression serious. "If your journey is for the purpose of causing slaughter, please forgive my rudeness. Even if my strength is low, I must stop you here." Kong Wu smiled at him and said, "I'm only going to deal with an irredeemable criminal and have a friendly chat with the evil beings." Huiyin silently turned and led the way. "Then it's no problem. You may proceed as you wish." Although he had been in the temple for a long time, he was not a naive individual. He did not preach to Kong Wu about resolving matters through proper channels, nor did he utter the useless warnings about not underestimating the evil beings. A golden core expert personally executing a wicked person and reporting to the authorities might even yield faster results. While there were indeed troublesome existences among the evil beings, if a golden core expert recklessly exterminated them, even the few golden core evil beings would just turn a blind eye. After walking for a while, Kong Wu spotted a fork in the road branching out from the position of a large tree. The right path leads directly to Qingzhou City, while the left, if I remember correctly, should lead to a small village called Jianyuan Village. Kong Wu nodded and looked at the large tree, asking, "Do you have any water?" Huiyin was taken aback, took out his water pouch, and handed it over, only to see Kong Wu wave his hand, pointing to the large tree ahead. In the dim night, Huiyin could only vaguely see the outline of the tree, unsure of what Kong Wu meant. However, as they drew closer, Huiyin noticed a figure beneath the large tree. As they approached, he discovered a ragged boy lying on the ground. Realizing Kong Wu's intent, and hurriedly took out the water pouch to rush over. In a night devoid of any light, Kong Wu could actually see the boy from several hundred steps away. Moreover, as Huiyin drew near, he could faintly hear the boy muttering, "Water, water." This level of physical perception left Huiyin astounded. After propping the boy up and giving him a few sips of water, the boy awakened and immediately snatched the water pouch, drinking greedily. "Take it slow, don't choke." Before he finished speaking, the boy began to cough. After a fit of coughing, he finally looked up, and upon seeing Huiyin's shining bald head, the boy's eyes gradually brightened with hope. "Master, please save me, save our Jianyuan village." The boy scrambled to his feet, kowtowing on the ground, while Huiyin quickly helped him up, reassuring him, "Little benefactor, do not panic, speak slowly." The boy's voice was choked with emotion, and he spoke in intermittent phrases, "Demons, master. Jianyuan village, save us." "Demons." Originally standing by casually, Kong Wu immediately appeared behind Huiyin upon hearing the word demons and inquired, "What kind are the demons?" His sudden appearance startled the boy, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Huiyin spent a considerable effort to calm him down. During this time, both of them gathered that the boy had run away from Jianyuan village, which was currently troubled by Huiyin did not hesitate, speaking firmly. Senior, this poor monk cannot guide you any further. Since there are demons causing trouble, this monk cannot. As he spoke, he turned his head only to find that Kong Wu, who had been beside him, was already nowhere to be seen. Is it this direction? Kong Wu's voice came from the left fork in the path. Ah, yes. Huiyin quickly responded, picked up the boy, and prepared to follow Kong Wu. Burp. Just then a burp came from the tree. Kong Wu, who had been heading towards Jianyuan village, suddenly heard this sound, widened his eyes, and quickly turned around. He saw a young Taoist in black and white robes lying on a branch of the tree, holding a red wine gourd in his left hand, gazing down with a dazed expression. He saw a young Taoist in black and white robes lying on a branch of the tree, holding a red wine gourd in his left hand, gazing down. At that moment, Kong Wu's expression was grave, with the evil slaying blade in his left hand and the Qinghong sword in his right. Merely holding these weapons did not seem to provide him with a sense of security, as a red light gathered on the tip of his right index finger, the shattering heaven finger poised to unleash. Nangong Yun, longevity, strength, skill, divinity. Your first impression. A series of question marks brought Kong Wu immense unease. Master Nangong. Huiyin, lying on the ground, gazed up at the young Taoist above him and called out in confusion. Huh. Nangong Yun opened his eyes groggily and swayed unsteadily to his feet, glancing around. Then spotted Kong Wu bristling with tension. He yawned indifferently, barely sparing Kong Wu a glance before sweeping his gaze across the clearing, until it finally settled upon Huiyin, who lay beneath him. Oh, old monk. You, hick, betrayed our pact. You swore you'd treat me to the Bodhi wine of Jingang Temple, and the moment you spoke those words you vanished. Belching repeatedly, Nangong Yun fixed Huiyin with a reproachful look as he leapt down. This venerable monk did not flee. I merely saw that heretic cultivator. Huiyin rose slowly, sighing helplessly. Such overwhelming aura, even surpassing our abbots. How gravely I underestimated this senior expert. Glancing at the vigilant Kong Wu, he called out, Senior expert, this Master Nangong bears no ill intent. He is no villain merely. Unconventionally free-spirited, he finished. Kong Wu nodded, but kept his guard raised. Hey, you're built like a mountain. A flippant voice chimed beside him, and a hand gave his bicep a playful squeeze. After countless enhancements, Kong Wu's musculature had long surpassed steel in density, yet under those slender fingers his hardened flesh yielded like soft cotton. A cold sweat broke across Kong Wu's back. When had he even approached? Slowly turning his head, he met the young Taoist's grinning face, and after a silent pause sheathed his demon-subduing saber and azure rainbow sword. The young Taoist had just demonstrated without words how effortlessly he could have ended Kong Wu's life, if he'd wished to. Kong Wu now understood his current cultivation was so vastly inferior that he couldn't even perceive this man's fundamental attributes. No amount of vigilance would suffice against such power. And yet, there was no malice in the man's demeanor. Your praise honors me, senior expert, he said solemnly. Ah, enough with senior expert. Nangong Yun waved dismissively. I dislike that title. You may simply call me by my name. Surely you already know it. Just use my name. At those words, Kong Wu's pupils contracted faintly, a reaction he swiftly masked. Huiyin stepped forward, puzzled. Master Nangong, how did you come to be here? Well, you bolted, so I chased after you. Though I must admit I'd drunk rather deeply and misjudged my footing. One blink, and suddenly I found myself atop this very tree. Huiyin's eye twitched, recalling something unsettling, as he ventured cautiously then. Let's go, quickly. With that he staggered ahead, leading the way. Huiyin sighed softly, murmured, Ba, and followed. Nangong Yun paused, then chuckled awkwardly. What exquisite moonlight tonight, You're bound for Jianyuan village, aren't you? Let's go, quickly. With that he staggered ahead, leading the way. Huiyin sighed softly, murmured, Ba, and followed. Master Nangong was first discovered by Huiyin inside a demon's lair, specifically within a colossal iron cauldron. Yes, a cauldron. Huiyin found him slumbering soundly in boiling water, surrounded by demons eagerly awaiting their feast. After he had vanquished the demons and overturned the cauldron, he found Nangong Yun unscathed, still snoring blissfully, reeking of wine. Upon waking, Nangong Yun clung to Huiyin, insisting the demons had provided him fine wine, sumptuous food, and even hot baths, now all lost, and thus requiring compensation, especially for the wine. His cultivation was immeasurably profound, so far beyond Huiyin's comprehension that he couldn't fathom what realm of mastery enabled one to grasp him midair and traverse 300 or 400 li in a single bound. Trapped and helpless, Huiyin reluctantly agreed to take him to Jingang Temple, to drink the Bodhi wine used by the temple's warrior monks to temper their physical bodies. Only then did Nangong Yun settle. Glancing at Kong Wu, who walked silently beside him, Huiyan hesitated, then quietly recounted the tale. Kong Wu nodded, his expression unreadable. Just hours earlier, exiting Xiang County, he'd resolved to stay low, aware that true masters were countless across the realm. Yet almost immediately he encountered one who treated the mortal world as his playground. Yet Kong Wu felt no discouragement, only fierce confidence. In less than half a month since beginning his focused cultivation, he had already matched the strength of Qingzhou's most formidable golden core cultivator. Given sufficient time, and enough attribute points, he would inevitably ascend to this man's exalted realm. At that moment, the youth stunned by Kong Wu's aura stirred awake. "Young layman, you've awakened." The boy rubbed his eyes, took in his surroundings, and respectfully said, "Venerable master, please set me down. I can walk on my own." "What's your name, little one?" Nangong Yun appeared, suddenly bending down to ruffle the boy's hair. "I'm not little. I'm 13. He brushed away the strange Taoist's hand, then bowed formally to Huiyan. "My name is Zhang Xiaowen. I thank you, venerable master, for your timely salvation." Huiyan chuckled, waving a gentle hand. "Zhang Xiaowen, fine name indeed. You are clearly no ordinary peasant boy. Tell us, what has befallen Jianyuan village? And these demons you spoke of, what manner of threat are they?" From Zhang Xiaowen's account, the truth gradually unfolded. He was the son of a minor landowner in Jianyuan village, never indulged in luxury, yet always well-fed and warmly clothed. Jianyuan village sat upon rich, fertile soil, and its remoteness spared it from bureaucratic interference, allowing its people to live in quiet prosperity. But this year illness began spreading, afflicting villagers with debilitating weakness, forcing them into bed. Then the abbot of Jianyuan temple arrived, declaring the village beset by demonic influence. The sick were not merely ill but possessed, and required sanctuary at the temple, where sacred Buddhist rites would purge the evil qi from their bodies. The abbot was deeply revered in Jianyuan village, whether for funerals, weddings, or calamities, he unfailingly offered aid and compassion. Yet over the past year, villagers entered the temple, and none ever emerged. Though whispers swirled through the village, trust in the abbot of Jianyuan temple kept anyone from investigating. 2 days earlier, a childhood companion of Zhang Xiaowen fell prey to a strange sickness and was taken to Jianyuan temple. They agreed that Zhang Xiaowen would visit him the next day. To avoid discovery by his elders, Zhang Xiaowen slipped quietly into Jianyuan temple the previous night. To his horror, he saw the usually benevolent abbot fling open a blood-red maw, lift his friend high, and snap him in two at the waist with a single bite. The abbot, drenched in blood and torn entrails, terrified Zhang Xiaowen. He ran back to the village only to find countless wolf-head, human-bodied fiends prowling among the houses. He crept out of the village seeking help in Qingzhou City, and there encountered Kong Wu and the others. When Huiyan, the monk, heard his tale, his brow rose and fury almost took the shape of flame in his eyes. "These abominations! How dare they cloak their wickedness in our Dharma's name?" The sudden height of Huiyan's voice startled Zhang Xiaowen, who then asked nervously, "Master, can you save everyone in my village?" "Ba, little benefactor, rest assured." Huiyan glanced at Kong Wu and Nangong Yun with confident resolve. Before long, they sighted a small river some 5 zhang across, winding through the limitless plain. Zhang Xiaowen pointed to a wooden bridge. "Cross that bridge and Jianyuan village is just beyond." From afar, the silhouettes of houses on the far bank lay dim and indistinct. Kong Wu cocked an ear as faint sobs drifted on the wind. They had barely crossed the bridge when they reached the outskirts of Jianyuan village. Even untrained Zhang Xiaowen could hear a tangle of sounds from within, wails, harsh reprimands, and barking dogs thrown together in chaos. In the village square, the villagers huddled together, trembling, surrounded by a dozen or more wolf-head humanoid monsters standing guard. Before them, a hulking creature sat atop a well, holding a blood-soaked human leg in its right hand and feasting with cruel relish. After crunching bone and flesh, the creature spoke in a human voice. "We shouldn't have shown our true faces to you so soon, but who can blame your curiosity? Was Jianyuan temple someplace you ought to be prying into? Now there is no turning back. The time for friendly coexistence is over. Listen well, who among you went to Jianyuan temple and saw what should not be seen? You know who it was. If the person is among you, better step forward willingly. If not, recall whose household is missing someone. Find the person and he'll set you free. You can live quietly. The stubborn and obdurate, humph." This, brandishing the leg and pointing at a mangled corpse, the hulking wolf fiend boasted to his companions. "See how well I use the phrase stubborn and uncomprehending. How does it sound? Teacher Bei taught it just a few days ago. I learned it on the spot and used it. Perhaps I possess a touch of scholarly talent. Big brother, when did he teach you that?" "I forgot." The simple wolf fiend scratched his furry head and replied foolishly, "You idiot, did you forget? You sleep through every lesson. What could you possibly learn?" Having scolded his underling, he turned to the weeping crowd with impatience. "Why are you crying? If you don't confess quickly, he'll eat you all. Perhaps the threat worked. A frail man trembled and raised his hand. Oh, you were the one at Jianyuan Temple. The frail man shook his head hastily. No, Great Wolf Immortal, it wasn't me, but I know who it was. Wolf Immortal. Pleased by the title, the hulking beast split his maw, revealing sharp teeth smeared with scraps of meat. Heh, not bad. Tell us. Oh, my neighbor's wife isn't here. The hulking Wolfian's eyes lit up, thinking they'd found their lead. Where is your— But a man in the crowd stepped forward and pointed at the frail man. You're lying. My wife fell ill the day before yesterday and was sent to Jianyuan Temple. At this, the simple wolf fiend chuckled. I remember now. A young woman they brought 2 days ago. The man first exhaled in relief at being cleared of suspicion, but unease seized him, and he stammered, my wife. What happened to her? The simple wolf fiend patted his round belly and said, haven't seen such a young woman in ages. I couldn't resist. Her tender, smooth flesh was delicious. In an instant, the man staggered, his eyes blazing red, and with a roar he lunged from the crowd. He had barely reached the Wolfians when a guard seized him and hurled him back. The throw did not kill him, but it rattled his insides and left him unable to rise. The hulking wolf fiend ignored that scene and fixed his gaze on the frail man he had accused. You lied to me, he growled. Under those green, oily eyes, the frail man broke out in cold sweat. 3. Feeling the threat of death, he babbled and scanned the crowd for an escape. Then, as if clutching at a lifeline, he cried in a sharp voice, I know. Great Wolf Immortal, I know who it was. Just as he was about to point, the hulking wolf fiend felt a hand tap his shoulder and turned impatiently. What? But before him stood not the simple wolf fiend, but a tall man. Pardon me, which way to your Jianyuan Temple? The frail man, guided by some strange impulse, pointed in a direction and answered, Go straight that way, or it takes about the time an incense stick burns to get there. Thanks, Kong Wu said politely, patting the creature's canine head before heading off in that direction. They'll go to the temple first. You should be able to handle this place on your own. The hulking wolf fiend stood dazed, watching Kong Wu's retreating form, uncertain what to do. The other Wolfians were the same. As if confronted by an unbeatable foe, a single glance at Kong Wu left them frozen in place. In the next instant, a jet-black Buddhist bead flashing with golden light slammed into the hulking Wolfian's head. As life and death hung in the balance, a single question flickered through his mind. Where had that simpleton beside him gone? A shadow streaked across the night sky, shrinking to a speck before— Following the direction pointed out by the wolf demon, Kong Wu walked for a while and indeed saw the outline of a small temple in the distance. Just a casual glance at those wolf demons made him lose interest in killing them. Some beings with only a dozen or 20 points in the strength attribute might not even be worth 0.01 freedom attribute points. The strongest one had 52 points in strength, which was considered decent. However, the evil being that the monk Huiyan had chased earlier with 55 points in strength only provided 0.01 freedom attribute points. In comparison, Kong Wu was more interested in the beings inside the Jianyuan Temple. From the performance of these wolf demons, the strongest among them should still be in that Jianyuan Temple. To avoid disturbing their leader, Kong Wu decided to directly try his luck at the Jianyuan Temple. As he approached the small temple, Kong Wu noticed an eerie silence around him. Not even the sound of insects could be heard, as if this area had no life at all. As he walked, Kong Wu suddenly stopped, stroking his chin as he looked at a pile of rubble by the roadside. The Ray Sound Kalakakra statue, devoid of spiritual energy. This was the first time the system displayed the attribute bar of an item other than the evil devouring blade. Kong Wu stepped forward and flipped over the largest piece of rubble. It appeared that this rubble was half of a statue's face. The face carved on it was vividly lifelike, with a prominent nose dominating most of the visage, high-arched eyebrows that curved almost 90 degrees at the ends, resembling countless lightning strikes. After studying it for a while, Kong Wu realized that this statue no longer possessed any spiritual energy. With just a casual squeeze, he could crush a large chunk of rubble. If this Buddha had any spirit, he would have long since unleashed thunder to punish Kong Wu. Brushing off the dust from his hands, Kong Wu walked towards the small temple. At the entrance stood 2 wolf demons, their backs straightened. Upon seeing Kong Wu, their first reaction was to adjust their posture, standing even straighter. As he approached, ready to raise his fist, he was surprised when the 2 wolf demons bent down and greeted him, saying, Welcome, envoy. Teacher Bei has been waiting for you inside for quite some time. Seeing this scene, Kong Wu could only scratch his head in confusion as he walked inside. The small temple was not large. Upon entering, he first encountered a small courtyard with some stone tables and chairs. The prayer hall at the back was clearly visible, and at that moment a thin old man in a yellow robe stood at the entrance, cupping his fists in greeting upon seeing Kong Wu. Wolf Demon, age 411, strength 1, 18 skills, Huangting sect, basic Qi refinement method, Qingfeng mountain entry, sutra, Qingfeng mountain basic, sword technique, Jingang temple basic fist technique. Your first impression fawning. If you take good care of the envoy, you can later receive some benefits from the old mother. Kong Wu glanced over and was momentarily stunned by the dense array of skills. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be nothing more than basic methods and entry sutras. Those unaware might think this was some master with the secret teachings of the 5 major sects of Qingzhou. After bowing, the wolf demon trotted up to Kong Wu, showering him with compliments. The arrival of the envoy truly brings glory to our humble place. You've had a long journey, please come in, the drinks are already prepared. Although he didn't know what this fellow thought of him, seeing the demon lean forward, Kong Wu had no reason to give up the attribute points within reach. In the next moment, Kong Wu's knee connected with the wolf demon's chest. In the village square, the villagers had long dispersed, and the previously present wolf demons lay on the ground, their chests caved in, blood seeping from their mouths as they lay there with tongues out. Now only the monk Huiyin and the robust wolf demon were engaged in a fierce battle. The robust wolf demon, once a normal human body, was now covered in black fur, with hands transformed into sharp wolf claws. The sound of air being cut through as he swiped his claws made Jiang Xiaowen, who was watching from the side, feel a chill run down her spine, fearing that Huiyin would be disemboweled by those black claws in the next moment. However, the monk Huiyin from Jinggang Temple was not a weakling either. At this moment, he emanated golden light as he clashed fiercely with the wolf demon. Buddhist practitioners from Jinggang Temple follow 2 paths of cultivation, or rather the entire Buddhist sect's method of cultivation is divided into 2. One emphasizes the training of Buddhist powers, typically resulting in a moderate physical strength, engaging in battles from a distance while casting various magical abilities. The other focuses on physical strength and close combat. Unlike Kong Wu, they strengthen their bodies using the abundant true energy within, thereby achieving formidable offensive power. Huiyin was evidently of the latter type. At this moment, he was surrounded by golden light, and every punch and kick on the wolf demon left a charred imprint. Jiang Xiaowen hid behind Nangong Yun, her small eyes fixed on Huiyin, filled with worry. Meanwhile, Nangong Yun yawned, taking out a wine gourd from his bosom and tilting it to his mouth. Not a single drop remained. Dejected, he put down the gourd and suddenly asked Jiang Xiaowen beside him, "Hey, does your family have any wine?" "Wine?" Jiang Xiaowen was taken aback and replied, "No, my mother doesn't let my father drink." Nangong Yun sighed and suddenly seemed to discover something, raising his head to look at the sky. After watching for a while, he lowered his head again and pondered, "Who in your village likes to drink?" "Uncle Chen loves to drink, and he enjoys brewing wine. I heard my father say before that Uncle Chen's wine is the best in the village." Hearing this, Nangong Yun's eyes lit up as he directly picked up Jiang Xiaowen, saying, "Let's go, you take me to find your—" "Oh, what about this, master?" "No worries, the big monk can handle it." The 2 of them left Huiyin behind and headed towards the village. Meanwhile, high in the sky, where human eyes could scarcely see, a figure with wings lingered. He was robust, donned in a red outfit with hair cascading freely and a pale complexion. What is happening? He looked around with some confusion. Just a moment ago, he felt an intense tremor of his spirit, almost forgetting to flap his wings and falling from the sky. That feeling was akin to being targeted by a venomous snake before one had even begun their training. It felt as if he would die on the spot at any moment. Fortunately, that feeling lasted only for a brief moment. Looking down, he saw the monk Huiyin engaged in a fierce battle with the wolf demon. After contemplating for a moment, he shook his head and flew directly toward the small temple by the river. He had come on the orders of the old mother, and he must not be swayed by other matters. Gazing down at the somewhat desolate village from above, he squinted his eyes. Boom! A loud sound erupted from the small temple as Kong Wu withdrew his knee, frowning at the partially collapsed great hall. That knee strike should have directly killed the wretched demon. Even if the wretched demon's strength attribute had exceeded 100 points and was a demon cultivator of the golden core stage, it was still far from being a match for Kong Wu. However, just as Kong Wu's attack landed, he felt a strange fluctuation emanating from the wretched demon. The knee strike landed on the demon but was deflected by some force, preventing the blow from directly killing it. Heh! Kong Wu chuckled lightly and casually waved a palm, effortlessly dispatching the 2 wolf demons that had rushed in before taking a keen interest in the pile of rubble before him. Indeed, none of the golden core stage beings are simple. Even these minor demons possess unique means of survival. Under the moonlight, the dust from the collapsed house gradually settled, leaving the pile of rubble in eerie silence. Is it pretending to be dead? Kong Wu shook his head, about to step forward to deal with the wretched demon, but suddenly halted his movements. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the statue in the center of the hall shimmering with a strange light under the moon. Statue of the infinite clear void mother, the one who rescues the suffering and the needy. Lifespan, strength, skill, incense. Your first impression? Unlike the broken statues seen at the entrance, this one in the system's attribute panel actually displayed additional attributes. Kong Wu paused, his gaze fixated on the seemingly ordinary stone statue. At first glance it resembled the broken statue he had seen before. But when Kong Wu concentrated, he momentarily pierced through a barrier, revealing the true form of the statue before his eyes. The statue's visage twisted slightly, revealing a female face, kind and gentle with a soft smile. It appeared to embody all the virtues of womanhood, evoking a sense of dependence. Yet Kong Wu was not deceived by the facade. Rather, the gravity of his expression deepened. For some unknown reason, despite standing directly in front of the statue, he could see another face behind it. That distorted face wore a fierce, bitter expression brimming with endless resentment. Could this thing? Kong Wu remained on guard for a while, but noticed that the statue showed no signs of change. Aside from the strange aura surrounding it, it seemed like an ordinary stone statue. At that moment, Kong Wu's ears perked up. The ground behind him suddenly exploded, and the wretched demon, ragged and holding a pitch-black dagger, viciously lunged at Kong Wu's back. His speed was astonishing, closing the distance to Kong Wu in an instant. This is it. Seeing the dagger about to pierce Kong Wu's body, a cruel smile crept onto the demon's face. But in the next moment, Kong Wu slowly turned around. His movements were languid and unhurried, yet strangely the dagger in the demon's hand had yet to make contact with him. Seeing this, the demon's pupils constricted, a sinking feeling overwhelming him. So fast. This guy's speed is incredible, this strike of mine. With such speed, he could easily dodge the demon's ambush and counterattack. But the next moment, the demon realized to his horror that Kong Wu was not dodging at all, but was instead thrusting his chest directly towards the dagger. The flung tip of the dagger spun past the demon's face, leaving a streak of blood. For a moment, the demon remained frozen in a position of attack, holding the hilt of his broken dagger in stunned silence. The flung tip of the dagger spun past the demon's face, leaving a streak of blood. For a moment, the demon remained frozen in a position of attack, holding the hilt of his broken dagger in stunned silence. He had considered that Kong Wu might evade this blow using his speed. He could also imagine Kong Wu retaliating with that exaggerated long blade. The statue of the infinite void mother, didn't you all tell me to place it there? The demon instinctively replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something, and, hey, let me ask you something. Kong Wu grinned widely, pointing at the strange statue and asking, what is that thing? The statue of the infinite void mother, didn't you all tell me to place it there? The demon instinctively replied. As soon as the words left his mouth, he realized something and screamed, you are not the mother's messenger. I never said I was. Kong Wu shrugged, then asked, so, is that thing alive? The demon instinctively took a few steps back, his small black eyes darting around. There was no doubt that this guy was very strong. He knew he was certainly not a match. But since he wasn't the messenger of the infinite void mother, the true messenger would surely arrive soon. As long as he could stall for a while, he would be able to survive. Thus a sycophantic smile spread across his face as he bent slightly, saying, esteemed senior, this is the statue used by the infinite void mother to collect incense, which is connected to her in a mysterious way and can summon her presence. Kong Wu interrupted his rambling, stating, under normal circumstances, it is just a lifeless object. Seeing that the demon was still trying to evade the question, Kong Wu confirmed his thoughts. It made sense. If that thing were alive, wouldn't the statues and temples be alive too? You offer incense and pray to Buddha, and if you mumble something impolite, the statue on the altar might stand up and start cursing at you. That would be quite interesting. Just like that previous Nangang Yun, if he wanted to kill Kong Wu, it could be as easy as killing an ordinary person. Perhaps even easier on him. Just like that previous Nangang Yun, if he wanted to kill Kong Wu, it could be as easy as killing an ordinary person. Perhaps even easier. Therefore, he quickly decided to accumulate more attribute points. Boom. In the next moment, his body appeared before the wretched demon, and he delivered a punch to its abdomen. He inexplicably felt a sense of urge. Therefore, he quickly decided to accumulate more attribute points. Boom. In the next moment, his body appeared before the wretched demon, and he delivered a punch to its abdomen. Kong Wu unleashed 90% of his strength with this punch, and upon striking the demon, it seemed to explode the surrounding air, creating a cloud of white mist. The demon's body was sent flying backward, crashing through a stone wall, breaking countless trees, and landing in the woods by the river. Kong Wu frowned. That punch, like before, had most of its power dissipated. However, this time, he clearly saw what had happened. It was that tattered daoist robe worn by the demon. At the moment of impact, the robe flowed like liquid, absorbing much of Kong Wu's force. But that was all. Kong Wu squinted, gazing into the woods. There, a creature that resembled a wolf but had exceptionally short forelimbs was frantically fleeing towards the river. Under the two attacks from Kong Wu, that tattered daoist robe ultimately disintegrated into shreds, fluttering in the small temple. Decades ago, a scholar from Jianyuan village rose to the position of Minister of Works in the imperial court. After retiring back to Jianyuan village, he led the villagers to plant a grove of willows by the river, and since then the village has never suffered from floods again. At this moment, amidst the dense willow grove, the rogue demon was frantically fleeing. Damn it, damn it, damn it, he cursed under his breath as he ran. Initially, he felt that although Kong Wu was strong, he could rely on that soft water robe to hold on until the emissary arrived. However, he never expected that the treasures which had helped him through numerous tribulations were easily rendered useless by Kong Wu. Without that robe, he knew he could be killed by Kong Wu in less than a single exchange. He was all too aware of how much falsehood there was in his own cultivation. If it weren't for his allegiance to the old mother and accidentally accomplishing a task that earned him a demon core as a reward, he would still be just a small demon in the early stages of Foundation establishment. Looking at the increasingly sparse willows, a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. As long as he could escape to the riverbank, he could rely on another treasure to flee with the river's current. Moments later, he dashed out of the willow grove. Under the moonlight, the river flowed gently, reflecting the vast starry sky. Taking a deep breath, he kept running straight toward the river's surface. Just as he approached within 10 steps of the river, he suddenly felt a jolt in his spirit and rolled away recklessly. A blood-red crescent blade struck the very spot where he had just stood, carving a crack in the ground that extended for 10 feet. Witnessing this scene, cold sweat broke out on the rogue demon's forehead. If he hadn't dodged in time, that blow would have surely bisected him. That guy, has he come this quickly? Looking around, the rogue demon found no one. He was momentarily stunned and slowly looked up. Beneath the full moon stood a figure in a red, tight-fitting outfit with thin, resilient membranes for wings that had no feathers, gently flapping to lower him from the air. Are you the rogue demon from the immortal river mountain? The figure upon landing frowned and asked the disheveled. Seeing that the newcomer was not Kong Wu, the rogue demon instinctively let out a long breath, and upon hearing the person's question, he was instantly overjoyed. This person, who could accurately recount his origins, must be the emissary of the old mother he had long been waiting for. Are you the emissary? Seeing the figure nod slightly, the rogue demon hurriedly rolled and crawled to his feet, pleading, "Emissary, please save me." Where is the person? The emissary of the old mother waved his hand in annoyance and asked, "Do you remember the promise you made when the village chief of Immortal River bestowed you the demon core?" The rogue demon was taken aback, a chill running down his spine. He had received the demon core because years ago he had secretly replaced the statue in Jianyuan village with that of the old mother. Each time those ignorant villagers offered prayers, they provided incense to the old mother. After obtaining the demon core and breaking through to the golden core stage, his mindset began to change. Watching the blood offerings that came to pay respects every day, his restlessness grew stronger. Until one day, after luring a woman who had come to offer prayers into the backyard and devouring her, he completely forgot about the promise he made with the village chief of Immortal River. Stabilizing this village, prospering its population, and trying to develop other villages into believers were tasks he cast aside. In the first half of his life, he had only focused on avoiding those chivalrous cultivators. Now, having finally reached the golden core stage, wasn't it time for him to enjoy himself? Facing him, the emissary of the old mother said coldly as he observed the increasingly pale rogue demon, "Since you have come to your senses, I will convey the old mother's will to you." The rogue demon stared blankly at him, his legs giving way as he fell to the ground. "To violate the promise and deplete the old mother's incense, you shall be punished." As the cold words ended, he raised his hand, his fingertips swirling with a blood-red glow aimed at the rogue demon's head. "Spare me. Emissary, please spare me. I can." The rogue demon suddenly jolted back to reality, his head knocking on the ground in desperation, crying out with a trembling voice. But the emissary of the old mother showed no change in expression, the blood-red glow at his fingertips ready to strike. Just as he was about to act, he suddenly furrowed his brow, and his wings flapped hard, lifting him off the ground. A large broad blade swooshed down at the spot where he had just stood. Seeing that he had missed this guy, the muscular figure holding the blade flexed his muscles, altering the trajectory of the blade, which lightly grazed the rogue demon's neck. Bang! Kong Wu stepped firmly on the ground, turned around, and looked up at the figure flying in the air. Behind him, the rogue demon slowly collapsed backward, and as his head separated from his body, a fountain of blood sprayed everywhere, yet not a single drop splattered on Kong Wu. "Congratulations, you have slain the rogue demon and gained 5 free attribute points." The system's prompt sounded, and Kong Wu nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the free attribute points rewarded after exceeding 100 in the strength attribute had increased significantly. There was a gap of over 10 points between his and the rogue demon's strength attributes, and he was somewhat worried about not gaining too many attribute points. Looking at the attribute panel floating in the air, Kong Wu clicked his tongue. This guy's attribute points didn't seem easy to obtain. Bloodbat Demon Lifespan, 452 Strength, 151 Skills, Bloodthirsty Magic Cannon, Gold Splitting Hand, Demon Statue, Talisman, General Outline, Blood Explosion Technique, Blood Fong Blade, Destroying Demon, Sound Summoning Technique. A staggering strength attribute of 151 points was one thing, and the other was that this guy could fly. Currently, Kong Wu only had one skill, heaven-shaking finger, that could deal with airborne targets of such strength. Otherwise, he had no means to handle aerial opponents. Seeing the rogue demon beheaded by Kong Wu, the bloodbat demon displayed a flicker of change and expression, slightly irritated as he asked, "Who are you? Why do you disturb the affairs of the Immortal Mother Sect?" The Immortal Mother Sect. So this is the name of your evil cult. Kong Wu grinned and said boldly. He had just noticed that several of the skills this guy possessed looked familiar. They were old acquaintances. The evil god cultists from Qingshan County and the Zhu Yin Sheng from Baiyun Temple. It seemed they all worshipped the same evil god. The old mother, huh? Kong Wu recalled the strange statue of the goddess he had just seen. The bloodbat demon flashed a hint of displeasure, seemingly disturbed by the term used for this evil cult. Have you seen others from our sect? I've killed a few small ants. You don't seem like a small fry, do you? Are you? The bloodbat demon frowned, observing Kong Wu for a moment, then smiled slightly and said, "In that case, today, I shall bring down divine punishment upon you." As he spoke, countless blood-red beams shot out from his body, attacking Kong Wu like flowers scattered by a havoc. Kong Wu sighed. This was the most troublesome aspect of dealing with flying enemies. They can attack you freely from the sky while you have no means to strike back. Crimson beams of light fell like raindrops, causing the ground to tremble with their impact. The bloodbat demon frowned and suddenly caught sight of a shadow rushing towards him. The wings of the bats behind him trembled violently, lifting his body higher into the air. While dodging Kong Wu's attack, the bloodbat demon also discerned the details of that shadow. It was a dark-colored meteor hammer covered in countless spikes with a thin black thread attached to its end. The bloodbat demon chuckled softly, saying, "Interesting." As soon as the words left his mouth, the black thread suddenly tightened, pausing the meteor hammer in midair before it shot towards the bloodbat demon at a faster speed. Prepared for this, he merely sidestepped lightly to evade the strike, watching as the meteor hammer curved back into the hands of Kong Wu on the ground. Kong Wu sighed lightly, looking at the ineffective meteor hammer. The black liquid in his hand flowed, transforming back into the true form of the devil's blade. What? Giving up already? The bloodbat demon, hovering in midair, scoffed at Kong Wu. He had already seen through this man's true nature. Initially, he thought Kong Wu was a body cultivator with extraordinary techniques, but after observing his movements for a while, he realized that despite the large motions, there was not a hint of true essence fluctuation. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from him was no less than that of a golden core level cultivator. This man could contend with golden core practitioners purely with his physical strength, and even slay them. Glancing at the headless corpse of the demon on the ground, the bloodbat demon couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As a mid-golden core demon cultivator, his physical body was far more powerful than that of an ordinary human cultivator. This was a racial talent that could not be compensated for by mere training. However, the physical strength of the man before him was even stronger. Was he a rare, ancient bloodline? Or perhaps a hybrid offspring of human and demon? Or maybe he practiced some sort of special cultivation technique. Regardless, these questions held no significance for him. Without true essence in his body, Kong Wu couldn't unleash any spells or abilities, posing no threat to him in the air. This was evident from their earlier confrontation. All he needed to do was... The bloodbat demon slowly extended his hand, thick crimson energy swirling between his palms. Just as he decided to wear down Kong Wu from his aerial advantage, Kong Wu below also took action. He slightly parted his lips, muttering something incomprehensible. In the next moment, his entire body suddenly swelled, the muscles beneath his silk robe writhing grotesque. A heart-stopping thumping sound emanated from him, so powerful that even the bloodbat demon high above could feel the strength contained within. What on earth? The bloodbat demon stared at Kong Wu's strange appearance, momentarily stunned, before hastily increasing his actions, throwing out a crimson circle straight at Kong Wu. At that moment, Kong Wu raised his head, his eyes bloodshot, as he growled in a low voice, "Not enough. Blood explosion technique, activate." In an instant, his robust body suddenly contracted, then all the pores on his skin erupted with a... If the bloodbat demon had no clue about Kong Wu's previous transformation, he was all too familiar with the sight of him now enveloped in blood mist. This is the blood explosion technique. How is this possible? The bloodbat demon instinctively exclaimed at the sight. The blood explosion technique was a method bestowed upon newcomers during their first sacrificial offering to the mother. It could be said that every member of the Wuxing Immortal sect would utilize this technique. Could this guy be one of us? In an instant, various thoughts raced through the bloodbat demon's mind. He couldn't understand why, if this person truly was a disciple of the sect, he would provoke him, the mother's messenger. Was it possible that too many sacrifices had affected his reasoning? Just as he was lost in thought, the crimson circle he had thrown approached the edge of the blood mist. In the next moment, a pair of muscular arms reached out from the mist, grabbing hold of the circle. The circle composed solely of true essence was rapidly spinning, but when it came into contact with those arms it stopped instantly. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The circle trembled continuously, yet those arms were unaffected, firmly holding on. Then the muscles in the arms bulged slightly, the fingers retracted. With a crisp sound like shattering glass, the circle dispersed into a cluster of red light. As the blood mist dissipated, Kong Wu's bare torso slowly emerged. Kong Wu blood explosion state health 102, strength 156. 05. Skill blood explosion technique LV10 tremor finger LV20 100 free attribute points, none special attribute points, none after allocating the 5 free attribute points he just acquired to strength. Kong Wu's strength attribute had reached 118. 22. With the 20 boost from the tremor finger, he normally had a total of 141. 86 points, and however, even with that it was still insufficient. It should be noted that the strength attribute of the bloodbat demon before him was a full 151 points. If he wanted to slay him, he would have to use the tremor finger. But doing so would leave him completely immobile for an entire. Under such circumstances, the blood explosion technique, which lasted only 3 minutes, was clearly within an acceptable range of side effects. Thus, after decisively activating the blood explosion technique, Kong Wu's strength attribute reached an astonishing 156 points, surpassing that of the bloodbat demon by 5 points. Clenching his fists, Kong Wu felt the power coursing through his body at this moment, which seemed vastly different from before. Some feats that his body had previously been unable to accomplish now seemed possible. Are you also one of our sect's disciples? The puzzled voice of the bloodbat demon came through. Kong Wu raised his head, looking at his confused expression, and laughed, shouting, "Come down. He'll tell you if you come down." The bloodbat demon looked at Kong Wu with some exasperation, concluding in his heart that this person must be a disciple of the sect, seemingly having sacrificed too often to withstand the mother's divine voice. Since he won't come down, then he'll go up. Without receiving a response, Kong Wu slightly bent his legs and launched himself off the ground. With a thunderous roar, his massive figure shot straight towards the bloodbat demon in the air. Naive. The bloodbat demon snorted coldly, flapping his wings to swiftly dodge to the side, evading Kong Wu. Seeing Kong Wu in midair without leverage, exposing his unguarded back, he chuckled softly and casually threw a blood blade. However, the next moment the muscles in Kong Wu's waist tightened, his legs pulled back before he kicked forcefully against the air. Boom. A violent roar erupted and Kong Wu bizarrely changed direction, midair, charging towards the blood. In midair, Kong Wu stepped on the sound explosion cloud, his entire body pushing through the surrounding air as he charged swiftly towards the bloodbat demon. The blood blade flying towards him crashed against Kong Wu's face, shattering upon impact, yet he didn't even. At a critical moment, the bloodbat demon reacted swiftly, brandishing a blood-red longsword that appeared from nowhere to block the trajectory of the evil devouring blade. However, the forceful evil devouring blade descending from above sent the bloodbat demon flying as if it were a shooting star despite the block. Boom. With a loud crash, the bloodbat demon's body smashed through countless willow trees, crashing hard into the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. After delivering that strike, Kong Wu merely adjusted his body in the air, then awaited gravity to pull him back to the ground. Upon landing, he looked towards the misty willow grove with a hint of peculiarity in his eyes. His gaze pierced through the thick dust, spotting the bloodbat demon crawling out from the deep pit. That previous slash had been solidly blocked by the bloodbat demon, and given its physical quality, the damage sustained from hitting the ground could be disregarded. However, at that moment, the bloodbat demon was covered in blood, the overwhelming stench of blood continuously stimulating Kong Wu's nostrils. Bloodbat demon blood explosion state lifespan 402 strength 156 skills bloodthirsty demon codex splitting gold hand demon image talisman compendium blood explosion technique bloodfang blade crushing divine demon sound divine summoning technique. The blood covering its body was a side effect of the blood explosion technique. The bloodbat demon had decisively used it during that brief moment. Otherwise, it would not have been able to withstand Kong Wu's strike. The blood explosion technique used by Kong Wu had been improved by the system, eliminating all negative effects. Aside from the limitation of being usable only once a day, it had no flaws. In contrast, the bloodbat demon's use of the blood explosion technique was different. From its current attribute panel, it was evident that using the blood explosion technique had cost it 50 years of lifespan. Moreover, its strength attribute had only increased by 5 points. The bloodbat demon looked down at the tiny chip on its low-grade magical sword, its expression darkening. Had it not been for its decisive use of the blood explosion technique, which increased the infusion of true essence into the longsword, Kong Wu's strike could have easily cleaved through its sword. As the dust settled, it saw the unscathed black longsword in Kong Wu's hand, and its pupils contracted slightly. That sword was at least a medium-grade magical item. In the next moment, the black longsword vanished from its side, only to reappear directly above its head. Kong Wu's long hair danced in the wind, and his figure raising the longsword high resembled Mount Tai pressing. The bloodbat demon holding the sword with one hand quickly enveloped its other hand in blood, striking fiercely at Kong Wu's chest. Bang! The moment the blood palm hit Kong Wu's chest, a powerful shockwave erupted, spreading outward. The ground cracked, and surrounding willow trees were uprooted by the force. But when the bloodbat demon raised its head, it saw Kong Wu's grim smile. This strike had caused Kong Wu no. After using the blood explosion technique, the bloodbat demon's strength attribute increased by 5 points, reaching 156, nearly matching Kong Wu. Of course, had it possessed a unique technique like the supreme power of the prince from before, it might have been able to harm Kong Wu. However, the prince was a noble of the had it possessed a unique technique like the supreme power of the prince from before, it might have been able to harm Kong Wu. However, the prince was a noble of the previous dynasty, ruling over an entire state. As for him, he was merely a messenger acting under the evil god. In the bloodbat demon's incredulous gaze, Kong Wu lifted his head and charged forward, delivering a headbutt directly towards the bloodbat demon's head. The bloodbat demon knew that given the disparity in their physical strengths, if this headbutt landed on its head, it would undoubtedly split it open instantly. Thus, it almost instantly withdrew the hand pressed against Kong Wu's chest, raising it to block its head. Thud! With a muffled sound, the bloodbat demon's body shifted backward, leaving 2 deep grooves in the ground. Before it could stabilize itself, Kong Wu had already appeared at its side, the evil devouring blade slashing towards its waist. In an instant, their weapons clashed rapidly, colliding continuously. The bloodbat demon unleashed a flurry of techniques, and amid the clashes of swords, various dark talismans vanished from its hands, attacking Kong Wu. Yet no matter which talisman it used, it had no effect on Kong Wu. Kong Wu's powerfully forceful strikes fell frequently, and the bloodbat demon, forced to endure, found its hands bloodied and flesh torn, the enhancement from the blood explosion technique gradually diminishing. Sensing this, the bloodbat demon's unease deepened. After once again blocking Kong Wu's strike, it lifted its foot and kicked against Kong Wu's chest. Then, using the recoil, it gracefully spun in the air. Swish! Its wings, which had been folded behind it, suddenly spread open, allowing it to soar into the sky. Kong Wu frowned, not wanting it to escape into the air, and rushed towards the bloodbat demon's figure. Seeing this, the bloodbat demon's lips curled into a smirk. It did not hasten to fly skyward, but instead spread its wings wide, opening its arms towards Kong Wu. Its mouth opened wide, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Crushing divine demon sound. The air around it began to distort, invisible waves spreading towards Kong Wu. Boom! The moment it touched Kong Wu, it sent him flying, and with unrelenting momentum, he crashed to the ground. The ground trembled for a moment before collapsing, and the earth began to sink. The bloodbat demon soared in the air, panting heavily. Looking at the 5 zhong deep pit that appeared on the ground, it let out a long breath. Should be resolved right. Regardless of how strong that guy's body is, his thin eardrums and soft internal organs should not withstand the resonance caused by this strike. However, just as this thought emerged, its eyes widened in disbelief as it saw a sturdy arm reaching out from. Kong Wu rose, brushing off the dust from his body, and looked up at the bloodbat demon, hovering in midair, revealing a friendly smile. The physical enhancement provided by the system was a comprehensive strengthening of Kong Wu's body. Whether it was his eardrums or internal organs, even in Kong Wu's perception, the strength of the capillaries in his body was comparable to the defensive power of his skin. The bloodbat demon spat out a mouthful of blood, its face turning pale in an instant. Its blood explosion technique had reached its limit. After the duration of the blood explosion technique ended, the raging true essence within him began to surge violently through his meridians. The bloodbat demon clutched its chest and took out a pill from its sleeve, swallowing it down to suppress the turbulent blood energy within. He slowly exhaled a breath of foul air, casting a wary glance at Kong Wu. Although he couldn't defeat Kong Wu during the duration of the blood explosion technique, he had successfully endured this difficult period. Now you and I. What? The bloodbat demon noticed that Kong Wu's explosive aura showed no signs of diminishing. Even though the blood explosion technique was activated at almost the same time, why had his explosive state not yet ended? He couldn't understand why Kong Wu's blood explosion technique was superior to his own, both in effectiveness and duration. After all, he was the messenger of the Old Mother. He looked at Kong Wu with a complex expression, his wings behind him flapping faster as the distance from the ground gradually increased. Below, Kong Wu frowned at this scene, pushing off with his legs and rapidly charging toward the bloodbat demon. Whenever his speed slightly decreased, he would stomp hard in the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, continuously closing the distance to the bloodbat demon. The bloodbat demon flew in one direction, occasionally glancing back to see Kong Wu relentlessly pursuing. As a demon cultivator who could naturally fly, he was momentarily unable to shake off this brute force runner. In fact, the distance between them was continuously shrinking. He felt no panic as he believed that Kong Wu's blood explosion technique wouldn't last much longer. Indeed, his thoughts were not incorrect. The duration of Kong Wu's blood explosion technique had less than a minute remaining. If he couldn't defeat the bloodbat demon within this time, he would have to resort to the earth-shattering finger. After pondering for a moment, Kong Wu seemed to have thought of something, a smile curving at the corner of his mouth. The statue of your old mother in that temple earlier, right? Kong Wu's deep voice came from behind, and upon hearing this, the bloodbat demon was slightly taken aback, unsure of what he meant. An existence like the old mother should have some connection to her statue. As Kong Wu shouted, he actually came to a halt, allowing his body to fall freely. What if I were to throw her statue into the latrine? The rest of his words were swept away by the howling night wind, leaving the bloodbat demon unable to hear. Yet those few words sent a jolt through his heart, and an unpleasant thought surged to the forefront of his mind. He looked down at Kong Wu's position and noticed that before Kong Wu even hit the ground, he had already begun to dash toward the small temple by the river. No! In an instant, the bloodbat demon's eyes turned blood red, and with an enraged roar he transformed into a streak of blood light wildly charging toward the ground. That was the deity that sheltered him through countless storms, awakened his intelligence, and led him into the path of cultivation. No, absolutely not. He must not allow Kong Wu to defile the old mother's statue. This thought was the only one spiraling through his mind. A mouthful of blood spewed forth as his body shook, the true essence rampaging within him, bringing him endless pain. Even so, he gritted his teeth, his whole body flashing with blood light, and his flight speed inexplicably increased by a tenth. At the cost of 100 years of life, he activated the blood explosion technique once more. Almost there, he was about to reach the small temple. At this moment, Kong Wu was just about to enter it. But the bloodbat demon pursued him recklessly. The evil devouring blade was raised high, aimed directly at the dual-faced goddess statue. The bloodbat demon's pupils constricted, recklessly charging toward Kong Wu. He had to interrupt him. Swish! The evil devouring blade fell with a whoosh. The target was Kong Wu's waist muscles instantly bulged, swinging his arm around to strike fiercely at the bloodbat demon. Seeing the evil devouring blade coming down toward him, the bloodbat demon felt a sense of relief, a thought rising in his mind. Fortunately, I made it. The blade light flashed, and the bloodbat demon and Kong Wu brushed past each other. With a thunderous roar, the bloodbat demon's body smashed through the wall, collapsing a small house in the backyard. Kong Wu turned around, swinging the evil devouring blade diagonally downward, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. The thin-skinned wings gently floated down. Not far away, the bloodbat demon crawled up while clutching the severed base of its wing. At this moment, it could no longer fly. Even so, there was no trace of pain on its face, only a silent smile as it looked at the intact statue. At that moment, it was severely injured and had automatically deactivated the blood explosion technique, no longer a match for Kong Wu. Watching Kong Wu slowly approach, he took a deep breath, the smile on his face gradually turning frenzied. You force my hand, he, since I cannot punish you, then I can only. He murmured as he raised his bloodied finger, slowly tapping it on his forehead. Then his arm traced downward, the blood smearing over his eyes, forming a strange pattern. Please save the suffering and trouble, boundless pure void, old mother. Descend. As soon as he finished speaking, the dual-faced statue on the high platform trembled slightly and slowly opened its eyes. From the pitch-black eyes of the statue, a surge of black gas suddenly overflowed, rolling down to the ground. Seeing this scene, Kong Wu's pupils constricted, his heart began to race, and his keen senses constantly warned him of danger. The rolling black mist enveloped the entire statue. Upon seeing this, Kong Wu gritted his teeth, the ground beneath him cracking as he charged through the sonic boom clouds toward the bloodbat demon. In response, the bloodbat demon showed no reaction, simply spreading its arms wide, gazing fervently at the statue. Congratulations, you have slain the bloodbat demon, gaining 20 free attribute points. Almost simultaneously with the system notification sound, the blood light on Kong Wu's body flashed, the enhancement of the blood explosion technique vanished. The bloodbat demon's head, which had soared high behind him, still bore that inexplicable smile, as if mocking Kong Wu's futile rebellion against fate. Just after Kong Wu's blade struck down, a thunderous reprimand echoed from the black mist. You dare This female voice was clearly a reprimand, yet there was no emotional inflection in her tone, as if a deity was scolding mere ants in the mortal realm. Kong Wu turned his head, his gaze fixed intensely on the swirling black clouds. From within those clouds, which seemed to devour all things of the mortal realm, came waves of horrifying fluctuations. Instinctively swallowing, Kong Wu hesitated not a moment, decisively calling out, System, allocate points. Kong Wu life 102, strength 165, 86, 138, 2220. Skill Blood Explosion Technique LV1010 Earth-Shattering Finger LV2 Euro 100 Free Attribute Points None Special Attribute Points None. Boom. After a tremendous sound, Monk Huiyin was sent flying, struggling to stabilize himself after several steps. The golden light surrounding him had diminished significantly, and his once pristine robe was now tattered with several claw marks adorning his body. The exposed flesh had turned a dark purple, releasing a strong stench from his wounds. Opposite him, the wolf demon had completely transformed from a half-human, half-demon shape into a towering black wolf standing 10 feet tall. With blood-red eyes fixed on Monk Huiyin, its thick claws scratched at the ground relentlessly. Huiyin's face was grim as he looked up at the full moon hanging in the sky, letting out a sigh. Initially, this wolf demon was beneath him in power. Although it was somewhat troublesome, it was ultimately manageable. However, just as he was about to claim victory, the wolf demon howled at the sky, directly reverting to its demon form. It was at that moment that Monk Huiyin realized it was the night of the full moon. He had traveled far and wide, exterminating numerous demons, including many wolf demons. Thus he knew that on the night of the full moon the wolf demon's power would significantly increase. At this moment, he was no longer a match for the wolf demon. As for the two men before, Kong Wu had directly gone to Jianyuan Temple from the very beginning. The benefactor Nangong also seemed to have vanished. "This is troublesome," Monk Huiyin said with a furrowed brow and a deep sigh. "Growl?" The black giant wolf let out a low growl and charged forward. The massive wolf claw descended through the night sky. Monk Huiyin's golden light flashed, and he leapt sideways, barely dodging the giant wolf's swipe. Out of the corner of his eye he saw a dark shadow rushing toward him. With a loud bang, the golden light around Huiyin shattered, and he was hurled away by the giant wolf's tail. He rolled on the ground several times before tremblingly standing up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Watching the black giant wolf charge at him again, he sighed and sat down cross-legged. The ground trembled as the black wolf's massive body rushed toward Huiyin. Monk Huiyin made no move, simply pressing his palms together and beginning to chant, "Namo Bodhisattva, Namo Dharma, Namo Sangha." His words flowed rapidly. Even before he finished this unknown scripture, the black giant wolf had yet to reach him. He exhaled softly, murmuring, "Ba, I, disciple Huiyin, humbly invite the Buddha from the Western Paradise." As he finished this phrase, the black giant wolf had already pounced, its dark claws reaching for Monk Huiyin's bald. From the deep pits along its path, it was evident that crushing Huiyin's head with a single claw would pose no difficulty at all. Yet in the next moment, a majestic bell-like sound resonated throughout Jianyuan village. The wolf demon's claws halted less than a foot away from Huiyin. No matter how it roared, it could not advance further. Monk Huiyin, who had been with his head bowed, slowly lifted it. "Ba." A solemn Buddha chant emerged from Huiyin's lips, imbued with unparalleled authority. Simultaneously, a golden light enveloped him, gradually expanding with each word of the chant. The golden light first touched the wolf demon's claws. As it spread, the claws shattered into invisible. For the first time, human emotions flickered in the wolf demon's blood-red eyes, now filled with endless. The golden light spread faster and faster, almost in the blink of an eye, engulfing the entire body of the wolf demon and annihilating it. At this moment, Monk Huiyin resembled a small sun radiating a blinding golden light. After 10 breaths, the golden light slowly receded. At this moment, Monk Huiyin resembled a small sun radiating a blinding golden light. After 10 breaths, the golden light slowly receded. He slowly opened his eyes, and within them there was no black or white, only a sea of gold. Radiating a heavy sense of authority, he surveyed his surroundings and quietly remarked, "Ba, it turns out these wicked beings are harming the believers of this humble monk." Regardless of his now authoritative voice or the magnificent aura surrounding him, it was clear that he was no longer Monk Huiyin. Many cultivation sects in this world would worship deities within their doors, offering incense. When necessary, disciples of these sects could attempt to invite the deities to descend, using unique mental methods as a bridge and sect techniques as tokens. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the probability of success. As one of the 5 major sects in Qingzhou, the Diamond Temple had a large temple covering 10 acres in Qingzhou City, thriving with incense. Thus, as a disciple of the Diamond Temple, Monk Huiyin in the late foundation establishment stage was confident he could successfully invite the Buddha. The Buddha now descending upon Huiyin was named Thundersound. Previously, he had sensed that one of his incense offerings had suddenly vanished. Since the offering wasn't particularly abundant, he did not investigate further. However, in recent years, the offerings in the mortal realm had dwindled, causing these deities much distress, so even this small offering had been noted. Today, Huiyin's incantation had successfully reached the Western Paradise, and Thundersound discovered that the person inviting the Buddha was at that location, prompting an immediate response to the request, sending down a fragment of divine presence. From the numerous bodies of wolf demons that had been here before, it seemed that the villagers had suffered at their hands. Thunder Sound sighed, ready to withdraw, but suddenly his ears perked up as he looked toward the other side of the village. Over there. There are still living people, Thunder Sound thought, stepping forward to investigate. He could also assert his authority and perhaps regain some offerings from this village. Just then a subtle disturbance arose by the riverbank. This disturbance would be difficult for an ordinary person to detect, but Thunder Sound noticed it immediately. Moreover, as he sensed this disturbance, his brows furrowed and his face filled with rage. It was the fluctuation of offerings. Though the lost offerings had been tainted by another aura, he could still discern that it was offerings meant for him. Someone had stolen his offerings. Wicked beings. A furious shout echoed through the night sky, and the golden light surged toward the riverbank. Meanwhile, in a house within the village, Gong Yun was heartily drinking from a flask of fine wine. Huh. He set down the wine flask, burped lightly, and with a dazed expression praised, "Good wine it really is." Huh. He turned, sensed something, and chuckled. Looks like the little monk couldn't handle it, and called for help. He carelessly set aside the now empty wine flask and gazed eagerly at a row of wine flasks before him. So which one should I try next? Just as he was excitedly sniffing each one, the disturbance heralding the arrival of the old Mother Wu, he sighed, casually picking up a flask of wine and said to the young Jiang Xiaowen behind him, "You just stay hidden here for a while, come out in an hour, and I'll go deal with the problem." After saying this, he walked toward the door mumbling, "Why can't they just let me enjoy a quiet drink?" Ouch. He rubbed his forehead after accidentally bumping into the door frame, and in a flash he disappeared. In the small temple by the river, Kong Wu let out a deep breath, causing the stone slab in front of him to tremble, slightly revealing cracks that resembled a spider's web. Kong Wu, who could achieve such a feat with just a breath, could feel the surging power within him. At this moment, he had already surpassed 150 without even activating the blood burst technique's attribute of strength. However, the impressive attribute of strength at 165. 86 points did not provide him with a shred of security. The inexplicable pressure emanating from the black mist before him made his skin prickle with pain. The black mist roiled for a moment before suddenly retracting swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the mist in the hall was entirely absorbed by the statue. Staring at the small temple that appeared unchanged, Kong Wu was momentarily stunned. But the next moment, a faint cracking sound shattered the silence. Crack! A fissure suddenly appeared on the forehead of the statue, extending down from the top of its head. Bang! With a muffled sound, the surface of the statue violently exploded outward. Kong Wu instinctively crossed his arms in front of him as the debris flew in all directions, easily slicing open a wound on his body. After a series of crackling noises, Kong Wu lowered his arms. His thick forearms were embedded with other than the head protected by his arms, the rest of his body was bloodied and mangled with thick blood seeping out. Kong Wu did not rush to clear the stones from his body, but instead looked solemnly into the small temple. As the dust settled, a woman in white emerged holding a willow branch. She radiated a gentle white glow, her face dignified, and she appeared as ethereal as a celestial being descending from the heavens. "Is it you who killed my envoy?" A heavy and authoritative voice emanated from her mouth. Though her tone was soft and clear, Kong Wu sensed a hint of brutality within it. "Is it you who killed my envoy?" A heavy and authoritative voice emanated from her mouth. Though her tone was soft and clear, no, it was the sudden eruption of greed from the depths of his heart upon seeing this deity's attribute panel. A fragment of the divine essence of the compassionate mother of endless rescue, lifespan, 99 strength, 300 skill. First impression of you, admiration and excellent physical body. It would be wonderful to transform you. Fury, kill. Kill. He killed the little bat, he must be killed. With 300 points in strength, even if he could activate the blood burst technique, once more he could not hope to match. If he could slay this being, how many free attribute points would he gain? Looking at her expression, the fragment of the compassionate mother chuckled lightly. "Mortal, you cannot gaze upon a deity." This statement echoed in Kong Wu's ears, each word exploding like thunder in his mind. With a loud boom, an invisible wave struck his chest, sending him flying. His robust body crashed through a wall behind him, creating a large pit in the ground outside the small temple. Kong Wu stood up, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His expression grew more excited, as if the greed in his eyes were about to overflow. On his drooping right index finger, a drop of blood was slowly pooling. At that moment, the fragment of the compassionate mother also noticed something was off with Kong Wu. His previously trembling body was not due to fear. His eyes were filled with greed. Greed? For what? For me? The indifferent face of the compassionate mother twisted for a moment, a hint of ferocity appearing briefly before returning to normal. "You cannot gaze upon a deity. Today I shall." Before Kong Wu could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a sudden roar. "Wretched being! Stealing the offerings of the rightful deity, you shall not enter reincarnation." A magnificent voice erupted from the sky, and a massive golden palm print descended. As she felt the divine power carried by the voice, a fleeting look of panic flashed across the face of the compassionate mother. The next moment, after sensing the immense power of the golden palm print, she regained her composure. She merely waved the willow branch in her hand lightly, and the golden palm print shattered instantly. Rightful deity. A bunch of lazy fools. With a look of disdain, she mocked the Huiyan monk descending from the sky. Huiyan monk. Kong Wu was momentarily stunned upon seeing the golden figure. When did this monk become so formidable? The overwhelming pressure from the earlier golden palm print was unprecedented. The next moment, as Huiyan monk slowly descended, he discovered the anomaly from the floating attribute panel. Huiyan deity summoned state thunder, sound avalokiteshvara lifespan 253 strength, 231 skill, diamond subduing demon heart sutra arhut fistflower picking finger Buddha summoning technique. Originally possessing only 57 points in strength, Huiyan monk now had an astonishing 231 points. So this old monk has also powered up. Thunder sound avalokiteshvara. Is that the name of the deity he summoned? Wait, the broken statue I saw earlier. It seems he has come to seek retribution upon discovering that his offerings have been stolen. With this thought, Kong Wu understood why Huiyan monk bore such a furious expression, as if he held a deep grudge against the compassionate mother. Stealing offerings from a rightful deity is akin to snatching food from someone's bowl while they eat. How could that be tolerated? As expected, Huiyan. Or should he be called Thunder sound avalokiteshvara at this moment? He charged straight towards the compassionate mother as soon as he landed. With his palms together, a golden Buddha statue towering 5 zhang suddenly appeared behind him. The statue opened its eyes and raised its palms toward the front. The compassionate mother scoffed lightly, still waving her willow branch, shattering the palm print, and even extending backward to destroy one of the statue's arms. With a blank expression, Thunder sound avalokiteshvara separated his hands and struck down with one palm. The shattered arm of the Buddha statue instantly regenerated and mirrored Thunder sound avalokiteshvara's movements, striking down as well. This palm, with lightning flickering in the palm's center, surged forward with a thunderous roar towards the compassionate mother. Seeing this, she frowned again and waved her willow branch. In the void, a gigantic illusion of a willow branch appeared before the Buddha statue and collided with the lightning palm. The two forces held for a moment before the lightning palm shattered. It seems that this round was yet another victory for the compassionate mother. On the ground, a golden figure swiftly passed by Kong Wu and reached the compassionate mother, delivering a solid blow to her face, infused with lightning. A shrill scream erupted as the compassionate mother covered her face and retreated rapidly, her voice filled with endless pain. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Wuxing Laomu's once mellow voice grew shrill, then volatile. Suddenly, she lowered the hands shielding her face and let out a piercing shriek. A silent shockwave erupted from her body. Boom. In an instant, Jianyuan Temple, battle-scarred and long-enduring, finally collapsed beneath that wave. Lane Jialan's golden radiant form was hurled backward, tumbling far before halting. The shockwave uprooted willow trees near the temple and sent them spiraling skyward. After a long silence, the shriek ceased, and stillness returned to the land. Kong Wu crawled out from beneath the tangled heap of willow branches, spat dust from his mouth, and shook the dirt from his long flowing hair. Gazing upon the desolation around him, he clicked his tongue, gaining for the first time a visceral grasp of divine devastation. And this was not even her true incarnation, merely a fragment of her divine consciousness. No wonder mortals say gods and men dwell in separate realms. Shaking his head, Kong Wu dispelled the awe lingering in his mind and turned toward the ruins where the temple had stood. From the rubble emerged Wuxing Laomu's avatar. Before, she wore pristine white robes, her countenance both solemn and serene. Now her gown had transformed into a form-fitting crimson ensemble, revealing what ought and ought not be seen, its details too vivid even for a seasoned narrator to render plainly. Even her visage had changed from a naturally austere, powderless goddess to one adorned with bold makeup, her lips blazing like fire curved in a subtle, unsettling smile. She changes outfits mid-battle. The thought barely formed in Kong Wu's mind when she rose into the air, flying straight toward Lane Jialan. Bald monk. I loathe bald monks. Every single one of them deserves death. Her voice twisted into madness, her expression contorted into grotesque ferocity, her once languid, alluring gaze now warped into a masterclass of distorted expression. Yet Lane Jialan's face had grown calm once more. Amitba. A soft, resonant chant hung in the air. Then the golden Buddha stretched both arms wide, their trails lingering as afterimages, giving the illusion of 1,000 arms blooming from his form. Thunderous salvation, 10,000 bolts against demons. Countless palms sealed intricate mudras, each palm crackling with lightning, storming across the heavens toward Wuxing Laomu's avatar. In the opposing sky, countless willow branches unfurled, meeting the thunderous palms one-tune in violent collision. Truly terrifying. Kong Wu murmured, eyes fixed on the spectacle. Indeed, came a lazy, wine-scented voice beside him, punctuated by a soft belch. Both have already stepped into the realm of divinity. Kong Wu turned and found Nan Gongyun perched atop a tree sipping wine. With a sigh, he said, "Senior, doesn't this entrance feel rather cliched?" Nan Gongyun took another swig, leapt down, and shrugged. "What can I do? The author's imagination is limited. He can't devise anything more original." Kong Wu turned back to the battle, his gaze burning with raw, unshakable avarice. Such power, it stirred deep primal hunger. "Senior, at what tier do beings like them stand within the divine hierarchy?" "Them." Nan Gongyun glanced idly at the celestial chaos above. "The lowest rung, perhaps." Kong Wu clicked his tongue again, speechless. This world was vaster, more terrifying than he'd ever imagined. Noticing his reaction, Nan Gongyun smiled faintly. "Calling them gods is merely shorthand for those who wield power at a higher stratum. Consider these two avatars. You yourself could overcome either given the right conditions." Kong Wu whirled around, stunned. "Damn, I actually guessed right." Nan Gongyun's astonishment deepened. He smacked his knee. "You really could take one down. That fierce. What secret lies buried within your body?" His curious gaze swept over Kong Wu, not with warmth, but with the chilling precision of a razor's edge gliding just beneath the skin, raising goose flesh across Kong Wu's arms. Instinctively, Kong Wu stepped back. Only then did Nan Gongyun withdraw his stare, sighing. "I've wandered the realms for decades, witnessed marvels beyond counting, but never encountered one quite like you." His words had scarcely faded when a thunderous explosion shook the air. Kong Wu turned, only to see emerging behind Wuxing Laomu's avatar a colossal willow tree whose ethereal silhouette seemed to pierce heaven and earth. The towering willow pressed downward upon the golden Buddha. Lane Jialan's face darkened, his brows knotted tight as an onion. He drew a deep breath and clasped his palms together. Instantly, thunder roiled, lightning coalescing into spear-like bolts within each of his myriad arms. Then thousands of lightning spears hurled forth, clashing with the willow's spectral form in a cataclysmic convergence. Boom! Thunder detonated in deafening waves, but struck the willow's phantom in vain. Unchecked, the immense tree continued its relentless descent upon the golden Buddha. Boom! Lightning failed utterly. The willow's phantom crashed down, shattering the Buddha's golden form. Lane Jialan's mortal vessel convulsed, blood gushed from his mouth. Wiping blood from his lips, he glared upward at the descending avatar. "This mortal shell is too frail, unable to channel even a tenth of my true might. Yet you, drawing strength from incense offerings, forged a vessel perfectly suited to your power." "Hee hee, so many excuses, old bald monk." Her silver chime laughter rang out as she flicked a finger, sending a streak of scarlet light slamming into Lane Jialan's chest. Dang! A shimmer of golden light flared around him, absorbing the blow. It was less an assault than a heretic god dared mock a rightful deity. Unforgivable. Even if this devotee's flesh were to crumble to ashy wood. The thought shattered as a clear, resonant voice pierced his ear. "This young monk promised me wine. I warn you, don't do anything foolish. Just return peacefully to the Western paradise." Lane Jialan turned and saw Nan Gongyun cradling a wine jar. When had he appeared? The question vanished beneath the tide of fury. "I am Lane Jialan, Buddha of the Western paradise, a sanctified deity bearing divine rank." That heretic's mockery was tolerable. But now, a mere immortal dared threaten me. Rage surged from his core, malice welled from his marrow. He prepared to channel overwhelming divine power, obliterating everything here without restraint. Clang! A crystalline sword note rang out, sharp as thunder, reverberating deep within his soul. A chill seized him. Stammering, he stared at Nan Gongyun. "Senior, you are absolutely right. The fruit position of the celestial beings is constant. Since the agreement was established by many powerful beings long ago, this matter has never changed. However, this does not mean that celestial beings cannot die. The golden bodies forged by incense grant them extraordinary lifespans, but when a person is killed, they will die. Celestial beings are no exception. At this moment, Lane Jialan is not the first inheritor of this fruit position. Once he was merely a small monk among the many Buddhist temples in the Western paradise. 300 years ago, when the fruit position he had pursued for countless years was placed before him, he would always recall the scene of countless deities falling from the heavens. On that day, a guest unexpectedly arrived at the Western Spirit Mountain, a place where only the Buddhas could enter. The man was dressed in white with white eyebrows and beard, and wore a gentle smile on his face. He said that he was the steed of Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, who had descended to the mortal realm to create countless slaughters, and he had come to seek an explanation. At that time, Lane Jialan found the man quite ridiculous. A mere mortal, how arrogant. Even if what he said was true, it was merely a calamity carefully arranged by Bodhisattva Samantabhadra for those mortals. How could mortals understand enlightenment without enduring hardships in the mundane world? The poison-dispelling Vajra also said the same after descending from the spirit mountain. However, the only response he received was a mighty stream of sword energy. That one sword severed the lofty poison-dispelling Vajra and sliced half of the spirit mountain. On that day, countless deities rushed toward that old man only to be cut down by him sword after sword. Even Bodhisattva Samantabhadra, who ranks just below the Buddha, lost an arm to him. If it weren't for the timely intervention of the Buddha, who manifested to block that sword, Bodhisattva Samantabhadra would likely have ascended to bliss. What the man said to the Buddha was not heard by Lain Jialan, who was just a small monk at the time. However, from the discussions of bystanders, he caught a few unfamiliar terms. The three sects of the mortal realm, Shu Mountain, Qinglian Sword Song. These three terms were deeply etched in his mind. The sound of the sword cry emanating from the countless sword lights is still very clear to this day. Thus, upon sensing the familiar sword cry from Nangong Yun's body, Lain Jialan obediently nodded, and the golden Buddhist light enveloping monk Huiyan instantly dissipated. While obediently departing, he did not forget to restore monk Huiyan's body, even making some adjustments to his meridians and dantian. As the golden light in monk Huiyan's eyes faded, his pupils returned to the appearance of a normal person. What is this? Nangong benefactor. Oh, you're awake. Seeing his confused expression, Nangong Yun smiled and greeted him. Before the two could continue their conversation, a chilling and gloomy aura enveloped the area. Due to the distance and the fact that the sword cry from Nangong Yun only resonated in Lain Jialan's heart, the mother of no birth was unaware of what was happening here. It was not until this moment that she noticed the unique divine fluctuation of Lain Jialan had vanished. Hypocritical, greedy, fearful of death, the so-called fruit positions of celestial beings are merely products aggregating these dark traits. She had unknowingly reverted to her initial dignified and imposing demeanor. Monk, the righteous deity you believe in has abandoned you. Have you not seen through the hypocritical visage behind that curling incense smoke? Huiyan, upon hearing these words, had the bewildered look fade from his face and was about to say something seriously, but was directly pulled away by Nangong Yun. All right, don't block my view of the good show. What? Not understanding, Huiyan then noticed a towering figure as tall as an iron tower walking. Amitba. Huiyan instinctively recited a Buddhist chant full of confusion and asked, is this Senior Kongwu? How could he be so much taller than before? They had separated for less than an hour, and at this moment Kongwu had not only grown taller, but also expanded. Currently, he stood nearly 2 meters 5 with arms thicker than Huiyan's thighs, and his broad shoulders looked as if they could carry a horse. Yet, even with such a towering figure, when standing before the mother of no birth, Huiyan felt like an ant facing an elephant. Nangong benefactor, that person. Nangong Yun shook the wine jar that contained not a single drop of wine, feeling annoyed, and said, I should have taken more. What did you say? Oh, that guy? A split soul of the evil god. His strength is not impressive, just about at the golden core consummation stage, I suppose. Golden core consummation? Huiyan's eyes widened as he looked at the indifferent Nangong Yun, his mouth slightly opening and closing, unsure of what to say. How can you call that unimpressive strength? In the entire Qingzhou, those who can reach the golden core consummation stage do not exceed 5 fingers. You. Huiyan thought about it and realized that the strength Nangong Yun casually displayed might indeed make the golden core consummation stage seem unimpressive in his eyes. Amitba. Huiyan resolved that after returning this time, he must intensify his training to strive for an early breakthrough to the golden core stage. This time he was lucky to encounter Nangong benefactor and Kong. Looking at Kongwu's retreating figure, he was momentarily stunned and quickly turned to Nangong Yun to ask, is Senior Kongwu capable of handling it? As for him, Nangong Yun casually replied, although his cultivation method is peculiar, given his physical strength, he should be able to rival a practitioner in the mid-golden core stage. Mid-golden core stage? Huiyan murmured. Although he knew Kongwu's physique was exceptionally strong, he still did not expect it to be comparable to a practitioner in the mid-golden core stage. Wait, does this mean that Senior Kongwu's strength is insufficient to deal with that split soul of the evil god? Starting from the golden core stage, the gap between practitioners becomes increasingly difficult to bridge. During the Qi refining or foundation establishment period, a lower-level practitioner could still conquer opponents of higher levels if they had some high-grade talismans or divine weapons. However, once one reaches the golden core stage, the gap in cultivation will rapidly widen. Even crossing a small realm is exceedingly difficult, let alone the gap between Kongwu and that evil god's strength, which is separated by a late golden core stage. Does this mean Senior Kongwu is in danger? Seeing Huiyan whispering in a serious manner, looking as if he wanted to help Kongwu, Nangong Yun smiled and said, don't worry about him. This little guy has a hidden card up his sleeve. Before he could finish his words, a change occurred on Kong Wu's side. The chilling aura emitted by the Mother of No Birth was suddenly forced back by a heavy and violent aura. This aura represented pure power, brutally pushing everything aside, as if even the air could not remain beside it. The Mother of No Birth originally intended to try to recruit this remarkably strong individual again, but upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, her expression immediately turned grave. She looked towards the source of this aura, which was Kong Wu, whose muscles were continuously swelling as he lowered his head. More accurately, it was a hint of red light at the tip of his right finger. Kong Wu looked up at the formless avatar of the Mother of Wuxing floating in the air as an invisible energy sphere violently collided and annihilated between them, while a storm suddenly rose under the clear night sky. He did not know how strong an evil god truly was. Perhaps with his current strength, gazing back would only yield a series of question marks like those from Nangong Yun. However, the being before him was merely a fragment of the evil god's essence descending, which allowed him to clearly understand the gap between them. With a strength attribute reaching 300 points, this was the strongest individual Kong Wu had ever encountered. Even the previously descended Buddha, despite being a celestial being, could not match this strength. Moreover, Kong Wu's current strength attribute was only 165 points. He was far from being a match. This was the common understanding. Yet at this moment, Kong Wu had an opportunity for a single strike. The Shattering Sky Finger, a technique inherited from the previous dynasty's Jin Wang, could unleash a blow twice his strength attribute. As a cost, he would lose all his strength for the next day, unable to move and left to wait for his body to nap. He did not know if the first-level evil god, the Mother of Wuxing, had any secret arts to evade or even counter this strike. Therefore, the safest course of action should have been to retreat as far as possible at the first opportunity. But Kong Wu was unwilling. After witnessing the battle between the Buddha and her, he was immensely envious of that kind of power. Before him, a figure in a white dress danced in the wind, her once lofty expression now replaced with a serious gaze directed at Kong Wu. Something felt off. What was this ant trying to do? Why did she feel a sense of danger? No, she could not let him continue. Even when facing Lane Jialan before, she had not attacked first, because she had full confidence in her own strength. But at this moment, this ordinary person with no trace of true essence fluctuation posed a strange threat to her. She gently raised her jade hand, and the willow branch in her grasp transformed into a stream of light, dissipating. In the sky, the previous shadow of the willow tree, which had obscured the sun, reappeared and pressed down towards Kong Wu. At this moment, it was a life-or-death strike. Facing the unknown threat, she did not show the slightest carelessness and unleashed the strongest strike her body could muster. The raging wind howled, and the pitch-black willow tree danced its branches like the claws of a vengeful spirit. In response, Kong Wu raised his arm and pointed forward. Every muscle in his body twisted with bulging veins convulsing wildly. At the tip of his right index finger, the crimson light gradually intensified. Shattering Sky Finger. With a soft cry from Kong Wu, all the muscles in his body twisted once, then seemed to deflate like a burst balloon. His face instantly turned pale, and every pore on his body opened to the maximum, causing the sweat to evaporate instantly, enveloping him in a mist. In contrast, the red light at his fingertip became incredibly brilliant. In the next moment, it felt as if the world had lost its sound, and everything stood still. A massive blood-red finger shadow appeared in midair, slowly and steadily pushing forward. Everything touched by the finger shadow was annihilated. Whether it was the tiny dust particles in the air or the willow leaves flying in the sky, they completely vanished, turning into the purest of substances. Although the finger shadow was enormous, it still appeared somewhat insignificant before the willow tree's shadow. But at the moment of contact, the willow tree's shadow began to shatter and split apart. Meanwhile, the speed of the blood-red finger shadow showed no signs of slowing, steadily advancing forward. Upon witnessing this scene, the Mother of Wuxing's avatar trembled, her pupils shaking as she incredulously exclaimed, "How is this possible? This is..." Instinctively, she wanted to evade, only to realize she could not move at all. No, not only could she not move. On the contrary, her body, the space she occupied, was gradually moving toward the finger shadow. Not just her body was being drawn, and even the willow tree shadow in midair was twisting and disintegrating. It was as if all components of the willow tree's shadow were rushing to collide with that blood-red finger shadow. No, she could not. In her panic, a look of fear appeared on her face for the first time. Her long black hair straightened toward the front, revealing another face on the back of her head. That face, originally with its eyes closed, wore a serene expression. But just as panic surfaced on her front face, that face began to tremble, its eyelids flickering wildly. She had to leave as she had to evade this strike. This body of hers had gathered the incense offerings from Jianyuan village over the past year. For an evil god unable to preach openly, this bit of incense power was extremely precious. She did not want to lose this invaluable incense. Thus she steadied herself and swiftly formed seals with her slender jade fingers in front of her, the speed so fast that it even created afterimages. Just as the willow tree's shadow shattered with a loud crash, she completed the sealing just in time and exhaled a breath, transplanting flowers countering. But before she could finish, her expression changed dramatically, her body trembling. Her head twisted frantically, and a shrill, malevolent voice emanated from the back of her head. Cannot run, cannot run, cannot run. He is insulting me, he is mocking me, he is no one can disrespect me. After shouting the last word, her neck twisted around, fully revealing a ferocious and cruel face at the front. As the gentle face closed its eyes, her hand sign shifted, and her pitch-black pupils filled with resentment. With a twisted expression, she roared, "Die!" A thick column of black light shot from her wide-open mouth, aiming directly at the blood-red finger shadow. Boom! The collision between the black light column and the finger shadow produced a deafening roar. The shockwave exploded, halting the advance of the blood-red finger shadow. Her strike successfully stopped it. A frenzied smile appeared on her face. However, the smile did not last long. Just after 2 breaths, the blood-red finger shadow began to advance once more. The black light column ahead disintegrated piece by piece, as if no matter what it was, nothing could stand in front of the finger shadow. Nangong Yun observed this scene, his playful demeanor unexpectedly fading as he remarked, "The pure path of power, this guy is truly remarkable." Huiyin was momentarily stunned. Just as she was about to ask what this path of power was, a piercing scream echoed. Before the blood-red finger shadow, a tiny figure was struggling, desperately screaming, yet unable to change anything, merely watching their body gradually drawn closer to the finger shadow. "I am a god. An ant like you is doomed to die." Before the words could finish, the small figure was engulfed by the blood-red finger shadow, instantly turning into a puff of black mist and vanishing. The finger shadow continued its advance, exploding with a tremendous roar once it reached an unknown height in the sky. The crimson light lasted for a moment before spreading outwards, its reach unknown.